how many times in the third have they had to take, I don't know, countless dribbles?
Jaylen Brown with the flush.
Oh, baby, Mike Breen, Doris Burke on the call, and it felt like the game was over right there. Into the third quarter, Jaylen Brown goes down the lane, and I thought, boy, that's the dunk that ended the NBA Finals. But the Mavericks went on a 22-2 run in the fourth quarter. They cut it to one, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, maybe we have a series. But we don't because the Celtics go up 3-0. They make the big shots. Derek White with a big three. Jaylen Brown with a big three. Boston makes all the plays down the stretch. They play defense. Luka fouls out, and now the rhetoric is about Luka Doncic and his whining. How about you just play some defense? How about you just throw your big fat body in front of somebody and make a play? I mean, Jesus Christ, dude, you're embarrassing yourself. And now the Mavericks, they're about to walk the plank. They're about to walk the plank Friday night, maybe, and get swept in Dallas or not. The series will be over Monday in Boston. But the finals, a bit lackluster due to all the inactivity. And honestly, the way I was thinking this morning is we talk about the game, Shasky, as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers, probably slow for you guys because there was a day game yesterday with the Giants, and they do get another series win. But the NBA really shot itself in the foot.
How so?
The conference finals, one side ends up in a sweep, right? Mm-hmm. Celtics sweep the Pacers, basically. And the T-Wolves basically win one game. So you get a short conference final. You get a long break between the NBA finals. You get long breaks in between games. And now we're like, it's an afterthought. The NBA really shot itself in the foot with the way they scheduled their games, and they killed all their momentum leading into the series, which could have been really good. You had a lot of stars in it. And I'm just thinking, boy, what a lackluster ending to what I thought was a really good playoff run up until the conference finals.
I think what's interesting here is as they're negotiating with all these streaming platforms, why do they have everything scheduled out the way they do? Now, there's a hotel factor, which I acknowledge. Let's not act like the NBA can't figure out the hotel thing.
Yeah, that's a joke.
We're not talking about a 53-man roster with football. We're talking about 40 rooms. Right. I mean, at most for any organization. You could figure it out. You could find...
The media could figure it out.
You're worth $11 or $12 billion. Right. They're doing this because ABC needs to have their television formatted appropriately. And this is why the streaming platforms are coming for everything that traditional television can't do. Flexibility.
Yeah.
We are in a flexible society. You tell me that the game is going to be tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
You'll be in there.
I'll figure out a way to turn it on.
Right.
You know, this thing, it has to be on, just hypothetically, a Saturday, 2 weeks from now at 5 o'clock because we have traditional television shows that are going on. Nobody's watching traditional television, at least not in the standardized way. I mean, it's 2024 for crying out loud. Like, you know what the two things that rate really well are of the top 100 things? Politics and sports. Just throw them on. Doesn't matter when. Yeah. Like, we'll figure it out. So I'm 100% with you. But this goes back to the allegiance to the traditional broadcast stuff in general. Why are they having games start in October and end in June? Because traditional television tells you that in July and August, people don't watch television. BS. You know what people are doing? They're streaming in July and in August, whatever time they want. In fact, they're streaming all year round. Yeah. So the traditional ways that we used to consume television were dictating these schedules, and I think it all needs to go out the door.
Well, it does. And I don't even remember when this started with the NBA Finals, where they fixed their schedules to say, hey, we're going to start it on this date. May have happened in the last decade. I remember the Warriors and Cavs before 2017. I think there was a long layoff before they played, but the hype was real because you had LeBron and KD, and you had Steph, and KD was going for his first championship, and it was a rematch of the 2016 finals, in which the Cavaliers came back from a 3-1 deficit. So that hype, you knew you had the stars, and you knew, okay, people are going to be locked in because of the star power. Again, Jason Tatum's young. Not a lot of people lock in on Jason Tatum because he's a more understated. He's playing with his son. There's no drama around him. Jaylen Brown has been outspoken when it comes to politics or whatnot, but really a bunch of good guys on the Boston Celtics. Luka Doncic is a whiner. There's some people who I saw on Twitter yesterday can't get over what Kyrie did in Brooklyn when it came to COVID and when it came to the other stuff, the political stuff, and whether or not you thought he was right or wrong. I'm not here to argue that. I'm just saying maybe that's a reason why people haven't locked in on it, but the long layoff really did this in. And you get some games. You get game one, which is a blowout. You get game 2 in which Dallas struggles and Kyrie shut down. And then you get game 3 where Boston goes on this crazy run in the third quarter and outscores the Celtics by 16, 35-19. Then you get a great fourth quarter, but it gets marred by Luka Doncic whining. And in order for him to take the next step, see, I think he's better than James Harden, but he does have Harden tendencies, especially defensively. And I'm just watching Jason Kidd, right, who is one of the all-time passers in the NBA. Loved his assists, right? Triple-doubles left and right.
Control a game without scoring.
Exactly. Pass-first type of guy. And you watch Dallas play, and it's dribble. And give Boston credit because they have a lot to do with it defensively when they're taking away the alley-oops, although I thought Derek Lively was really active yesterday, especially in the second half. But watching a team coached by Jason Kidd not pass the ball like a Jason Kidd type of player, it's got to be frustrating for Jason Kidd to watch this style of basketball and say, boy, we're just ISO heavy. Dribble, and it's made the Mavericks predictable. And now they're down 0-3. It must be frustrating for Jason Kidd, though.
I mean, on the list of things that's frustrating, I think the number one thing, if I'm Jason Kidd, is Luka doesn't care about defense. And everyone's going to point to on-ball defense, and that's fine. You're not wrong. On ball, he's a pathetic lateral mover, and it's not because he can't do it, because he can't offensively.
He doesn't want to.
At all. It's the off-ball where he's literally not paying attention at all. How many times did the guy that he was guarding just simple little cut into the lane, and that guy catches the ball coming downhill, and now other people are forced to help, and either that guy's hitting a layup or he's kicking it back out, and Luka is he's spinning around. It is crazy to me how some guys in the league, and then I will go back to narratives, clutch, and all just the way we talk about basketball. It is wild to me that Luka's been given this pass his entire career, yet the second Steph Curry stepped on the floor and started becoming an impact player, we immediately pointed out the flaws of his defense. And I think we did this thing, well, he's slight, he's little. Steph always tried harder than what I'm seeing from Luka. Now, is he a great off-ball defender? No. There's times he gets lost, and I'm not denying that. I think he's gotten better.
But he tries.
I think he's gotten better. He does try.
He tries.
To me, it's the combination of the unbelievable, unrelenting whining and crying and his inability. Forget on ball. To me, it's off ball. And that to me is the most frustrating. Luka, you ain't doubling anyone. That's number one. And then number two, all you have to do is stay between the man, the ball, and where he's at.
He won't do that.
Jaylen Brown on 3 different occasions in the second quarter just cut into the lane and caught an easy pass and just went up for a layup. And Luka's sitting there with both hands up like he's angry at someone. It's like, Luka, that's on you.
Well, a couple things. He fouls out, right, with 4 minutes of change left, and they get outscored 13-9 down the stretch. But Luka, he had a foul 90 feet away from the basket after missing a shot, and he was frustrated. He pushes Derek White out of bounds. You can't afford to have fouls like that. 90 feet away from the basket.
It's a stupid foul.
The whole charge thing where, it's great to take a charge, right? Well, he's beat on defense and he tries to get bailed out by taking the charge. It's just your kid's forced to use his last challenge. Which
they could have used on maybe that high screen.
The high screen by P.J. Washington against Drew Holiday. So Jason Kidd sitting there watching this guy and give Boston credit again. They did something that Minnesota did not do.
What's that?
Attack Luka.
Yes.
OKC, for whatever reason. And I'm sure if the Clippers had Kawhi Leonard healthy, they would have attacked Luka relentlessly. Put him in every ball screen, every pick and roll, and make him defend. Make him try. And Boston, to their credit, they're running their 5-out offense, and they're hunting Luka over and over and over again. If they can't hunt Luka, then they'll get the mismatch on Kyrie and get Tatum and Brown on Kyrie. And Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, I thought Jaylen was a bit better yesterday. Down the stretch, Boston was just, they went nearly 8 minutes without scoring a basket in the fourth quarter, allowing the Mavericks to get back in it. Could have been the biggest collapse in the finals since 1997. But Brown and Tatum are balling. What were they, the first duo in a long time to go 35-5 in a finals game together? Probably since Kyrie and LeBron? I don't know. I mean, I got to look that up. But they were dynamic yesterday, but they're hunting Luka over and over. And until Luka, and we're going to play this win horse out because he ethered Luka Doncic after the game.
He deserves it.
Who ethered him. When you're on this stage, these opportunities don't come every single year.
Ask Dan Marino.
Ask Dan Marino. Ask Jim Kelly. Yeah. Ask John Elway, who had to wait a long time. A long time. James Harden's probably never getting back to this point. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. It is hard. Ask Devin Booker right now. He's trying to get back to the NBA Finals, and Luka's out there dogging it against the Celtics, and they know it. The experience matters, no doubt about it, but for a guy who's played professionally since he's 13 years old, to act the way you do on the court every single possession of a finals game, you're going to tune a lot of people out.
How many times did his head turn to the official to complain?
Every time.
No,
every
it's
time.
Literally
it's
every time.
It's every time.
Remember when we played them earlier this year, I came in and I went berserk because all I did was literally chart how often he complains.
Oh, every time.
This guy's putting up Wilt Chamberlain complaining numbers. Like, that's what he does. The other thing that I do want to accentuate, because I know you want to play the Windhorse sound, and I'm with you on, and I think we should absolutely play it today. Watching Boston, and it wasn't every possession, but they tried, especially in the fourth quarter, watching them fight through screens defensively to stay in front of their man. Now, there's something about being able to switch across the board. I get that. But one thing that really bugs me in the modern NBA, they just give the switch up so quickly.
Everybody does.
Everybody just gives it up.
Just switch.
Through. Either go under or go over the top, fight through, figure out a way. Watching Jaylen Brown, who I am so happy for this morning, of all the people in that game, I'm so happy for Jaylen Brown just because of the way he conducts himself. I think he's a model NBA player. I like him. I'm rooting for him. I have zero negative will toward Jaylen. I just think he's a great player. Watching him fight through screens to stay in front of Luka and then playing him, 75, 80 feet of the way of the entire... the respect for him, Drew Holiday was playing his you-know-what off yesterday. I love the way that they compete. Now, there was a point where Horford's out on a switch and you're forced to. Look, I'm not saying it's a catch-all, but seeing this team fight through screens, again, it's the finals. God, it was like, that's the NBA I love.
Well, even Jason Tatum, I thought he had a possession down the stretch. And I know everybody wants to pit Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Who's the best player? I don't think those guys care.
No.
I don't think they care whatsoever. I don't, looking at they just want to win the championship.
Agreed.
They want to win the championship. Jason Tatum had a possession before Luka fouled out where Luka gets a switch on to Tatum. And he tries to ISO him and take him down to the basket. He tries to body him. And Jason Tatum put his body in there, kept his hands up. Luka misses a bunny. Tatum boxes out. And I'm like, even look at Jason Tatum, who would have every excuse in the world to not give it his all on defense. Mm-hmm. He competes at a high level. That whole team from Holiday to Tatum to Brown to Horford to Derek White.
Pritchard.
Xavier Tillman came in and gave him big minutes yesterday. The young man from Memphis. Hauser. They compete at a high level defensively, and they get stops. When it was time to get stops down the stretch, they do it. Why? Because they fight through screens, as you just pointed out. But their attention to detail, their attention to the game plan, knowing what to take away. The way they played Kyrie Irving and turned him into, and now Kyrie got his money yesterday. We get it. But at the end of the day, they made him work physically, made him take tough pull-up jumpers, tough step-back threes. I mean, that Celtics team, man, whatever they learned from the Warriors, and Tatum told Draymond Green earlier this season on Inside the NBA, he's like, we won't make the same mistakes we made against you guys 2 years ago. We've learned our lessons. Well, whatever lessons they were, they did learn them because now they're here, and now they're one game away from not only winning the championship, but they're in a prime position to start to set it, and they're not going to talk about it. They're not going to pull a Michael Malone with Denver and say, dynasty. But this team is set up to compete for Eastern Conference and NBA championships for a long, long time, as long as Brown and Tatum are healthy alongside Drew Holiday.
Statistically, they've had one of the greater seasons in the last 30, 40 years as a team. Whatever you want to pick the metrics, offensively, efficiency, defense, like they have. That fourth quarter offensively, though, didn't aesthetically look like what we're accustomed to seeing with the great teams. When we think of the great teams of the last 30 or 40 years, throw it to Michael out on the elbow, get out of the way. Throw it to Kobe, throw it to Shaq in the post, throw it to Steph Curry, have Steph coming off of a ball screen. Like, it just stylistically, it looks a certain way. And when I watch their fourth quarter offense, I'm like, wow, they just want to throw it away at times. Whoa. But you look up and you're like, they find a way to win. Yeah. And so to your point, I do think we have diluted how great they are because there are certain times and they've won a lot of blowout games.
Down. Yeah, that's
another part. But in these tight games, their offense doesn't look very accustomed to what we are used to seeing when it's like one guy takes over. I mean, they had Drew Holiday forking up threes with 13 seconds on the shot clock during a 22-2 run.
It became my turn. It became my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. And look, in the NBA, teams are going to go on runs. The Mavericks are desperate. They couldn't go out like that at home, down 21, just in the blink of an eye. And I'm like, damn, Boston's going to run with. So kudos to Dallas for at least fighting back and making it a game. And Boston probably got a little happy because they were on the bench hooping and hollering. They knew it. They smelled it. After Jaylen Brown's dunk at the end of the third quarter, the bench was going crazy. And then they come out in the fourth quarter, increase that lead to 21. And yeah, no doubt. They were celebrating a little bit. They probably tasted your champagne just a little early, a little prematurely, and they allowed them to go on the run. I've seen the Warriors do that before. Hell, when they first had their playoff run with Steph Curry and company, they were up big on the Denver Nuggets in Game 6. Denver came back, made it a game. And I remember Reggie Miller coming into the locker room telling Mark Jackson, hey, y'all need to be better in the fourth quarter. Sometimes you relax a little bit and you ease up off the gas pedal, but it's how you respond. And what they did was they responded. Now I'm thinking, you keep bringing up Drew Holiday. And look, I'm a Dame Lillard fan. I am, but he has his limitations. I didn't think the lateral move got Milwaukee better because Chris Middleton's not the same player. And if you knew Chris Middleton wasn't the same player, who hasn't been the same player for the last couple of years, you gave up on Drew Holiday, who's a better fit for that team, thinking, and maybe Milwaukee thought, man, we need more offense. We need another playmaker. But boy, Drew Holiday ended up with the Boston Celtics.
He's a dog.
I mean, you may have just shifted the Eastern Conference to Boston for the next 3 years.
Bonte, there was a sequence in the second quarter specifically where he was fighting for rebounds and just making hustle plays. He made a couple of nice passes. He's kicking it out. He finished with the left hand around the rim. I mean, he played like a man possessed. And what it allows them to do defensively is now I have Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday, who I could stick on any perimeter players. And if I need to, Tatum's good enough versatility-wise defensively. He can guard guys on the perimeter, but he's also 6'10 or 6'9, and he can guard guys that are bigger than him. Now, he's not going to be the greatest post defender, but it gives you versatility. And I look at what they have, that is very difficult for a team like the Warriors trying to find. It's really difficult to replicate that physicality, that tenacity on defense, and that length on defense. And I just think that Drew Holiday has been one of the stronger, smarter defenders of this particular generation, and we just don't give him enough credit.
No,
He's also a very underrated ball handler and playmaker.
No, well, when he was with the Pelicans, he was the guy who was guarding Kevin Durant when he was with the Golden State Warriors. They put Drew Holiday on Kevin Durant. And originally, you thought, damn, why are you putting Drew Holiday on there? He's 7 inches shorter or whatnot. But you see the physicality, you see the footwork, you see the attention to detail, the IQ, and now you see why he's on Team USA for the Olympic Games, because he's a smart, rugged player who could fit in. And this is a guy, hell, you want to talk about watching LeBron in high school? Drew Holiday was one of the first guys, too, on ESPN playing high school basketball. I think he went to Campbell Hall High School. I don't remember, but it was him. And it was like, this kid's going to UCLA. I'll never forget it. And he was playing on ESPN. And you kind of watch him go through the ranks. And, man, he's had a hell of a career. He's on his way to his second NBA championship. He's about to get a gold medal at the Olympic Games. And he's set up to win multiple championships. So it's Jaylen Brown scoring left and right. And Jaylen Brown, by the way, has shot over 50% in 7 straight games. I mean, this guy's become an elite offensive player, and we all thought $300 million really for Jaylen Brown. Well, you know what? He's proven his worth right now.
I just look at his compete level. That to me, he whether how good, whatever, we could argue about what he is offensively. His compete level is what I'm like. Guys like him, I'm banking on their own internal clock telling them, like, continue grinding, keep grinding, keep grinding. That's who he is. We also, and I want to get on the other side, I think Joe Mazzulla has been fantastic.
Oh, he has. He deserves
the
credit.
Midas touch.
He deserves credit. He's learned on the job. A lot of people wanted to fire him. A lot of people thought Van Gundy may replace him at some point. But 64-18, a game away from winning a championship, the second championship, Spadoni. Oh, Laker fans may not be happy. Whew.
I was right about Jaylen Brown.
In terms of what?
Him being the best player on the Celtics.
Ah, here you go with the lazy take. You belong on first take with that one. They're both
first take or right take.
No. Best player. They're both.
Get the break, Bonte.
They're both inseparable. They both had 35 and 5, by the way.
One was more efficient than the other.
Shout out YouTube, Twitch. They went 8 minutes in the fourth quarter. That scores for them. Shout out YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
Monte, make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. If you can't chat with us on YouTube, I know the chat has been disabled. I have no control over that. Go ahead and send us a text at 888-957-9570 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Trust me, I miss your interaction on YouTube. I would love to hear from you on the Xfinity Mobile text line. We got some good guests coming up. I'll reveal it out on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Damn, you needed 2 bleeps for Big Pun? 2 bleeps? 2 bleeps? We won't need a bleep for Dave Fleming at 8:30. He's probably happy right now with a day off and the Giants win another series against the Astros, something we'll get into.
I just
Jason
want you
Richard-
guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Maybe, Flem, maybe. Jason Richardson, we'll definitely talk about him like Mike Florio.
Did you hear both his daughters are going to Yale?
Yeah.
That's insane.
He just told us last week. He said they're going to a very expensive school on the East
I know,
Coast.
but they said it on the Giants broadcast where he was going.
When he's told us, I figured it was Harvard or Yale. It's one of those schools. Look Wormerdine will get you
I
somewhere.
think I said Columbia back here. I was like, oh, Columbia. Okay. Yeah. Some Ivy League school.
The poor guy, I mean, he's got a son going into a specific high school that I will not name because I don't want to put his business out there. And then he's got 2 daughters going to Yale. I mean, geez Louise, it's a lot of money in education.
Well,
Dude.
I'm
jealous.
They probably got some scholarships.
Too much for me.
Probably got
he's
some
done
academic
really well.
scholarships and, there's some smart cookies. And when you go to Lick Wilmerding, shout out to Lick Wilmerding out there on Ocean Avenue. They send them out. Shout out to Elliot Dorsey and the rest of the crew up there at Lick Wilmerding. Got a lot of friends up there. Covered a lot of sports in that small gym, but they will get you to college, buddy. Trust me. Very smart decision by Fleming to send his girls to Lick Wilmerding. By the way, if you're looking for more Giants talk, then you need to be listening to Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. That's where Sam Lubman gets all his takes off. And Joe Shasky bringing the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. Here in-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews with players. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. All right.
You know, before you play that sound, because we want to open the door on education. You and I have talked about this. We brought it up a few times. I've brought it up a few times. And I've had certain people like cling on to things that I've said about my lack of education and how maybe I was throwing it in people's faces, which is not my intention. One of my biggest shames in life was that I got kicked out of a zillion schools and I never finished high school. It's a giant shame of mine and an anxiety that was very difficult to overcome. And I've worked my butt off to get where I'm at. Not that I've achieved anything or accomplished anything, but this week, Reardon High School, after working with them on math and some English that I had to complete, I'm getting my diploma.
Congratulations. Man.
From Reardon. And it's something that I'm really, really proud of. And I just want to let people out there know that it's never too late. It's never too late to go back to school. I know you went back to school at a later time.
How much did you donate to Reardon for that? I'm kidding.
Honestly, I can't afford to donate these days.
I'm kidding.
As we talk money, I'm on that Odyssey salary. I need donations. But no, just one of my mentors, Mr. Rassam Vegan, was always on me for years to go back. I know my dad, it was really important for him to go back. And shout out to Reardon as a community for accepting me back in there. And Tim Reardon, ironically spelled differently, who's running Reardon High School right now, the Curtin family. My cousin Jack's there.
Tim Reardon's an SI guy. He's an SI guy.
But you know what? He's doing big things for Reardon, Archbishop Reardon. I want to say thank you to them.
Yeah, no, he's a good dude. I actually was cleaning up my Instagram a couple weeks ago, and there was a photo I took of SI's basketball team winning, I think it was D3 or D2 championship, and Reardon was a coach up there. It's like, oh, there goes Mr. Reardon, that blue and red jacket right there.
Great guy.
No, good stuff, Shasky. I'm proud of you, man.
I'm really happy. It's for me, for my dad, for my son, for all the kids that I coach. Can't tell them to stay in school if your own boy over here didn't finish.
Nah, you can. You can because, it could go both ways. You don't finish school, and you're like, hey, look at me. I didn't finish school, and look where I ended up. This is why you need to finish school.
Exactly.
I thought you would go somewhere else.
But it's also a testament, really quick, Shasky. It's also a testament that it's never too late to go back and finish things, and that's to have that perseverance, have that determination to go back and finish that up. That's a good thing. Props to you for going back and doing that. I think it's a great example that just because things don't go well in the past doesn't mean you can't turn them around and make them better in the future. So I am very happy for you. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
It's not how you start; it's how you finish.
He's 100% right. I mean, he's right. Think about it. Tyreek Evans was Rookie of the Year, not Steph Curry. Who would you rather be right now?
Tyreek Evans.
Oh, I feel bad for Tyreek too.
Tyreek Evans.
He was Rookie of the Year. Honestly, I was ready to bet the house that he was going to the Hall.
Tyreek Evans. By the way, I saw something. I don't know if I've been watching random stuff on Twitter and on the news, and I follow this account called Bay Area State of Mind.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And when we talk about cocaine, it's a weird transition here. I don't want to go from...
I'm here.
What a transition that was.
But,
so the cocaine's happening.
Yeah, well, the cocaine's not happening in El Salvador because authorities just burned 2.7-ton pile of cocaine worth an estimated $67 million. And authorities just said, we'll put a lighter to it and burn it up. Authorities.
That'll set them back for a day or two.
2.7 tons of cocaine worth an estimated $67 million just burned up. Sorry. Shout out to that drug dealer who's going to be in. I don't know, man. I don't know. But congratulations.
I'm out.
You're officially a Crusader now. Now you're officially a Crusader. Now I don't feel bad ripping on the Crusaders.
Well, I was always one, but now I'm truly one.
So now you can't claim SI.
I closed the link.
So everybody is St. Ignatius, don't allow this guy into your gym. Don't allow him to wear SI hoodies or SI jackets.
As a true San Francisco native, I've got family on all sides of the war, of the quote-unquote holy war, if we will, as I'm teasing tongue-in-cheek here. I got a niece who's going to be a senior at SI. I had cousins who are Sacred Heart affiliates. Shout out the Porter family, the Schindlers. My cousin Jack Schindler taught at Sacred Heart for many, many years. Now he's over at Reardon. My dad and my uncle were Reardon guys. So, look, man, I'm one of the few. My mom was a presentation girl. I got a hat in every ring.
No, well, see, I got cousins who went to Galileo. Got family who went to Mission.
A cap?
I will never wear a Galileo hat. I'll never wear a Mission Bears hat. Shout out to Coach Arnold. I love you guys for all the coverage, but I'll never wear it at any other AAA school with the exception of Washington High School. So Coach Ferrigno, who just got inducted into San Francisco Prep Sports Hall of Fame, a legend. You better bet your bottom dollar I'll never wear a Lincoln Mustang hat in my life. Well, when it comes to the WCAL, when it comes to the Bays County League West, I'll wear a university hat. I'll wear a Lick sweater. Stewart Hall sweater. I got no dog in the fight there. But when it comes to you AAA schools, the public school system in San Francisco, Thurgood, Marshall, Burton, I will never, ever wear your gear. It's wartime. No, it's not wartime. I shouldn't say that.
Now you sound, what was Joakim Noah? I'm going to war. Joakim Noah. Or was it KG talking about Joakim Noah? Which one was it?
Well, KG had started listing off like the bazookas, all of the AK-47s. Right. Like, what is going on? What is the word equivalent?
His Area 51 with him and Paul Pierce.
It's unwatchable.
I can't get enough of it. It's so unwatchable that it's good.
Turn it off.
It's so unwatchable that it's good. KG's like, oh my God. And then Paul Pierce is sitting there with the glass. Dude, it's hilarious.
Adam, it's too much for me.
No, it's not too much for you, Draymond.
Adam, it's too much for me. I live for that.
Who did he predict? He predicted the Mavericks would win, right?
Could you imagine me telling like the dean, hey, I want to get my diploma, but I'm looking at all of the math. It's very difficult, and it's too much for me.
Adam, it's too much for me.
It would be too much for me. Draymond Green actually picks the Mavericks to win the NBA championship. There was an article where it says, oh, if Draymond Green's picking your team, sucks for you because that means you're going to lose.
Why?
Because he's been off on his predictions. Well,
man. I think one thing that I've learned with this media thing is that there's two ways this can go, okay? You can either be tongue-in-cheek all the way, or you can try to get some things right and just admit when you're wrong. And I feel like what ends up happening, and Pat Bev learned this the hard way, you can't be a one-trick pony and just rip on one guy over and over and over and over again. Pat Bev ripping on Chris Paul. It gets old. It gets old really quick. You become a one-trick pony. When someone does something well, you do have to acknowledge it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and everyone's like, Joe, you flip-flop on Jimmy Garoppolo. It's like, well, he had bad games and he had good games. I'm assessing what I'm watching. And when he does well, I praise him. And when he doesn't, I rip. I'm like that's what we fans do. But it's also what you should do. Like, you got to be fair on these things. Giants win a series. Yep. You tip your cap to the Giants. It doesn't mean that they've achieved the ultimate prize, but we're being realistic here. Draymond going at Gobert, I thought it started to fall on deaf ears because it's like, Dre, back off of Gobert. He's in the playoffs and you're not. And when he had a good game, you got to give him a little bit of credit.
Yep, became personal. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises. We're going to play this Windhorse sound about Luka Donic, have a conversation about that. We'll play Big Facts or Big Cap coming up. Big Facts or Big Cap. Can't wait for this week's questions. Big Facts or Big Cap. Again, we got Fleming at 8:30. Jason Richardson, Jay Rich, Joined the show at 9:20. He's part of the Big Three right now, and he has a son that is hooping down in the high school ranks. We'll get into that with Jay Rich coming up here. 888-957-9570 is the number. More coming up on the Roast.
Hey, it's Willard for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals, and as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers with your
now runs into Doncic, blocking foul, and that's it. He's fouled out. Luka Donic has fouled out with 4:12 remaining.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, Dallas down 0-3 in the series. Mike Breen on the call. ABC, bang, bang, bang. Hasn't had to use that too much in this series. Maybe on the bank shot with Derek White at the top of the key in the fourth quarter to get the Celtics a sizable lead where they would hold on. Nearly blew a 21-point lead, but the Mavericks are about to walk the plank. And right now, all eyes are on Luka Donic, as this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's not wait anymore. Luka Donic, who fouled out with 4 minutes of change last night. Mavericks got outscored 13-9 down the stretch, but fouled out. Luka had something to say after the game, said, it's the NBA Finals. 6 fouls, really? Well, you committed a foul 90 feet away from the basket where you mugged Derek White. What are you doing?
Are we supposed to change the rules for Luka?
Yeah, it's superstar calls. Well, you whine every single possession, and you do get superstar calls. You can't hook Jaylen Brown down on the block. You're standing in front of him trying to take a charge. And then Brian Windhorst, our good friend from ESPN, had this to say about Luka after the game.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use this, what's happened in this finals, as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
How refreshing was that?
Oh, it was great. It was great what Brian Windhorst said, and he's right. Somebody needs to get to Luka. In the summertime, when he's out there smoking hookah and sipping beers, and he's gaining all his weight back, and then he comes into training camp out of shape, somebody needs to tell him this is not the way you're supposed to progress with your career. You have to get better defensively. You have to care. You're a leader now. You can't be an MVP candidate acting like that every single possession and then playing defense with your hands down, not being able to switch. Your weak side defense is terrible. Your on-the-ball defense is worse. Somebody's got to get to him, and if Jason Kidd can't get to him, then who the hell is going to get to him?
Well, I just wonder if there's any shame whatsoever when they're watching film back.
There has to be.
Right? Like, there's times when you and I will listen to ourselves, our own audio, and there's times I'm like, oh my God, it's cringe. You know what I mean? Like when you know you're maybe not performing well or whatever the reason being. You think he reflects and sees that, like, he's crying and complaining on every possession?
I'm kind of like Luka in that situation. I never reflect.
Oh, okay.
I say the film don't lie. No, I'm kidding. No, Jason Kidd said this, though. He did say it to your point. He said Luka has a bullseye on his chest. Celtics are putting him in every pick and roll and attacking. He has to be able to guard. So that's a way Jason Kidd has to kind of communicate with Luka Donic and say, hey, look, dude, you're attacking you. Do I need to put the film on over and over and embarrass you? Do I need to put the film on and show you that you're not defending? Hold yourself accountable. And I'm sure other players on that team said, look, dude, you're selling this out.
Well, and to me, like, there's two elements to this. There's clearly the, caring defensively, and then there's your actions when you look petulant. Like he does. He comes off as petulant and a crybaby and a whiner. And I think the totality of both of those things makes him very unlikable.
No, it is. And you wonder how many guys will flock to Dallas to try to play with him. Look, you're going to get easy shots playing with Luka Donic, and he is 25 years old. He's a baby in terms of the NBA years. But boy, he's been a pro since he's 13 years old. Would they allow all this whining in Europe? Will they allow all this whining in Spain, when he's playing for Real Madrid? I don't know. But wherever he picked this up at, maybe he watched the NBA from overseas and LeBron James was his favorite player. And LeBron James is known to whine a time or two. Spinoni, you've got the LeBron James experience with the LA Lakers. How many times LeBron goes to a referee and talks to him?
Oh, we talked about it yesterday, the Boston Celtics regular season game where he was crying at the end because he didn't get the foul call.
Threw a temper tantrum.
Is LeBron this bad, though, or am I blinded by LeBron's greatness?
No, he's not this bad.
Okay.
Luka did like Luka did. Yeah,
no, he doesn't. LeBron's
like
smart when it comes to fouling and his foul discernment. He just won't foul. He knows he's too important to foul out.
Yeah, yes.
Luka has to realize that, too. But when you commit a foul 90 feet away from the basket.
In the open floor.
90 feet away from the basket. Under your own rim, you're committing fouls. What are you doing? So somebody's got to get to him. Maybe it's Kyrie Irving. Maybe Kyrie is trying to do that. Maybe Jason Kidd is trying to do that. Maybe it has to be, I don't know. But somebody's got to get to it because that's not a good brand of basketball, and that's going to alienate yourself from other players in this league, and other people are going to look at you saying, yeah, he's a great player. I'll probably be able to play easy basketball with him, but how fun will it be to play with somebody who's whining every possession while ball pounding on offense? You got to move the ball, dude. You got to move the ball against the Celtics. Did you not learn from the Golden State Warriors? Did you not learn from the Miami Heat?
As a teammate, it feels like, and I felt like this with James Harden, even though there's a lot of differences, but the similarity is like, I'm going to hold the ball for the whole possession, and then I'm going to kick it out to you, and if you don't hit shots, it's not my fault. No. It's your guys' fault.
It's not.
And you guys have to offset my defense. It's not that I'm a poor defender. It's that I'm literally unwilling to even try. Yeah. And that to me, because it's the big E. On defense, it's effort, right? You could be horrific in terms of lateral movement and all those things.
That's all they want.
Can you just literally use your basketball IQ and care a little?
Well, the Celtics are starting to steamroll them right in the third quarter. I forget who it was. PJ Washington maybe thought he got fouled. Tatum was contesting it. It was either Lively or I think it was Lively the third, Lively the second, whatever. And they're going for a rebound and they call out of bounds on Derek Lively, and it was obvious that Tatum had hit his arm and they didn't call the foul. Whatever. It's a bang bang
on
play.
The dunk?
No, it wasn't even on the dunk. It was just going for an offensive rebound.
Gotcha.
And Luka's doing this. He's got his arms out and he claps at the referee. I don't know if it was Mark Davis or the other guy, where he just goes, "Wake the bleep up. Wake the bleep up." I'm thinking to myself, and later on in the broadcast, Mike Breen said, man, there hasn't been a technical foul assessed yet in this series. And I'm thinking, how the hell has Luka made it 3 games without getting the tech? Now, when the whistle comes around next season, I guarantee the officials are going to tell Luka, we're not taking this any longer.
Well, he's disrespectful.
Who the hell are you?
He's disrespectful.
Just clapping at us, telling us to wake up. Now, I saw him do, wake up, wake up. And you know what? I hate to say this, but if that's Draymond Green, boy, he's getting teched. He's getting teed up.
Well, we can admit in the middle, like their priors and all those other things matter. But now the narrative is changing amongst the officials. I guarantee you they're watching this.
Oh, no.
And I guarantee you, to your point, that moving forward, he will be a marked man with this kind of stuff. Look, this is the way I would put it. It's unbecoming of his status and how good he could be in the league. Period. And if I was running the league, I would have a sit down talk, because like at the end of the day, you need these stars. I would have a sit down talk with him, but I don't think Adam Silver has the guts. I think he's spineless. But I would sit down with him and be like, Luka, you are so good, like so good. You could run this league for the next 10 to 15 years. You're going to be able to do whatever you want. You got to dial it back a little. Okay?
Yeah.
If you're complaining on every single possession, and this is where I would have video cut up for him as he comes in, just 10-minute montage, and I guarantee you a minute in, he'd be like, cut it off. I get it.
Right.
Like, he would be embarrassed.
Well, I think Jason Kidd, I'll be interested to see how Jason Kidd relays that message to him. I know when they brought Kyrie Irving down there, and Kyrie Irving was out working him in practice, and Coach was like, look, dude, that's Kyrie. You think you're better than him? Look at how he's working in practice. He's not messing around. He's not, out here whining left and right. Kyrie has actually been a model citizen on the floor. And you look at Luka on the other side, it's just like, damn. So I don't know what you do about it, but Windhorst did ether him. He did ether him, and now the Mavericks are down 3-0. And again, I just, watching every single possession, it's just like Luka. Even there's a couple plays where he does get up, he misses a three, he complains, and then there's Tatum down on the other end for an open dunk. It's like, Luka, if you weren't complaining, they don't get a layup at the other end. It's the little things that just adds up. And it's finally caught up with the Dallas Mavericks. And it's caught up with Luka. You know what? Boston is taking full advantage of it. They've hunted Luka over and over and over again and said, oh, your best player, we're going to mark him up. Now, they tried to do that with Stephen Curry. And Steph Curry held his own. Why? Because you brought up the big E. Effort defensively.
Well, and also to Steph's credit, I think Steph put on the appropriate weight that he needed to bulk up.
Yep.
Look, he's never going to be bulky, you know what I mean, just by his frame and the amount of cardio he does. But he did add to his physique. We can all see that, right? Like, Luka, one of the knocks on him, it's not just defensive effort. His physique is a part of what makes him who he is. And I think part of his play or his style of play is baked into the fact that he looks out of shape, whether that's real or not.
Yep, no, he looks out of shape. 888-957-9570. Thoughts on these NBA Finals and Luka Doncic. Would you want to root for Luka? Warrior fans, is that somebody you... Obviously, if you play for the Golden State Warriors, we lock in on them and, we rock with them. But at the same time, it's almost unwatchable.
Well, this is why I don't think he could ever be the face of the league. I mean, there's a variety of reasons. I don't think he's likable. I think he's a whiner and a crybaby. And I think one thing about America is we do not like whiners and crybabies. We just don't. We don't. We don't like excuses. We don't like complainers. We don't like those people. I don't know. You saw the Bill Walton clip that was circulating around. The two threes that John Wooden lived by. And he would tell everyone, don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, don't whine, don't complain, don't make excuses. And I thought that was just such a great summation. Yeah. And I look at someone like Luka, and it's like the whining, the complaining, and the excuses part. He's not accepting culpability.
But you know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's 25 years old.
Okay, sure.
LeBron James, how old was he when the Miami Heat lost to the Dallas Mavericks in the NBA Finals? And remember, LeBron James has some questionable press conferences.
Absolutely.
At the end, he goes, well, I get to wake up and live my life. You guys got to wake up and live your life.
I'm sure
and your
he
life is not
that.
as good.
Yeah,
no doubt.
That was a bad moment for LeBron.
He was 27 years old.
I'm sure that was a bad moment
27 years old.
His second finals, by the way.
But I also felt like everyone, just not to defend LeBron, because there's no defense. It was bad. A moment I'm sure he regrets. But everyone on the planet was looking to throw egg in his face and stone him, metaphorically. And I thought it was overkill, just personally.
I thought it was that's what happens. When you're the boss of the league and you want to be the face, and when you want to go out there and you mock Dirk Nowitzki walking into the arena and you're talking about not 5, not 6, not 7.
It's true.
You kind of bring it out to yourself. And LeBron didn't handle that situation well. He didn't handle that situation well. He just didn't. And he chastised the media, basically said, oh, you guys got to wake up and live your life, and I get to wake up and live mine. It wasn't a good touch.
No.
It wasn't good for him.
We agree there.
And Luka last night complaining about the officials and basically blaming the officials for a 6th foul, saying this is the NBA Finals. What are we doing? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? There's 3 fouls that I saw. I was like, what are you doing? You're blowing the game, son. All of a sudden, you guys are, and you know what? There's some front-running tendencies right now with Luka. He's rolling. So? He's rolling. He's talking trash. He's looking at the crowd. He's bucking everybody. And as soon as that game started to flip, his attitude started to flip.
Well, he always
does. He started complaining and crying. Hey, what's up? You're playing this. Where's the foul? Where's the foul? Where's the foul? It's like, dude, just play ball.
But there is a thing with him that I've noticed throughout this playoffs. He always has these like injuries. And like, whenever he plays poorly or whatever, it
starts limping.
Yeah, he's just. I think he's very dramatic. Just in general, I think he's dramatic, and I don't think he's very likable. He's absolutely, unbelievably fascinating when it comes to a watch. I think he's unbelievably talented. I think he's very unlikable.
He's entertaining, no doubt.
He ruins your zone.
He's very unlikable.
He's so annoying that he is entertaining because you're watching to see what Luka's doing, and he'll get back on defense half-hearted. He'll look for a ref. And he'll find a referee to talk to over and over and over again. And I'm just looking at Jason Kidd thinking, Jay Kidd can't be enjoying this. He can't be enjoying coaching a guy like this where it's just like, yeah, he's a great player. He can be Larry Bird, but the nonstop whining, nonstop, not playing defense. I think that's the biggest crime. Forget the whining for a second. And forget all the bitching and moan that he's doing to the referees. It's the way he doesn't pay attention to detail on defense. whether he's guarding on the ball or off the ball. He's just bad. Well, he's not even trying. Like, it's the NBA Finals, and he's in the paint with his arms down, half-hearted, trying to play defense with no rim protection. And on the flip side, you see Jason Tatum, who's at times struggling with his shot, but he said, I'm going to lock in defensively, and I'm going to give it my all on this end of the floor.
I'm so glad you made the comparison. Contrast it with Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, one of the most humble stars I've ever seen. When he came into the league, he didn't have fanfare. He wasn't, a professional overseas or whatever.
No, when he got picked number 3 overall,
I thought it was a way overdraft.
A lot of people said that he reached. He reached. But we also thought the same with Jason Tatum.
But I look at Jaylen Brown and where he is now. He's gotten better every single year. I don't think he's as talented as some of these other guys. He's worked on his physique. Yep. He's worked on his game. He's added elements to it. And when I look at someone who just plays hard-nosed ball, I respect the hell out of Jaylen Brown. If anything, I have gained more respect specifically for Jaylen Brown over the last couple of years. All of the vitriol, and I see all the negativity. He's the reason why they can't win, and people pointing the finger, trying to split up him and Tatum. I find it very refreshing the way they go about their business and the way that the Boston Celtics went about keeping that core together and then adding to the gumbo, if you will, and throwing things in there. And now they're going to reap the benefits of it. Because I look at Luka and I look at Jaylen Brown. Jaylen represents everything that Luka doesn't right now. And I'm pulling for Jaylen Brown.
I'm pulling for Tatum, too. I'm pulling for both of them. Obviously, Jaylen Brown, I watched a lot of him at Cal. Him and Quanzo Martin when he was a head coach. That's when Logan Murdoch and I would be in Berkeley a lot at Haas Pavilion, covered a lot of Cal Berkeley games. And Jaylen Brown was always a stand-up dude. What I hope doesn't happen as the Celtics are going to win their record 18th NBA championship. 18th NBA championship. I hope, because right now Jaylen Brown's going to win the Finals MVP. I think know how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason Tatum couldn't even win Finals MVP.
Oh, that's stupid.
But it's going to be a knock on him.
You're right.
Let me tell folks. Dumb. Do you know Larry Bird's championship in 1984? You know who won Finals MVP in that series?
No, because no one cared back then.
Nobody cared. But Cornbread Maxwell won the Finals MVP against the Lakers in 1984. Cornbread Maxwell is now a Boston Celtics analyst on NBC Sports Boston. Nobody cares. Larry doesn't care. Kevin McHale doesn't care. Celtic fans doesn't care. But there's going to be some Reddit and some dumb dialogue saying, well, Jason Tatum wasn't even the best player on this team. No, well, I think they were right there. Jason Tatum had a dip. He kept them in the game in the first half. Did we not see the 13 points in the first quarter, the 20 points in the first half? Tatum was just as solid, 35-5. 35-5, but there's going to be some stupid-ass rhetoric that, well, Jason Tatum needs a Finals MVP to feel valid. No, he doesn't. They just brought home a championship. They're 64-18. They're running through the playoffs. They're 15-2 right now in the East. And maybe they had an easy run, but you do what you got to do against these teams. You win the game.
Here's the beauty of Tatum. I don't think he cares.
Doesn't. I don't think he does it. I don't think he does.
And that's why I think that they, look, I'm not a Boston sports fan at all. At all. But I find their players to be very likable. They just have a very likable team. Yeah. Look, I root for the small white guy, so of course I'm going to like Pritchard. I admit it. All right, I admit it. I like the little hustler off the bench. I think he's only got one bucket in the whole series, but I root for him.
He was unplayable against the Golden State Warriors.
No doubt.
And there was Trey talks about Peyton Pritchard coming to the Golden State Warriors.
You know I love me a TJ McConnell and Pritchard. You know I do. Okay, I just do.
Austin Reeves.
I don't mind him. I don't. Whatever.
Well, but Austin Reeves is bigger. I like the smaller point guard. I don't know. Anyway, but I've never liked the Celtics, but I watch the way they go about it. I'm listening to Joe Mazzulla. I really like Joe Mazzulla. I appreciate the way Jaylen Brown goes about it. I think they're a very likable team, and yet I'm not sure how much it resonates.
Nah, they're going to win their 18th NBA championship, though. And they're going to have a parade. And people are going to say they had the easiest run to the NBA Finals. I heard the same damn rhetoric with the Golden State Warriors. So it doesn't surprise me. Once you're a champion, and you handle your business like a champion, and look at these guys playing heavy minutes. Jason Tatum, 42 minutes. Drew Holiday, 42 minutes. Derek White, 42 minutes. Jaylen Brown, 41 minutes. And you see Luka, and Kyrie played 45 last night. Luka played the 38 before fouling out. He would have been up there at 42. But your boy Dwayne Fontana shut out Reardon, even though I'm never wearing a Crusader hat, Shasky or Dwayne Fontana. Never doing that. I don't even think I'm allowed at the Crusader Forum anymore. Anyway.
Well, I mean, just stop slandering the place.
No, I can't help myself. It's easy to slander. Luka is in a good enough condition to sustain it on both ends of the floor for a long time. Now, you see why Michael Finley took that beer away from him after winning the Western Conference Championship. Well, that's the thing. You just got to take your conditioning right. You got to take it seriously. Like, you have. If you're Luka Doncic, isn't this alert? If you're not going to get humbled by this situation, nothing will.
Well, it feels like he runs that organization, so I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Like, there was a lot of guys that I thought would, alter their, way of going about business. But when you're rewarded at every single level, has Draymond changed any of his stripes?
He hasn't.
So I don't know. We will see. I was, star watching. I don't know if you were doing the same thing. Patrick Mahomes is the only person of note who's in the crowd. That's it. All we have is Brittany and Patrick Mahomes.
No, Dirk Nowitzki was there.
Saw Steve Nash there.
Okay.
Emmitt Smith.
I did see Emmitt Smith. Good call on that.
No Dak or Micah. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
What?
No Dak Prescott. No Micah Parsons.
Nobody.
Right, yeah.
Not even Jared.
Was some rappers. Big Plug. Big X the Plug. Was he there?
Hey, they could have used Patrick Mahomes on the court, I feel like. It was bad. It was like no one else outside of Kyrie Irving. By the way, you guys were talking about that. Like, Kobe and Shaq, obviously. Kobe got on Shaq because he didn't condition himself later on there. Shaq obviously had the accomplishment, so he felt like he can rest on his
Kobe
laurels
was
a
right,
little bit.
though.
He was
but
right,
also
he needed to give there's different ways to motivate people, and that wasn't the way to motivate
For
Shaq.
sure.
By the way,
do you think Kyrie Irving could do that, though? I don't know if he's built like Kobe, because he looks up to Kobe a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think he's built like that to get after Luka and condition him.
I don't know.
I don't know, but I know he outworks him in practice.
Yep.
When he first got to Dallas, I knew some of their members of the coaching staff, and they're like, this guy outworks Luka. And it's showing Luka with his actions, not his words, on how to work as a superstar. By the way, a stat line with Shaq, because all the anniversaries of the finals are coming up. He had a game against the Pacers, Shaq, where he had like 40 points, 21 rebounds. He was 18 of 39 from the free throw line. He missed 21 free throws and still had 40 and 20. That's Shaq in a nutshell. It's like, man, if you just hit half your free throws, he would have 50 points. He missed 21 free throws.
Rick Barry on hold right now talking about how he needs to go underhand.
Man, Rick Barry's probably right over that game.
Enough.
He could have 55 points. He left 55 points.
Well, Rick would always say, like, he's unplayable in the final minute.
Yes.
I mean, that's what he would always talk about it. One last thing on Kyrie, Luka. It felt like to me, with like 8 minutes to go, Luka was like, just take it, Kyrie. And like deferring, and I felt like the team was feeding off Kyrie, trying to, go in the half court. Just my feel on it. It felt like the moment was a little too big for Luka.
Yeah, he had a little give up in his game yesterday. But hopefully he gets humbled and he becomes better for this, because the league needs Luka to be better. The NBA fan needs Luka to be better. We want to hug this guy. We want to love Luka Doncic because he is a great player. Boy, if you don't learn your lesson after this series, if you're not humbled by what's transpired in the first 3 games, then nothing will ever humble Luka Doncic. He's only 25 years old. There is room to grow for Luka as the Mavericks are down 0-3 in this series. All right, Big Facts, Big Cap coming up next here on the Morning Roast. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. What's coming up on Safeway? What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Safeway, I should say. Big Facts or Big Cap?
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA.
right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Dave Fleming at 8:30, Jason Richardson 9:20. Right on day for that. Big offseason for the Golden State Warriors. So speaking of the Warriors, at some point in the show, we're going to get into something here. This is an anniversary date. June 13th is a special day in Bay Area sports history. June 13th, and something we'll get into in just a second. Matt Cain's perfect game, Oracle Park, against the Houston Astros, who just left town. May have been one of the worst baseball teams, but a perfect game is a perfect game. Gregor Blanco with the catch.
Altuve in the lineup.
Game. Yep, he was. Young Altuve. He's been there for a long time. And then it was the last game ever played at Oracle Arena in Oakland, California, when they lost to the Toronto Raptors in 6 games. But I don't think I think that championship run, or the lack of a championship run, but I think a lot of Warrior fans appreciated the effort that they gave despite all the injuries. Like, they went out like champions.
For sure.
And now we've been 5 years removed from Oracle Arena, so I do want to get, has Chase Center formed its own identity? But it's a special day. We'll talk about the perfect game with Matt Cain. We'll relive those highlights. We'll relive Game 6 against the Toronto Raptors in just a second. But, man, a lot going on this date, Lubbock. A lot going on June 13th in the Bay Area.
I know. So the Matt Cain perfect game, this is always my dad's birthday today, June 13th.
Happy birthday, Pops.
Yeah, and my great-grandmother, my Nana, and my cousin Joey, all on the same day. How random is that? My sister had graduated from, I don't know, she was doing nursing school or something like that. We went to Buca de Beppo, right over there.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Harrison? Howard. There we go.
Yep.
And we were at Buca de Beppo, and I remember, like, my phone, this is back in, like, the, original days of cell phones, the phone was, like, buzzing. I was like, what's going on? We went down into the bar and watched the final 3 innings in the bar of the Matt Cain perfect game.
Wow.
Me, my brother, and my dad. It's pretty cool. I'll never forget it.
Where's I at? I was at the Bachelor Pad with Big Dog, and we were just... Game was on. We were trying to figure out what we're going to do at night, probably.
Were you hitting the bong?
No, it wasn't the bong. But
okay.
that was Big Igor Spivak. That was his bong. He had the 8-foot bong. By the way, it was his birthday yesterday.
Thank you.
It was his birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Igor Spivak.
A lot of June babies.
Yeah, a lot of June babies. My dad's birthday was 2 days ago.
Oh, nice.
Happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday.
Wet's birthday's on Saturday.
Oh.
A lot of Geminis out here. A lot of Two-Faces. That's what Gemini is there. Like,
what's Wet's song? Is it Wipe Me Down? Like, what is his?
What is his song?
If your name is Wet, you have to have a song associated.
Well, he's got a lot of songs. He's got a lot of songs.
Wipe Me Down.
I won't even get into
Wipe Me
how.
Down. Give me some little boosty.
I don't even want to get into how he got named Wet, but we're gonna leave that alone. Actually, he got
Cameron,
named.
Get your wet wipes.
He got named Wet actually on the way to a Giants game. On the way to a Giants game. Speaking of which,
I didn't know you like to get wet.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was thinking of. The Chappelle Show's.
I don't you like to get wet. Well, Denzel Washington did the training day too.
Exactly, but I always just go to Wayne Brady though. You just kind of have to.
Exactly. Well, that's where the Wayne Brady stole it from the training.
Yeah, I know.
Right. I know. Sorry.
I just love when Ethan Hawke is sitting there high. He's like, "Oh man, I didn't know you like to get wet."
Training day is so over the top.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you right now, I don't care what anyone says. I love it.
No, it doesn't age well.
And
I watched it not too long ago. I was like, "Oh, this wouldn't fly today."
It was, in part of it, not all of it, but part of it was inspired by some San Francisco police officer.
Yeah, that's what I hear. It's the rumor of the street. But
I just
love when he looked at Ethan Hawke. I didn't know he liked to get wet. He's like PCP. Sherb. He's naming all the time. The way he said it.
Good.
And when Ethan Hawke, because I actually watched that movie. I actually watched that movie at the Kabuki with front office Igor Spivak, who just enjoyed, and my boy Alex Applebaum.
With a glass of wine?
We went to, no, it was pre-glass of wine. This was old school janky Kabuki where you can sneak in.
What year did it come out?
But we watched the movie, and we were all high. And I remember when Ethan Hawke was in the passenger seat after smoking when he smoked, and he was sitting there seeing things high. I was like, man, I can relate to this. I remember in the movie, it was like, wow. And then Little Scrappy had the song, "You Don't Want No Problems."
So good.
That was one of the songs on the soundtrack.
Little Scrappy's like only one of two hits.
Yeah, only hit. Then he became a star of Love and Hip Hop.
So hard.
Oh, he became a star of Love and Hip Hop. "You Don't Want No Problems." But watch that movie with Igor Spivak. I just remember he said, I didn't know he liked to get wet. PCP, sure. But the way he said it, the tone in which Denzel Washington said it was unbelievable.
It's all time.
Can you pull that, by the way? No, we probably shouldn't pull
Training Day came out in 2001.
2001.
It's still, I don't care what anyone says, even if it's over the top.
23 years old.
Like Scarface, it still holds up.
Damn.
Oh, Lil Scrappy had Money in the Bank. That song's still song.
Oh, yeah. I got Money in the Bank. Shorty, what you drink?
Play me some Training Day. Play me some Lil Scrappy. I want to feel
Shorty,
good today.
what you I got money in the bank. Shorty, what you drink? Oh, man, I might have to play that in the Batmobile. By the way, 510, Xfinity Mobile text line. Game 5 win in the 2022 NBA Finals. Andrew Wiggins double-double a couple years ago at Chase Center against the Boston Celtics.
I already forgot about it.
Yeah, we all.
Well, Wiggins. What? I'm being honest. Why am I the only one who's honest?
I sent it in the thread yesterday, but the fact, like a year ago at the Fieldwork Brewing Co. Summit, we were having a conversation about trading Wiggins for Jaylen Brown.
No.
The station had a conversation about it.
No.
The station did.
No.
Mark Willard did.
This wasn't at Fieldwork Brewing Company.
Don't put words into Bonte's mouth.
This was at the first summit at Buonvino.
Apologies to Buonvino.
Yeah, Buonvino. We're out there at Buonvino because I'll never forget it.
Steiny thought he was like winning the day.
No, he not that day. Not that day. No, Willard was. No, this is.
I missed that.
This is Buonvino. This is when Willard came to me for the first question, and Shasky interrupted me and took the question.
That's right. I took
Bonte,
the ball.
what do you think? And Shasky jumped right in. I was like, okay, all right. I didn't know your name was Bonte, but okay.
Well, he told me for 3 days leading up to it, I'm not even going to talk.
No, I said I was going to play 4 quarters offense. And then everybody said that, and then everybody wants to talk.
Well, I'm your Christian McCaffrey, and you're Brock Purdy.
I had to go take Cabanas out with the. I was trying to chill.
I was rooting against Bonte.
Yeah, I know, Guru. You always do. But that's when Steiny and Willard, they were talking about the Celtics say no. I trade Jordan Poole, Kuminga, and Andrew Wiggins right now for Jaylen Brown. The Celtics say no. And I was like, I think they would say yes. Now, I turned out to be wrong in that. But however, that same year, I remember texting Mark Willard, Game 7 against Miami. Jaylen Brown had a horrific game. And we're all down on Jaylen Brown. And then he got the big money contract because that was baked into the equation. Are you ready to pay Jaylen Brown $300 million? Are you ready to make him the highest paid player in the NBA with Steph Curry on your team? I think a lot of people said no. Now,
it's a lot of pocket watching.
Not a pocket watching. That's what we do. We pocket watch. KC actually has a segment up there in ESPN 1320. Pocket watching.
I like that.
Yeah, I do like that. Pocket watching. We're always pocket watching. I'm always fashion watching. I'm always seeing if are they wearing Gucci's? Are they wearing Monclers? Are they wearing?
Who are you talking about now? NBA players?
Yeah, I'm always. Are we
talking about
watching.
KC and D-Lo?
I'm watching fit players. I'm watching WNBA players. I'm watching all the fits. What do they wear? They're wearing Louis Vuitton. Oh, she has a Gucci belt.
You're locked into the Cameron Brink fit checks?
Angel Reese personally, but I'm gonna leave that alone. She was Chanel'd out the other day.
Don't talk about that.
No, we can talk about it. She was wearing all Chanel.
In the words of JJ Redick, can we just talk about X's and O's?
No, we can't do that.
He's interviewing for the Lakers job according to Woj this weekend. Shams is right all along.
Yeah, he's probably the favorite. After Woj basically negotiated Dan Hurley's contract with the Lakers. Good job, Woj. Thought you was a reporter. Where are we at here? Where are we going?
I don't know. You were all over the place.
No. We're talking about Jaylen Brown and Buonvino, and then we went down the rabbit hole of that. So it was a lot of fun. So I guess everybody was right about Jaylen Brown. Should have maybe traded for him. Even though the Celtics probably... Oh, wow, Denzel Washington. Did you know this?
What?
He won an Oscar for Training Day.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
Probably wasn't even his best role. It's kind of like when Leo won it for Revenant, but like no one thinks that's his best role. Like I think
Training Day is iconic, though.
It is. I think Philadelphia, when he's the lawyer for Tom Hanks, that is one of the all-time roles I've seen.
John Q?
Yeah. That was pretty good. Crimson Tide.
Glory.
Glory's an all-timer. He's got so many good ones.
What about Remember the Titans?
Man on Fire?
Remember the Titans? Wow.
That's an all-time role for him, Remember the Titans.
Yes, Remember the Titans is absolutely one of the best.
That's so many great roles.
I mean, yeah, he's great and everything. I mean, what's the one with Ray Allen? Come on.
He got game.
And he's got so many great ones.
Being Alonzo, though, in Training Day, and then he gets taken out by the Russians.
Oh, he was him.
I remember the day she was like, yeah, well, that's why you don't mess with the Russians. KGB, whenever you hear that name, you duck for cover.
No comment.
I don't know if you guys saw what he did. Macbeth, the Shakespearean play, and I think the Coen brothers directed it. It's actually really good. I don't think it was nominated, but it just shows his range as like a Shakespearean actor as well. Because a lot of these guys, you don't know that they're classically trained, like theater guys, like to go like so. It was really incredible, like because a lot of them make their bones on Broadway and stuff like that. But Denzel, he's just so well versed, man. He can be Macbeth, he can do Shakespeare, he can do Training Day. Are you kidding me?
Malcolm X. Forgot about Malcolm X. Uncle G, 510.
So
maybe that's a
opened the door for me.
What's Denzel Washington's best role? What's his best acting job he's ever done? So people are into that. We can do Big Cap, Big Facts.
We'll do it in 1 second. Yesterday, I want to close the lid on something. Yesterday, we brought up Hugh Jackman. The movie that he was in that I highly recommend to everyone, I think is a phenomenal one. It's called Prisoners with Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal is also in a new show on Apple Plus called Presumed Innocent. It's brilliant. It's 2 episodes in. It's brilliant.
How do you have time to watch all these shows and movies?
Well, Giants game was off. I had about a 4-hour window. It was me and LJ. We were working on he's gripping the big plastic bat, and I throw the ball off the bat, and he giggles like crazy.
That's pretty cool.
Like he's hitting it. It's pretty funny.
That's pretty cool.
Jake Gyllenhaal,
So
if you've ever seen it, and we're doing movie spots here on the Morning Roast.
Yeah.
Nightcrawler, one of his more creepy roles that he's done.
Movie.
Really good.
See, I had time. Baby Chess, she doesn't allow me to do much. So, because she's active and running around and we're role playing. I'm Cat Noir. She's Miraculous Ladybug, and we're doing the whole
Have you watched
thing.
the movie on Netflix, by the way, Bonte?
Oh, no, I haven't.
They have it. So if you're ever in a tight spot and you need a surprise real quick, there's this new movie that came out on Netflix for the Ladybug. There you
Miraculous
go.
Ladybug and Cat Noir. Papa, this is a movie, so, sometimes I'm Hawkmod. I am Hawkmod. What is it? Akubata. What's the butterfly? Akuba. Go get her. I don't know.
Are you serious?
You'll get there one day.
Yeah.
You'll get there one day.
My buddy Della says that you're on the same path of movies that he was with his daughter, but he's like a year ahead of you or whatever. And he says that you guys are on the same trajectory.
Yeah, it's right now she's in the Ladybug. She's got the suit. She's got the earrings. And we'll see how long that lasts because kids move on. And then next thing you know, you're buying all these colored books. And it's like, wait, you're not even playing with this anymore. Anyway. But Denzel Washington, I don't have time to watch movies like that no more. I need to. I'm looking for a new show. Glorious Great with Denzel, Washington, Morgan Freeman, Matthew Broderick. Flight was good.
I don't think I've seen
Flight. You never seen Flight? Oh, man.
Another one, very underrated movie that, Denzel movie does not get enough love.
Flight. He's a pilot who has an alcohol problem.
Oh, and my kind of movie.
He's drunk and he somehow, some way lands his plane. And it was unbelievable. But they find out that, he was drunk. And he had a bad drinking problem.
Like the scene where he's flying the plane upside down.
Right.
It was just, you're watching that was an intense scene.
Right. He's unbelievable. He's so Denzel, man. Could play any role.
All right.
I think that was based on a real story, too.
Yeah, true story. I think it was based on a true story.
Are we going to play a little Big Fact, Big Caps?
On the Morning Roast, we're all about keeping it 100.
Big facts. Big facts. Big facts.
Meaning they agree with something or what you're saying is 100% truthful.
That's because we bring you the facts and call out the cap.
What does Big Cap mean?
It means a lie.
Whoa, he knows what that means.
Right.
I know, I'm a big dork.
So let's play some Big Cap or Big Facts.
There's a lot of cap
on the Morning Roast.
What was that at the end? I've never heard that.
Frank Lucas, American Gangster, by the way. We didn't even mention that one. That was pretty good, too.
It wasn't bad.
He was pretty good. I want to go deep into the Vietnam. Oh, you want to go to Vietnam with all the big mosquitoes and stuff?
Oh, him and Idris Elba. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Frank? You going to shoot me in front of all these people?
Idris is in everything.
And he does that.
He's your 10%. All right, Big Facts or Big Cap.
All right, so are we going to change it up where me and Bonte are doing it at the same time now? Or
yes, Benoni and I will throw the questions at you, and then you guys can put on your caps or hold up your facts.
All right.
I think we only have the helmet in there.
You only got the helmet. You want to wear the helmet?
I'll grab the helmet.
You'll wear the helmet, and I'll just take off my hat and just wear the hat.
There you go. Yeah. We improvised here on the roast.
Yeah, there we go.
So, all right, let's get started then. So, guys, earlier this week, we had Bob Melvin on the stage. He joined Willard and Dibbs, and he said that Luis Matos will be a Giant for a long time. So, Big Cap or Big Facts, Luis Matos will be with the Giants for longer than Jonathan Kuminga will be with the Warriors.
Big Cap. Big Cap. Big Cap. I'm wearing my cap. Big Cap. Luis Matos may be gone in a couple months. Longer than Kuminga. The Warriors, I think, will extend Jonathan Kuminga. They understand they have a young guy here. I'm going Big Cap, Bob Melvin, Bo Mel. Luis Matos might be gone by the deadline.
Kuminga's already been with the Warriors for 3 years. This would be year 4. They're going to extend him probably, or they're going to flip him. Will Matos, because he played last year, played a little bit this year, will he be with the Giants for all of next year? I'm going to go Cap as of right now because I think they're so desperate. They absolutely have to trade something.
Yeah, he may be it. We're both going big Cap.
It's really hard to be a 6-year Giant or a 5-year Giant in baseball. Like, it's tough.
Unless you're Austin Slater, who's having a hell of a week. He's having a hell of a week.
He's back.
All right, let's go. Love it. What you got?
All right, so as we were making fun of Luka in the last segment, talk about whether he can be liked or whatnot. But as he's about to get swept out of these NBA Finals, this is going to be Luka Doncic's, I'll put that in the mispronunciation, only finals appearance of his career. The only finals appearance for Luka.
I'm going to go in. Big facts. I'm selling my Luka stock.
Oh, my God.
I'm selling my Luka stock. Too many things have to go right for him. I think the West is loaded. I think he's a complicated player. He's outstanding. I have questions about him as a teammate. I have questions about him in terms of conditioning. I have questions on him in terms of how much growth he can do. He's phenomenal. A lot of things went their way this year. This was their opportunity. I don't know. I think it's really difficult to get back there.
I'm going to go big cap. Luka Doncic will be back in the NBA Finals. Now, will it be with a different cast of characters? Probably. But he has a lot of threats in Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively II. He's a great regular season player. He can win games by himself in the regular season. They will be a top 5, top 6 team for a long, long time. You can't defend the guy. You really can't. He will find a nice running mate, his Robin. Kyrie's a great Robin, and they're close. Luka will get back to the NBA Finals. I'm going to say big facts. Big facts for Luka.
All right, guys. So this summer, obviously, we got our eyes on 2 big names here in the Bay Area, Klay Thompson and Brandon Ayuk. Big cap or big facts, both of them will be wearing the same uniform next year as they were last year.
Big cap.
Wow.
I'm going to bet on Klay not being with the Golden State Warriors. I hope I'm wrong. This is one I hope I'm really wrong. God. I would love to see Klay finish out his career with the Golden State Warriors. But I'm just following the tea leaves. There's a little smoke. I do believe Klay Thompson will be wearing another uniform next season.
You scare me, Bonte.
I say big facts. I completely disagree. Until I see Klay wearing another uniform, I won't believe it. I just won't. I think he's going to stay with his comfort zone. I think the Warriors are going to finally cave in. They'll find a way to settle. I think cooler heads will prevail, and Brandon Ayuk will be on the 49ers long term. I mean, there's nowhere to go. They're playing this the way that they should. They're slow playing it. There's no need to just give him the $30 million. This is a negotiation. We're in, I don't know, the 3rd or 4th inning of that negotiation. I truly believe both parties want to stay together, and they know it. And I believe at the end of the day, Klay and the Warriors will find a way to get it done.
All right. There it is.
All right. So looks like the new superstar that is going to be in the Giants' eye, or possibly in the Giants' eye, is Mike Trout. Tim Kawakami in The Athletic wrote a piece kind of making the case for why the Giants should go after Mike Trout. Now, he has 7 years left on his contract. Obviously, he's out for the year right now. But he's got 7 years left on this contract for about $37 million per year.
See what you said? 7 years for $37 million per?
Yes.
So he's going to be, this contract expires when he's 41 years old?
In the year 2030, correct.
Oh, my God.
So he will make more all-star teams than he misses in those 7 years. Big cap or big facts?
He'll make what?
In the next 7 years, he will make more all-star games than he misses.
I am going to jump in here, and I'm going to say it's big cap. Mike Trout, I'm sorry. Everybody, you crowned him too early. He's better than Willie Mays. Dude, he had a great 11-year run. So did Ken Griffey Jr. Ken Griffey Jr. is one of the greatest players of all time. Now, you could look at all the advanced numbers and the WAR and this. I'm taking Ken Griffey Jr. Me. I'm not saying you're wrong taking Mike Trout, but did you see the back end of Griffey's career? And Griffey had similar injuries. I actually think Mike Trout has been more injured over the last couple of years than an older Griffey. So, no, I hate to do this. One of the great players of all time, but no, I'm fading him. He's not going to make more All-Stars than he doesn't over the next 7 years. There's no way.
So he'd have to make 4 All-Star teams and miss 3. He'd have to be healthy, Correct. Number one.
Something else to consider, the All-Star game is a big popularity contest.
It is.
Could the popularity of Mike Trout kind of get him into an All-Star game that maybe the numbers don't justify?
37-year-old Mike Trout, 38, 39-year-old.
4 All-Stars. Yeah, I'm going to say big cap. Big cap. Big cap.
Alrighty. Speaking of All-Stars.
Shasky said everything, and I don't disagree with him. I mean, he's 34 years old. He's hurt. He hasn't played more than 79 games in the last 4 years. The Angels, nobody cares about the Angels anymore.
Nope.
And now you got guys like Soto in the American League. Now you got a lot more competition in the American League at those spots. And what if he just DHs? Well, you got Aaron Judge, you got Giancarlo Stanton, you got plenty of DHs out there. Baltimore's got a slew of candidates. Yeah, I think
maybe he moves to the National League. That changes things.
And part of his value is his legs. And when his legs start to go, he's a great player. But part of what made him was his lower body. I'm sorry, I'm not banking on his lower body staying healthy.
It's just a shame. It's probably one of the most wasted careers in baseball when you think of just how great he was versus the lack of postseason exposure.
But that's baseball.
It's a shame. It really stinks.
Ask Don Mattingly how that gone.
Tony Gwynn.
I mean, there's a lot of players.
But in this era where those guys played in an era where it was a little bit harder to make the playoffs.
It's true.
Trout played in the wild card era. He played in the extra wild card era. He played in the 2 extra wild card eras. Still didn't make it. It sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, baseball is littered with a bunch of guys like Robin Yount, who only had a couple of playoff moments. Robin Yount's one of the greatest players of all time. Paul Molitor, he had to bounce around.
He had to go to Toronto later on in his career.
I'm just saying, I know we expect, it's the NBA, you have all these playoff moments. You really don't.
No, you don't.
Yes, with the expanded playoffs, it's different now, but, again, I'm not trying to be a hater. Willie Mays is the greatest center fielder of all time, all right? I'm probably going to lean me because I'm biased. I'm going to go Griffey over Trout. I'm not mad, though, if you go Trout over Griffey. But there's a Mickey Mantle conversation. There are other people who are going to throw their name into the ring.
That division also, the AL West, it was
loaded.
Loaded. The Astros, that might have been one of the greatest runs we'll see in quite some time. The Rangers, obviously, they were
up and down, but they were up and down for most of Trout's career.
No, but I'm saying, but the A's were good though.
The A's were good. Yeah, it's true. It's a tough division, no doubt. I give you that. No, and the Rangers did make a World Series against the Giants and the Cardinals back-to-back years. No, that's a good point.
All right, we want to go here next. Let's go back to the Warriors here. So, guys, earlier this week on his podcast, Draymond Green says there is still a window, albeit a small one, for the Warriors to win a title. Big cap or big facts, there is still a window open for the Warriors to win a title right now.
Slim, but I'm going to go big facts because number 30 is on the team. And number 30 is still a guy who's going to have that gravitational pull. And you look at the Western Conference, and there's going to be a lot of chaos in the NBA. I truly believe this offseason, we're going to see a lot of movers and a lot of shakers. I'd be surprised if we didn't. But I'm going to say the Warriors do still have a small window. As long as 30 is playing at this level, I'm going to say big facts. They still have a chance to win another championship. Although a small chance, they have a chance to win an NBA championship.
I'm going to agree with Bonte here. I'm going to go big facts. And in the words of Lloyd Christmas and Harry Dunn, so you're telling me there's a chance?
Yes, there are.
There is. I mean,
it's too much for me.
I mean, it is like a speck of sand at Cabo's Beach, but there is an opportunity. In the words of Guru, the math is there.
The math is there? What math? The finances? Second apron? Is that math?
The math is just one number, 30. I agree with you, Bonte. As long as Steph's on the team, they're going to be a threat to be in the mix. So, guys, I don't know if you saw earlier this week, Joey Chestnut was banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating competition because he took up a sponsorship deal with I believe, an Impossible Meat hot dog brand.
Yeah, you don't know what Impossible Burger is?
Yeah.
It's basically a vegetable protein substitute for meat. That's the best way I would describe it.
By the way, Mike Trout, 32, not 34. 32, thanks to the 347 Xfinity Mobile text line. He's 32, not 34. He turns 33 August 7th. So he turns 33. Maybe I'll change my answer on that one. Well, I'm kidding.
So Joey Chestnut, banned from the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. He set the record a few years ago when he ate 76 hot dogs in 10 minutes. Guys, if I gave you 10 hours, you yourself could eat 76 hot dogs in 10 hours. Not 10 minutes, 10 hours.
I couldn't do it.
That's so many.
With the bun?
No bun.
No bun.
No bun?
Big cap, I can't do it.
How much am I getting for this? Because I would know on the front end that I'd have a sore tummy. And then am I allowed to use some sort of mustard or ketchup or something like that?
I don't think you'd want that though, would you?
I might.
You could do what he does and just dunk them in the water.
I don't like regular hot dogs.
Yeah,
I'll eat a Polish dog or a spicy hot dog of some sort. I don't like basic hot dogs.
Together or solo? Combined hot dogs eaten.
No, like you yourself.
Yeah, I'm
going to give you 76 hot dogs in 10 hours.
So here's a better question.
I couldn't eat 20 in 10 hours.
Forget the hot dogs. How many lumpia could you eat in one sitting?
Well, lumpias in 10 hours, I'll eat 77
What's
lumpias.
What's the food that you dominate with? Lumpia for you?
Lumpia,
I think lumpia is up there.
I'll crush lumpia. 77, I'll eat 80 in 5 hours.
And if we got all of our kids together and I just put chips in the middle of the bowl, in the middle of the table, they'd eat 76 bags in 5 minutes.
Shrimp egg rolls. I'll do 70 of those.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't know that about you.
Absolutely. Lumpias, egg rolls, hot dogs. I'm not a hot dog guy.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I don't love hot dogs.
That wouldn't go down right. Oh my gosh. I'd be in the hospital that night.
How many pizza slices do you guys think you could do? Just a standard cheese slice.
After 2 or 3 of any kind of like thicker, I'm stuffed. My wife loves pizza. I'm pizzaed out.
I used to smash whole DiGiorno's back in the day.
Really?
So,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If it's a round table medium, I could crush that in one setting.
He knew
I feel like a medium pizza, you could. That's probably the limit of what you could do on your own.
I love food and food loves me, man.
How many wings? How many chicken wings? Because I could eat a lot of chicken wings.
How spicy?
In an hour?
It's got to be spicy.
Well, you know what's funny?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Before I picked up baby Chaz, I went to the cleaners, picked up some lunch from Wingstop. I hadn't eaten.
Oh, yeah.
So I went by Wingstop. By the way, my boy D up there in Wingstop in Millbrae was a big roaster.
Oh.
He goes, I saw your name come through. I said, hell no, he's not coming in.
This is like when the Gucci box was getting delivered by an unnamed shipping company.
Yeah, no doubt.
Off the hook.
What can Brown do for you?
This cannot be the real Bonte Hill.
What can Brown do for
chicken
you?
wings.
Yeah, what can Brown do for you? So I went to the back at Wingstop and I took pictures with the cooks and stuff like that. I wanted to fry some wings, but I ordered a 10-piece. And I ate those bad boys in like 8 minutes. So I can eat 50 wings in a couple hours, no doubt.
50
Easily.
in a couple. I think you could do that in an hour.
Probably.
And I'm not hating.
I could do that.
I could too. Yeah.
Lemon pepper, garlic parmesan, doesn't matter.
I will tell you this.
Dip it into the ranch, boom.
That chili sauce, you guys know what I'm talking about. That chili Thai, whatever the heck it is.
The sweet chili sauce.
Hung Foy.
For the lumpia, right?
Yeah. I'm telling you, I could eat 100 of those. If I didn't eat the day before and all I had was not the big ones, because there's the big ones. I'm talking about the little ones. I could do the spam ones. I'll do it all day.
Tacos. How many tacos could you eat in an hour?
Doing soft or hard shell?
That's the question.
Soft, I feel like goes a little bit faster than the hard shell.
Okay, full disclosure. I go
like
hard shells at one place. El Burrito on Terraville does the hard shell. That's my favorite hard shell. And I eat usually 6 of those effortlessly, and then I get a whole burrito for later.
Not mad at that.
when I go to Gordo's, I'll get a burrito and then a super quesadilla. And have the quesadilla for later, and then the burrito for the.
We are so off topic.
No, I was definitely going to say we were so fat.
Anything we want to talk about.
I love a nice quesarito. If you get it like from Chipotle when they wrap the whole like burrito in the quesadilla, it's so insane. But I love it. That's fatness right there.
No, that's just
fatness. Everything.
Out of all the taquerias we have in the Bay Area, you're going to go to Chipotle.
Really?
No, I don't. That's not the one I go to, but that's the one that I get the quesarito the most.
No, lay off my guy Sam here. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a freaking Big Mac, all right? Sometimes I'm in the mood for a burrito bowl from Chipotle.
And also all the little local tacos.
The elitist over. When did you guys turn into the food snob?
I ate at Chipotle one time in my life when I was out of the area. And I'm not trying. Chipotle is a very popular business. I'm telling you right now. There are I wouldn't even consider it. I'm sorry. I couldn't.
Well, no, I wasn't sitting here keeping up for Chipotle. Like I was saying, sometimes that is a place I frequent. I go to all sorts of little burrito dispensaries all over the Bay Area, but none of them do quesadillas. They just do standard giant burritos, which works. But sometimes you want to, just make it a little bit fatter.
There's a taqueria a few blocks down the street. Just walk down there.
That's what I'm saying.
You want some real Mexican food?
No, I've had real Mexican food.
No one's saying it's real.
I know it's not, but I'm just saying, no, I know you guys, but Chipotle, I can't even look at it.
I'm with you.
It's the same show the girl that got at me for dogging on Taco Bell. But also,
that's a great
Taco Bell's
point.
great, but we're too good for Chipotle.
Yeah, we are too good for Chipotle. Then they had some things come out in the news where, they had to recall some meat or whatnot.
That's
Remember
every
that?
fast food place.
No, it hasn't happened to Taco Bell. Taco Bell.
No, Taco Bell got rid of salsa verde, and that's where they lost me.
Clean bill of health.
Anymore.
All right, yeah, let's move on. Let's get back into sports. So, guys, Logan Webb pitched yesterday. Pitched very well against the Houston Astros. Right now, he is probably the lock to be the Giants. Everybody gets at least one All-Star. Well, the Giants have more than one All-Star. Big cap, big facts. The Giants will have more than one All-Star.
Big cap. They're only going to have one All-Star. They're only going to have one. And that'd be Logan Webb. Maybe Blake Snell sneaks in. All right, I'm kidding.
They don't deserve it. Big cap, big cap, big cap. As I throw on the 49er helmet right now. They don't deserve it. And this participation trophy era that we're in where everybody gets an all-star. I don't think the Marlins deserve an all-star. I don't think the Rockies deserve an all-star.
No, they don't. That shortstop's pretty good, though. What's his name, Tovar?
Yeah.
He's not bad.
Tovar's not bad.
Ezekiel
22
Tovar.
years old. But, come on. What are we doing?
Well, the Rockies' lone all-star got the MVP last year.
No.
He did get the MVP. I will say this. I do like the representation of every team. I do. For a long time, the Giants only had one representative. It was Barry Bonds. Every now and then you get Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds or Matt Williams and Barry Bonds. Obviously, the Padres only had Tony Gwynn. I like the representation of every single team. Like the A's deserve to see their jersey in the All-Star game.
Yeah, but you're talking about, it's Tony Gwynn. It's Tony Gwynn.
Yeah, no doubt.
Could have been an All-Star every year.
You're saying those years where it seems so bad, where their only rep is a reliever or something.
The Diamondbacks 2 years ago, that guy, Mantiply or whatever the heck his name was their All-Star. And then he came out afterwards, and the Giants just lit him up. It's come on, he did not need to be an All-Star.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to disagree on that one. I kind of like that everybody gets one rule because the All-Star game, it's a fan event. And if you're a fan, I don't care how small a player they are on that team, I want to see my team's guy represented at the All-Star game. It's just, as a fan, I enjoy that, even if it is someone just like a Will Smith, like it was back in 2019.
By the way, Bon Chan, 650 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. You ever been to Bon Chan for the Korean chicken wings?
No, I'm going to check that out.
You've never been to Bon Chan?
No.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Get off at Westboro. Bon Chan is legit. You're right, 650. Bon Chan Korean chicken wings. I mean, you got Sang Tung on Irving Street. Bon Chan's legit. Now I'm getting hungry. My stomach is starting to growl. Go ahead, love it. What else you got?
All right, let's do two more here.
I'm not high.
Big cap or big facts? The YouTube chat will return.
Big facts. And you know what? I do miss the YouTube chat. I do miss it. But I'm not going to get into that. Just trust me, folks, on the YouTube chat. I'm here for you. I'm here with you. I miss you. I see all your tweets. I see all your texts. It will return. Will it return? When? I have no idea.
Next one, we agree on this. Big facts.
All right, one last one here. This is a late edition, but for the right price, Bonte Hill will show up to work in full Reardon gear.
For the right price? What's the price? Big cap.
There's not a single number we can place on that?
I'll never wear that purple. Oh, no. Crusaders. I love you guys. I gave you guys great covers when I covered high school sports. I love Dwayne Fontana. I love Buck. I love you, Shasky. I love Eric Wright. I love my boy Randy Sims. I love Worldwide Hef and Jihad, who's got a dope cafe. I got to get out there in San Leandro. Got to get out there.
TJ
who?
Runs Lose, Reardon.
Oh, TJ. Yeah, of course. TJ.
There's many of us out there.
TJ hit me up not too long ago. I got to get out to Lose. Man. But no, what's the price?
Sal Castaneda.
What's the price?
You love Sal.
$1,000.
I wear all Reardon gear for $1,000.
So I guess it's big facts then.
Big facts. It is big facts.
Look at this. Let me tell you something.
I'm just well-rounded.
Let me tell you. Working in radio as long as I have, everyone has a price.
Everybody has a price.
Especially Bonte Hill.
$1,000? Yeah, I do it.
And one day when Reardon gets sponsored by Louis Vuitton, he'll be all in.
Or Gucci?
Yeah, that one day.
One day. That's, well, you know what? You start getting sponsored by Louis Vuitton and Gucci, then you're going to have other people asking questions about what the hell's going on at Reardon. Let's leave it alone. Oops. Let's leave it alone.
And that was big cap or big facts.
Damn, I'm hungry now. I need to eat these oranges. All that food talk. Burritos, hard shells, soft shells, wings. Damn.
I think Chipotle's open across the street. I'll go and grab you something, all right?
No, they don't open till 10:30. I walk by it every day.
Oh, so you know the time.
They're always cleaning. No,
he's locked in on that Chipotle stuff.
I used to work at Bleacher Report right next door.
I love you so much.
I used to work at.
I love you so much.
Hey, I used to work at Bleacher Report right next door.
He knows what's up.
I worked at Bleacher Report right next door. Trust me. And in our old building, the first building I ever worked for in 95-70 game, in the old building at the other radio station was right there on Hawthorne. And Chipotle was right there on New Montgomery, right across the street from, what is this? The Bird. The Bird with the big old chicken sandwiches.
It's amazing with curly fries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Bird it's a lot.
It's I think they're owned by Super Duper. Same people that own Super Duper. So what's your burrito order now that we're here? Give it to me.
It depends on the day.
Well, I know it does, but like your go-to. You haven't had it for a week and a half, 2 weeks.
I'm at Gordo's. I always get me some boiled chicken.
Okay.
I get me some black beans.
Okay.
Sour cream, guacamole, hot sauce, pico de gallo, and let's go.
It's not bad.
Now, if I could go steak, but I always get everything.
Yeah.
Just give me everything.
Yeah, I'm a Verde guy. Got to have my Verde on there. If they don't have a great Verde, then I'll go with the Roja. That's what I have to roll with. Carne asada is number one, but I will go chicken.
Yeah, the shredded boiled chicken.
The shredded chicken from Gordo's I think it's the best thing they make.
650 should evolve text line. Bonte knows all the burrito dispensaries. I do. What's wrong with that? So I say no to Chipotle, even though Chipotle, if they want to sponsor us, I'm not mad at that. Because I used to go burrito bowls.
Again, I'm not putting Chipotle in the top rankings of anything, but Chipotle, they do bring something to the table, just not what, the little taquerias
Quick
do.
and easy.
Yeah.
Quick and easy.
But you just sound like you live in the suburbs.
I mean, I did kind of grow up in the suburbs, so.
Well, 669.
And I'll say this, living in Miami for 4 years, Chipotle, sadly enough, it's kind of the best burrito spot in Miami, which is really a knock on just how bad, burritos are in Miami. There's not a lot of burrito places in Miami.
Cuban food. Yeah, a lot of Cuban.
Cuban food is great in Miami. Cuban food in Miami is amazing. Cuban food here is not good at all.
Can I say, though, I have traveled to Cuba, Havana.
And?
Was not impressed with Cuban food. Not impressed.
Whoa. What part?
Just not impressed. Just wasn't, just everything about it, the taste. The taste, the seasoning.
See, I love the Cuban seasoning. You do it on the pork. Oh,
yeah.
Hits so hard.
If there's any Cuban restaurants or restaurant owners listening right now, tell us why Bonte is wrong. 888-957-9570.
Give us some examples.
Come on, come.
I was saying in Havana, Cuba, I wasn't impressed. In Havana. I've had Cuban food out here.
I said what I said.
You gotta go to Little Havana in Miami. Maybe try that.
Maybe. Well, that's like the hood, right?
Speaking of impressed, and I do want to get into this, Yordan Alvarez is one of the best baseball players that doesn't get talked about in all of baseball. And a 3-game series against him, that guy has 0 flaws in his game.
No, he's legit.
He is unbelievable.
He did Aramel one yesterday to the backstop.
He wasn't going to throw that guy out anyway.
He wasn't.
Yeah, it helps when he's not injured.
He wasn't. The injury report. The Giants are getting some positive news. Lamont Wade Jr. began taking some grounders as well as doing some light running yesterday as they were getting ready to beat the Astros 5-3. Giants to take on the Angels this weekend. Lamont Wade, of course, had a hamstring injury. He was not expected to be back until later this month, but it's progressing quickly enough that he could be available next week when the Giants face the St. Louis Cardinals at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. Christian Burdigame has a burrito place he wants to recommend. We'll get to him on the other side. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's cut open a game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Best burrito spots in the Bay Area. Could always do that. We got finals talking in this date in history. Couple iconic moments in this date in history. We'll get into that. Plus Dave Fleming at 8:30 as the Giants win a series. Back-to-back series wins from them. Where will they go from here as they try to get back to 500? By the way, John Singleton, not a good series for him and the Houston Astros. All right, 650 City Mobile text line. Chipotle equals Austin Slater. Not this week. Not this week.
The Slater's having a good week.
Could be your National
League. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't.
Hey, he could be your National League Player of the Week, Spinotti.
It bothers me.
Save at Whole Foods Market.
alleyway. The long run for Blanco, and Blanco's going to dive, and he makes the catch! Just an unbelievable catch here in the 7th inning. On the ground, Arias from deep third, got him! And that's a perfect game. And the Giants mobbing Matt Cain on the pitcher's mound. What an unbelievable performance by Matt Cain.
Takes it down the lane, falls down, lost the ball, turnover. Here comes Curry. Curry to Thompson. Thompson to the rim, goes up. He got fouled from behind, trying to dunk it. Danny Green with the foul, and Thompson's hurt. He's hurt.
His left knee. Tim, he is really hurt.
Danny Green fouled him as he flew in for a dunk. He fouled him from behind. How many more injuries must this team go through?
I just don't like the way he reacted when he was on the ground.
We're back at Oracle. The ovation you hear right now is for Klay Thompson. He walked down the tunnel and said, no, I'm not going to the locker room. This is Game 6 of the NBA Finals. I'm going to turn around, walk under his own power, got back to the free throw line. Danny Green came over and said, I'm sorry, didn't mean to knock you down like that, Klay.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. This date in history, June 13th. You had the perfect game for Matt Cain back in 2012 against the Houston Astros, which at the time was the 22nd perfect game in Major League Baseball history. And, of course, Jonathan Sanchez had thrown the no-hitter in 2009, but this was a perfect game, which Matt Cain struck out 14 Houston Astros. A perfect game, June 13th, and the Giants won 10-0. You heard the highlight from Gregor Blanco with that great catch in left center. That was an amazing catch to preserve the perfect game. And then you heard what happened at Oracle Arena in 2019, the last ever NBA basketball game at Oracle Arena, in which Klay Thompson was on the heater against the Raptors. We thought, man, maybe there is going to be a Game 7 in the series. Goes in for a dunk on the fast break. Danny Green hits him, lays down awkwardly on his knee, tears his ACL, and next thing you know, he hits 2 free throws, tries to get back on defense, and Draymond looked at Klay Thompson like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on, man. So anyway, this date in history, some iconic moments in Bay Area sports history.
Poor Klay. I mean, you could hear from JB there. Like, he almost, as a former player, like, kind of felt it right away in terms of how Klay reacted. And, it stinks. It really stinks. The way that whole thing went down. Now, obviously, the perfect game is one that lives in infamy. I mean, baseball's been played for so long. There's only been, 16, 17 now perfect games.
Well, that was the 22nd.
Oh, there you go.
That was the 22nd perfect game.
Maybe I was wrong.
So we've had
there
a few
are two more that follow that year, and then there was
25 total.
Philip Humber did it for the Chicago White Sox, and also King Felix Hernandez did it that year for the Mariners, and then not until last year against the A's, Domingo Germán for the Yankees did it. And there had been a 11-year gap.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's very, 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 very rare. And so that one is just incredible. And it kind of signified, the bottoming out of the Houston Astros. I mean, if you go back and you look, that was in the midst of multiple 100-game losses for that organization. The Giants were on top. Really, and I always think about this, that was like one of the last great moments for Matt Cain. After that 2012 season, he goes into the postseason as your ace. He had some big wins for you. He had the bone spurs in the elbow, and he just never was the same after that, which totally sucks. But I'm glad that he has that moment, because I look at Matt Cain as someone who you could read all the stats, but none of it shows you how great he was. He was a great Giant.
Yeah, he threw 125 pitches in that perfect game, which had been the most thrown in a perfect game in Major League Baseball history at the time. It was the most thrown. He threw 125 pitches. And you look at that lineup for the Houston Astros. I was looking at the box score here. Gregor Blanco led off for the Giants with 2 for 5, 3 RBIs, a home run, and an amazing catch. So he had his fingerprints all over this baseball game. Ryan Theriot in the 2-hole. Emmanuel Burris pinch hit for Ryan Theriot later in the game.
Number 7, shortstop. Wow.
Melky Cabrera, 2 for 5, home run, was batting .367 at the time, June 13th. batting .367.
He was,
Melky.
God, he was so good.
2 for 5. Buster
Until he
Posey.
wasn't.
No, he was still good until he got popped.
Yeah.
Like right at the All-Star game. Like it just, well.
I think it was right around the deadline, too, because was it Pablo was out with the hamate bone injury?
Yes.
And then he came back, so I remember they had all 4 of their guys in the lineup, Posey, Pence, Pablo, and Melky. They had them all in the lineup for like one day, and then Melky got popped the next day.
Well, Pence wasn't on this team yet during the perfect game. Wasn't there yet. Angel Pagan, 0 for 4, but he was batting behind Buster Posey, who had 2 for 5, was batting .294 at the time. Pablo Sandoval was 3 for 4 that day with 2 RBIs, batting .309. His slugging was high. His on-base percentage was high. Brandon Crawford, he came in as a defensive replacement because Joaquin Arias was your starting shortstop that day. Brandon Belt batting
and Arias
7th.
Must have moved to third because he made the final play. Yeah.
Yep, he moved to third base later on in the game. Brandon Belt, 2 for 3, a home run in that baseball game. He was batting .238 at the time. Look at Melky, though, .367. On the Astros, a young J.D. Martinez.
Oh, my God.
Before he fixed his swing.
I know Altuve was in the lineup.
Altuve was there, batting .321. He struck out 3 times in that game.
Wow.
3 times against
Who
Cade.
else?
Jet Lowry was playing shortstop.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
J.A. Happ was pitching for the Houston
J.A.
Astros.
Happ.
Remember
Wow.
him? J.A.
Yeah, I
Happ.
do.
He was pitching for the Astros that day. Brett Wallace was playing.
Oh, yeah, Brett Wallace.
Third baseman.
Yeah, he was a high first-round draft pick, wasn't he? Or at least a high prospect.
Out of Arizona State.
Wow.
Chris Johnson at third base. So,
did the A's have Chris Wallace at some point? Did they make a deal for him?
Probably. I mean, they've had everyone. But yeah, it's a good point. That was the last year the Astros were in the National League, too, Sam just told me.
Wow. Yeah, Brett Wallace. No, he never played for the A's.
He never played for the A's. Okay.
Played 4 years with the Astros and then 2 years with the Padres.
With the Padres. Okay.
He hit 40 career home runs.
What was he? Was he a first-round pick?
Doesn't say.
Because I know he was a high prospect
from Green Bay, California.
Wow.
How about that? Green Bay. Isn't that across the Dakota Gate Bridge over here? If I'm not mistaken.
In the North Bay?
Yeah.
I believe you're correct.
Green Bay.
You got to Google it.
Got to Google it.
I think it's in Marin County.
So anyway, that's
wow.
Yeah, that's a blast from the past.
It is.
Yeah, Marin County. Right by San Rafael.
There you go.
Right by San Rafael. So a local kid got to play and be part of history. So you got that in 2012. And then 7 years later, 2019, you get the final game at Oracle Arena. I want to ask you a question about Oracle Arena and Chase Center coming up here. But let's get to Chris and Bernie game. He's been on hold for a while, and he has a recommendation, the best burrito place where? In the Bay Area, Chris? Chris and Bernie game. Good morning, man.
Hi, Chris.
Shasky, Bonte, how are you boys this morning?
Good.
Lovely.
Hey, listen. Okay, there's 2 places. First of all, Chipotle sucks. They wanted to charge me $3 to melt the cheese on my burrito, an extra $3. It was such a joke. I'll never go back. Okay, so here we go. La Taqueria in the Mission,
of course,
San Francisco. La Taqueria,
yeah. 25th in Mission. It's shut down for a month.
You got it. The best.
100%.
The best verde burritos.
Yep.
Bar none.
Yep. And it's loose. They wrap it loose. That's the key.
The food is insane.
Yeah.
One more, La Tapatia on Grand Avenue in South San Francisco.
Totally agree.
Chris, you sound like you're serious with the burritos.
Chris is a real one. He knows.
Hey, listen, boys. I'm 62 years old. I've been eating Mexican food all my life.
Yeah.
But listen, and I'm not Hispanic either, but I love Mexican food. So don't go anywhere else except those 2 places, guys. You'll thank me later.
What about Gordo's, man? Give Gordo's some love.
Gordo's isn't bad, but he's talking about
I've never been to Gordo's. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah,
Bill Lasky says hello, bro.
Oh, tell Bill. I love Bill. Tell him, Chris, when you see Bill, just look at him and say, oh, geez.
He loves you so much. He lives in Burlingame. That's where I live.
Oh, yeah. No, I know.
He's the greatest dude. He's got 2 big dogs, lovely wife, just a great dude.
Yeah, Lasky's the man.
I was actually on a phone call with Lasky yesterday. I'm being full disclosure here. He had some interesting things to say about the San Francisco Giants. He's very frustrated.
Did you hear the mustache through the phone?
Did you see who played second base in the minor leagues?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that alone with Lasky's Giants.
Lasky's post-game shows last year after a Giants loss were incredibly fun to listen to.
He loves baseball, and I love him for it.
I know he does.
But so second base in the minor leagues, you had at shortstop Nick Ahmed yesterday and the day before, and then Marco Luciano was playing second base for the San Francisco Giants. And it just got me to thinking, like, okay, so Nick Ahmed, who's been out for a long time, you're going to put him at short and you're going to put Luciano at second. You played Luciano 7 games at second base, I believe, over the last couple of years. What did you make of that? Or what do you make of that?
Not a damn thing.
Nothing?
Not a damn thing. I honestly, I don't. I don't make anything of it. Nick Ahmed's going to be back. He's going to play some short. Thairo Estrada is struggling.
Well, see, that's where I was thinking.
But he does, for the last 2 years, he's been consistent. He's been better. I think he's been above league average. We're just going to bench Thairo Estrada like that over a couple weeks?
I think it's more like, hey, we've got a middle infield depth issue right now, and we have to assume that Brett Wisely is going to, taper off offensively. I mean, he's been on fire.
Yeah, he has been really good.
Wisely's been on fire, and I owe him a huge apology. Last year, I was like, this guy's not a big leaguer. This year, he's come up, and he's just been unbelievable.
Honestly, man, from Casey Schmidt to Marco Luciano to all these prospects, come up and just play. I don't care where you play. Can you be productive? Right now, my mindset when it comes to the Giants, just win games. Just win games. Let's see where you're at the deadline, and let's see what you do against the big boys.
Just win, baby.
Like Luciano, are we tinkered? Like, if anything, are you showcasing by a second to bring up his value in a trade?
Well, if that's
is that what's happening?
If that's the case, then I guess it's decent business. But it is a little not sad, isn't the way to put it. But it's like, wow, we waited 6 years. We saw him at shortstop for like 2 weeks. And clearly he did not look ready to play shortstop. He just didn't look like a shortstop. When we can have a whole philosophical conversation on, can you make a shortstop or are you born a shortstop? That's a whole, I have that philosophical conversation in my head all the time. But he looked like he never played the position. And then now after that one experiment, you're immediately reverting and putting him to second base. Like, one of two things. Either you misassessed him, you misdeveloped him, or, you're planning on sending him out, and you're like, people see that he's not a shortstop. Yeah. We're waving the white flag on that. Put him at second base, and now other teams will view him as a second baseman, and maybe that maintains some of his trade value.
Yeah, maybe. It's right now. It's not doing nothing for me. Just great. You play second base. Hopefully, you can feel the grounder better than me, and move on. Real quick, I do before we get Fleming on at 8:30 and talk more Giants. The highlights we play coming in, obviously, Matt Cain's perfect game, June 13th, 2012. Beat the Astros 10-0. Matt Cain, 14 strikeouts. Giants go on to win the World Series that season. They're second in 3 seasons. And then you hear the Klay Thompson, which is a little sadder. It's a little more somber because we know what it's meant for Klay Thompson. You miss the next year. You tear your Achilles on the day of the draft when you select James Wiseman, number 2 overall. So instead of celebrating Wiseman, we're all doom and gloom over Klay Thompson. But Oracle Arena was one of the hotbeds in the NBA for a long, long time in terms of just home court advantage, being deafening, being loud. Now that we see basketball at Chase for 5 years, it's been an up and down road at Chase Center. The first year, you win 15 games. Steph is out for most of the season. Clay's out. Draymond's, in and out the lineup. D-Lo, you had the D-Lo era. And then, of course, the next year you lose the play-in, but there's no fans because we have COVID, and you got to adhere to the COVID protocols and the whole pandemic issues where nobody can go to the games. And then the third year, you finally win the championship. And you have a great home court advantage. And then 2 seasons ago, you go 30-11, but you only win 11 road games. Home court still seemed to play big for the Golden State Warriors. And then last year, for whatever reason, they go to 500 at home. Just couldn't stack together home wins. And they lost some of that home court advantage. So how would you say, as a basketball venue for the Golden State Warriors, coming out of Oracle Arena, see how raucous it was, and the vibe in Oracle Arena in Oakland, California. How's Chase Center held up in the 5 years since Oracle Arena, in your opinion? As a true home court advantage. Probably not as deafening as Oracle.
I couldn't afford to go to a lot of games the final couple of years at Oracle, though.
Yeah, a lot of people.
If I'm being real,
a lot of people.
I predominantly pay for my own tickets to go to games. And so like I didn't go to a lot of games. Well, I don't get like free comp tickets from
No, I don't get comp tickets. You just
Bonte had the press pass back there. But Shasky, to your point, like same here.
I know, but I don't what?
Like, well, I was agreeing with you. Like, same here. Like, I didn't go to a single game at Oracle that Steve Kerr coached because the tickets were just that difficult to get. Yeah. No, my last game at Oracle that I went to was in 2013.
Wow. That's crazy. Well, I would just say like Oracle was its own thing, and it's very difficult to replicate it. But also, if you're looking at like the finances of the team, and I don't know how fans, how deep they go into it. Like, you have to own your own property to be able to create revenue that can sustain the payroll and the infrastructure of an organization, right? So that's a whole separate business conversation. I'll just give you my perspective as a fan. Is it as raucous as the 2012, 2013 playoffs that I went to? Not always, but I thought 2022 at Chase Center, the playoffs were awesome. I went to 4 different playoff games, went to every single series, and had a great time. I thought it was as loud as anything that I've been to, thought it was as fun. I just know for me and my wife and my family, and again, everyone's at a different spot, and they live in different parts of the area. Oracle wasn't as convenient for me because I'd have to get in the car and drive across the bridge. So it's the reverse of people who live in the East Bay. I'm sure Chase, for them, isn't as easily accessible as Chase is for me right now. And I look at Chase right now and I'm like, I can hop in an Uber with my wife. We go down there a little early. We can go get some food, get some drinks. Now you have to plan a little. We can, hang out for an hour in front, go in. I don't know. I find it to be pretty awesome. And then afterwards, hop on that Uber line. You walk 2 or 3 blocks. Boom, it picks me up. I'm home in 10 minutes. So for me, it's extremely convenient. I feel like the fan experience, Thrive City, they knocked that out the park. Thrive City is so cool. Every time I leave a big game and you're coming out, you feel like you're a part of something.
I will say, because look, I'm a city kid too, and I lived on 10th and Clement. I used to love driving out to Oracle Arena. That freeway, you get on 80, 880, whatnot, and you may hit a little traffic here and there, but the parking lot was great. Driving into Oracle Arena, and yeah, it was a decrepit stadium. It was nothing beautiful about it, per se, but the vibe. It felt like you were going into a concert and now you get that same vibe at Chase Center at Thrive City. You get the bands out there. Sometimes a Pittsburgh high school band comes out there. You get people coming in playing old classics out there at Thrive City. They've done a really good job at Thrive City, a tremendous job, actually.
I think Thrive City is incredible.
And the template for me, when they first told me about Thrive City and what they were going to do at Chase Center, seeing Jurassic Park in Toronto.
Yeah.
And being involved in that was like, oh, I get it now. Oh, I get what they're trying to do at Thrive City. You get that big screen right there. Fans could watch, and they'll be watching random Warrior games during road games when they'll have it on the screen. But in terms of just the environment, and you're right, because I went to a lot of those games at Oracle Arena. I started covering the Warriors really tough during that first championship season. The crowd did get gentrified. And by the KD years, they were leaving midway through the third quarter, fourth quarter. I've watched the mass exodus here and there, and I'm like, wow, okay, what happened? Now, people get priced out. That's what happens. When you start winning, I'm sure there's people who had to give up their season tickets with the 49ers. Once they got good and the prices go up, it's like, well, I can't afford this, man. But that's the price of doing business when your team is good. When you have a championship product, you charge championship prices, unfortunately, for the consumer. But I did love Oracle. And it's just, I just can't believe it's been 5 years now. And it feels like it's been longer since that moment when Klay Thompson tore his knee up. In the last ever game at Oracle Arena, but it kind of embodied what Oakland was all about. That game, that fight from the Warriors team, being down and out, playing guys like Quinn Cook and Alfonso McKinney and Jordan Bell, trying to fight with Kawhi Leonard and the Toronto Raptors. But they went out like champs. They went out like soldiers. Hell, they had a chance to win or tie the game at the end when Steph Curry had to take an off-balance 3 because the inbound pass almost got thrown out of bounds. Did Iguodala throw it out, or was it Draymond who threw out the out of bounds? And it was either one of those guys who tried to catch it and save it, and they did save it, but it jumped up that possession there offensively for the Golden State Warriors. Oh no, Chase Center, it's young, right? And we got spoiled with Stephen Curry. Now I see a text from the 415 City to Mobile text line. And Chase Center is missing the tailgating aspect of it. Oracle Arena, you could tailgate out there in the parking lot. You have a great time.
It was
that was a lot of
vast
fun.
Parking lot.
No doubt. It was great. But 405, Chase is about to become deafening again after Steph retires. So it's almost like the Warrior fans need to see them bottom out and then to rise again to lock on it. Maybe that's it.
Well, here's what
But I thought Chase Center was loud during that championship run. The Memphis Grizzlies game, game 6. Oh my gosh, it was popping down there.
That Saturday night game between the Warriors and Lakers that went into like double overtime or whatever, like that place was rocking all night long, especially at the end. So no, Chase could definitely bring that energy.
The acoustics are great inside of Chase Center.
When I think of like going to games and like the playoff atmosphere, to me though, walking in and walking out is as much as important as once I get to my seats, right? And so like when I get to Oracle, when I go back to Oracle, in Oakland, you'd come out of these, like you'd be on this platform and go down these stairs, and then there'd be like groups of people like partying and dancing and whatever. And it was really cool. And it was very unique. And you had what I call the vendors out there selling merch or whatever. But coming out after facing the Boston Celtics in the finals, and you have, or I guess it was the Western Conference Finals, the TNT set, all of Thrive City is fully packed, and you're so like elbow to elbow squeezing through, and it's a giant party. And I'm not trying to say that Oracle was better than, worse than. I'm just saying Thrive City is so underrated. Coming out after a playoff game, seeing how impacted everything, and I know you're doing the show, so it's tough for you.
I see it. I see everybody walking out.
Seeing the TNT set, seeing your guys' set, and everyone's coming out, and you're just high-fiving random people, and you're holding your loved ones as you're trying to like navigate through the sea of people that are out front. That's as cool of an leave the game experience as I've ever had. And if you want to talk about one thing that is a grand slam, that is the greatest upgrade, it's that right there. I love that.
No, it's a great scene. I don't know if it's underrated or properly rated, but it is fun when I'm sitting there. Even when they're losing, you see the fans start to filter out right there, and you could go disperse, whether you want to go north or south, wherever you want to go. Thrive City is really, really cool. And they got the bar scene happening around there, and they'll build it around. That's one thing that Oracle and the city of Oakland didn't do, was build better facilities around Oracle Arena or Oakland Coliseum. Maybe you had more bars. Maybe you had more clubs. Maybe you had a few more things there in Oakland, California. But the accessibility, it was great because the freeway was right there.
No doubt.
Was right there.
No doubt.
So getting to and from Oracle Arena was a lot of fun, man. I missed that place. But it's crazy. 5 years ago, the last game at Oracle Arena, and then 12 years ago, Matt Cain's perfect game on this date.
One more thing about Chase Center that again I like, and I could see other people's perspective, but on the back end, on the side facing the bay, you have beautiful views, right?
You got a new park over there.
And it's really cool. And you got the water right there, and you got it all lit up at night, and you got these huge spheres and all these things that are out there, these pieces of art, and it feels like you're in the city.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, where you're at, the gatehouse side, you got the streetcar coming in and out, right? On the side of the road, and people are coming down those ramps, and there's cops everywhere.
No, they hit a home run with Chase Center.
It's just, to me, it's like if you want to talk about inner city, like downtown vibe, and you feel like you're a part of something community-wise, I don't know, man. I really like it. And again, I admit I'm biased. I'm a city guy. I see the perspective of the East Bay fan feeling jaded, and I acknowledge that, and I'm biased, and I freely admit it, but I freaking love it.
No, I love Chase Center, and I loved Oracle. Oracle, like a lot of those people at Oracle, they accepted me as city kids. Like, oh, you over here across the bay? And I felt like I was part of Oakland, California. I felt like an East Bay resident.
It had a vibe.
A lot of times. Oh, it was a great vibe.
It had its own fun.
The Warriors have done a good job of trying to replicate that vibe at Oracle Arena, bringing it over to Chase Center. Obviously, the tickets are expensive, so you're not going to get those loud Rockets fans all the time. And you got the suites. It's nice. It's luxury. But Chase Center is booming. There's no doubt about it. Thrive City's a great time. Zena Kada just hosted the block party for the Golden State Valkyries. I took Tessa out there after the Little League, after your Little League game. And it was a vibe out there for the Valkyries. It was great at Thrive City. I mean, it was awesome. So Joe Lacob and company done a great job of recreating that vibe there. It's pretty cool.
Well, like when I think of some of the cool hangout spots, the Willie Mays statue out front on a Giants game day, it's just iconic.
Yeah.
It just is. I don't care what anyone says. It's iconic. Thrive City, I think in 10 years, we're going to be viewing it very similar to the Willie Mays Plaza. Like, we just take it for granted.
Oh, no,
it's a great communal gathering spot.
No, I don't think anybody takes it for granted. Once you see what's happening out there,
badass,
and you got doubling time, and I don't think anybody's taking Thrive City for granted, nor do I think it's underrated. I think it's properly rated, and people see what the movement is. You got something like Jurassic Park in Toronto. What do they call it in Milwaukee, where they got their little plaza out there at their stadium? What was it? We got a break? Okay, we got a break. I thought Spinoni was coming in on. All right, Dave Fleming coming up. Brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke. This is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Adam? What's up, Roasters? What's up, everybody? By the way, great text here from the 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Oracle was like Candlestick. It was a dump, but it was our dump, and the vibes were unmatched. But like the Giants, the Warriors have hit a home run with their new stadium, new arena. Unlike the Niners, as Brian and Belmont. The Giants and Warriors did knock it out the park. There's no doubt the Giants going over from Oracle Park, they've exceeded expectations with their home field advantage. Exceeded it. I cannot, going to Candlestick Park all our years, growing up watching baseball, and to see Oracle Park, and I was there yesterday for the day game. It's like, man, this stadium's, it's over 20 years old. What is it, 24 years old now? It's held up.
But it's when every time I go in, the thing that I'm most taken back by, it's still relatively new, but feels like it's been there for 200 years.
Yep. It's got that Fenway / Wrigley feel where it's got the old bricks, and they've had their little modifications with the LED screen and some even behind home plate. Well, I didn't realize my first game against the Yankees, they show you the strikes and balls behind home plate now with the new LED screens there. So Oracle Park has stood the test of time, and Oracle was a dump, but the Warriors somehow, some way upgrade with Chase Center. So pretty cool by both organizations. Maybe we need some work on Levi's. The biggest thing with Levi's is just the ingress, getting in and out the stadium. That's basically it.
Well, there's that, and then there's also going across the drawbridges. Yeah, it's a huge bottleneck, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, we'll move on from that. By the way, looking for more Giants talk, then you need to listen to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Sam Love and Joe Shasky bring the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area all season long. In-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews with players. Subscribe today on iTunes, Spotify, and the free Odyssey app. All right, let's get to our main man, the best in the business. Make sure we say nice things about him because he's on right now, right? Even though we like Florio better. Is that right? That's what you just said?
No, I'm kidding. Knowing Dave, he's watching a little of this U.S. Open, and he's probably enjoying it.
Where's Koepka? 2 back right now. Yeah, 2 back right now. He just dropped. He hung up on us.
Wow, he hung up on you guys. He's like, wow, I don't like this where this conversation's heading. I'm just going to leave.
Wow.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
Hey, Dave, we do love you. We do love you. By the way, we do love you. Please come back, Dave. Please come back now as the Giants have won back-to-back series yesterday. Beat the Astros 5-3. Logan Webb gets his 6th win of the season. Wasn't his best stuff yesterday. But that's because of Yordan Alvarez. Alvarez is legit.
Amazing.
But I'm going to start this conversation off with Dave Fleming. And we have him back. Good morning, Dave. We love you. You know that. We know that. Good morning.
I thought that's the quickest one I've ever done.
Yeah. I was like, man, we didn't give you no slander. We didn't slander you at all, Flynn. We didn't say Florio was better than you or we love Florio more than you. Jeez, Louise. No, seriously, Flynn, it's good to have you on. The Giants win back-to-back series, 1 game under 500. But I'm going to start off here. This is a guy who's been beaten up by the fan base over and over. I've done my fair share I've had my fair share of criticism, but also Slater. He's been back. His average is still at 212, but what a week for him. And if he could continue this, especially against lefties, well, it gives you another option here. I'm going to give Austin Slater some credit. 3 for 5 yesterday, 2 RBIs. He's running the bases better. Had a big day Saturday against the Texas Rangers, setting the tone for Elliot Ramos when they won 3-1. Hey, love for Austin Slater today. Flem, why not?
Yeah, why not? It's a good lesson for all of us, every single one of us, just to, the guys who have a track record of success, who've done it at this level for a long period of time, and he has. Has he been a superstar? No. But in his role, Austin's been one of the best guys in the league for a long time. It's a good lesson. When you have one of those players, you got to give them a little runway, a little leeway. You have to. Austin has had a miserable couple years of staying healthy. And look, if he can't stay healthy again this time, it's very fair to start to wonder whether you think he's still the same player. If he's not staying healthy, how much is that helping you? So that's kind of a different conversation. But this is a guy who's served the players' union, given up a massive chunk of his time over the last few years to be one of the leaders of all of this labor stuff you have to think that's a distraction for him. He wasn't healthy in spring training. He gets 40 at bats or whatever it is and gets hurt again. And everybody wants to write him off. Like, it's just, that was not fair for somebody who has done it for a long time. Austin made his debut with the Giants in 2017. 2017 is a long time ago. And he's played a lot of good baseball for the Giants over that time. So I'm glad he had a good week. I hope he keeps it up. They got a couple more lefties coming up, I think, this weekend, although I don't know if that's unofficially announced. Cubs are going to throw a lefty at him at Wrigley. So you got, three more chances in the next 5 or 6 games, it looks to me like, where he's going to be in that leadoff spot.
Yeah. I know Bonte teased with the Yordan Alvarez. He hit a ball off the top of the wall to right center. I don't think I've ever seen anyone hit it there. That guy he's an unbelievable player. The swing reminds me of Carlos Delgado, but that's not the lefty I want to talk about. How about this Brett Wisely? I mean, no, honestly, you're talking about not writing people off too soon. Last year he came up, and I was like, poor guy's just not a big leaguer, and he went back down, and he got called back up this year, and I was like, Brett Wisely. And I kind of, I shortchanged the man. He has been not just good, he's been outstanding. Defensively, he's had a couple of missed throws or whatever, but he's been relatively really good. Offensively, he's been a revelation. Driving the ball into the gap, hitting home runs. I feel like they're going to roll with him as long as he keeps hitting, and he feels like he's locked in hitting. Brett Wisely's been great, Dave.
Yeah, and he also, yesterday his 2 hits came against the lefty. He started again. He had a home run against the lefty fairly recently. So, he's got he's got an argument to be made right now while they're scuffling at shortstop to just play there every day. He's making the simple plays. Casey Schmidt did not do that. I mean, as much as we love Casey, some of the simple plays didn't get made when he was out there at shortstop. And Wisely's making the routine plays. I'm impressed because I was kind of like you. I mean, it just wasn't a great first impression last year. It wasn't. And he made a swing change. So maybe there's another lesson. I'm giving lessons out this morning, and mostly I'm just talking to myself.
No, we need the lessons, trust me.
Patience with Slater, but also willingness to consider when a younger player makes a change, and Damon Minor should get a lot of credit for this, the Giants hitting coach in AAA. Like, they've made him more upright. They changed his batting stance. His hands are in you show last year's swing versus this year's stance and swing, and it looks totally different. And it's made a big difference for him. So, yeah, I mean, good for him. The other thing I'll tell you about Wisely, maybe I've said this to you guys before, but what we heard last year, because Gabe was a big believer in Wisely. He really liked his ability. And what we heard along with that was, man, this guy's really hard on himself. He's got to calm down the beating up himself after every out. Like, you cannot survive in this game with that kind of demeanor. And it sure looks to me like just a little taste of success. And he's kind of calmed down like, hey, you know what? I do have the physical ability to be here. He's a pretty explosive athlete. He hits the ball hard. He's got some speed. There's some tools in there. This isn't just all kind of like playability stuff, slap the ball around. He's got actual athletic ability, and I think that demeanor change has also really helped him.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, the do-it-all broadcaster, of course, the voice of the Giants, one of the many great voices of the San Francisco Giants, also ESPN, whether it's golf, college football, college basketball. Dave does it all. The Giants have won 5 of 6, Flem, and I am concerned about the bullpen usage. There's no doubt about it. These starters have to start getting deeper and deeper into games, and you're seeing some steps forward for Kyle Harrison. You know what Logan Webb's going to do, but I am concerned about Jordan Hicks. We get to that in a second. But I do want to give credit to the bullpen, because to snap that 6-game losing streak, and we're sitting there watching that day game in Arizona on a Wednesday, and we're thinking, boy, the bullpen's going to have to get 16 outs today. 16 outs. And you know what? Since that stretch, you take away Monday night against the Astros where you lose in extras, for the most part, during this stretch over the last 7, Flem, the bullpen has been a lot better. They've been a lot better, but I am concerned about the usage, but I'll give them credit when credit is due. The bullpen has stepped up through the game over the last 7 games, Flem.
Yeah, the usage is not sustainable for the full season. Like, if they're going to lead baseball in innings pitched out of the bullpen, which they have been for much of this year, that's not going to probably end well. That's just not a formula for success. But one thing about these last few weeks is they have found a little different rhythm with the three most important guys or the four most important guys, kind of the 7, 8, 9, Walker, Rogers, Doval. And I'm not saying Jelly's been great and Eric Miller's done his job and Taylor Rogers has done his job. I'm not diminishing those guys, but Bob Melvin's not been in chase mode in those games where he's got a chance to win. He can use those guys the way he wants to use them. So it just feels like a little more normal stretch for the Pen. And I think, we've been talking about it all year. Like, you look down at names and the stuff, and you're like, well, this should be a really good book. This should be a strength of this team.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Rodriguez has been good. They have good arms, good, and it's just been a mystery why the results haven't always been there. Weirdly, the guy who maybe has been the least sharp has been the closer. I mean, of all those guys, he's the one that right now, if you're asking me, like, who do you have a few concerns about? Not that he can't be a good pitcher, but we have not seen dominant Camilo Doval. We have not.
Yeah, and you're referencing all those guys. I think the lefty Rogers has been coming around. I don't think he's given up a run in over a month. He just looks sharper, way sharper. At the beginning of the year, I didn't really understand what his role was. So it does feel like things are coming. And that's Bob being new, learning who to trust in what situations, things like that. There are a couple guys scuffling right now that they need to get going. I know Bonte wants to ask you about the starting pitching, but I want to go with the hitters. Conforto hasn't looked great since coming back. I'm giving him some time. He was on fire to start the year. The injuries have been a concern. And Soler, they need one of these two guys here to get going. I mean, they just do.
They do, and in some ways, I mean, Soler is really important just because, like, he's going to be here for 3 years. They signed him to hit home runs, be a power threat. He's definitely a threat. I mean, you watch pitchers pitch to him, even with his struggles, they still pitch him very, very carefully. So I don't want to diminish his role. He's very important, but especially while Wade's out. Like, you need another left-handed hitter. You just do. Wisely's doing his job. That's been great to see. But, with Yastrzemski, and it's been fine. He's having a good year, solid year, but, not spectacular, but solid. You got to have another left-handed hitter in the middle of the order, and that's where Conforto. And look, it's tough, man. You miss a month, and then you just jump right back in and face these guys. That is not easy, but the waiting time is a little painful right now for him to get that timing back. He was the Giants' best hitter when he got hurt. He was the hottest guy on the team. They need that version of it back. I saw him after the game on, so what was it? It would have been Tuesday night. So, another tough night for him. He went 0 for 4 or whatever. And Michael is like the most gregarious, smiley, friendly. He's just a really good person who always has a smile and a nice hello for everybody. And he was cranky after the game on Tuesday. Like, it's wearing on him. So I hope yesterday off, day off today, kind of reset, take a deep breath. Don't, get out of your own head a little bit and then get back to it on Friday night.
Yeah, batting 0.65 so far in the month of June. Michael Conforto, let's see if he can get healthy and get hot here for the Giants from the left side of the plate. You're right about that. But look, the starting pitching, we just talked about the bullpen, discussed them, and I'm with you. The usage of the bullpen, we saw it last season. He basically had 2 starting pitchers down the stretch, and the bullpen just got taxed and ain't ran out of gas. The same thing could happen this year, but I'm looking at the starters. Jordan Hicks, another starter too. He's going to eclipse a career high in innings pitched in the season. There's some concern there. Kyle Harrison, where's he going to get topped out at? Or are the Giants going to limit him? What have you heard about these 2 players here? Because if Blake Snell can't get right, and we don't know about Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb and their availability, boy, we could be in that situation like we were last season where there's only 2 or 3 starting pitchers down the stretch for the Giants, and you're using this bullpen every single night, asking for openers, asking them to get 15, 16, 17 outs here, Flem. So I ask you, what is the talk around Hicks and Kyle Harrison in terms of innings cap?
Yeah, it's tricky. It's going to be real tricky. And you're hoping. There's been really good news lately on especially Robbie Ray. We saw Robbie Ray in Arizona last week, and I don't think the 3 of us talked about it after I saw him in person. The dude is like I've seen him before. I've watched him for a lot of years, but like, I couldn't believe how physically strong he looked. Robbie Ray looked ready to go. It was like, oh my, we need that guy on our team. Just walking in the room. And he's all the reports of his 2 outings so far. Now it's rookie ball in Arizona for a couple innings at a time, but he's throwing 97 and just blowing those guys away. And so that doesn't mean you're going to come to the big leagues and do that, but that's a really good sign. I think it is possible that we see Robbie Ray the first turn after the All-Star break in the Giants starting rotation. So that's pretty good news. And we'll see about Alex Cobb. If both those guys come back and both are good to go and can stay healthy, that alleviates a lot of the concern. Whether you skip starts or, move somebody, whether Hicks is willing to move to the bullpen at the end of the year just to, still use him, but, use him in shorter stints. I talked to Jordan fairly recently about this. I just sidled up next to him and just sort of got his thoughts on the whole thing. There is in his mind and everybody's mind kind of a limit, like how far can you go for a guy who's never done this before? But the thing he said to me was like, so far, I just feel really good. There's been no fatigue or there just hasn't been any red flags in terms of how he's felt. So I think he doesn't want in his own brain to say well, we got to shut it down once we get to 130 or 140 or whatever it is. If he's feeling great, then I don't think he wants to do that. So it's kind of see as we go. But those other 2 guys come back, it solves some problems. Some.
Will Kyle Harrison get moved to the bullpen? Is that a conversation here? Because we know he hasn't pitched this deep into a season at the major league level, and he could be a hell of an arm out the bullpen if Robbie Ray, Cobb do get back and Blake Snell's doing his thing. Would that be a consideration, Flem, with Kyle Harrison?
He's a good, really good question. Hard question for me to answer. My gut says no.
Okay.
My gut says Kyle is a starter, and if you're really concerned about the workload, you got to find some spots to skip a start, shut him down for a couple weeks, save some bullets for later in the year, as opposed to a bullpen role. I think his future now in the long term is as a starter, and I don't see him going now in the playoffs. That could be different. Playoff role could be different for a couple weeks, but in terms of the regular season, I think he's going to stay a starter.
Yeah, I thought he had a really good start, and he needed that. Sucks that it sucks that he didn't get the decision or whatever, but I think he really needed that. And I thought he changed up. He just was attacking people, and he wasn't trying to hold back and go longer. He looked so much better. Before you get out, though, Flem, Luciano, I know he's down in AAA, but he's playing second base a little now the last couple of days. How should we read that?
I think you should read something into that. I mean, you should. You should read that as the process has started to find him a different defensive home. And I'm not saying that the door is closed forever and ever on shortstop, but look, the guy has a special ability as an offensive player, and I think there is now more urgency now that he's turned 22. He's gotten a longer taste of big league baseball. They've seen what it looks like up here. I think the process has started. Now, how long does it take before you figure, can he play second base? I guess my biggest question with him is a lot of the stuff that was going on at short wasn't physical. It wasn't like, oh, this guy doesn't have good jumps or doesn't have arm strength. It was more just the feel and the nuance of the position and the timing of the position. And second base, you need those things too. So we'll see. Maybe sometimes moving just takes a little pressure off a guy, almost like a mental reset. But I think you can read something into that he's playing second base now.
Yeah.
Interesting, especially with Tyro Estrada struggling right now.
When
really struggling. Tyro's really struggling, and the approach is no good. The approach has to get better, or the results aren't going to get better. It is not sustainable to be doing what he's doing. And Tyro's way better than this. We've seen it. We know it over a long period of time. Same principle applies to Austin Slater. But the difference, I guess, in some ways is no matter how talented you are, if you're swinging at the pitches that Tyro's swinging at right now, it's going to be hard to climb out of this hole. So that has to change.
Second and third the other day with no outs, and it was it was a really bad at bat. I mean, everyone's granted a few of them, but it's like you got to choke up, get long in terms of your wide stance and shorten up and get the ball to the right side or float one out. And it was just little things are how they're going to win and lose games. So, no, I'm glad. And Tyrell also defensively wasn't great to begin with. So if there is any kind of hope for Luciano, I don't know, maybe there's like, hey, Tyrell wasn't a great second baseman, and then he kind of figured it out a little. So I don't know.
He did, and I think you make a good point about Tyrell. Like, one thing that I didn't play big league baseball, so I haven't been in these guys' shoes. But one thing that I always have believed is when you're struggling, a team at bat, do something. It doesn't have to come back all at once. You can do some things to feel good about your contribution, to feel good about, I'm helping this team score a run or score a couple runs or get an extra out. Those types of little moments can help you dig out of a bigger hole. And that was an at-bat where he didn't do it, but, you know, in those kind of at-bats, like getting a guy over, getting a guy in with a ground ball, that can alleviate some of that pressure. He's putting pressure on himself right now. And look, I think, you know, Tyro is one of these players who's been around long enough now. He's never been a free agent. The clock starts to tick in these guys' heads. They look at their numbers. They look at their stat line. This is totally natural. This is not a criticism at all. But you start to think, how am I going to get my contract, my deal? And you start pressing for numbers. I got to hit for power. I got to do this. I got to do that. It's a tough way to exist in this game.
You know, a couple quick ones for you, Flem. I know we got to run here, but 12 years ago, perfect game, Matt Cain, on this date, against the Astros, 10 strikeouts. 14 strikeouts, I should say.
14 strikeouts, tied Sandy Koufax most in the history of any perfect game. I think, you know, the Bill James game score thing that he has, I think it's the second highest in history. It was total, utter domination in front of a packed house that just went crazy the whole game. The Blanco catch, the Arias play. It's one of my most memorable nights at the ballpark. And he teed up a golf ball at home plate and hit it into the water before the game.
In front of Dustin Johnson. In front of Dustin Johnson.
Yeah. After Dustin, now look, I like DJ. I've gotten to know him a little better since then. But I was sitting in the office, Murph's office, before that game with Willie Mays. It was U.S. Open. You know, it was the night before the U.S. Open. All these golfers were there. It was Dustin. It was a bunch of guys. And I was sitting there in the office. And first of all, DJ had no interest in Willie Mays whatsoever. I'm like, you're sitting with the guy who's like the greatest athlete of all time. And it's kind of like his personality. He's just real laid back and he's not impressed by much. I remember I asked him, you know, because I like playing the Olympic Club. I was, hey, what kind of holes? What holes are going to stand out for you? What are the toughest holes out there? What holes are the key? He goes, all of them. I mean, he had no interest in talking, saying anything. It was like, man, this dude is a tough nut to crack. Turned out to be a very, very memorable night.
Let me answer it. That second hole kicks my butt every single time. Coming back uphill. Oh, jeez.
Second hole is a hard hole. I'll say the fifth hole is a hard hole.
Good call.
I'll say the
16.
16 is a tough par 5, real tough. Yeah, there are a lot of hard holes out there. That's why it hosts the U.S. Open.
I don't make it to the holes. I say eat the burger dogs and, you know, stay in the clubhouse and just eat the food. What are you guys talking about golf? I'm eating, Flip. Come on, man. The Olympic Club with the deviled eggs.
They got a nice new patio out
there next to the putting green. Yes, nice out there with the fire.
Happy Father's Day, Dave, if we don't get to talk to you.
Happy Father's Day, too. Happy Father's Day. And have fun. Are you going to Rickwood next week? Or in a couple weeks?
I'm going to Rickwood. I'm going to Rickwood. I think now until college football season, I'm doing every single game. So I don't miss a Giants game for a while now, and I'm really excited to go to Rickwood. And who knows? Maybe that'll be the day we have our next conversation.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Heck yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun. Flem, happy Father's Day to you, man. Congratulations. I know your girls are going back east for college.
Yeah,
keep up the great work,
great accomplishment.
Oh, man, I'm proud of them. I am a proud dad these days. We had a great graduation weekend. It was really cool, and now I get to get teary over the next couple months thinking about sending them off.
Oh, man.
Is that looking at the bank statement at the end of the month, or is that just having them leave the house?
Maybe that too, but hell, if if you need training, sending them to private school in San Francisco, that's pretty good training for a college film.
Hey, Lick Liberty ain't cheap. That's for sure. I know all about Lick Liberty. That's not a cheap place to go get your education.
It's hard to sticker shock me these days. I'm pretty immune.
Have a good one, Dave.
All right, Flip.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, man. Dave Fleming here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 Game. Said a lot of interesting things here about the Giants moving forward. The arms, that lineup, Tyro Estrada, Robbie Ray may be back after the All-Star break. Jordan Hicks, what's going to happen with him? Will he be a bullpen arm? Kyle Harrison is going to stick in a rotation. What do you do with the bullpen? Tyro Estrada, not having good at-bats. I mean, good Lord, there's a lot going on with this team. They're one game under 500, and yes, we know they're still in the race. Mm-hmm. Everybody's in the race, folks. Guess what, Giants fans? Everybody's going to be within the third wild card spot by the deadline. Trust me, except the Rockies and the Marlins in the National League.
So it's very interesting. There's the innings logged for Jordan Hicks and for Kyle Harrison, which I think you've been on it for about 3 weeks now, and we are going to come to a head. I don't think we're there yet. We're probably a month and a half out, but both those guys are going to hit a wall at some point. A restrictor plate, if you will, put up by the organization and themselves.
Is that still a big deal in NASCAR, the restrictor plates?
Oh, I don't even know. I just use it as a term.
That was a big deal early on. I think after Dale Earnhardt Sr. passed away, the Intimidator, who was badass on the track. NASCAR is this big thing about restrictor plates early 2000. Anyway, cool.
No. But there's the pitching aspect. Robbie Ray coming back. Sounds like, from what he's saying, he's hoping he'll be back first rotation around after the All-Star break. That's big.
And he's throwing 97 right now, rookie ball.
That's big.
It's rookie ball, but he's throwing 97.
And I've heard from a couple different people, Cobb's kind of touch and go. One day he feels good, one day he doesn't feel good.
Not a guy I'm going to count on.
Yeah, but I think he knows, this might be...
This is it.
Toward the end. So I think he's going to give it a go. Anyway, point being, there's that. And then there's this other little nugget that I was thinking about. And it's the Luciano nugget. I say, hey, what do you make of him going to second base? And everybody, outfield. We heard that. And I remember me and you talk. I said, why don't you try him at second base before you turn over the stone to the outfield? Just try it out, Jeff Kent wasn't the greatest defensive second baseman when he first started, and he grew into it. Ryan Sandberg was a third baseman converted to second base. Yep. The reason why is certain positions you associate with power. Just because you have power doesn't mean that your power translates, if for example, Buster Posey, he's such a great player. Yeah, his bat is unreal as a catcher. You move him to first base, the standard for offensive production actually gets raised at first base because we associate that as a hitting position.
Power position.
Right? So Luciano's bat as a middle infielder still translates, whether it's shortstop or second base. If you put him out in the outfield, it kind of dilutes it. Now you're more a dime a dozen. Now I'm like, are you a 40 home run guy?
Right.
Are you a 110 RBI guy? Are you a 280 batting average? So I guess where I'm going is you could be Alfonso Soriano at second base and be not the greatest fielder and hit a little better. You still have to be able to field a ground ball.
No, you do.
You're still going to have to be able to turn double plays. You're still going to have soft hands. Tyro has dropped a few on throws down to second. Tyro, his at-bats, the one I referenced, second and third the other day, no outs. You got to put the ball in play. You just have to if you're a light-hitting guy. So I didn't know if they were going to do this, but from the way it sounds like Tyro's spot is up in the air right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, all the spots should be in the air.
It's true.
When the stakes are high.
It's true.
And playoffs are the minimum for this team, there's no spot that's locked up, except for the catcher spot probably, and Matt Chapman at third base.
Yes.
Who almost hit a home run yesterday, but he went foul.
It's a beautiful piece of hitting.
The Luciano thing's interesting, but in my brain, the way I've calibrated everything, if he gives you anything this year, anything productive, it's a bonus. It's a bonus to me. Can you trust him in the field? He gets out there at second base and he botches one. It's mental. I don't know if you could trust him.
Well, in second base, historically, if you say Yips, Chuck Knobloch, Steve Sachs immediately come to mind.
I mean, Chuck Knobloch still throwing it to the 10th row for the New York Yankees.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. And Chuck Knobloch was sick with the Minnesota Twins.
Chuck Knobloch was one of my favorite players before.
Sick with the Twins.
Before the Yips.
Oh, he got on my nerves. He was so good with the Twins.
Was he number 11 for the Twinkies?
I don't remember what number he was.
Spadoni, I need you to look that up.
I just remember the guy could hit. the guy could hit and field, and then he got to the Yankees, and it was like, what's going on here?
I know Carlos Baerga also had the yips at one point.
Rick Ankill.
Outfielder.
Couldn't even pace, just start throwing things to the backstop. So the big thing for me is this team's going to need the pitching. The team's going to need the pitching. The pitching is going to have to step up. And as long as they pitch, they're going to be in games. And then you pitch and you're in games, and all of a sudden Jorge Soler could go 1 for 4 with a home run. But that home run may mean something. You know what I'm saying? There's too much pressure on this lineup right now. You got a lot of guys who are hitting out of order. Matt Chapman's not a prototypical cleanup hitter. We know that. Soler's not your prototypical 7 hitter or 6 hitter. He needs to be up in the order. That's what you paid him to do. To me, I'm looking at this pitching. And as Fleming said about the bullpen, the way they're getting used right now is unsustainable. You're not going to be able to make it through August and September using this pin the way you do it. So what needs to happen? The starters need to go deeper into games. Whether it's Harrison, whether it's Hicks, whether it's Logan Webb, whether it's Blake Snell when he comes back. But it's good news that if you could just stay in this race, you could stay afloat, you're treading water, you're treading water, you're treading water. Now, all of a sudden you get Blake Snell and Robbie Ray back to go alongside Logan Webb. And all of a sudden your 1, 2, 3 looks dynamic.
Yeah.
Just on paper. It's like, wow, Robbie Ray, Blake Snell, Logan Webb, we're going to throw that at you in a 3-game series. And then you get Jordan Hicks where there's not much urgency for him to go 5. I could say, hey, Jordan Hicks, go 4 today. We're going to limit you today. It's hot out here. It's 100 degrees in St. Louis, Busch Stadium. It's humid. We're going to go 4. Give me 4. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, there's not much pressure on Hicks and Harrison to go as deep into games. Right now, we're asking them to go 6. You need 6. But the pitching has to rectify itself. Right now, Ryan Walker's pitching great.
Yeah.
Ryan Walker's great in the 7th. You got Tyler Rogers in the 8th. You get Camilo Duvall right in the 9th inning, and he was right yesterday. He's shut down the Houston Astros. I'm looking at the pitching here saying, I need you guys to step up in order to win, because you're not going to hit with the Dodgers. Are you crazy? You're not going to out-hit the Dodgers. But you got to go pitch for pitch. You got to keep them guys off of bases. You can't walk these guys. So I'm looking at the pitching here as the most important issue for the Giants right now moving forward. Can I get 6 of my starters, and can I limit the usage of this bullpen?
I just wonder, because you asked about these guys out of the bullpen. Like, I wonder if they go, let's say, 150 innings. I'm just going to use that as the round number. Both Harrison and Hicks. Are they just done for the year?
Yeah, see, I would move Hicks to the bullpen. I think he could be
prematurely
a weapon.
Before he hits that limit? Like,
I think I would try to ease it in August and September somehow, some way. But he's an arm where you could get, 1 inning, all of a sudden the velo goes up a little bit.
I'm with you.
He's going no.
And even if Harrison, and the reason why I actually like the bullpen idea, let's say you get into a playoff series and he's not one of your starters. Mm-hmm. You do need a bridge guy sometimes.
Yeah.
Like a starter gets bombed in a game, and you need somebody who can. And Sean Jelly, I think, is the perfect from the right side right now, where you can go 3 to 5 innings if need be. And I would put Harrison in that same conversation. Mm-hmm. You know, one more thing, like the yips. I'm looking at it right here. I just had to type it in. You reference. Give me some of the guys when I say having the yips defensively. What? Ankill's on this list.
Knobloch.
Chuck Knobloch's on this list.
Second Stacks. You already said Steve Sachs.
Steve Sachs on the list.
Who's another guy who had the yips? There's somebody else who had the yips.
How about
recently?
Johnny Lesta when he couldn't throw over to first base. It's the most insane thing. It's like his brain fried.
I don't even know if it's yips. It's just he didn't do it. Like he just refused to. Like it was arrogance almost.
But we didn't know that until the wild card game against the Kansas City Royals. I happened to be in Boston when he got traded to the Oakland A's. First of all, I thought you're trading your cleanup hitter for Johnny Lester. You just traded for Samardzija. That's the Oakland A's back then. Not to bring up old memories here. But when Kansas City started running all over him, and I'm like, he can't throw to first base? How the hell did he make all that money?
He wasn't the only one. Matt Garza at one point couldn't field a bunt. Remember that? He was a good pitcher and like would literally throw the ball down the line.
I did like me some Matt Garza.
I did too. He was solid.
I think he went to Fresno State. Yeah, he was a hothead, but he was tough as nails, man.
And here's another guy they got on this list, Mark Wohlers. Remember him from Atlanta?
Yeah, the closer.
Yeah, he just
for a long time in the 90s.
Went haywire.
Oh, boy.
I know. And then here's one more position player.
What about John? I thought you were going to go John Rocker.
Oh, John, well, he went haywire for a different reason. How about Jared Saltalamacchia when he couldn't throw back down to second base?
Oh, the former Texas Ranger and the Atlanta Brave.
Yeah.
Wasn't he a switch hitting catcher?
Yeah, and at one point he had the longest name in baseball.
And he was a hot prospect.
Yeah, he was a World Series winner.
He was a hot prospect. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Not a C Sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Jason Richardson is going to join us in 12 minutes. He's playing for the Big Three now. Former Golden State Warrior. We'll get his thoughts on the finals, what's going on with the Warriors. Somebody saying Sasser had the yips. Mackie Sasser.
New York Mets?
Is that a Met? Is that a Met?
I think, off the top of my head, late
there
80s.
go. Coach Buck is coming in. Former Giant catcher.
Yeah.
Coach Buck, what up, Coach Buck? Mackie Sasser.
Behind Gary Carter, I believe.
Catcher with the Giants.
Behind Gary. I could be wrong. I just going back like Don Russ in my mind.
Yeah.
You know, you have like a picture of somebody from their card in your head.
The yips.
The
yips.
I
So
find
does
the
Marco
yips to be
Luciano
fascinating.
have the yips? Certainly looked like it at shortstop.
I thought for a time, late in games, I thought LeBron had the yips in free throws.
Oh, yeah, he did. Well, he changed his free throw form like 30 different times.
But it was clearly part physical, part mental, right?
He did not want anything to do with the free throw line down the stretch.
I feel like at times Andrew Wiggins didn't want to drive to the hoop because he was worried about the free throws. You know?
Yips.
And like you see this in golf a lot where you have the chipping yips or you get the putting yips. I don't know if you've ever had it in any sport. It just comes out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden you just keep doing it. Like you're hitting hosel shots in golf, and you don't even know how it happened. Joey, I know you golf, so you understand exactly.
You either push it, you chunk it, like it's what you just can't. You can't explain it.
You want to literally quit.
When Charles Barkley had that terrible form, was that the yips?
No, that was just him being terrible.
Oh, all right.
That was just him being terrible. That was just the yips
is
like, hey, I'm actually like,
right?
I'm actually proficient at something, but for whatever reason, there's a mental block that becomes mental physical, and I'm just done.
Evan Giddings, our own Evan Giddings, can talk to you about it. He pitched collegiately for a D3 school. I forget the name right now, but he says he stopped pitching because he got the yips. You should ask him about it, seriously. Maybe he'll bring it up on air with Steiny today. He's filling in for Guru, but he openly talked about it with me. Yeah, he's talked about it on air multiple times.
It's tough, dude. It starts seeping into your head, and it starts messing with you.
Block.
And well, it just, I mean, you see this in golf a lot with these guys with the putter, and it just changes their game. Vijay Singh, you remember Vijay Singh?
Of course, he was the Masters winner.
He had the yips.
Fiji.
Yeah, he had the yips so bad he started chipping cross-handed. No, I'm not joking. And that's the only way he can chip now. It's just, it's so weird.
Beandrins had the free throw yips. He did have the free throw yips.
Or was he just bad?
Maybe he was a little bit of both.
Great hair.
Did have great hair.
Hey, Beandrins used to party it up. I knew a lot of people that hung out with him.
Dude, there was a player, now that I think about it.
Did Jimmy Garoppolo have fourth quarter playoff yips?
No, he had to pick 8 yips. There was a player whose free throw percentage was so bad, and he was a really good shooter. I got to think. I know Andrew Wiggins is one of them where he shoots really good and then he gets to the free throw line. Like, what the hell is happening here? I don't know. Anyway, the yips. Sometimes I get the yips. Or I get the bubble guts. Is that the same as the yips? No.
Totally different.
No, totally different.
Totally different.
Bubble yips.
Bubble yips. All right.
When I say yips, Sam, first name.
I think, who's the guy on the Dodgers? Was it Steve Sachs?
Yeah,
second base recap. Yeah, that's the one I always go to just because it's fun to put in front of Dodgers.
Knobloch right away.
Because he was so good.
Because Knobloch was, I thought he was up there with Roberto Alomar.
I think at one time, I think for a short period he was.
Is he? He's not in the Hall of Fame?
No. Knobloch? I think he ended with, I know he was with the Yankees for a minute, and I was like, great signing for the Yankees. Of course he's a Yankee.
Tup Knobloch, not in the Hall of Fame. Dude, this guy was with the Twins for so many years. Let me see here.
4-time All-Star, 4-time World Series champion, Rookie of the Year, Gold Glove.
I mean, he was sick, dude. He was sick.
Been married 3 times, according to Wikipedia.
He'll get to 4 soon. 4-time All-Star.
He's got the wedding yips.
What's coming up again?
He's like Big Lou.
Once you get divorced once, why get married again? Like, that's my rule. If I ever get divorced, and God bless, I don't think I am, and then I'd be rocking for a long time. But if we have things go awry, I'm never getting married again.
Well, some people, you know, the second time it's actually better. I actually know A couple people were there, and they're very happy. So it's like, whatever. Chase happiness.
I am going to be single for the rest of my life.
You know what my rule is, though.
I'll have somebody who's traveling with me, but
If we're
that's
playing
it.
Big Cap, Big Facts, pump Big Cap.
You call a big cap on that? No, I'm not.
I'm
walking
only
down the
getting
aisle
you
twice.
one wedding gift, though.
You're getting one.
You're
You're
going to
getting
be
one
married
wedding
and
ring.
you're going to be happily married for the rest of your life, Bonte.
Oh, I know I am. I'm saying if things go awry, God forbid something. All right, we got a break. All right, coming up. Anna's probably in the car listening. We're never getting divorced, Anna. Trust me. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Robert Half. J.C. Richardson. Who doesn't love Jay Rich?
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring.
Shorty, what you drink? Shorty, what you drink? Shorty, what you drink? Remember singing this? Living check to check. What up, Shorty? Let me get you a drink. I got money in the bank. No, I don't. My account's overdrawn right now. I put my ATM card in. It's like, yeah, negative $245.
Don't talk about that.
You get the check the next week.
And they hold on to it for 2 days. They won't even let you cash it.
No, they won't. It deposits. It just takes your money.
We'll give you $14, sir.
Oh,
we're taking the rest of that.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. What a time. Little scrappy, man. He had his moments. So did Jason Richardson, slam dunk champion. Spent 13 seasons in the NBA, and the Big Three is back for season number 7. And he started off, he's a captain for Tri-State for the 2022 campaign. 2021, he had an MVP caliber season with the Big Three. Averaged 16, 9 rebounds, 2 assists. I mean, he must be dunking on dudes in the Big Three. And Jason Richardson, who had to retire from the league due to knee injuries, and he was a high flyer, obviously, again, 2-time slam dunk champion. That was the highlight of the Golden State Warriors in the 2000s, outside of the We Believe team, was Jason Richardson winning the slam dunk competition. But he's still hooping. He's got a son who's hooping. So it's always fun to get Jay Rich on the airways. Here's the Big Threes coming to Oakland, California, baby, this weekend. Oakland, California. Let's go to Jason Richardson, former member of the Golden State Warriors, 13 years in the NBA, now playing for Tri-State and with the Big Three. Jay Rich, what's happening, man? It's always good to get you on these Bay Area airways, man. We miss you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
Anytime, man. You must be jacked up to play back at Oracle Arena for Tri-State. I know it's for the Big Three and 303, and you've been hooping in that league, no doubt about it, but to be playing at your former home where you played your first NBA games, it must be exciting for you.
Oh, it's definitely exciting. Anytime I come back to the Bay Area, it's great to see familiar faces, to see fans that remember what I did when I was with the Warriors. But to actually come back and play in the Oracle is going to bring back so many memories, seeing so many friends and family. I'm just excited about this weekend.
So it was 5 years to the day of the final game at Oracle. What's your personal favorite, moment in Oracle for you?
For me, my favorite moment is that first game of the playoffs against Dallas. It's been a 14-year absence. We've been to the playoffs, and I come in the arena, and it's 2 hours before the game, and the arena's almost filled. And so it's giving me goosebumps every time I think of that moment, the fans standing up, cheering, we coming in, and it was the loudest I heard that environment. It was just showing that all the love the Bay Area had for the Warriors, how great the fans were. That's definitely probably my favorite memory of Oracle.
And I think, man, that was one of my favorite series for you, Jay Rich, that playoff run, because, you were kind of reserved on the court. You would dunk on somebody's head. But, man, you showed so much emotion. Whenever you hit a three, whenever you come up with a steal or a great defensive play, you were so jacked up on your mind. It's like, is this guy think he's back in East Lansing, Michigan State? What's going on with Jay Rich, man? It was fun to watch you during that run because you were one of the Warriors who did deserve that moment. Because you mentioned a 14-year absence, not going to the playoffs. You come from Michigan State where you win a national championship. You're an All-American. You come to the Warriors who could win 20 games. It was fun watching you show so much emotion, and it felt like that emotion that you had built in from all those years of missing the playoffs all of a sudden bursting out there at Oracle Arena against the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, it absolutely did. It was just, pent-up aggression for not making the playoffs, being there for 6 years, and the energy from the fans. It was just electric. I mean, I just felt it from that moment we got in the arena, and every time we made a shot, every time we made a play, it just gave me a jolt of energy, and it was just an amazing experience that I'll never forget. The fans literally deserved everything that happened with the Warriors, winning championships in there because they've been so loyal to the Warriors. It's just an amazing feeling.
I got to ask you about the Big Three. What made you sign up to play for the Big Three? Because I know you left the league after 13 years due to knee injuries, and the Big Three's now been around for 7 years now. It was incredible what Ice Cube has put together with this league, and it is some fun basketball, 3-on-3. Who talked you into playing for the Big Three? Was it something that you always had on your mind once you saw the league kind of birthed here in this inaugural season 7 years ago?
No, I really was done with basketball, and I kind of watched a couple of games, and then all of a sudden I was playing pickup at the YMCA, playing in, just high school gyms, and I really miss playing basketball. But I think the biggest thing that, the majority of guys miss is the camaraderie you have amongst guys. Going back and seeing some of your former teammates, some of your former colleagues you competed against. I think that's what guys miss the most when they quit, professional sports. So I think we get the best of both worlds. We actually complete and still play the game we love, but at the same time, we're still hanging out in the hotel lobby, or we go to dinner with each other. I think that's the part of guys miss once they retire from basketball.
Who's talking the most smack in this league right now?
Oh, man, I think Mike Taylor is the biggest trash talker.
Not Dr. J?
No, Doc is the coolest person I know, man. He just had that aura about him, and everything you see about Doc when he played, and you see the videos of him with the fur coat, Doc is just like that. He's just a great coach, a great person, really cool, and he's really good with the fans. So Doc has been awesome.
I'm surprised you didn't say Gary Payton, who's been known to talk or two a little bit.
Just a little.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Well, he do the trash talking on the coaching side, but it's a little different when you're on the court, and you still hear Gary still talking, man, and that's just who he is because he's such an ultimate competitor. But he's definitely trash talk still too.
So you're playing for Dr. J with the Tri-State team, and obviously you've been in this league, and you put up MVP-like numbers in 2022, no doubt about that. What is it going to take for you guys to get over the hump in the Big Three to win this championship? I don't know, the championship last year was in London, which is crazy. The O2 Arena, Nick Young, a championship head coach. We got to get Dr. J another title, Jay Rich. What's going on with Tri-State?
I don't know how we let that happen. You know what? The league is getting definitely tougher every year. This year we're bringing in Jeff T, Greg Monroe, Paul Millsap. So it's definitely getting tougher to compete in this league every year. But, I think we revamped the team. We got some good players on my team. Want to go out with a bang, try to get Doc a championship because the trophy is named after him. Yep. So we want to win it one time for him before, we get too old and I can't play anymore. So looking forward to having a great season, try to win a championship.
Have you been paying attention to the Warriors in the last couple of years?
Always paying attention to the Warriors, being a former Warrior and of course, Draymond being like my little brother. So you just always pay attention to what's going on with those guys, pulling for them, hoping, they can win every year. But, you get older and things change. Teams are getting better. The West has always been tough, but now you got, teams like Minnesota's playing well. Sacramento got a whole bunch of young guys that's playing well. Oklahoma City. So it becomes a tougher league, especially as you get older, to win a championship when you've been there before.
Are you and Draymond? You sound like you guys are close. I mean, he just put out a podcast this week about his biggest regret when it comes to the Jordan Poole situation and some of his actions and whatnot. Have you guys ever talked about that?
We never talked about that situation. I know that was a tough time for him, and he was going through some personal issues with that. But, being from Saginaw, both going to Michigan State, we're definitely close in that aspect. But I think that was just one of the worst parts in his career that he wished he could take back. And I think what he said on the podcast is very genuine with when he came out and the regrets he had about that situation.
Interesting stuff there. Jason Richardson here on the Morning Roast, former member of the Golden State Warriors, 13 years in the league, now playing for Tri-State with the Big Three as it comes to Oakland, California this weekend. I got to ask you, Jay Rich, I don't know if, you just told us why you started playing. You were playing pickup at the YMCA, and so you had that itch again. I'm looking at your son here. I know he committed to Michigan State. He's following in your footsteps. Have you still? I know with those one-on-one games, father-son games, you got to make sure, son, you keep him in check. Has Jace gotten the better of you yet in the one-on-one game, Jay Rich?
Yeah, he has gotten the better of me. That's my oldest. He's very skilled. It's funny because people expect to see me when they see him, but he's very skilled, can shoot the ball. He's athletic, but not quite as athletic as I was before. But he's really good and it's hard to guard him. I mean, he's left-handed, so I have a hard time guarding him. I think the only chance I have now winning is if I take him to the post. But he's getting a little stronger. Coach Izzo got him on weights now. So it's getting real tough to score on him now.
As someone who played in the league, you've got probably a different perspective than a lot of people that are out there, and you got kids that are playing ball and whatnot. What would your message be if somebody came to you and they said, hey, I got an 11, 12, 13-year-old boy or girl, and I'm trying to navigate travel sports or AAU circuit nowadays? Like, what would your advice be to them now that you've seen it on both ends as a player and now as a father?
How much time do we allotted for this? Because it's going to be pretty long. I'm just playing,
the floor is yours. Yeah, no doubt.
This is something I'm passionate about. I coach a lot, right? And so
yeah.
I want your opinion.
Well, my opinion on this is first for youth sports. I think we lose a lot of what youth sports are. And I think as adults, I think we're so pressure on our kids want to be pros or they want to be a college athlete that we forget youth sports is about camaraderie, teamwork, responsibilities, sacrifice. And so what I tell parents now is, with youth sports becoming individualized as far as they just play one sport, specialize in them, let these kids enjoy it. Let them play multiple sports. Don't get caught up in travel ball and only playing one sport. Let them play multiple sports and enjoy it. Because at a point, it does become a job once the kids, if they're good enough to get to that 1% that go to college and play the sport. So I see parents all the time like, my kid only played basketball, even playing. No, let them play multiple sports. I played hockey growing up. I played football. I ran track. I played baseball. I didn't specialize in basketball until I was 11th grade when I knew I was going to college for basketball. I didn't get a personal trainer until I was third year in the NBA.
Wow.
So I grew up enjoying the sport, and by me enjoying the sport and having love for it, it never felt like a job. But if you're constantly pushing that kid, constantly have that kid in training, constantly only playing one sport, by the time they do get to high school, they feel like it's a job and they fall out of love with it. So just let them enjoy it. It becomes a point where you understand where they need more and they can't specialize and just be liking that one sport. But at the beginning, just let them be kids.
That's a great answer, Jay Rich. That's well said. And it got me thinking about the kids and watching youth sports. How much does the fundamentals get lost in all this? Because they want their kid to go to the next level. They want them to be the 1% and 1%ers. Because it feels like the European players that are coming into the NBA, fundamentally, there's so much more advanced than the American-born players right now, Jay Rich.
And you are absolutely right. The Europeans are becoming more dominant in the league because they practice more than they play. And I think Coach Gino Amarona for UConn had mentioned that, where in European, the players practice 6 times a week, play one game, where in America, we play 6 times a week and practice once. So their fundamentals are more solid because they work on simplifying the game, team aspect of the game. And they come over, they're better, they're bigger, and they're understanding of the game. I think we play so many games that our kids are losing, basketball IQ, which is the smartness of the game. Just going out there and just playing. I think we don't give these kids the opportunity to just go to the park or go into a gym and play pickup. Everything has to be a drill. Everything has to be, organized. You lose a lot of creativity by doing stuff like that. And so I think we need to get back to our fundamentals and helping these kids grow the game instead of, trying to monetize it. And I think once we did that with the NIL, with kids making money with social media, we started losing some of those fundamentals that we had seen from the past.
Yeah, man, you are preaching to the choir right here. I'm nodding my head the whole way. Who's your favorite player in the league right now, in the NBA?
Oh, man, my favorite player, I'm an Anthony Edwards fan right now.
Ooh.
I really like the way he plays on both ends of the floor. Being able to create scoring opportunities with, 4 or 5 dribbles, not dribbling the ball 100 times, passing the teammates. And he just has so much energy. You can just see when he plays basketball, it's so much joy and love and passion. And you don't see that much from many players nowadays. So I just love watching his energy. I can't wait to see what his future holds because he has a bright future ahead of him.
No doubt. How about Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown last night, huh? 35-5, both of them, at least 30. Jaylen Brown was dynamic, 38-8. Jason Tatum had his 35-5. That duo, you talk about playing hard at both. And they're understated. A lot of people don't talk about them. But, boy, they play hard. To your point, Jay Rich, they play hard like Anthony Edwards on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, and I think they figuring it out a way. I think at times at the beginning of the season, they're kind of battling against each other, but I think they realized the common goal is to win a championship. And I think with Jason Tatum being aggressive and now he's passing the ball the way he's passing and not forcing a lot of shots, it's giving the team and making the team more dangerous because you got guys like Drew Holiday out there defending and hitting shots. Derek White is out there hitting, defending shots. And it opens up the whole floor. Al Horford. You got so many guys now that become weapons when you're not just sitting there focused on one guy. And you can flip that on the other side. That's why, Boston's so good defensively, is because they, Luka's kind of getting into one-on-one action. The guys are just shrinking the floor on them. So I think if you find a way to, create opportunities for yourself, but you could pass the ball and create a team opportunity for your teammate, it just makes you that more dangerously.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you the hardest question you've ever been asked. Give me your starting 5 all-time Michigan State basketball team.
Ooh.
You're going to piss somebody off. Mo P's not going to be happy.
And no, it's going to be a lot of people not happy.
Mateen, please, you better
give it to me. Who's on it? Let's hear it. Starting 5.
I'll start with Magic. Oh, man. It's going to be hard because I'm going to put Draymond at the 5. We're going to play small ball. Draymond at the 5.
But Jared Jackson Jr., you already pissed him off in Memphis.
But Jared Jackson could play the stretch 4.
All right,
so him and Draymond play 4 or 5.
There you go, smart.
So that's my 3 right there.
Don't panic.
I'm putting Steve Smith at the 3.
Put yourself at the 2, Jay Ritz. Come on.
Myself there because, are we talking about college career or are we talking about pro career?
It's college career. Whatever you want. Yeah, all-time Michigan State lineup.
Whatever's going to get more guys frustrated with you.
Yeah, I won't put myself at the 2 then. If you're talking about general whole career, I'll put myself at 2.
There you go. Yeah, take that, Charlie Bell. Take that, Mo Pete. Take that, Mo Pete. Come on. That's cool.
And you know what? I missed out on Zach Randolph. So man, you got me in trouble.
Yeah, you got. And of course, the 79 National Championship team too. There was a lot of ballers on that team, so you pissed off everybody at Michigan State. But I think it's understandable. Hey, Jay Rich, have fun this Saturday at Oracle Arena when you guys take on the Ball Hogs. Can't wait to watch you out there play for the Big 3. I know you're going to get a loud standing ovation out there at Oracle Arena. Good to still see you balling. We're pulling for your son as well, who's going to follow in your footsteps in East Lansing out there in Michigan State. Thanks for the time, Jay Rich. Really cool stuff, man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Anytime. Jason Richardson, man. The stuff he said about youth sports, unbelievable. The way the game is played, man. Jay Rich, and I got to say, the day he was traded, I was at my guy, front office house. We were all
one
over
of the
there.
saddest days ever.
I was working a preload shift at UPS. I was working from 1 a.m. to 9 a.m. So I went over there and I was sleep deprived. So I was like, hey, man, wake me up with the pick. Wake me up, because obviously he was coming off the We Believe team. And Igor comes in, and I was sleeping in his room. He wakes me up and goes, hey, we just traded Jason Richardson for Brandon Wright. I got up. I said, we're screwed. I'm paraphrasing. And I went right back to sleep. I'm so pissed off.
And I liked Brandon Wright, but not for Jay Rich. You know what I mean? It was so bad.
Hey, one game that jaded me for Brandon Wright, and he ended up having a long career.
Well, the shoulder was bothering him with the Warriors forever.
But one thing that bothered me is they played Georgetown in the Elite Eight. And it was Roy Hibbert and Jeff Green.
Yeah, Jeff Green, wow.
And Brandon Wright just did not look like he was physically able to keep up with them. It was not impressive. I was like, all right, he's going to go out to the draft, whatever.
Was that Raymond Felton team?
I don't remember who. I know Brandon Wright was on that
Mays
team.
And Felton? Well, I forget who was on that team.
No, I'm going to have to look that up.
McCants?
That was a championship team.
Okay.
This was later on. That team, I think, was like 04.
Who was on that team.
It may have been a young Hansborough. And by the way, we talk about Yips.
Psycho T.
We talk about Yips. 415. Good knowledge here. This is what I was thinking about. He hit it right on it. Nick Anderson, Orlando Magic.
Yeah. Free throws.
He missed 4 free throws.
Yeah.
And was never the same after
He was
that.
Rising, right? Him and D3. Dennis Scott. I love those two.
He was never the same after that.
That's a good
And
call.
it's actually sad because Nick Anderson had the talent to be one of the best not one of the best two guards ever,
really
but
good player.
He was a really good player.
Yeah.
And he missed the 4 free throws in game 1 of the 95 finals against the Houston Rockets after the Magic blew like a 20-plus point lead. And he had a chance to seal the deal. And he missed 4 free throws. And they lost in overtime in game 1, and they ended up getting swept.
They did a deep dive on that 30 for 30 with Shaq and Penny. I forget the name of it right now, but that I felt
this
so
magic
bad.
moment.
Yeah, there you go. I was only, 2 years old when that happened, so I had no idea. I felt so bad for the guy watching that.
It was bad. In real time, you didn't think about it, but then later on in his career, he just could not hit free throws.
No.
So I just actually pulled it up here as we're talking to Jay Rich. His free throw percentage, oh my gosh. It went from 70%, 66.8, 66.7, 74, 67, 70, 69, then 40%, 40% 96, 97. 40% free throw shooter. Then 63%, 61%, then 48%, and shortly he was out of the league. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. Jay Rich, man, really good stuff.
So the thing on youth sports, because I really definitely want to dive into that just for a second. What was the thing that stuck out most to you?
Playing multiple sports. Like, we keep specializing these kids. Hey, you're going to just do basketball. I grew up, I played everything.
Yeah.
Baseball season was baseball season.
Exactly.
This is funny. I'm not going to read that text. Baseball season, it was baseball season. Football season, it was football season. Basketball season, it was basketball. You see that? You see that text? I'll read it. 415. I don't care. Bonte only gets the yips at the gatehouse when dime pieces want selfies with him during pre- and post-game Warriors shows.
So
I'm looking over my shoulder for Anna. Anna, I'm no hands on him. I'm just hands behind my back. I'm just taking a selfie. That's it.
Have you ever heard of the Chinese proverb that I'm going to read right now? Maybe you have, maybe you haven't.
Probably not.
Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day.
Is that a Chinese proverb?
Yeah.
Oh,
teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. You ever heard that?
Mm-mm.
You never heard that?
Mm-mm.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's kind of my philosophy on sports. The more and more I coach, I used to be 20 years ago, the guy like, pass to him, then throw to him, and you cut here. And everything has to be scientific and precise for youth sports. And now I'm much more like, no, I want to teach you conceptually how to play basketball or baseball or whatever it is. And then you guys are the ones playing. Yeah. I want you guys out there playing. I'm not trying to control every variable. I go to a lot of tournaments for baseball and I see, and I'm not mad. Everyone has their own philosophies. So I'm not telling you the way I'm doing it is right or wrong or whatever, but I watch a lot of youth baseball and I see these coaches in the dugout and they're calling every pitch, every single pitch. And here's my thing. I'm like, hey, that's the kid throwing and that's the kid catching. Mm-hmm. Let's teach them some concepts and let's let them paint the canvas, right? And so 0-2, right? For example, I'll see coaches, we got to throw the curveball right here. Like, well, what if the kid doesn't want to throw the curveball? What if he's not feeling it? He's got to also be like meeting you halfway and wanting to do it. Once they start to learn for themselves, oh, it's 0-2, I've earned the right to throw a curveball away. Like, now they're thinking for themselves. Now they're playing and reacting, and they're thinking pre-pitch what they should be doing, as opposed to you trying to control every little aspect. Because the majority of them aren't going to play high school, and the majority of them aren't going to play in college or at the next level. I want them to enjoy and put their own little spin on it. And like, to his point on creativity and stuff, you see this in basketball. Run this play and only this play, instead of learn how to pass and learn spacing and learn to go set it in a away screen without being told.
You're not going to be able to do that when you're playing 6 games, as he just said, AAU. You're playing 4 games on a Saturday, 4 games on a Sunday. Where's the practice time? How dedicated are you to the practice time? How dedicated are you on just working on ball handling one day? Spending an hour on ball handling. Spending an hour on defensive stances. Going court to court. Backpedaling. You have to have the right practice time. You have to practice. Play a Little League football. I'll never forget. Coach Greg Isom and Coach Paul Berger. I love those guys to death. Yeah. My first ever football coaches. Practice was very important. You didn't practice right, you weren't playing on Sundays.
To me, practice is preparation for the game. Yeah. And that's where all the quote-unquote yelling and the coaching and all, it happens at practice. The game, I'm sitting back and I'm saying, you guys are playing and I'll help a little here and there. Hey, stay at second. Look out, you got the guy behind you. But I don't want to micromanage every little thing. The game is for the kids.
But also I just think
about practice.
But also
But you're right.
But also what Jay Rich said though, he played hockey, football, baseball, basketball. He played everything.
Who are the 2 best athletes right now?
In what?
It's just in sports. If you were to pick some of the best athletes. Mahomes, right?
Mahomes is up there. He played baseball, football. LeBron played football, basketball.
Okay. What about Steph Curry?
Steph Curry played baseball.
And golf. He played everything.
He played golf. What I mean? By the way, somebody said David Duvall, golf yips.
Yeah.
Talk about yips. Great pull. David Duvall. Remember, David Duvall was better than Tiger at one point.
But like, when I look at who are the best players,
played multiple sports.
All of them, Purdy. Like literally all of them.
But no, that's the biggest thing. I just don't get
Brady. Exactly.
I just don't get why kids wouldn't want to do that.
Because what happens is there's a social currency wrapped around, if I missed this weekend, that kid over there is getting better than my child, and I'm not going to keep up. And so I have to play on this team. And if I'm not on this team, I know it's stupid.
It's on the parents, because I couldn't imagine life without playing everything. or trying out everything.
But here's the
I
hard
wish I would have tried out soccer as a kid. Would have worked on my footwork. You know what I'm saying? Would have made me a better dancer on the dance floor.
But here's the hard part, and this is where I will defend certain parents. What if baby Ches, you wake up one day and she's like, all I want to do is dance. Dad, it's all I want to do. I want to dance every single weekend. And you trying to be a good dad, you're like, yeah, let's do it. Like, I'm going to take you anywhere, everywhere that you want. The hard part is striking the balance of when are you allowed to just be a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old. Like I was, having a conversation with a kid. I'm like, hey, bro, you need to just go swim for a month. But you need to not play baseball and just take a look. And he was like, I was insulting him. But I just think that it's really hard when the kid literally loves it and you want to feed into that. It's difficult for the parents.
I was talking to somebody recently, and they were like, is Ches going to be a sports fan? I said, look, I'm not going to force anything on her. She's a dance class. She goes to gym class where she's doing flips and walking on the balance beam. She's had swim class. We got through that. She'll do whatever the hell she wants to do. I'm not going to force sports onto her. They're going to be on. And now, like when Luka Donic for a second, I was just say, there goes Luka. And she'll say, here's Luka. Where's Luka, Papa? Where's Luka? I say, he's the guy with the ball. Oh, there's Luka.
He's the one complaining.
But I did notice, I had my glove on the floor of the car after playing the softball game, a little glove. And she picked it up in her car seat, and she just was putting her hand in the glove.
Fascinating.
And she was like, Papa, you have a ball? Papa, but I'm not forcing that onto her.
No.
You love sports? Go ahead, love sport. Actually, I prefer not to love sports. So I can do different things and not be such a sports geek.
Yeah.
Let's go to the Academy of Science. Yeah. Let's go to the zoo. Let's go paint. Let's go feed some goats. I want her to go do that stuff. I don't want her to be a psychopath in terms of being a sports fanatic like myself. So somebody was telling me, oh, you just gotta keep throwing it in. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. We have a little wiffle ball bat that Spadonis gave us. She played with that for a little bit. Sometimes she'll play with it, hit the ball, but I'm not forcing that onto it. And I think that's where, and I'm not going to tell people how to parent. I refuse to do that. You parent how you parent.
For sure.
But I would say, don't force your kid to just play one sport.
No, I'm with you.
Like you see the baby Gronk thing.
Oh, it's ridiculous. The baby Gronk thing, I'm going to be honest. I'll tell you right now. That father's out of his mind. Yep. Okay? And you're feeding into this shit. This is where I use this line. The baby Gronk is a great example. You're doing a disservice to your own child. Right. I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, but to your point though, B, like my aunt and uncle, they got triplets, all right, and the triplets just got into 8th grade. They could not be more different, all three of them. And one thing that I've learned from Ann and Jim that they've done a great job of, whatever their kid is into, they've just embraced it. Yeah. And they've allowed that person to either flourish into the particular sport or activity that they like or not like. Mm-hmm. And they just lean into what they're leaning into at that particular time. And that to me has been a really cool, like one of them is an unbelievable Irish dancer. The other one is really good in, boys volleyball and is really smart and into grades and stuff. And Maddie's she's into cats and dogs. She wants to be a vet. Like each of them is so unique. They're same household, triplets, all the same genes, and they could not be more different. And I think it's a beautiful summary of what you're saying is just kind of lean into what they like.
Whatever they want. If they want to do puzzles, let them do puzzles. They want to get them to swing, let them do, we don't, which is part of the reason why I wanted a baby girl instead of a boy. Everybody's, you don't want a Bonte Jr. I wanted a baby girl. I want to do different things, and I want her to do different things. But I covered high school sports to see how crazy these parents could get, and that's just high school. I can't imagine the AAU tournaments. I heard stories about former NBA players coaching their kids being kicked out of gyms, not allowed to coach because they're so psychopathic. And we got to win this check. You're punking referees.
Here's the hard part.
It's just too much.
Here's the hard part. A lot of people are doing a lot of really good work out there.
But it gets overshadowed.
It does. And that's the part that I think is really crippling because I'm knee deep in it. You know me. I'm knee deep in youth sports. And the hard part is I see so many people doing it the right way. But what catches the headlines? The people doing it the wrong way.
No doubt.
And it sucks. And it kind of robs it. I was at Twin Creeks this weekend. We had a big baseball tournament. Dude, we played this team from Pleasant Hill called the Hawks. The fans were deep. They were loud. The kids were really good. It was a great game. It was a championship game, and we ended up beating them, and they gave us this obnoxious trophy, and our kids were having fun with it. And I'm like, guys, don't be obnoxious. This team just lost. That was a really good game. They could have easily beaten us. Let's not rub it in. Let's be good sports the right way. But I can see how this trophy culture and this ring culture, it becomes a slippery slope. And I literally had to say to some of the boys, hey, guys, dial it down. We won 5 games. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't make us better or worse than anyone.
No,
let's not disrespect the other team. But it was very gracious. And the coach came over and he says, dude, you guys are a really good team. I'm like, so are you guys. And so like my point is, there are more good people out there than bad. I do think there are good people.
As long as the kids are not taunting the other team, I got no problem with them celebrating the trophy. You should celebrate.
No, I'm with
you. You know what? Because somebody told me this a couple weeks ago.
What's that?
They said, Bonte, you're so hard on yourself. You're so hard on yourself. You're so hard on yourself. You're so critical of yourself. But sit back and enjoy what the hell you've been doing over the last 12 years. And these kids who play 5 games and win a trophy, go enjoy the trophy.
No, I hear you.
You don't have to show up the team and, I don't want you to be hey, we won a trophy. Great. Let's take the picture. Smile.
That I agree with.
Yeah. But you know what? Go out there and celebrate.
This is the way I always say it. And every handshake line is the same. Like, guys, remember, sportsmanship, and at the end of the day, we win with grace and humility, and we lose with grace and humility. I've been on both ends of winning and losing heartbreakers, winning and losing blowouts, and so that how you win does matter to me. How you lose does matter to me, because we're teaching life lessons.
No doubt. By the way, that team with Brendan Wright, waiting to get to this. They lost to Georgetown, Elite 8. Tyler Hansborough, sophomore.
Wow.
Wayne Ellington was a freshman on that team. Danny Green was a sophomore on that team. Alex Stevenson. He played the NBA, but he was a freshman forward on that team from LA.
Unless it's Deshaun Stevenson, I will not acknowledge you.
Quentin Thomas, Oakland Tech in the house. I ran into him at the Gatehouse. He's a rapper now. Quentin Thomas was a junior guard on that team. Ty Lawson, freshman guard on that team. And of course, you get Brandon Wright, who was a freshman.
Wow.
Uh, 510 final thoughts. Is the YouTube chat not working? Though apparently it's been disabled, but you can go ahead and text us on the text line 888-957-9570. I'll say this is my final thought. I kind of miss the YouTube chat. They do it has to show sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
My final thought is this. Today would have been my dad's 66th birthday. Dad, I love you. Father's Day is this weekend. And if you have someone in your life who either is your father, your grandfather, your uncle, your aunt, whoever it is, stop what you're doing. Take the time. It takes 10 seconds. Text them, call them, let them know that you love them. Because you never know. You just never know on these days. And for all the great dads that are out there, I know moms get a lot of love, and they do. I know this weekend's about dads. Anyone who's a father figure, either be that father figure for somebody or that you have someone, let them know how much they matter to you. That's my little final thought.
Watching the NBA Finals last night, for a brief moment, I was leaning forward because I thought, oh, man, we're going to get a really, really exciting series when the Mavs were going on that 22-2 run. And then the Celtics were just like, nah, not really. I'll be honest, guys, I'm trying to get into this NBA Finals. I'm not. It's been kind of a snooze fest for me this series. So maybe the Mavs can make it a little gentleman's sweep, but yeah, try again next year, I guess, for the Finals.
Always got the Stanley Cup Finals. Let's see if Edmonton can make a series out of that. But
Florida travel plans couldn't get to Edmonton.
But after the Stanley Cup Finals, gentlemen, we got Euros coming up in soccer, and we got the Copa America, which is the best of the North American teams in South America. Last friendly before the tournament, Team USA, the men's national team, drew with Brazil. Probably should have won. Christian Pulisic was in fuego last night. Great bounce back after a horrible defeat against Colombia a couple days ago. Tuning up for the Copa America. Team USA next Sunday takes on Bolivia, and that's getting started.
The only Copa I acknowledge is hot and mild Copa, the Gabagool.
I thought you were going to say Copacabana.
Copacabana.
That's what I thought too.
Very
Hey, Euros. Who's the favorite in the Euros this year?
Oh, who's always the favorite? Probably France, right? France, England
choked the last one, right?
Yeah. But they're notorious jokers. Italy's
they are notorious jokers.
Spain's always a problem.
Spain is a problem. Mbappe
Germany,
with France.
you can never count out the Germans.
No, you can't count out the Germans. You can't count.
We are here to win the Copa Americas.
Dude, hey, I love me some Euros. Cristiano Ronaldo, probably his final Euro with Portugal.
Probably the last Copa America with Messi with Argentina.
Wow.
Yeah, Brazil and Argentina probably the two favorites there.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. This is a big summer. Olympics, Euros. Just got to make it through these dreadful finals.
What was it last year? A hot boy summer or hot girl summer? What was it?
Oh, there's hot girl summer, hot boy summer.
So what is it this year?
I don't know.
It's just
a hot
morning roast summer.
Just forget the hot girls.
No, last year was the Summer of Love. That's what it was.
No,
Right,
Summer
the
of Love.
Summer of Love.
Well, let me tell you, if it is a hot girl summer, Meg Thee Stallion is going to be at Oracle Arena on the 23rd.
Don't talk about that.
Let's not talk about that.
I did see that show.
Stop it.
It's coming to town.
Yeah, and we don't love it, man. He went black. He ain't never went back. It's a concert.
Are you serious?
Spinoni might be by himself behind the glass that Monday morning.
Shasky might be himself behind the microphone.
It's the greatest opening pitch in Houston.
What's going on here?
Bonte and I will be front row at that one.
You guys get on me for watching Charmed in the morning. Good Lord. Come on, man.
Well, she was wearing white outside of the Memorial Day to Labor Day period. And so, my fashion IQ was whoop.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
23rd Chase Center. I will be looking for tickets in case you know anybody. That's it.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill. He'll have at the Gatehouse for the Meg Thee Stallion concert.
I would love to.
I got the Hall of
Same old
Famer.
Megan to me.
Same old Meg to me.
What'd you think?
Same old Meg to me.
And she makes
Same old
I
Meg.
can't believe you're talking to me.
Same old Meg to me.
Always a fun show.
Gray sweatpants and Meg Thee Stallion is a
Shut you
diabolical
talking to me.
combination. Who's the guy who always asks me if I'm wearing gray sweatpants on the text line? Are you wearing gray sweatpants? Well, today I'm wearing gray sweatpants. All right, that's it for us. Brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices.
That's tough. That's tough.
The Alameda County Fair is June 14th.
That's where I'll start. All right, the Giants won yesterday. They won 2 of 3 against the Astros.
Gutsy.
They're game under 500. Oh, but they're in the wild card race.
Yeah, driver's seat.
Something's missing, right? But like something's missing, and the question that I'm asking, and I'm going back to the Niners 10 years ago, and I'm going back to the Giants 10 years ago, and the war. Like, when do you get interested in a team? When do you get interested in a team? I know there are hardcore fans that are interested in a team at the start of the year, and regardless of whether they're really good or they're not so good, they're going to watch anyway. And they're going to be interested all season long because that's who they are. But for the rest of us, when do you get interested in a team? And I'm looking at the San Francisco Giants, and they're 34-35. And I'm not here I don't want to get into too many teams make the playoffs, et cetera, because that's not really, to me, the debate. The debate is, when would you get interested in the San Francisco Giants? Because, you brought this up, Matt Cain's perfect game.
12 years ago.
12 years ago.
Today.
It was a night game against the Astros.
Yes, when the Astros were terrible.
Right. And they had 43,000. 43,000. Why were we interested in that team at the time? Why is this team, even though they're hanging around and they're why does it feel like there's something missing and that people aren't interested?
I think it's because there's nothing established about the San Francisco Giants or this iteration of the Giants. That 2012 team was established. They'd won a World Series, but they had established players. Like Lincecum wasn't a factor in that 2012 team as much as he was 2 years prior or 3 years before that. Matt Cain was the horse of that team. You had Bumgarner. You had different pieces. You had Sandoval, obviously Posey. Crawford was emerging. Like, you had established pieces and fabrics of your franchise. I think it's the same reason why, even though the Warriors didn't make the playoffs this year, Steiny, there was still interest around them because they have an established brand. The 49ers are established as a team that is competitive and that wins. So it's not just the victorious nature of it, but I think it's that there's nothing established about the Giants. If I asked you, what is the most concrete piece or cornerstone of this franchise, it's probably the guy who pitched yesterday, right. Logan Webb.
Certainly.
That's one. That's one part of it. That's one piece of it. And for a 25, 24-man roster, having one or two establishments is just not enough, I think, for the average fan.
Okay, but I'm looking at, maybe it has to do with the city, but I'm just thinking the team that came to mind is the Oklahoma City Thunder. All right, they're a young team. They do have a great young player in Gilgeous-Alexander, but it feels like if you're in Oklahoma City, and again, maybe it's because they're a one-horse town, but like you can get behind that. You can get behind the Thunder. They got young players, and they got one 25-year-old who's really good.
Yeah, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is established.
I mean, Logan Webb's kind of establishing himself, and I know
he has.
I know that's. I'm not comparing.
Runner up last year,
right? I know I'm not comparing the two, but I kind of am. I guess is what I'm saying. But it's like I was saying to you. Okay, so the Giants are 34-35. Okay, let's say in a month they're 50-50, and they're a half game as the third wild card or a game out of the third wild card. Okay, now they're 60-60. All right, and they're still hanging around or there. Now they're 70-70. Okay, well now we got 20 games left, 22 games left, and they might make the playoffs. If they win 14 of their last 22, and I understand at that point we'll start saying, look, if they get in, anything can happen. But it doesn't make up for the fact that for the first 4 months of the season, there's something that's not connecting with the fans, and I'm wondering why. What would it take for you to get interested in this Giants team this year, or is it a fait accompli? Because chances are they're not going to add a superstar or a star at the deadline. And if they're going to get it done, it's probably going to be with these guys. Solaire's going to start playing better. Chapman's going to hit more. Estrada's going to come out of his slump. Slater's going to be this Slater. Is that enough? Is that enough? Even if you make it to the postseason?
I think it's enough if you win.
See, I don't know if it's enough here in the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area, you mean?
Well, yeah, because I'm using the Giants specifically because it feels like they just haven't, like, fans are waiting.
Well, I would say there's been excitement about the Giants but for probably 10% of this season. Like, there's been a small
It was the Pittsburgh series
excitement.
And the Mets series.
Colorado, they swept, going into Pittsburgh, New York with all the walk-offs and the late comebacks, and they're winning against teams that are hitting grand slams, and all the young guys are performing, and there's things, but that's kind of my point, is like, there was something that was fresh and that we hadn't seen before, and it looked like they were starting to establish something, and I think for that stretch, it was the youth movement. It felt like the youth were starting to establish themselves. And then, because of a lack of productivity, it kind of gets pulled from underneath them. Matos gets sent down. Luciano gets hurt. There was whatever we were promised, all of a sudden is no longer on the table because the quote-unquote established players that have been kind of middling and mediocre, frankly, have reassumed the positions.
Right. And, the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, he said it'll be very interesting when they start beating the Dodgers, or at least competing with them, and then goes on to say, and everyday players. I mean, in fairness, they have everyday players. They've got Bailey at catcher. I know Lamont Wade's hurt, but he's the first baseman. Estrada's playing second. Chapman's playing third. Solaire's going to DH. Webb's going to, forget the pitching for now. Yaz is going to be there. So they're not doing it like they've done it under Gabe Kapler. And I understood why fans didn't get into the platooning and the righty versus lefty and lefty versus righty. And there's a different guy in a lineup every day, and guys get pinch hit for when the opposing team makes their first pitching change. I completely understand how that's a turnoff. This team, however, is different than that. It's got, this team went out and tried to get more everyday players, and they did. And they're in the lineup most of the time, but there's just, I don't know, there's just doesn't feel like there's anything there with the Giants and this connection they've seemed to lose with the fans.
I also don't think there's much personality about this team. What would you say is the moment, or I guess a situation in which we've seen the most personality emit from the San Francisco Giants? Because I have mine. Okay, I think it's very clear.
Well, I have, the first thing that popped into mind was Solaire's shoes.
His shoes?
Yeah, the yellow ones.
Well, I'm talking about a moment, like a moment where you felt like you got to know the person that's wearing a San Francisco Giants jersey. I'll go first and
go ahead
and let you think. So when Kyle Harrison threw up Bryce Harper, or buzzed the tower twice, unintentionally, of course, or maybe it was, I don't know. But that was the first moment where I felt like, oh my gosh, like this team has a pulse. Like this team has some sort of personality, and this specific player, this pitcher, is not afraid to back down from one of the best players in baseball. That was something that grabbed me. That was something that drew interest because there was electricity, there was life. And that was the game they lost, by the way, that 3-game series. They lost that game. I don't care about the loss in that situation because there was something that I felt like I could grab onto and connect with. Even if some people perceived it as negative, it was a flash. And there's not enough of that consistently for me to be interested in a team that is hovering up above and below 500.
I hear you, and I think that's why even if the Giants start to win at more than a 500 clip, I am really starting to think, and I didn't think this before. I really did think winning is the number one reason that people will be interested. And it still might be the number one reason, but you got to have more than that in the Bay Area. And as I look at these teams over the past 10, 20 years. All right, when the Giants, I get it, they didn't win a World Series with Barry Bonds, but they had Barry Bonds. They had the premier hitter in baseball, and that in and of itself created Giants interest. Then you had the Giants 3 titles. Okay, they won, but there was more than just they won 3 titles. It was Tim Lincecum, homegrown. It was Buster Posey, homegrown. Belt, Crawford, homegrown. It was Brian Wilson with a personality. So that's what they had. Then I look at the 49ers. Well, when were they, at the top? Well, to me, the reason they were interesting in the early 2010s to 2015 was because of Jim Harbaugh and Colin Kaepernick. Those two, they won, but those two personalities took it to another level. The Warriors, Steph Curry, end of story. And then they get Durant. So the Warriors not only won, they had tons of charisma and a ton of swag. This year's, or the 49ers over the last couple years, they got a lot of personalities and they got a lot of big boy players. So what I'm getting at is it the chicken or the egg? If the Giants win 14 of 18 and start establishing themselves, do those players automatically become more interesting? And I'm starting to think you need to do more than just win in the Bay Area to capture the imagination of the fans.
I mean, I think you have to do that with almost every form of entertainment now. And part of it, I think the most established part of the franchise is the ballpark. But I'm not just showing up for the ballpark.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. I'm not just going to show up to, feel regaled by, a couple of years ago. I'm not just going to sit there to watch, the bay from the beautiful view or the bright lights behind Oracle Park. That doesn't do it for me anymore. It has to be more than that. It also might have to be more than just the product on the field. There's in-game entertainment that factors into it. How people feel about the experience they have when they go. Maybe it's the city itself. I just feel like, to me, that the fact that the Giants right now, the most established part of them is where they play. It's not the players on the field. When I think about other teams, I think about their players.
Right.
I think about their success. And the Giants have not had enough established success outside of one season for me to feel invested in this group. I think Matt Chapman is an established player. He's got 4 gold gloves, but he's not somebody that can singularly hook you. Blake Snell is established, but he's been hurt. And when he's pitched, he's been bad this year. There's nothing right now about the Giants that screams investment.
But this is my point. And feel free to argue with me at 888-957-9570. I would argue that 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whatever it was, when the Giants won 107 games, they still didn't electrify the city. They did not. I mean, I get it. They won a lot of close games and they were exciting, but it still couldn't touch a great Warriors season over the last 10 years. It couldn't touch the interest in the Giants in the early 2010s, and it doesn't touch the Niners, who are the kings of the Bay. They won 107 games, and it wasn't enough. I mean, I don't mean it wasn't enough to get over the hump. It wasn't enough to generate interest. And I'm just wondering if you can't get stars in here, or which they haven't been able to, and you can't develop from your farm system, which they haven't been able to since the run, that it's not going to be good enough here. It's not going to be good enough.
Well, but okay, but
like the third wild card and even knocking somebody off with this team, I don't think will be good enough.
Winning a postseason series?
I really don't.
Really?
With this team as a third wild card?
I think there would be buzz around the city if this team happens to win a postseason series.
They won 107 games a couple years ago and took the Dodgers to 5 games.
They did.
And I'm telling you that, yes, we were disappointed when Wilmer Flores got called out on a bad third strike. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I remember running down Embarcadero with Joe Shasky and people screaming at the top of their lungs at like 10 a.m. I mean, people were juiced about the Giants. Now, I think it's been difficult to recapture that or keep it.
Right.
Because there's not enough established about this team right now. And perhaps it starts in the front office. Perhaps it starts with ownership for some people. I just don't think there's enough. Like, you're talking about the 2010s or even before with Bonds. That's a high bar.
Right.
Like the reason why people, I think, are invested in the Warriors is because there's an established dynastic aspect to the franchise. Now, we're trying to see where it's going to go. And maybe I think that interest eventually will wane if they don't continue to win or get back, because that's what happens. But yeah, it's impossible for me to compare this era of Giants baseball to the era of the early 2010s. Like, that's just unfair. They won 3 World Series.
Well, that's
and
the
thing. I don't
can't...
even know if a lot of people believed that they could do it until they did. And it took 3 times for us to recognize that they actually were the little engine that could.
Well, I'm trying to figure out when, because in 2014, the Giants were an absolute phenomenon. But I'm trying to remember the 2010 year when it first started and the way people were thinking of that team and the future. You know what I mean? The future of the Giants. Was it like nobody looked at the 2010 Giants and said, we're going to be a factor for 5 years. That was just about getting there and making noise, and then you end up winning it. So like when I look at the Warriors, did we know they were building something when they took San Antonio to the second, or 6 games in the second round, and then they got eliminated by the LA Clippers in that first round? Was something building there that, looking back, we can now acknowledge? Like, did we? And what I'm getting at is,
but you never know it in the moment.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Like when I was watching those Warriors teams, I was very happy. I was on cloud 9 that they won a first round postseason series when they upset the Nuggets. Like that was, as a fan, that was my championship at that time because I hadn't done it in forever. That's the issue. The Giants have done it, and they've done it 3 times in recent memory. And you're constantly compared to what you've done before. This regime is constantly compared to the prior regime. And the prior regime had Hall of Famers abound. This one does not. And it doesn't appear that there's anything that is going to come close to touching what the previous regime did 10 years ago. I think that's where people lose interest. It's like, well, you gave me the 5-star Michelin restaurant, or 3-star, I don't know how many stars there are. You gave me the Michelin restaurant. I can't just go back to eating at Applebee's.
No, I hear you. And 650 Steiny, you sound like a grandpa. Boy, that's the first time I've heard that.
3 stars, thank you, Carter.
If we make the playoffs, people will be interested. I know that people will be interested if they make the playoffs. But I'm talking about how long did it take? Like the Giants in 2014 they ran the city. Then the Warriors ran the city. And I guess what I'm saying is, how long does it take? How long would it take? And does it take for the fans to really embrace a team? And does it depend on something more than just making the playoffs and being competitive, and forget winning a title? But is it possible for this collection of San Francisco Giants, even if they start winning, to garner the interest that previous Giants teams had when they were winning? And that's where I'm saying you need to do more than just win. those Giants teams won, and those players had a big connection to the city. If the Giants start winning with this group, is it a chicken and the egg thing where now all of a sudden we'll start connecting with them because they're winning? I'm not so sure. Like, you have to develop that relationship almost first and start building on that. Is there any chance this town's ever going to love Jorge Soler? Even in 2 years. He bound on 28 homers this year, and he comes back next year and it's 32. Is that going to get is that going to draw in the casual fan like the Giants did?
I mean,
or do you have to win it? You have to win it all.
No, I don't think you have to win it all. But I think people have to know what they're watching. Like, people don't know what to watch for on a given night with the Giants. And I think this year more than last year, it's because of injury. I mean, if I told you on opening day the Giants had a starting rotation of Blake Snell, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Alex Cobb, and Kyle Harrison, that sounds, I mean, not everyone would know all the names, but that's a pretty sexy starting rotation.
Right.
That's a competitive starting rotation. We've been promised that. I have only seen 3/5 of that, or at points 4/5 of it, and Blake Snell's been terrible. So what we've been promised, or what the offseason led us to believe the Giants were going to become, has not come to fruition. And some of it is because of injury. For example, Jung-Hoo Lee was promised as this, upstart Korean baseball player. He gets hurt. He's out for the season. That sucks. But the pitching staff and the strength of this team that's been promised has not lived up to that yet.
Well, I actually do think, like, my whole point is you need something more. And I agree with you that if the only hope this team has with connecting with the fans, I do think is through their pitching. If Snell comes back and is Snell, and Ray comes back, and all of a sudden, like, I believe you can create excitement by shutting teams down. People come to the ballpark to see the other team get shut down. That's why I think when they won it, Kane and Lincecum and Sanchez, like, I think they were a big part of it.
Those names, or the pitching staff of those 3 World Series teams, are
Bumgarner,
the pieces that I start with. Like, when I remember, I mean, Posey, yes, might be first,
right?
But that's one position player. Then I think of Lincecum, I think of Kane, I think of Bumgarner, I think of all the dominant arms that they had. Like, that to me was the strength of their team. They were able to hit and score runs without necessarily using the home run ball. I mean, you asked me who was the last Giants hitter to hit 30 home runs before the show, not named Barry Bonds. You got to go back over 2 decades to find that player. So it isn't as if they captured the attention of Giants fans with the long ball. They did it because they won games, they had personalities, and they shut your ass down on the mound.
650 says, the hell with connecting with fans, win. And I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't think winning does it.
I think it does if you do it over a period of time.
Okay.
But that's the issue. There's been nothing consistent. There's nothing established about winning right now under this current regime. In this era of Giants baseball, I cannot consider them synonymous with winning. I consider them a 500 club.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Evan Giddings today. Lot to get into. We're going to get into the Giants. I want to talk a little bit about some stuff that happened in the series against the Astros. We got to get into the NBA Finals, and I want to play something for you from Brian Windhorst, and I'd love to know if you think it's fair or not. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today. Also, that segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
You'll be back tomorrow. I got about a million things I want to bring up.
We'll do it.
But I can't quite put my finger.
We got 3.5 hours.
I know, but let me tell you something about radio out there. It's nice to have a theme. It's nice to have a foundation. And I feel like I've got 12 things at my fingertips that I want to get into, but I don't. Okay, here's what.
Sonny, have you ever been hometown buffet? Like, seriously.
Wait, what?
Have you ever been to a buffet where there's an option of literally everything?
Golden Corral.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like buffets.
Yeah, so
I do.
That's the best part, is everything's on the menu. It's all on the table. It's just up to you to either fill your plate to the brim the first time or maybe just go back for seconds or thirds.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you get more satisfaction out of sitting down and sinking your teeth into a steak, and that's what the meal is, and you're going to fill up and that steak is good? Or are you going to have a little salad, some beans, maybe a touch of pasta, some chicken, spaghetti? Give me the meat. Give me the meat.
So you're just giving me the 32-ounce, 4-month age ribeye.
Oof.
Well, actually, that does sound pretty good. But if I'm going to get the option of, I don't know, like a Safeway sirloin, and then I might be looking at a smorgasbord because your boy likes charcuterie, Steiny. I'm not going to lie to you.
Hey, do you really?
Yeah. Dude, you ever dabbled in the cheeses?
That doesn't do it for me, charcuteries. It just
with a little bit of wine, some grapes, the sweet and savory.
No, I need more bulk. I need more bulk. Okay, here's something. I was gone for about 10 days, and people enjoyed that. And
was it that long?
Did something happen with Klay Thompson that I missed?
What do you mean?
Well, I feel like when I left town,
it's a wrap.
Shout out, Priest.
By the way, Priest, thank you for your Jerry West insight yesterday. It was awesome. I feel like when I left, people wanted Klay Thompson back. He probably wanted to be back, and the Warriors wanted to have him back. And I feel like I got back, and now we're hearing, well, Klay wasn't happy. Really? So I'm listening to Slater. Take a listen.
This has been a storyline for years that Klay, because he missed 2 seasons and got paid max money, owes something to the Warriors. And I mean, and you heard it in his exit interview answer, if people can remember it, but it's like, think about, it's kind of like think about all I did for the organization all up until the moment that I tore my ACL in Game 6 of the finals. And I think he was kind of expressing frustration that it's even a topic that, he owes them something because of what they did way down the line. And yes, Draymond brought that up, and Draymond has a tendency to be very talkative, and still is. I know you guys talked yesterday about, what he said recently on the pool thing. I don't think it's like some deeply directed at Draymond for saying that. I think it's more frustration with the idea of, that storyline and like he owes something to the Warriors this summer because of what happened in 2009.
I mean, does Klay owe the Warriors something, or do the Warriors owe Klay something?
I think it depends on who you ask. I think if you ask members inside the Warriors organization, they might tell you that Klay does owe him a little something. I'm sure if you ask people from Klay's camp, they'd tell you, you owe Klay Thompson.
You think the Warriors really want Klay Thompson back?
I do. Do you?
I don't. I'm starting to think that they don't but they want to.
They want to appear like they do?
Yes, but don't. You know what? That's too strong. That's too strong to say they don't want him back. Looking back at what I just said, but I do think they want to give the impression that the way they would love for this to end is Klay goes somewhere else, but the Warriors made a big effort to keep him, but Klay decided to go somewhere else. I think that's what the Warriors would like the perception to be, obviously, if he goes. But I'm just surprised at, and this always happens. Now the season's over, and we're getting stuff like Slater saying this.
I mean, all the way up until now, it's not necessarily that Klay Thompson has been priority number one. Locking down his future is not necessarily priority one for the Warriors. And you can, from a cold-hearted business perspective, I think you can understand that from the Warriors side. But, Klay Thompson is Klay Thompson. And, he has pride in what he's built with the Warriors, who he still is in the league, what his statistical resume still says he is. And I think there's a fair, you want to be prioritized. And I don't think necessarily, the Warriors management all the way up into the top has, from day one of this, they did with other people over the last couple of years, said, we have to do whatever it takes to make sure you're here long term.
Did they do that with Draymond? I mean, Draymond kind of flirted with leaving. I mean, was Draymond a big priority last year?
Yes, and I think he was a priority, one, because he's still a very important player to the team, but also because you had a choice to make last summer. You had to choose between him and Poole. And so I think that's why he was a priority. Like, when I hear that, and I wholeheartedly agree, I think when you left, the question was, do the Warriors still want Klay Thompson? I think when you got back, what changed in those 10 days, or however long you were gone, is does Klay Thompson still want the Warriors? And I have less confidence that he does now than I did at the beginning of this offseason. I think Klay wanted to be a Warrior even after going 0 for 10 in a playing game. I'm not sure he still wants to be a Warrior because of what we just heard. Him not being the priority. When Klay Thompson tore his ACL 5 years ago today against the Toronto Raptors, he was still the priority. He still got his extension. He got his money. I could make a case the Warriors have multiple priorities that are just as important as what to do with Klay Thompson this summer. That's what's changed. And I don't think Klay appreciates that because he's always been the priority. And as a 4-time champion and a future Hall of Famer, he feels like he still deserves that.
Yeah, I wonder. Because we played the cut of Klay getting hurt in 2019 and the feeling that we had. The feeling we had when it happened and how bad we felt for Klay, and to where we are today. You know what I mean? Like, I think he maybe he's lost a little juice with the fans, but I'm wondering why.
Well, because he's not as good.
Well, but that happened, neither's Curry.
Well, yeah, but
neither's Draymond.
There's a reason why Giants fans didn't care when Brandon Crawford got, shipped off. And in fact, some people were asking for it a couple of years prior. I mean, I feel like you can have a relationship and a connection to an athlete, but while they're still playing, they still got to be good. Like, they still have to help you. You could be a legend, and if you're hurting your team, there's going to be a faction of fans that turn on you.
Do you think some have with Klay?
I think there are a lot of Warriors fans that don't necessarily want him on the team next year.
This is from the 916.
5 years ago, that would have been blasphemy.
Well, that's true. That's true. And
even after an ACL tear.
That's true. Steve Kerr, well, this is... Do you agree with this from the Xfinity Mobile text line? 916. Steve Kerr went out last year and publicly let everyone know before free agency that the team needed Draymond back. Has he or anyone on the team said anything similar about Klay? Well, I'll give you this. Not to the extent that they made it clear they couldn't win without Draymond. Or no, I would say that. I think that's a fair statement. That it felt like last year the team wanted Draymond back more than the team wants Klay back right now. Is that a fair statement, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. And then if you do agree with that, my question is why? Like, why?
I think a part of it is the result of the season. Klay Thompson went 0 for 10 in an elimination game. Your team didn't make the playoffs. They were coming off a second-round exit in which a lot of people believed that they were a Lonnie Walker performance away from making the Western Conference Finals. So, yes, Draymond Green was perceived, and I think he still is, as a more important cog to the Golden State Warriors than Klay Thompson is. That doesn't devalue Klay from an emotional standpoint, from me feeling connected to him as a fan, but the final taste that Klay has left in our mouths the last 2 off seasons is him going 3 for 16 and 0 for 10. I feel like it's really hard to sell people on that. no matter how much you love him.
Boy, I mean, even me. I know he hasn't. In some big games lately, he hasn't played well, but I feel like all three, Draymond, Steph, and Clay, should all be afforded like legacy status. Like if you're gonna afford them, you either have to afford all of them legacy status, or you have to, in essence, just treat all of them as a regular player moving ahead. And I feel like Clay would have every right to be upset if they did what they did with Draymond last year, and they're not going to do for Clay this year what they did for Draymond last year. Like I would feel like, yes, I get the circumstances have changed, but that part I could see Clay not liking at all.
That's why I think that he's, again, the question is Clay, how much does Clay want to come back to Golden State? I think that's my biggest question, is because I don't think, Steiny, that compared to Draymond, or for example, if Steph Curry had a contract extension eligible this summer, like those guys have been afforded what you're talking about. And it feels like for the first time, they're considering not affording that to one of the members of the big three. It just so happens to be Klay Thompson. And I think it's because of where they're at, having not made the playoffs. Some of it might be Klay's final performance, but I don't think it's all because of that. I think it's just because the bus has to stop somewhere. You cannot continue to go down this road if you don't think it's going to bear fruit. And so what are pieces that you can strip from this team? Well, you've already made your hay for a long-term deal with Draymond. Steph, you're obviously not moving off of. Even Andrew Wiggins, there's reports of them trying to trade him this summer, but he's hard to move because of his contract. The odd man out is Clay. And I think he feels that. And that sucks. It has to suck when you've given everything you have to this franchise.
But I think there's a difference between Draymond and Clay in this sense. And I know Draymond talks a big game, but I do think there's a part of Draymond Green that knows if he's playing on another team and it's not the Golden State Warriors, that's risky. That's risky. I feel like on another team, and yeah, I think there's some teams where Draymond might be able to elevate him, but I think there's a lot of teams where Draymond would look very ordinary. And I think he knows that. He knows that he will never look as good in another place as here. I think Clay, on the other hand, thinks at this point, you know what? If I go to another place and it fits me a little better, I'll be a better player at that other place. I don't think Draymond Green, like I think he knows the dangers that he would have had he left here. I think Clay looks at leaving here as this could be a big opportunity for me to, get back to who I was.
Well, Klay Thompson, I mean, yeah, if you can shoot the rock, you can play on most teams. But I would ask you this, would Draymond Green get exposed if he played for the Boston Celtics?
No, that's what I mean. I mean, yeah, but the problem with Draymond is like, there's only 5 teams he can play on, really. He can't play on a team that's not very good. And no team that's not very good would want him. But yeah, I mean, he'd be fine on the Celtics or on Dallas. Philly, he'd probably be fine. But I think deep down, Draymond didn't want to leave here. And I'm just wondering if Clay, what's hit me in the last week or two is all of a sudden it feels like it's conventional wisdom that, you know what, Clay wants to leave. And I didn't feel that way at the end of the season. That's all. That's the only feeling I have.
I still think the Warriors want Clay, and I think that Klay Thompson wants to be a Golden State Warrior. But I think the difference between him and Draymond in these last 2 summers is that Clay would be okay not being a Golden State Warrior. I don't know if Draymond Green would be okay, both his feelings on it as well as how he'd play if he was on another team. I think that's why he always wanted to stay. And again, Klay's skill set's just more transferable. Like, he can shoot the ball. That's gonna take you wherever you need to go, as long as you have spacing and you have a team that can feature you. Yeah, Draymond's a little more unique and siloed into his role, but I would ask you this. How many players would be as important as Draymond Green is to the Warriors if you swapped them? Like, I think Draymond's built enough equity with the team that, like, you can make the case he's their second most important player right now. Maybe that's also why he didn't want to leave. Because he can be good for this team, but he can also help this team.
Well, and I mean, this will sound like a shot.
When he's on the floor.
Well, this will sound like a shot, but it's true. If Draymond Green's your second best player, that's why you didn't make the playoffs at this point.
Well, yeah, I think that is why they didn't make the playoffs.
And then he doesn't play another 40, 35 games or so. 415 says Klay's drop-off is significant, and he's now a liability simply because Kerr cannot not play Klay when the situation dictates. Draymond and Steph have dropped, but not significantly. I
also don't think those problems with Klay leave if he goes somewhere else. Like, just because he is going to go to, let's say, Philadelphia and be a starter doesn't mean he's just all of a sudden going to close games and be the Klay that he wants himself to be.
Well, when we say, like, let me just throw this out there. When we say, well, situation's different now than last year, let me ask you this. How so? Like, what's different between last offseason re-signing one of your big three, and this offseason you're not re-signing Klay Thompson? Like, has so much changed in 1 year?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Like, specifically what?
What you could sell yourself on. I think there was more reason to give this group last year the benefit of the doubt than this year's group. Because you're another year removed from your championship. Last year, you were just one offseason removed. That's a long time, but you still made it to the second round. You still won a postseason series. I think you could sell yourself on that group giving it another go. Again, there are a lot of reasons why people felt like that team that made the second round didn't achieve what they could. Maybe it's because Wiggins missed 3 months or because a teammate punched another teammate. There was off-the-court issues. There's a lot of things that happened in that season, and they still made the second round that a lot of people could cling to. This team, there's no rebuttal to you didn't make the playoffs.
True.
And your team is a lot older than it was 2 years ago.
And this is kind of what I mean. 510 says, conventional wisdom is Klay wants to leave, ? In what world are you living? That's what I'm saying. It's a feeling. I'm not saying Klay wants to leave. What I'm saying is it feels like something's changed from the end of the season until now. In that, at the end of the season, all things being equal, you put a number in front of Klay, he's going to be back. But what I'm saying is, now you hear Marcus Thompson saying he doesn't think Klay will come back because he's got to get an offer. You hear Slater saying that there's frustration with his role in the organization. All I'm saying is, and I said, gosh, I feel that this is kind of coming out of nowhere. And you told me, no, I think we all saw that during the season. And
Klay's frustration.
Yeah. And I think I detected all Klay's frustration as being directed at himself. Because he was not playing well and he knew it and he gets in his own head. Maybe it was. Maybe there were some things going on with the organization. Maybe coming off the bench, when they asked him to come off the bench, he said, "I'm out of here." I don't know, but something feels like it's changed, and I can't quite put my finger on it with Klay Thompson anyway. 925, and God, everything's so polarizing, but I get it. 925, Klay went 0 for 10 in an elimination game. Stop acting like we need him.
But yeah, like I told you, there's a faction of fans that feel that way.
Well, you know what? They didn't need Draymond Green either last year, but they brought him back. And I think they brought Draymond back because they were scared of him leaving, and I don't know. I think Klay's right. I guess they're less scared of losing Klay.
But you can understand why, though.
I can understand why, but
they've won more games with Draymond on the floor than they have with Klay.
Right.
Or of the higher rate of games.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you're asking me right now what I would do with Clay, I'd probably not bring him back at any number. And the reason I wouldn't bring him back is because no matter what number you bring him back on, even if it's team friendly, he must be, he's going to have to play. He's going to have to play, and he's going to have to play 28 minutes a game. There's no, you can't re-sign Clay and then all of a sudden he's a seventh man. You know what I mean? He's too big of a part of everything for Draymond to be playing and Steph to be playing, and all of a sudden Clay is a notch below those guys in terms of pecking order. That's why I can't bring Clay back on. That's why I wouldn't bring Clay back, is because once you bring him back, you must use him, because you cannot let him, I don't want to say wilt on the bench, but you have to play him. He's Klay Thompson.
You do have to play him. And that's why I think the two biggest reasons that Clay feels to me like he's more disconnected or could walk on his own accord, not even that the Warriors don't want him back, that he might just say, I can go somewhere else, is because of respect and role. Those are the two things I think he's looking at right now. Because he knows he's not going to get paid $40 million a year by some team.
Right.
He might be able to get 30, I'm not sure. But there's a marginal difference. If it's a $5 million gap, I think he stays because he's comfortable here. But the respect and role, I think, are the two biggest things that Klay Thompson is weighing right now. The respect of, do you actually want me as much as you want one of the other two cornerstone members of the big three? Am I afforded the legacy tour that a four-time champ and a Hall of Famer generally gets? And then also, well, are you going to start me, or am I going to come off the bench? Because I still feel like a starter. I played 70-plus games last year, and I went to the bench when you needed me to, and I thrived in that role. And then you asked me to come back into the starting lineup, and I was able to help you then up until the play-in game. So I think Clay has acquiesced to the Warriors. He's just wondering when they're going to, I don't know, maybe feed the rope a little bit back in his corner.
My question to Warrior fans is if you were Klay Thompson, would you want to leave? Would you want to leave right now? Is it the time?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't.
See, I think I might. And I'm not saying Clay's right.
Who am I?
Right.
But I wouldn't want to leave.
I'm not saying Clay's right, but I certainly could understand Clay feeling like he does. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in. What happened with Klay Thompson? Has your opinion of Klay Thompson and his situation here with the Warriors changed in the last month or so? Or am I sniffing glue? It just feels like something is amiss. What's coming up on the game? Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. Listen at 12:30 to win a 4-pack to the Alameda County Fair. All presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
What are we doing?
Want more speed? Well,
Joe wake up, man.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Hello?
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know
Take
what?
it away, Steiny.
Thank you, Kevon, and leave it to Kevon Looney to straighten things out.
That was a brain fart from Spadon.
That's all right. Kevon Looney. We haven't even talked about him. He may be gone. That'll happen. There's going to be. I'll tell you what. I heard Willard yesterday, and he was right. He said something like, "We're already in mid-June. July is coming. It is coming, and there will be action with the Warriors."
Yes, sir.
Chris Paul's got to figure some stuff out. No, I'm sorry. The Warriors have to figure some stuff out with Chris Paul.
That boy Spadon.
And they have to figure some stuff out with Kevon Looney. And I don't know what there's to figure out with Gary Payton. If I'm Gary Payton, there's nothing to figure out. Hey, guys, I'm coming back for $9.3 million.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was him, I would consider opting out to sign a longer tenured deal. Because you might not get another one.
No, I hear you there, but if I'm the Warriors, do I want to know he's coming off at the end of the year, or do I want to know that he's going to be on our team for the next 3, even if it's $5 million a year?
When he plays, he's productive. He also happens to be the best friend of number 30.
Gary Payton II?
Oh, they're tight, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Kind of like you and Gil. Attached at the hip.
Since when?
I feel like since he got here. Ever since Steph was okay with not having Avery Bradley.
Well, maybe that's why. Clay wants to leave, is because Peyton II's his best friend now, and it used to be Clay.
They don't hang out.
Let's go to Eric in Oakland.
Come on.
What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's going on?
Not much.
Hey.
Just working.
No, not much. I did want to chime in and give my opinion on Klay Thompson real quick.
All right.
I think Klay, it might be time for us. As painful as it is, he's given up his greatest memories and greatest times, fourth quarter Klay or whatever, but it might be time for us to move forward. A change of scenery might be best for Klay. The last 2 seasons, I saw a lot of shoulder dropping. I didn't see the confident Klay anymore. Obviously he's lost a step, because of the ACL and the Achilles, but at the end of the day, I think that it might be better for the rest of his career. Now, if he can come back at like around 15 per, I don't mind doing that. Just for nostalgia purposes, but he has to come off the bench. I think he can be a starter somewhere else. I think a team that we're witnessing in the finals right now, that they can use a spot-up shooter is Dallas. And I hate to see him go there, but for him, I like, him, Dallas. I think there was also rumblings of Philadelphia.
Yep.
And maybe Los Angeles, something like that. But I think Dallas and Philly will be a perfect spot for him. And then he can still bring a championship mentality. And, those teams are on the cusp of even winning the championship as long as they can get a veteran in the locker room, with his type of clutch shooting and stuff like that. So they can use a guy like that.
Appreciate it, Eric. Eric said something interesting, and I actually agree with him that Klay could go somewhere. Klay could go somewhere and start, or let's say,
did you break your mic?
No, it just unscrewed. Just talk for a second.
So you broke it.
No, I think
Stop out. You can also turn it off while you're twisting that thing back on.
All right.
Give me the baton.
Son of a gun.
All right, so
let me get Jordan in here.
So you agree that Klay, it sounds like, could go somewhere else and be better, or kind of like level up a little bit? Yeah, well, it's a handheld mic now, Steiny.
Here's what I'm saying is
Oh my
It's funny that we say Clay could be a starter on the Philadelphia 76ers.
That's like 3 times
and
a
the
year.
Orlando Magic, 2 teams that made the playoffs, but he can't. Why can't he start on the Warriors? They're not even a playoff team. You know what I mean?
Because there might be someone else that could start for him, and we've already seen that. I mean, yeah, like I think he can still start for the Warriors. The question is that his best role? Is that his best role wherever he goes? I think, I don't know, I guess I disagree with you and the caller from this standpoint. I do think that Golden State is still the best place for Clay. Like, I do. I don't think that if Klay Thompson has the type of season that he did this last year, where there's some pouting, there's a roller coaster ride of productivity, and there's a looming contract decision, I don't think he gets as much of the benefit of the doubt anywhere else in the country. Now, a lot of people might feel like, you know, there are people that kind of turned on him over time, and that might be true, but that percentage is far less significant here than it is anywhere else. And I just think if Klay Thompson goes somewhere else and he continues to decline or not play as well or be inefficient and has a slow start to his season, which in all probability will because that's what he does, I just feel like he's going to be on an island somewhere. And it's not going to be a place that he's comfortable. It's not going to be a place that's going to regard him as a 4-time champion. It's going to be a place that is expecting him to come in and help immediately because that's in all likeliness why they're paying him the money that they're going to pay him this summer. I think you're right that Draymond Green would be less serviceable on, you know, fewer teams than Klay Thompson. But Klay Thompson, the best place for him is still Golden State. And not just for basketball purposes.
I don't think he thinks that, though, anymore. And that's kind of what we're getting at. You know, it's funny because when Goo's here, you know, I hate to paint stuff in extremes, but so I look at it this way. If you're going to move on from Klay Thompson, you got to move on from Klay Thompson. If it's the best thing for the Golden State Warriors, you got to do it. But I guess what bothers me on some level is that he's the guy who drew the short stick in a way. For example, to me, the Warriors are just as far now from winning a title as they were last year at this time.
Well,
that's just what I thought and what I think. And they signed Draymond Green. They re-signed Draymond Green because they thought they could still win a title. And they're not going to sign Klay Thompson now because they might think their championship window's closed. And under that scenario, I feel like, well, Klay's getting screwed because you guys, Warriors, made a mistake by thinking you were better than you were at the beginning of the year. If you would have acknowledged where you were and assessed correctly, then Klay would be sitting in a totally different spot than he is right now.
It also might mean if they hadn't assessed themselves as being contenders at the beginning of this year, they might be more inclined to move off of him.
Wait, say that again?
I think if the Warriors didn't believe that this group coming into the season could make some noise, they'd be more inclined to get off of Klay. They'd be more inclined to just start moving pieces and enter a full rebuild. If they really didn't think that they were very close, I think that's more of an incentive to start stripping down to bare parts, which would include Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Like, why else would you keep him around if you didn't think you'd be competitive with him?
Because he's a champion. That's the answer.
But I think that you can make the same case for that now. You keep him around because he's a champion.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening, and I don't know what's going to happen with Klay Thompson. You know what? I'm gonna do a segue here because this has me thinking. So George Kittle was asked about a Super Bowl mulligan, and
yes,
I get it
on the Dan Patrick Show.
Okay,
2 days ago.
I got to hear this because I haven't heard it.
How many turnovers we have? Just one.
Yeah, I think
we could pull off that turnover. I think that's a different.
But when you look back on that turnover, it's right in front of you.
Behind me, but yes.
Behind, okay. Near you.
But yeah, it was, yeah. I mean, ball bounced on the ground, something behind me I can't see. Super unfortunate.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the play where Kittle was doing something or talking and
he didn't have
McCaffrey's
he didn't have his head up. Yeah, it was. But Dan Patrick with the sledgehammer. You hate to see it. You really do.
What would you, if the Golden State Warriors had a mulligan, what would they do? I know what I'd do.
Yeah, I know what you'd do.
Well, I think most people would do that.
What? Not re-sign Draymond?
Correct. I think if the Golden
I think there's a lot of people that still would.
Oh, I think if as long as George Kittle brought it up, it's not a hypothetical.
I think it was one play, which makes it a little different than like a transaction. Like if there was one play, like in a final, obviously, because I was going to the Iguodala, like dunking it instead of trying to lay it up. That's what I would have gone to. But that's interesting you brought it to that.
No, I was actually thinking more of a, I know he was asked about the game. I was thinking more of a transactional thing. But I bet you.
Well, if you're going to go down to a situational thing, I think a mulligan, I think they should have suspended Draymond for hitting Poole.
Oh.
I think that's a singular mulligan that the Warriors would want back.
Yeah, I bet you they would want the 4-year contract back. I think, I'll bet you most fans would say that if I told Warrior fans, hey, you got a mulligan, a transactional mulligan, what do you think it would be? Don't draft LaMelo Ball instead of Wiseman?
Draft anybody else. I mean, at this point, seriously, because they might be on the team. It's funny, though, because, again, I believe if they didn't re-sign him, I think that this offseason, the choice about Klay Thompson's very clear. You don't bring him back.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And I'm with you there. And that's why, and I've said this before, and I can't put it into words perfectly, but there's just something that doesn't sit well with me that Klay's may be the first guy to go. After everything that's happened. And here's where I look at Klay's injury and
injuries,
and people come down two ways on it. One is, well, the Warriors paid him for not playing for 2 years. I look at it as, yes, he got paid, but they're guaranteed contracts in the NBA, plain and simple. I look at a guy that suffered a debilitating injury and then another debilitating injury and came back and's doing the best he can, and he's the guy who's gone. Not the guy who year in and year out has been an issue over the course of the long haul.
But you're also the guy that doesn't believe in participation trophies.
I know. What do you mean?
What I mean, so you just said that Klay Thompson's working, and he's trying real hard.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He's trying really hard. You know, he can't. He's tough. Yeah, that's real life. Sorry, that's called sports. All right, when you're not very good anymore, people don't want to pay you. Like that's, if Steiny, if you had 2 years of bad radio, you wouldn't be on radio. Like you
don't
you
throw
have a
softballs
job.
to the listener.
No,
because they'll hammer me there if you say that.
I think we got a lot of diehards that would turn it the other way. But no, seriously, Mad Dog said it about Farhan. If you have 5 bad years in radio out of 6, you're fired. I think that's a big reason why people don't trust the Giants, because there's been 5 out of 6 down years or mediocre years, and it doesn't look like it's changing anytime soon. That's why people are into the Niners, because even though they haven't won a Super Bowl, they've shown themselves to make correct, smart decisions that have resulted in wins. The Warriors used to be in that place, and they're not anymore. And I think the trust that people have in ownership in the front office will continue to wane the more and more they lose, unless they turn things around.
So are you proud of yourself?
What do you mean? Oh.
Are you proud of yourself?
Or the 510?
Sidey's had about a decade of bad radio.
No, that's not true.
I have, but keep in mind.
I didn't want to open Pandora's box.
It hasn't been a consecutive decade. I did get fired during the last 10 years.
You made the playoffs 5 times. You on and off. You never had a bad stretch.
I don't know that I have.
You never went full Sacramento.
Let's go to Hex. Hex is on Route 80. Where's 80?
I-80?
Is that the one that goes to Sac?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. How you doing, Hex?
You're on it every day.
I just thought 580. Oh, you, Hex, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mine's real simple. And because I think all of us are about championships, if there's one thing, and obviously this can extend to other stuff, I would have had somebody tackle Draymond when he had the teabag incident with LeBron, because if that didn't happen, they would have won another championship.
They very well might have. They very well might have. And you know what's funny is
there's consequences to that too.
Yeah, okay. So this is what I want to make two comparisons.
George Kittle got a mulligan. We're giving the Warriors one.
Steiny's been teetering on sports radio for a while. Keep it up. 888-957-9570. Yeah.
You're still shooting above the average. Okay.
He's too old. This fish is stinking from the head up.
Oh, my God. Spadone.
Oh, man. All right. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. I want you to try to think about it. Of course, the goal is always to win a title. Yeah. But I'm looking at the Giants. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So let's just say hypothetically. I'll do that. Let's just say hypothetically that the Giants continue to be a 500 team, but they finish 81-81.
Yeah.
But they're the third wild card. Okay. All right. Now, of course, when the playoffs start, people are going to be interested, right?
Oh yeah.
Let's say they make a run. And they get to the World Series and lose.
Yeah.
My thing is this. They still will not have generated excitement over the course of this season until, let's say, the last month. The last month playoffs and the last 2 weeks of the season.
Interest for the average fan.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So the year is just, we're 500. I've maintained to this day that even though the Warriors lost in 15,
mm-hmm.
that it still was the greatest regular season of all time.
Literally.
Correct. And while it was a gut punch to lose Game 7, and everybody was super disappointed, and we still look back on it as a monster disappointment, it does not take away from 6 months of something that was absolutely, positively incredible. You know what I mean? Like, I actually look at it, it was the greatest 6 months of all time watching sports. And they had they had 5 days of disappointment. Like, I'm taking that.
Well, I mean, you're taking the greatest.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that disappointment theoretically should be infinitely, it's infinitely more heartbreaking than if the Giants go 81-81 and don't make, lose the World Series.
What if the Giants won the World Series, though?
Well, I'm just comparing them to the Warriors who didn't win it that year.
No, but I think the reason why it's 6 months of all-time interest is because we've never seen it before and we'll probably never see it again. You see 500 seasons all the time. So, you're right. There's going to be more interest over 6 months because what preceded the 73 wins? Not 73 wins.
Right.
Like, they won a championship the year before. That put the limelight on the Warriors, and they followed it up with the greatest regular season of all time. My point is, I think it's unfair to compare middling seasons, even if they result in the postseason, to an all-timer. I think that's the biggest issue that people have with, at least when I've talked to friends, the biggest issue that a lot of Bay Area sports fans have is that there have been so many Pantheon players to come through this area, and right now, there really isn't one. Like, Curry's still here, but he's obviously not as great, and the Warriors aren't as great as they used to be. People are looking for the next thing. People are looking for the next Pantheon player because that's what the Bay Area has produced almost in lockstep for the last 40 years. I mean, there's always been somebody that's been an all-timer.
All right, let me ask you this.
And we don't know who that next player is going to be.
All right, let me ask Warrior fans this.
Or team.
Because I'm the king of this.
Mm-hmm.
Hypotheticals. I can offer you a deal right now. If you tell me if you take it. You ready?
Love deals.
All right.
Except with the devil.
Warrior fans, you're taking this deal right now. Tell you what. I'll give you the 2016 title. I'll give you the title when you went 73-9. But I got to take 2022 away from you. Are you doing it?
Nope.
You're not?
No.
Oh, my God. I would do that in a heartbeat if I were the Warriors or if I were God.
Well, but I'm also assuming that Kevin Durant doesn't come to the Bay.
See, I'm assuming that if you take the 2022 title away from the Warriors, we are so much further ahead right now in terms of getting back to championship contention.
But that was the least expected one.
I know.
That's why the 2016 one hurt, is because you did expect it. You expected them just to run roughshod. 5 years to the day is when the Warriors completed their 2017 title. When they went 16-1 with Kevin Durant. That was historic. But the first couple rounds of the postseason, I don't know if people were that locked in.
Carter, I'd ask Spadoni, but he doesn't care. Carter, I'm giving
Evan
you.
said it perfectly.
I'm giving you 2016, but I'm taking 2022. You then, as a Warrior fan, can lay claim without any argument to having the greatest team of all time.
Yeah, but you don't get the Durant years.
Okay, under my scenario, no. Under my scenario, you still ended up with 4 titles, however it happens.
Oh, well, if I still end up with 4, yes, because then that would be 4 in a row.
Okay.
I would take 4 consecutive championships. Yes. That would cement you as perhaps the greatest team.
You guys were looking
ever.
Oh, you guys were looking at it as though that's it. They only got 2.
Yeah.
No, I would say basically afterwards the same thing happens.
Well, yeah, I'd take 4 in a row.
Let's say it wasn't 4 in a row. Let's say it was 4 and 5.
I'd probably still take that.
Would you really?
Yeah. I think Kevin Durant joined the Warriors because they didn't win the championship.
Well, he joined the Warriors because he was gutless. That's why. Make sure that goes viral.
By the way, anytime that Steiny emphasizes the word gutless, I know all the P ones now. For anybody out there that's wondering,
thank you.
He doesn't mean it.
Exactly.
That's the whole point.
Thank you. All right.
Unless he's talking about
it was wrong.
Yeah.
Trying to think who I would say is. That's a tough word, gutless.
Number 23.
I wouldn't say it. Nah.
Michael Jordan.
What about him?
Oh, everybody thought I was talking about Draymond.
I'd take it in a heartbeat. To have the best team ever in NBA history, I'll take it. Anyway, just some food for thought. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings was out and about last night.
Oh,
now,
was I.
Everything in moderation.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So he was chipper this morning. It wasn't like that. A patron at an establishment said something to Evan.
Up here.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Similar age group. I wasn't working there.
And I'm going to ask if Evan was shocked, put it that way. I'll get to Rich and Robert on the other side, but wait till you hear what a 30-year-old told Evan, which you tell me if he's onto something.
I was flabbergasted.
Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Plus, an hour away from your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair, all on 95.7 The Game. And coming up in a half hour, Odyssey Major League Baseball insider Brett Boone's going to join us on 95.7 The Game.
Want to save on some of the biggest...
me the meat.
95.7 The Game.
Pause.
Jeez. I don't even know what I'm saying half the time. Okay, I need help from my peeps. That would be a listener. I want if you can get to YouTube, if you can get to the YouTube channel, 95.7 The Game stream.
Yeah.
Get there because I'm gonna hold up to the camera.
Oh God.
A photo. And I need help. This is a flat out mystery. So I'm flying back. I'm flying back from Philly to San Francisco on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going, hey, Midwest, the plains, the Great Plains. And I love those things now you can do with the front seat where you can see where the plane is.
Wait, what?
Flight tracker.
Where do you sit?
I was in 31F. I'm a man of the people.
Economy?
No, you're not. Oh, worse than economy. So anyway, no, you know the things that are in the seat in front of you.
Yeah.
And you can follow. It tells you how fast the plane's going. It tells you what cities you're over. You don't know what I'm talking about?
I usually fly Southwest. There's no screens.
Okay. But anyway, it's called Flight Tracker, and it's fun because you just hit it at any time, and you know exactly where you are, and you know exactly how long it's going to be till you get there, or how long you've flown, and it's got a little 3D thing. It's pretty cool. Jesus. Anyway, so I'm looking at this thing in front of me, and I notice, hey, we're getting to California.
Yep.
You know, I don't know if we were in Nevada crossing over. Utah doesn't border, but in that area.
Yeah.
So
Arizona.
I hit the map and I noticed that Half Dome is a ways off.
Sure.
Then I see a place on the map called Tonopah. Tonopah.
Is it short for to no place?
I don't know. It's Tonopah. I look out the window, okay? And I see this monstrous disc-looking thing on the ground.
Okay.
It looks like a flying saucer, but it's not.
That's what I thought it was.
It's sitting on the ground, and it's silver, and it's shining, but it doesn't look like a solar panel. Anyway, I'm going to hold it up because I took a picture because it was wild. I should have taken the picture sooner, but I didn't think of it. So so this is the picture on YouTube.
We're sure we can even see it.
I don't know. But anyway.
Get to YouTube and Twitch.
I start looking to find out what this thing is. And I have no luck. So then on Tuesday, hold on, Spadoni. On Tuesday, I see my main man, Sal Castaneda, KTVU, and I say, look, I saw this thing. And we started to look. And we could not find what this thing is. It's immense. It is absolutely immense. And it looks like a flying saucer. It's silver. Looks like it's got pieces in it that are concentric. Yeah, that's it. Concentric circles. I can't find out what this thing is. Anyway, 888-957-9570.
You want to know my theory?
Hold on. Yeah, let's...
All right. Sorry, Spadone.
Well,
No.
What you feeling first?
Hold on
I want you guys what you think it is because I know what it is. I found out.
And let's see how many people listening actually know what I'm talking about. So go ahead.
If Tonopah is indeed short for to no place, and I'm imagining that it is close to either a reservation or one of the Nevada national security sites, which means you may or may not have seen Area 51. That's my theory.
So, but a nuclear site would be like there'd be nothing there.
Well, it's not a nuclear site. Area 51 is allegedly housing a lot of extraterrestrials.
I thought that was in New Mexico, though.
Well, New
Roswell.
Mexico.
That's Roswell, New Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh, Area 51?
No, Roswell, New Mexico is different from Area 51. You're right, Evan.
Oh, thank you.
Steiny's thinking of Roswell.
Thank you, Spadone. Yeah. Go watch Oppenheimer.
Is he right?
No, they are commercial solar farms.
No, it wasn't.
It's a front.
Yes, they are. There's literally everyone saying it right outside of the Las Vegas airport. There's everyone saying this.
It's a front.
Wait, it's a what?
They're commercial solar farms. There's many of them that border California, Arizona, and everyone's just saying.
Okay, so what I saw, is that one farm or is that multiple farms?
Well, the original farm was only a farm.
I'm not an expert in solar stuff, Steiny. Maybe we can get an expert on here to talk about it, but that is just what they are.
I'm with the 650. Post it on Reddit and so you see what this thing is. You would be surprised the amount of detailed, not always accurate, but detailed and entertaining answers you'd get on there.
Yeah, if it's a solar farm, I need to know whether what I saw was one farm. It had to be one farm. It was one concentric circle.
You can also post our hypotheticals. But I do think, for example, if you're going to post on Reddit, what's your biggest, if you could take a sports mulligan. Because that's what George Kittle was asked about on the Dan Patrick show a couple days ago. What would be the mulligan you'd take in the Super Bowl? And of course, George Kittle was like, I think we had one turnover. I'd probably take that back.
So he was sticking it to McCaffrey.
Basically.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably pissed off. He just got $20 million guaranteed. The guy fumbled the ball in the biggest game of the year.
No, Kittle doesn't mess with other guys' money.
No, he also doesn't catch the ball.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont real quick. And here's the one thing I've noticed. We haven't gotten a text or a call about this mystery. Something's going on outside Tonopah that people don't know about it. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Evan, what's up, man? Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Look, when I call in, and by the way, ACO Pest Control pays my money.
Yes, sir. So, and mine.
And Goose.
Okay. So when I call in, Steiny, I tend to disagree with you. Okay.
That's why you call in so infrequently.
Get them.
Yeah. You definitely. I am going to get them on this one. Okay. Look, Steiny, I may disagree with you, but I got great love for you, brother. I
know you do, Rich. Thank you.
But this is the thing. I got to disagree with you about taking the 73-9 team over the 2022 championship, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because of the fact that the 73-9, everybody knew that we were going to win the title that year.
True.
There was no question.
No doubt.
But the injuries that sustained in those last couple of games caused us to lose that title. And because of that, we lost Kevin Durant. And then there were so many questions as to whether or not this team could put up another title because time was against us. There was no question of that. Okay? And then in 2022, we get the title. And no one had us in it. And we get the title. And we did it without Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the reason why the 2022 championship was much better than the 73-9 season. And not taking anything away from Golden State winning that many games.
I hear you.
But we didn't capture the ultimate prize. And in 2022, we did it, and it's still Steph's team. There's no question of that. So in my opinion, no. You can take the 73-9 because I didn't want us to lose, but we did. Okay? So the 2022 is just much more savior to the palate of the mouth, brother.
Gotcha.
Because we got it in 2022, and no one picked us. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, man. What Rich is talking about, if you're just joining us, you know me. I love my hypotheticals. God, I love hypotheticals.
Yes, you do.
And I was just thinking about this 2016 year when the Warriors won 73-9, but lost the finals. And I just shouted out, if you're a Warrior fan, would you, I'll give you the 2016 championship, but I'm taking 2022 from you. Are you taking that deal? And Evan said no. And I said I would take it in a heartbeat because you can then claim that you saw the greatest team in history and nobody can ever debate it. Now, I don't think there's a right or wrong on this. It's opinion. But if you said to me, okay, Steiny, would you take the Warriors win in 15, 16, let's say 18 and 19, or 15, 17, 18, 22, I think I'm taking the first one.
See, I think no matter what, there would be debate. And the reason why, I'll use the Boston Celtics this year as an example. The Boston Celtics are, I don't know if they'll sweep, but they're going to win the NBA Finals at some point.
All right.
If they sweep, they will have gone 16-2 through the postseason. They are a 64-win regular season team. They have the third or fourth best, I forget, net rating in the history of basketball. In fact, I actually think it's slightly better, if not in the same category as the 73-win team. The best team by net rating or by metrics is the 96 Bulls.
All right.
Who did finish it off, and they won the championship. They won 72 games. I just feel like but nobody would ever put, in my opinion, no one is going to put these Boston Celtics in the same category as the 73-win Warriors. I would take that team instantaneously to beat these Celtics, even though they didn't win the chip. I just feel like there's debate no matter what. Even if they had won the title, which what they were expected to, there would still be people coming out of the woodwork saying, well, the 96 Bulls would have, bludgeoned these guys, and this Warriors team couldn't play back in those days. Or if there's a future team that wins 70 games and wins the title. It's the beauty of sports, but it's also just what happens. Like, yes, you're right. They would have everything on their resume, but I also think the Boston Celtics have a lot of things on their resume right now that puts them in the same category as other historic teams that I myself would not consider them a part of. They have the number one offensive rating in the history of basketball, and I don't think that they're in the same class as some of the greatest teams ever.
I got to answer. We might have answers. Let's go to John in the 650.
Oh, on the dish?
Yes, on the dish.
Okay.
Well, it's not a dish.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Hello, John.
Hello. How are you?
Dynamite. So you know what I'm talking about.
I think I have a good theory.
right.
They are mirrors. They are mirrors that are reflecting the sun, that are hitting a tank full of water that boils the water to create the steam to drive a generator.
Oh.
Okay. Yay! John,
That's my theory.
All right, that's your theory. Thank you, John.
What do you do, John?
Well, he was a scientist.
Who the hell's John?
Well, let's go to Tony. Tony in Richmond says he thinks he
Best
knows.
answer we've got.
And let's see if John was right. Hey, Tony, you think you know what I'm talking about?
Of course I do.
Oh, sweet. Give it to me.
Yeah, John was close, but first off, the town is Tonopah.
Oh. All right.
It's it's an Indian town called Tonopah. And a mirror. No, that was the UFO you saw, Steiny. That was it. As a spaceship from outer space.
It's so disappointing, Tony. So disappointing.
What do you mean?
He's just kidding.
I know he's kidding.
And he's making a horse's behind out of me.
Oh.
And now we still don't have the answer. We got to rely on John.
Well, then we do have the answer. It's a mirror.
Well,
to create steam for generators.
Listen,
It's not as sexy
I
as you
used to
think
be
it
a
is.
journalist. We always needed two sources before it became a fact. And John...
Well, this is new media, Steiny.
I think John might be right, but that's it. He said it was a theory. He even acknowledged he wasn't 100% sure. So now we've been talking about it for 25 minutes, and you know what? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what that thing was.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
No, I'm not wrong. Then somebody tell me what it was.
Watch the game again.
Somebody tell me what it was.
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
I think you saw Area 51. I seriously do. Or part of it. It's probably all underground, but
anyway,
you got to keep the aliens cool.
I'm in an airplane going from Philadelphia to San Francisco, and we're kind of near the California border, near a town called Tonopah. I don't even believe that he knows that he was just trying to snooker us. Anyway, I saw this monster structure of what looked like metallic concentric circles. It was huge. I took a photo of it and I held the photo up to the YouTube and I said, can somebody tell me what this thing was or is? And as far as I'm concerned right now, I still don't have an answer. We don't have an answer.
And I think that's what the government wants you to believe.
Well, I do think that's a possibility. Look, Spadoni's... when's the last time Spadoni's ever been flummoxed?
He's perplexed back there.
I already said what it was.
What'd you say?
It's a solar farm.
Okay, and my question was I looking at one solar farm or was that big disc multiple solar
If it's
farms?
all right near each other, it's one farm. So, have you ever been on an actual farm with, there's, apple trees sometimes, and they got sunflowers over here.
But let me tell you something, Joe. One of the things I love to do when I'm flying is look out the window at terrain. I love it. It's something I just love.
Well, you weren't looking out the window.
Yes, I was.
You were looking at your screen.
No. I was looking at the screen in front of me and then out the window to try to figure out what was near this thing that I could then tell people. So here's the other thing, Spadoni. I don't think it. I've been looking out windows of airplanes for, I would say, 20 years. I've never seen anything like it. That leads me to believe there aren't multiple of these things around. So I'm questioning whether there really are more solar farms, if that's one. I think if it is a solar farm, I think there's only one of them in the United States.
There's definitely more than one solar farm. But there's...
You don't even know what a solar farm is. You have never heard that term up until 15 minutes ago. Do not act like you know.
Isn't a solar farm just a large grouping of solar panels that are made to harvest the sun, a.k.a. a solar farm? I could be wrong about this. That might be what Big Brother wants me to believe. And that, I think, is what, in a weird place, that Big Brother wanted you to believe, Steiny, that this big saucer-looking item or, I don't know, thing, it's, you know what it is?
What?
It's a diversion. It's a diversion from where your attention actually needed to be, which was somewhere around the desert that has the answers to all of our country's mysteries in regards to extraterrestrial research. But you're so locked into this saucer-looking thing that you missed the entire boat.
Let's go to Francisco in San Jose. He says he can answer the dish. Hey, Francisco.
Hey,
hey buddy.
It's called the Crescent Dune Solar Energy Project.
Okay.
It is 190 miles near Tonopah.
Okay. You know what? I believe you, Francisco. Thank you for the call, but I got another question. I got another question. So apparently it's the Crescent Dune Solar Energy Project. What's the project? What is the project? What is going on out there? I think we got issues out there.
Isn't that just a solar farm? A solar energy project? Yeah, it's
no, I think
Spadoni told us what it was 20 minutes ago.
It sounds to me like they're working on something out there that they're not finished with, and they don't even know what it's going to do or what it's doing now.
I think over the course of this conversation, you're Luka Donic. You picked up 6 fouls, and the solar farm. Yeah, count the bucket. All right, that is the exact definition of a solar farm. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm.
So it has the concentric circles. That's part of being a solar farm. Okay, well, good. You know what? Hey, you young people need to understand this. I'll tell you a little story about the 5-minute fool and the lifetime fool. Have you ever heard that story?
No, I've heard the old bull and the young bull.
No, I've heard that one too. I heard that recently.
Yeah, the 5-minute misuses that, by the way.
The 5-minute fool versus the lifetime fool.
Nadal and Alcaraz.
Okay, I saw something out the plane window, and I didn't know what it was, and I asked what it was, and I got a lot of ridicule, and I got a lot of teasing, and I got a lot of laughter at my expense.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was a fool for 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes, I've been a fool. However,
20.
If I don't ask the question, I never find out what those things are, that solar farm, and I remain unknowing of that for the rest of my life, which makes me a lifetime fool because I never did find out what it was. So you know what? I'll take 5 minutes of ridicule and feel good that it is the Crescent Dunes Solar Energy Project.
Shut up. You want to read that last message from the 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line? I think it's pretty spot on.
Steiny is doing to Evan, that one?
Yeah.
Steiny is doing to Evan what Goo does to Steiny. The last caller was Willard, and now Steiny believes. Let's go to Paulie in San Francisco. Wrap this up.
By that one.
You think Brett Boone knows what that thing was?
10 minutes.
What's up, Paulie?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, taking my call real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to confirm with Donnie, the man. He knows what's going on. You guys got to listen to him a little bit more often. And Francisco as well.
Okay.
The affirmation is it's called the Crescent Dunes Solar Energy Project. This is a easy thing if you ever look up Wikipedia or if you're a Google Maps enthusiast like myself.
Hey, Paulie, am I detecting a tone there?
Yes.
Not, Hey, Steinmetz, come on. You're my man. What are you talking about? I love to hear you. Let's go at it, big guy. Hey, so but first and foremost, though, it does look like a UFO project, and it probably is, but they're just calling it the Crescent Dunes Energy Project.
That's what I said from the start.
Okay?
You're right.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, but we're going to believe what we're going to believe, okay? Thanks for taking my call.
Sir.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You know, I thought I did check with Google and I couldn't find out. So, of course, you can go to Google. You know what, though? That's the art that is lost on the young generation.
Google?
I could look on Google and I could get my answer. But you know what was a more rewarding life experience? Conversing with people, using words, and having dialogue and going back and forth. So I appreciate the call from Francisco and Paulie, and that was far more fulfilling in getting that answer. Google. You got to Google it.
You know, I think that actually makes you closer to the younger generation than you think, because you chose not to do your own research and you just took the opinions of everybody else who just called into the show. And I do believe them, because Fedoni also told us at the very beginning what it was.
No, he was not right. He said solar farm.
We can run the tape after Brett. Yeah, we can run the tape after Brett Boone.
But you didn't know any specifics. Crescent
I'm not a
Dunes
scientist. I graduated from San Francisco State with a radio degree.
That's one of those.
Glasses.
That's one of those. Joey Crawford's coming out. No bucket. No bucket.
You know, you were doing the fool analogy. I'd like to go back to Obi-Wan Kenobi and A New Hope, Star Wars Episode 1.
Actually,
didn't see that one.
Who's more foolish? Who's more foolish, Steiny?
Yeah.
The fool or the fool who follows him?
Yeah. Sit on that one for a while.
Does the fool who's following him know that it's a fool he's following? That would be my question.
You just answered a question with a question.
And here's the...
He's too old.
Here's the... and by the way, if you're out there and you've listened to the first 2 hours of the show, I'm going to state a fact that you probably will understand, puts two and two together. The boss is sick today.
Yes, he is.
The boss not in the office today. So does it all become clear now?
Well, I also believe one of his kids is graduating today, right?
Who graduates on a Thursday?
I don't want to say the wrong name, but one of the younger Nahegans is graduating today.
Buddy? What are Nahegans? Nahegan has kids?
Shout out to the boss and specifically his child that is graduating.
No,
You got to go, my brother.
Brett Boone.
Yes. Hey, listen, we're talking baseball on the other side. Trust me, with Brett Boone. I love
you think he's heard of Crescent Dunes?
We're not going to do that. It's not going to be the old Michael Irvin. Have you ever been to Idaho?
Yeah, he's played in a lot of markets, Steiny. I think
I'll tell you what.
He might have some takes.
Tanopa's got a big stadium. Like, it's vast, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he'd make it look small, though.
All right, Brett Boone on the other side. And that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak, bone-in, $6.97 per pound. Limit one offer per household. Visit Safeway.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. We are joined right now by Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Insider calls are presented by Grainger. With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Brett is also the host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring the most notable names in Major League Baseball and around sports every week. He was a decade-plus second baseman, a Gold Glover, a Silver Slugger. Thank you so much for joining us, Brett. Really appreciate it.
You got it. How you doing?
Oh, doing well. I'm looking at the National League. Here's where I'm going to start. I'm looking at the National League standings right now, and there's about 7 teams that are all bunched up. The Cubs are 33 and 35, and we go all the way down to the Diamondbacks, and there's about 5 teams in between. How would you handicap the let's say the last 2 wild cards? Because it looks like, I mean, there's 8-10 teams that, I mean, could get there.
There is, especially in the National League. I broke it down to this. I think there's 2 elite teams in the National League. That's the Phillies and that's the Dodgers. Other than that, everybody else is kind of in that next, you drop down to that next category and you kind of got the Atlanta Braves of the world. The Brewers, I think, are a second tier. And then everybody else is kind of put in this kind of melting pot. It's kind of the Padres. San Francisco, if it ended today and it was playoff time, San Francisco's in.
Yeah.
But you look in that Central Division, other than the Brewers, it's as mediocre as any division in baseball. When second place is under 500 and everybody follows suit there, but it's tightly bunched. After Atlanta in the East, there's not much there. You got Washington's even ahead of the Mets right now. Mets in 4th place. And then this West, which I really thought was going to be the best division in baseball with the Dodgers. I thought the Padres were going to be better. I thought San Francisco with that pitching staff, although the Giants have been beat up this year, they're just getting healthy. Obviously, Snell hasn't been what's expected to this point, and he's coming off an injury hopefully soon. He's crucial for the San Francisco Giants to make a legitimate run. He's got to be healthy. But that pitching staff, especially the starters, very formidable. Arizona has been a big disappointment for me. I look at them a year ago going to the World Series, 2 games away from being World Series champion. I thought they improved themselves this offseason. It just hasn't worked out so far. Gallen and Kelly at the top of the rotation have gone down. And then the Colorados, the Miamis of the world. I think I put the Mets, Washington in that same category. They're not going to make a run. So it comes down to, is Cincinnati, Chicago, or St. Louis in the Central going to make a run? And what is San Francisco and the Padres going to do on the West Coast? I think the Dodgers are the obvious class of that division. And then you go to the East Coast and you got Philly at the top of the division. Philly could be the best team in baseball. Just well-rounded. They got stars all over the field. And I think this year, the young third baseman Bohm has got into that star class. And so they just got one more star. The pitching, they're starting pitching has been phenomenal. I think number 1 in the National League with Nola, Suarez, and Wheeler. So they're going to be tough. We saw them a year ago. They were tough then. They're going to be tough now. But the rest of it's kind of up for grabs. But right now, Giants, Pods, and Dodgers from the West Coast, all in the playoffs as of today.
I agree, Brett, and wholeheartedly agree about the pitching staff being the strength of the Giants, though they haven't gotten healthy. And I want to zero in on one guy because yesterday was Logan Webb's day, and look, 12 of his 15 starts this year, he's gotten at least 6 innings. He's pitched the most innings in the National League, actually Major League Baseball over the last 2 years now. It seems like he's always in the 6th or the 7th. He's always competing, and after a Cy Young runner-up, it feels like he should be in the conversation with the top guys in baseball, and yet, for whatever reason, isn't. I mean, when you think about Logan Webb, do you feel like he is an ace? And if not, how come he doesn't get that kind of respect? Is it because he's throwing more changeups than fastballs? Because he's an old school pitcher? I consider him a 1, and I'm just curious if you do.
He's absolutely a 1. I've never faced him, but what my eye sees when I watch him pitch, he's absolutely a 1. I've been saying for a long time now, he's always in the conversation for me at the beginning of the season where we're handicapping who's going to be in the Cy Young race. I always have Logan Webb waiting for that day to just come to fruition. But I think if you ask hitters around baseball, when Webb is right and he's out there, he's definitely a one for those guys. So yeah, I don't take into consideration new school, old school type pitching. Webb, without a doubt, for me, is a number one. You just got to have Snell. He's really got to. He's that guy. Jordan Hicks has been a huge. Has done a great job going from the bullpen to the starting rotation. Harrison and Wynn, but man, you got to have Snell. And I think that was the reservation that the Padres had. You know, a year ago, he wins a Cy Young. How many teams don't even have a conversation with a Cy Young Award winner? Snell went out on the open market, went to the San Francisco Giants, because I think with Snell, like with a lot of the free agents this past winter that were signed, and everybody was saying, why isn't Boris getting it done? Well, if you look at him, it's a guy like Snell. He wins a Cy Young in Tampa. He goes to the Padres, has a few okay, decent years, and then all of a sudden emerges as a dominant Cy Young a year ago. So with the Snell, it's always been, yeah, we'll take the Snell that wins a Cy Young, but we don't know what we're going to get. Giants are finding out that right now, and hopefully for the Giants' sake, Snell gets it on the right track coming back from this, I believe it was a groin or a hamstring.
Yeah.
You'll have him back soon because you got to have him. If you want to compete in that division with the Dodgers at the top and compete for a playoff spot, I think you, at the top of the show, you talked that you agreed that starting rotation is the strength of that Giants. I think that the city you play in, the ballpark you play in, all plays a factor, but at the end of the day, it's that starting rotation. And for them to make a run, Snell's got to be right.
Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Brett Boone, former Gold Glover and Silver Slugger, joining us on 95.7 The Game. Brett, how many – baseball's such a long season and there's ebbs and flows. How many games would you say it takes before you really – can know what your team is?
Well, I think if you take out of the equation, if you've had a lopsided amount of injuries, I think there's exceptions for that. But
sure.
if for the most part you go through April and you get through May with your main guys and everybody remaining somewhat healthy, I think you have a pretty good feel of what your team is at this point in the season. Differences from now and 15, 20, 25 years ago is a 162-game schedule is not as crucial as it used to be. Back in the day, and you probably have to go even farther back into the 80s on when it was really imperative that you win, and you win the marathon of 162 because there was only two teams from each league going to the playoffs. Now you've got 12, 6 from each league. So the 162, the purist in me doesn't like it. The player in me loved that 162 game grind because when you were standing at the end, you were a champion and you were the best of the best for 162 games. As modern day, and we've changed the format, and it's 12 to get in, and not the best team always wins. I think we've watched that the last few years. You know, Arizona just limping into the playoffs, 2 games away from winning a World Series. Dodgers of winning 111 games, 104 games, not getting out of the first round. So it's proven that today, sometimes the formula is going through that wild card route, so anything's up for grabs. The purist in me, the player in me, I don't like it as much, but now sitting here, the 55-year-old analyst that watches the game from an entertainment value and for the good of the game, I think it's awesome.
Well, speaking of the player, Brett, I mean, you had pop, you could hit for average. The 2 Silver Sluggers obviously speak to that. But you also played in different ballparks. You played in hitters' parks, and you played in a park in Seattle that isn't considered necessarily a hitter's park. I know you still had multiple 35-plus home run seasons there, but as somebody that enters, say, Oracle Park in San Francisco for the first time, how big of an adjustment is it when, say, you're Jorge Soler, you're coming off a 36 home run season, you've hit 40 more in your career. How difficult is it to adjust to the fact that you might not hit as many home runs, that when you connect with that ball, it's just not going to go as far? How tough is that as a hitter?
Well, I look at it even more at your ballpark up there in San Francisco from a left-hander, because right center, and that's what makes what Bonds did off the charts impressive to me. It's a couple years ago when Aaron Judge was close to signing with the San Francisco Giants, the player in me took a step back. And, I didn't know the intricals, what was going on behind the scenes, but I thought there's no way Aaron Judge, the captain of the Yankees who had been passed on from Derek Jeter and was the heir apparent, is not going to sign with the New York Yankees and go to a ballpark in San Francisco that doesn't fit his mold. A lot of his home runs are fly balls to right center field. In San Francisco, those are outs. Now, as a player, as a hitter, you take all those things into consideration when you're a free agent and you're making a move. Yeah, the money probably is the number one factor, but you always think, where am I comfortable? Do I like the batter's box? Does this ballpark set up to my eye? And it's tough going to San Francisco. I started off playing at Candlestick Park. I played in the new park 2 or 3 series, but it was always tough going to San Francisco from a weather standpoint. It could be in the middle of summer. You got long sleeves, and it's a little bit cold. The wind's whipping. You never know. So I always thought the Giants kind of had a built-in home field advantage, a little more than the rest of us, because as hitters, I'll be honest with you, I didn't like going to San Francisco, and that's a positive for the home team there.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because one of the things we were talking about today was Matt Cain's perfect game 12 years ago. So I was curious just how that offense measured up, and they were dead last in the National League in home runs, but they were number 3 in batting average, and that's how their offense was able to produce. Do you think that it is possible to put together a great offense without the home run ball with how good pitching is in the modern game?
I think without a doubt you can. I think you've got to play the game like the Kansas City Royals are playing this year. You've got to play kind of, I like to stay away from the word old school, but I think you play baseball and you play it correctly. It really develops from a team standpoint, a camaraderie that you can't get. You got guys moving runners. You got guys hitting sacrifice flies in sacrifice fly situations, and that builds, because you sit there as a team and you go, if the main guys in this lineup, the 2, the 3, the 4 hole hitters are moving runners and getting the job done and playing kind of old school baseball, I'll be damned if the 25th, 26th man on the roster is not going to do the same thing. I had that camaraderie a little bit when I was in Seattle. And it was Edgar Martinez. I remember one day, it was an 8-2 game, and he hit a 2-hop grounder to the second baseman. Obviously moved the runner on purpose with no outs. The next guy ended up hitting the sac fly. And I went up to Edgar and I said, "Why'd you do that?" 8-2. He said, "I found that you played this game right over the long haul, over 162 games, you will come out on top." And I always took that to heart, and I started doing that. And now the next guy's doing it, and the next guy's doing it. So yes, it's about developing that camaraderie, that kind of aura in the clubhouse where you're all pulling on the same end of the rope. So without a doubt, in the modern game, without hitting a lot of home runs, if you play the game right and get that going and just pass that torch from one guy to the next, you can definitely be successful in 2024.
Brett, what was your favorite park to hit in, and do you know essentially what you hit in all the opposing ballparks?
Well, you mentioned, and back then it was Safeco Field, and they've moved the fences in since. But yeah, it was always noted as a pitcher's ballpark for some reason. There's no rhyme or reason for it. I just loved hitting at Safeco. Always had success, and people used to say, "How do you like hitting here?" And I didn't know why. I didn't know whether I saw the ball well or what it was, or it was just that part of my career. But I had a lot of success at Safeco Field. I loved coming to Anaheim. I went to high school and college in Southern California, and maybe it was the home cooking, and I couldn't replay. I loved going to Wrigley. I didn't get to play a ton of series once I went back to the American League there. But I'll tell you, there's nothing like going to Old Yankee Stadium. Just the whole experience, being in the city of New York for 4 days, walking down, to get the paper in the morning and have guys from across the street screaming at you how you stink and you're going to get crushed tonight. Nothing replaced that for me. I love going to Old Yankee Stadium, but that was more the experience than the actual ballpark. The ballparks are weird. Everybody's different. Some pitchers like certain mounds at certain places. Some hitters like certain setups and how it looks to your eye, like a golfer likes a golf hole. Camden Yards, back in the day, they had a terrible rotation. Their team wasn't very good. It was a hitter-friendly ballpark, and I could not get a hit. and everybody else there, the bats would be flying off the rack, and I was like, when do we leave Baltimore? Because I don't know what it is. I didn't see the ball well. Something was off to my eye. I didn't like it. So there's no rhyme or reason. Everybody has their favorites, and usually those cities, no matter how great or how bad the ballpark was, if you hit there, you love that ballpark.
Well, I got to tell you what, Brett, for a guy who didn't necessarily enjoy San Francisco, hitting 295 there is pretty good. I'm looking at it right now.
I'll tell you this. Most of my games there were at Old Candlestick. There was no restroom in the dugout. If you needed to go to the clubhouse during the game, you had to walk across the field. Everything was going against you, wind blowing 100 miles an hour, swirling. And I'll tell you, you get in the box, it feels terrible. But I did have some success there. I hit some balls that I thought were pop-ups that went 10 rows deep. And believe me, though, I hit some balls that I leaned on and thought were 20 rows deep and didn't even get to the warning track. So you never knew what you were going to get when you were in San Francisco. But, yeah, I guess Candlestick. I never liked going there. It's almost like facing Pedro Martinez. I never want to face Pedro, but I always found a way to sneak a walk and a knockout that day. Didn't mean I liked facing him, just means the results came. Similar to San Francisco.
Yeah, hey, I'm old enough that when you say old Yankee Stadium, Brett, I think of original Yankee Stadium. So that tells you my demographic.
Yeah, love that play. Nothing like it. Nothing. The ghosts of Yankee Stadium.
No, I agree. Hey,
they
Brett.
will come out.
Yeah, really appreciate it, Brett. Thank you so much for your time, and look forward to talking to you as the summer continues.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That was Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Insider calls are presented by Grainger. With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Yeah, you weren't even...
What?
I mean, you'll never have the chance to be in original Yankee Stadium.
I mean, and a lot of people won't ever have the chance to be in the Oakland Coliseum.
That's true.
In a few years.
Yeah, the original Yankee Stadium was...
just a stadium?
Well, it was...
Did Ruth actually build it? I've heard rumors.
No, it would be like Chase's... No, it's the exact same thing as saying Steph Curry built Chase Center. You see what I'm saying?
He did? I saw KD had the first hard hat.
He did. How'd that end up? Original Yankee Stadium, of course, had monuments on the playing field in left center field. I'll tell you what. We got Kay in here. He's a New Yorker.
Yes, he is.
Where did
New Jersey.
Okay. Hey, I got a question for you. What year did original Yankee Stadium become old Yankee Stadium?
Over under the Civil War.
And where'd they play? Where'd they play when the original Yankee Stadium was getting redone? I just got to go back to the 70s and it's all over.
So you're saying, because there was two, right? So
correct.
You're talking about when they renovated Yankee Stadium?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So I remember when it was renovated. It's got like Reggie Jackson, right?
I think it was 74.
So that was Billy Martin era.
They played at whatever Ebbets Field used to be. I don't know.
No, they played at Shea Stadium.
Oh, Shea Stadium.
Yeah, they played at Shea.
Okay.
I think at least a year. At least a year.
Did they ever play
maybe
at the Polo Grounds, like just in Harlem? Because that's where the Mets or the Giants rather used to play, and the Mets I think played there 1 or 2 years.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that original Yankee Stadium was cavernous. It was immense, and then old Yankees, like forget the one now. Old Yankee Stadium. I'm sorry, that was the greatest stadium of all time.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up old venues that have a ridiculous amount of memories for a lot of people, because in 2019 today was the final time that Oracle Arena opened its doors.
That's 5 years. So
the 2019 finals.
This is the anniversary of the Game 6 loss to Toronto.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. You know what? One thing I found.
It's been 5 years since the Warriors played in Oakland.
Tempest Fugit.
Excuse me?
Tempest Fugit.
Is that a band?
Time flies in Latin.
Oh.
It really does. By the way,
what are you doing to our listeners?
I'm trying to educate.
We're not trilingual.
Inform.
Because I'm assuming you speak another language if you also speak Latin, because who speaks
English.
Latin anymore?
Well, Latin is a great language to study because it's so old that it's really the foundation for many, many languages.
Yes, it is.
And if you know a little bit of Latin, you can kind of put together what words mean that you might not know. Nevertheless,
you took Latin in school?
Yeah, I took it. I took it in high school, and then I took it 1 year in college.
See, they didn't
That's
even
why I'm so
offer
great
Latin.
with words.
Because you know Latin. You actually know Latin.
I mean, amo, amas, amat, amatus, amatus, amat.
I took Latin in high school too. It was so hard.
Veni, veni, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. The ablative case.
I don't say this often, but you are impressing me.
Marjorie Wagner was my teacher. She was wonderful.
Well, shout out Miss Wagner.
Well, she's long gone.
No, that's why I'm shouting her out.
She's gone.
This is.
Hey, by the way, did you happen to watch the Giants game?
Yes.
Game 2 of the Astros series.
Yes.
Okay, so there was a play there, and this is sometimes I see stuff that nobody else sees, but I know I'm right. Kind of like the Crescent City.
How
thing.
would you describe it in Latin?
Okay, so Mauricio Dubon, former Giant, is up, and he hits a ball down the left field line, and Conforto starts running to his right toward the foul line, and he starts to pull up, and the ball bounces in play, goes over the wall for a ground rule double. I'm telling you right, and they never showed a replay. I'm telling you right now, that ball hit the screening and glanced, ricocheted a hair onto the playing field, and they didn't see it.
So you're saying it was a foul ball?
It was absolutely a foul ball, and I think it must have grazed off the netting where the metal was, because Conforto was like, he didn't misjudge it. He did not misjudge the ball. He was looking at it, and he just started pulling up because he's like, that's a foul ball, and it's going to land. And it hit something. It didn't ricochet. It was just like.
But Mauricio Dubon still got a double out of it.
He did. Right, but it should have been a foul ball is what I'm saying.
Was Angel Hernandez the umpire?
No. Anyway, that like the Crescent City Solar Project, if you saw that.
Crescent Dunes.
By the way, it's Crescent Dunes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crescent City. Great city in Northern California. You ever been there? Crescent City.
I thought Crescent City was in Oregon. Am I tripping?
Oh, boy. Crescent City is California.
Damn it.
I think it's the northernmost city in California, but it is on the border. I think the first, hold on. I think the first city in Oregon is
County.
Brookings.
Count the bucket.
Brookings is the first city in Oregon when you cross the border. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Am I right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You would know because you always go to the dunes up there to play golf.
Well, just not always, twice. But
we gotta go a little further.
That's from my days as driving my family around in an RV. I would highly recommend that. 33-footer with pop-outs. Your boy can drive the big RVs.
I was thinking of Newport. Apologies.
What I do need to do is and I can't do is drive the what's it called? The fifth
Lincoln
wheel.
City, damn
with the fifth wheel. Like that's what I need to do. Tow the fifth wheel. Then you have access. Do you know the difference between a regular RV vehicle and what they call a fifth wheel?
No, but I've fifth wheeled a decent amount.
No, it's not third wheel like when you're.
Yeah, but you can also be a fifth wheel.
Bothering somebody that's on a date.
Or you can bother two couples that are on a date.
Well, I'll explain that on the other side.
Seventh wheel's tough though.
By the way, it's not quite a guru's gripe, but Evan, something's bothering Evan, and he's gonna let somebody have it maybe on the other side. Hey, what's coming up on the game? Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. Listen in at 12:30 to win a 4-pack to the Alameda County Fair. It's all presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Want to save on some of the biggest names?
29th, and you can join Guru for a day at the racetrack. June 29th is a Saturday. I'm sure he's getting paid for it, but he will still be very hospitable. 415-523-4652, caller 5, 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair. You ever been to the Alameda County Fair?
I have. When I was younger, though, when I was a kid. I haven't been, as an adult, though. I got to tell you what, I did go to Carnival, which is right down my block in the Mission District.
That's not the original Carnival. The original Carnival is in
Brazil?
Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, it's in Brazil, but
it's like mini.
Well, yeah, of course, it's not in Brazil. It's not in one of the largest cities in the world, but it is honoring all of the different sub-American countries that our world has to offer in their cultures. The point is, I have not been to a place, unlike the fair, where you can get a massive turkey leg. Have you ever had a turkey leg, Steiny?
No.
It's a delicacy.
Where?
It is at the fair.
Okay.
There's only certain places that sell giant, massive smoked turkey legs.
Oh.
They're fairs or carnivals or carnivals, but it is delicious.
I don't know if you know this, but you said something that could be interpreted as a slight or a sub-American.
Yeah.
Sub means underneath. You're saying if you're not in the American culture, you're beneath us?
Geographically speaking, south of the border.
Geographically. I got you.
By the way, I do remember what the 5 was.
What?
Do you really want me to say it? It was about Jerry West.
Yeah. Just give me a keyword.
So yesterday, obviously, Jerry West passed away.
Is this insensitive? Because it's too soon.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Would you like to share it?
No.
It was a joke.
It was a joke.
By the way, we spent 4 hours talking about the greatness of Jerry West and how historic, honestly, and iconic he was as somebody that is probably the most closely associated across all of history with the NBA and his contributions to it. So we spent 4 hours with an homage to Jerry West, and in the midst of it, I don't know.
Well, okay,
You made it funny.
So I'm listening to Willard yesterday, and he brought up a point that I didn't necessarily disagree with, but of course I'm always trying to find something that Willard says that I want to pick on. So he said, is it really a sad day? It's not really a sad day. Jerry West was 86 years old, and he lived a great life, and that's everything you want out of life is to be a success and be a positive influence. So, but of course I thought, well, it's a sad day for those who knew Jerry West. Friends of Jerry West, obviously, it's a sad day. So he's very literal.
Well, you know Jerry West. You've met him.
Yeah, but I don't know him. Anyway, so yesterday, listen.
I'm sorry I brought it up. You asked, though.
We should probably just go to Wendy.
Let's do it, because I want to rip him.
All right, I said it. So Jerry West was 86 years old, one of the greatest passers in the NBA and shooters. And yesterday we were coming in to the show, and we had stuff to talk about, but we were looking for a hook.
The meat.
A hook. And then it's funny because I got into the car and Susan said to me, something's going on with the Warriors. And I said, why?
Oh.
She had the morning roast on and she had to move her car so I could get out. So I hadn't gotten into my car yet. And she said, something's going on with the Warriors. And I said, what? She said, I don't know, but they said there's Warriors and they're trying to call the Warriors for something. And I was like, oh, what could this be? And then I got into the car and realized it was Jerry West. So the bottom line is then we ended up spending 4 hours on Jerry West, and I thought it was a great show. And I just said one great final assist from Jerry West was yesterday's show.
Yeah. Well, it was I don't know if you remember when...
Great assist.
When Ken Stabler passed away, there was, I think, it was reported prematurely, the family hadn't put out a statement yet. And
I do remember that.
And so there were people wondering if he was actually deceased or not. And I do remember reading something that I thought was kind of funny, which was Ken Stabler's trying to stage one last late game comeback. I thought that was pretty good.
As long as he was alive at that time.
Yes.
Gotcha. Hey, by the way,
rest in peace.
Listen, and we don't snow anybody here. Something's happened with the YouTube chat, and I've noticed that some people are blaming me. I wasn't even here when it all came down. Whatever happened, I don't even know. I don't know. I'm not nosy. I stay out of business. Got a memo about the chat. I wasn't even here. I wasn't even here, so
I don't
know what's going on.
You know what makes me laugh is that people really think that the guy who is speaking Latin on the show today is the one responsible for all these technological issues. You are speaking Latin. Yeah, he's the one that shut down the chat. Okay. Yeah, that guy.
Exactly. I don't even know how to enter a chat. Dallas is up 3-0.
I think they're down.
Oh, yeah. Never mind.
Night.
Actually, you did say so. I'll get to this Windhorse sound in a minute. But, okay, you said that if you look at the Celtics, this is one of the historically greatest teams, and nobody really thinks of them that way. I will say this. I'm watching them last night, and I did say to myself, this team could be a problem for a little while.
Boston.
I know, I joke with my main man guru about every team that wins a title now is going to have a dynasty. But man, who's beating the Boston Celtics? They're intact for at least 2 more years. They fit together, and I also think it's funny. And I fell victim to this all year long. I was like, there's something about Boston. I just don't know. I don't think they're ready. Something about Boston. I don't know. They're the best team by far in the NBA. All right. I mean,
that's how you win 64 games. I mean, you're the best team. Now, I think, because I put this out on Twitter last night, because I was just curious. I think it's going to be fascinating to look back on how we remember, say, this Celtics team. Because we look back on, again, the anniversary of the 2017 Warriors team to finish up a 16-1 postseason run. That happened today,
right,
7 years ago. Okay, that team is historic. It's the best team that I've ever seen in my lifetime that's been assembled. Obviously, Curry, Clay, KD, Draymond, Iguodala, all in their prime. I don't think there's going to be another team in my lifetime that can touch that. If there is, well, I want to watch it. But these Celtics statistically are in the same category. If you look at the net rating, so, offensive to defensive rating, they're in the same class as the 2017 Warriors.
Right.
But when you watch them play, there's an obvious difference. Like, that Warriors team won 16-1. The Celtics team has a chance to go 16-2 through the playoffs. I think that Warriors team won 67 games. This Celtics team won 64 games. But the eye test to me says that there's just a chasm between the two. And I swear it's not just Warriors goggles. Like, that Warriors team felt inevitable. I think there was a lot of traction around these finals because people didn't believe in these Celtics, that there was going to be some series, an instance in which, like last year, that they were going to get beat by a 7 seed in Miami who got to the finals. There was some fraudulence about them. And it's clear watching this series. And I just figured, I thought that Boston was a bad matchup for Dallas. I didn't think that Dallas was the best team in the West. I think the best team in the Western Conference was one of the 2 teams that played each other in Minnesota or Denver. That's besides the point. But Boston's just going to essentially cakewalk to this championship, and it doesn't feel like people are going to look at them as if they are historic. And I don't think they should. But everything on paper has them in the same category as the 2017 KD and Steph Curry-led Warriors. It's just fascinating to me.
Yeah, I know, I'm with you. And I'm not big on the greatest team of all time and who is it, but I'm hearing Jason Kidd say Jaylen Brown's the best player, and I thought, you know what, I think Drew Holiday might be the best player.
I think Tatum's the best player.
Tatum could be the best player, but that's why I'm looking at this team now and saying, who's going to beat them? Because their top 3 players are all great. I get Drew Holiday's 30, and this is the thing I was talking to Carter about before the show. I'm not crazy about Porzingis, but if he's your 4th best player, I mean, you got to be kidding me. Like, that team is that team is good, and they're not going anywhere. They're long. They got 3 stars. They got a wild card in Porzingis. Pretty. They're in the East, which is going to help them because they're going to be able to get to the finals with, without as much duress as the Western Conference teams. You would think, all things being equal. Uh-oh. Let's get to Robin in San Francisco. She doesn't like what you did there. What's up, Robin?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Doing.
Evan, I just got down your road a little bit. Let me say this first to Simon. I don't know how old Evan is, but I know how old you and I are. And so I'm old enough to remember the Boston Celtics of the 80s, even before, with JoJo White, John Havlicek, Dave Cowens, the old school. And before the big three, after that, the big three was formed with, Parrish and Cowan and McHale. Okay. So, I want to let Evan know this. Don't ever, we're not talking about the past. Please don't ever compare this Boston Celtic team to the Warriors of 2017, of any era of the Warriors when they ruled. Now, to me, the Celtics, I'm still not a believer. I believe more so that they have more depth and a little bit more experience, and it's about time to get there. But Jason Tatum still hasn't showed up. I know his job is to score, but he's been doing other things, but he still ain't showed up, and everybody gonna blow him up like a superstar. And when you look at him, he really hasn't done that, this season and this postseason. If you look at him, so Al Horford, all he do is stand in the corner and shoot threes. I'm just saying, I could break it down all the way, and in terms so they're outplaying the Mavericks for whatever reason, but they do not dominate. They do not dominate the way the Warriors did when they run. They simply do not. So please don't ever insult the Golden State Warriors by comparing them to this Boston Celtics. Peace out, you guys.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate it. If Robin hadn't have said it, I would have.
Yeah, but you were actually listening to me. I love Robin. Did you not hear the comparison is on paper?
Well, you brought it up. I mean,
literally
to even bring it up is
the
offensive.
eye test. Did I not just say they're a chasm away from each other, like the Warriors and the Celtics?
That part I didn't hear.
I'm saying on paper.
I thought you said crack. They're a crack away from them, like a sidewalk.
Speckle?
Yeah, like a sidewalk crack.
By the way, if you really want me to go down this road, I will. So the Warriors in the first round that year, they swept a 500 Blazers team. Congrats. Round 2, they beat a Jazz team. It was led by Gordon Hayward and Rudy Gobert. Congrats. And then in 2017, Zaza Pachulia slips under Kawhi Leonard, knocks him out for the series in a game they might have blown after being up by 20. And then you go on to beat LeBron James and you lose a game. So the paths are not dissimilar. I'm just saying. Again, there is a chasm between the 2017 Warriors and the 2024 Boston Celtics.
Well,
I just started looking at, because again,
I wouldn't say chasm, but that's just wordplay.
Well, apparently the fact that we're mentioning them in the same sense is disrespectful to some. So I just have to reiterate that I think there's a chasm between the two teams.
Well, let me ask you this. The year the Warriors went 16-1 in the playoffs, what was their regular season record?
67-15.
Okay. So everybody's in the same ballpark here.
That's my point.
Right. So don't say it's a chasm. That's all.
Well, apparently I can't bring them up at all because it's disrespectful. And now the fact that I say that it's a chasm, to reiterate my point that I wasn't comparing the two via the eye test, is also disrespectful to the Celtics, according to you.
I'll tell you
what
this.
What side are you on? You're on Robin's
right in the middle.
Oh, my God.
I'm right in the middle. I will say this.
I'll fall on the sword.
I'll tell you this. I don't care. Pick a version of the Warriors that you think was their best version. They ain't sweeping this year's Celtics. Warriors would not sweep the Celtics of this year.
Yeah, Robin, call in about that, please.
I mean, they couldn't even sweep the Cavs. The Cavs stunk. Mm-hmm. No, but anyway.
That Cavaliers team, they lost one game on the road to the finals.
They stunk.
That Cavaliers team was good.
Who'd they have? That's the year everybody. That's the year.
LeBron, Kyrie, and Kevin Love.
Right, but they didn't play in the finals.
No, they did. That was 2015.
No, Love didn't play in the finals.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Did he?
In 2017 against KD.
Well, Kyrie wasn't on that team.
Yes, he was.
They lost. No, I don't think so.
That was the year that KD in Game 3 hit the go-ahead 3 over LeBron in transition in Cleveland.
Yeah, tight game. Game was tight.
Yeah, Kevin Love played all 5 games of that series.
He was a shell of himself, though.
That's. I don't know how I got twisted into this corner.
Here, you know what? I'll bail everybody out. The greatest team of all time was the '86 Celtics. I mean,
I also said this is the greatest team I've ever seen. I don't know.
No, the Warriors team. You're saying?
Yeah, that's my point. I don't know.
I don't have a problem with it.
No, I know. Sorry, I'm getting lost in apparently the 8 people on the text line that disagree with me.
Well, they don't matter.
No, they don't.
We learned that the other day.
Yes, we did.
No,
I just think it's interesting that again, like this Celtics team is by mathematical standards like very good.
Yes.
They have the best offensive rating of all time. Their net rating is exactly the same as the 2017 Warriors. And so I threw on Twitter last night at Evan A. Giddings, how are we going to remember this team? Because I'm just curious. Like, if you watch them play, if you watch the entire postseason run of the Celtics, I don't think you would, like, it wouldn't be a comparison. You wouldn't put them in the same class as the Warriors.
I agree.
And yet, on paper, they are.
Right. No, I listen.
I think it's just,
I'm messing with you. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But you're right. This Celtics team's not going to be thought of as the 96 Bulls or the
My one mulligan
best
is the
version
Warriors
of the
blowing
Warriors.
Game 4 of that final, so they could have had a perfect walk to the postseason.
Well, I mean, if you really want to get into it, the reason that I don't think the 96 Bulls are the greatest team ever is because they lost 3 times in the postseason.
No, they're gutless.
I mean, the Warriors went 16-1 in the postseason. Like, that matters. You're beating playoff. You swept 3 out of 4 series. The Bulls didn't do that when Jordan's last year. Well, they lost 2 games in a row to the Sonics, didn't they?
Well, how many teams? It was just the 2000 Lakers, right? And they went 16-1 only because Iverson had 50 in Game 1 of the finals.
Right. I think so. Nobody's gone 16-0 in the postseason.
No, I don't believe so.
Well, the other reason why is because it's a relatively new format where they've had 4 7-game series.
Well, even back in the day, were there teams that had to go through multiple series that swept on their way to a championship?
One more time.
Pre 7-game first round series.
Right.
Was there anybody that went undefeated through the playoffs, in which they had to win multiple series, not just back in the day in which it was, the top 2 teams?
I'm going to say no.
I don't think so.
But the one thing I remember about, let's say, 1983, when the Philadelphia 76ers won it, that's when Moses Malone famously said, "Faux, faux, faux," meaning 3 sweeps in a row. Now, they did lose 1 game. They were 12-1. They only had 3 rounds. The NBA the playoffs used to be better in the NBA.
Oh, of course they were.
Huh? They used to have 3-game series. That gets you to urgency in a hurry.
That's unfair for a top seed.
Why? Well, first of all, when they
might come out flat.
When they had 3-game series, the number 1 seed had a bye in the first round.
Well, then I like it.
Yep,
it's more beneficial than, say, baseball, where the top seed has to sit out. That actually hurts them, I think.
Because rust versus rest?
Yeah, it's more applicable in baseball than basketball.
See, in 2009, best team ever was the Shaq Kobe Lakers.
There you go.
They can stake their claim to that. They went 15-1. So that means the first series was still 5 games. Gotcha.
Well, and I think one of the reasons, when Durant got to the Warriors, it just became unfair. But I'm kind of with the 925 and the Xfinity Mobile text line here, which is, the Celtics need to basically do it again. In order to prove how good this team was, they do need to win again in the near future. And to your point, Sonny, I think they are set up to do that. I mean, they have literally everyone in their playoff rotation right now, I think outside of maybe Xavier Tillman, under contract for next season. And the only 2 that come off the books anytime soon would be Derek White and Al Horford, who's almost 40. So they're in pretty good position.
No, I think they are too. And I also think while you can, let's say you're the Philadelphia 76ers or the Milwaukee Bucks, you're obviously trying to figure out how to get back on top of the Celtics or get on top of the Celtics. But the reality to me always is the only way you do that is by making changes. And then you, in a way, kind of have to start over a little bit. And you can do it over the course of a year, but it's also a little bit risky. Why the hell did the Bucks trade Drew Holiday? Oh, my gosh.
That's Giannis.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. You talk to people around the league, I would say Drew Holiday's probably the most underrated player in the league. He's among the most underrated players in the league.
I think a lot of people, like, he's becoming more properly rated because of how much, like, he's the best perimeter defender in basketball.
He might be the best
overall.
He might be.
Like, he can change the game that much. The one thing about Drew I think is interesting is he's 34 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a spring chicken.
No.
And he's still able to play 40 minutes a night for 4 straight series.
Exactly. Well, the other thing about Drew Holiday is if you put Drew Holiday on a power forward, it doesn't mean he can shut the power forward down. But what it means is you can put Drew Holiday on a much bigger player, and you will never pay the price for it. Like, they're not just going to go to that guy and he's going to be able to dominate Drew Holiday. That's why Drew Holiday is a great defender. I think that's been the difference in the series is they can switch everything. Remember when the last time we heard that? It was about the Warrior teams. I mean, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, they're all big enough that they can hang in there when they get switched up on somebody bigger or quicker.
Well, that's why as much as I wasn't a fan of the way that Luka finished the game last night, I don't really think that Windhorst killing him is fair.
Well,
Brian Windhorst I'm talking about. We maybe could play that sound on the other side.
Yeah, it's pretty strong, let's put it that way. The 925, and I do think this is part of it, and this is, I think, what Robin was talking about. I'm just messing with you, but these two teams aren't comparable to the Warriors. And he brings up the fact that, remember, the Warriors would, like, Steph Curry didn't play 18 fourth quarters because they were winning so handily. Now, I know that was in the regular season, but that is something. I mean, the Celtics have been great, but they've had games they could have lost. Those Warrior teams, I do think, were a little bit
By the way,
more dominant.
Our guy Justin from engineering just texted me, 0-1 Lakers are the best team of all time.
Well, it's official then. If that's what Jay says, then it goes. That last, we're gonna play this sound for you on the other side. Evan's got a bone. He's got a bone, and he's gonna pick it.
It's in the fridge.
And was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, Lucas can't do this without expecting me to bring it to the air.
What, show up at 1 o'clock when he's the boss today?
So, and listen.
Sorry, Luke.
Everybody worries about saying something wrong on the radio or doing something. But what kind of a guy walks into the studio 15 seconds before we're supposed to go back on the air?
Yeah.
He looks at you and says, "Tonight's the night." And you say, "Yeah, I don't know about for me." And then he leaves. What, I'm supposed to let all that information there without asking any questions?
What is going on here?
Thank you, Bob. That's what I want to know.
I'll tell you what's going on. That's an A-B conversation. You need to see your way out of it. That's
I'm in the studio. I'm sitting
He's
here
not
already.
talking to you.
I hear it. It's not even overhearing or eavesdropping.
I know there's an I in Steiny, but it was not about you. He was checking in with me to see if me and Luke, same age, same interests, unless it involves what apparently he's going to tonight. Because I wasn't on board with it. Bill Graham. Auditorium.
Too soon.
What do you mean?
No. All right.
That one flew over my head. Sorry.
All right. So something's going on at Bill Graham Auditorium tonight.
Well, someone tweeted me about the Twilight Zone, and I had no clue what they were talking about.
It used to be a show on television. Now, it was made into a movie. And what I told you was the movie actually is not one movie. It's 4 vignettes.
I thought it was just a figure of speech.
What?
You're in the Twilight Zone.
It used to be a show with Rod Serling.
Does it have color?
No, it was black and white. It was. But Jonathan Lithgow in the movie was phenomenal. Great movie.
I know John Lithgow.
Yeah, he's great actor.
Footloose, right?
Yeah, maybe. I didn't see that movie. Is it Footloose?
Yeah, he's the preacher.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't want the kids to have fun. Sound familiar?
What are you getting at?
Just play the sound.
All right. So the Celtics went up 3-0. We can talk about Luka. Luka fouled out with 4 minutes left.
Yes, he did.
Brian Windhorst, ESPN, fair or foul?
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, "You better bleeping challenge it," as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Before you address that, I'm just wondering if you're a sports fan and you hear that, is that the quintessential hot take, or is that something where you're saying, you know what, it was harsh, but it was calm and measured, and Windhorst has a point. But go ahead.
Well, first of all, that is my kind of hot take. Like, there were no wasted words. He was able to involve, if you're like actually watching it, he draws your attention to the opposing tunnel. He uses a couple symbols and he brings it back in. It is a hot take wrapped about as perfectly as any Christmas present. It was very, very well done. And I love Brian Windhorst. I think he's really smart. When he says something like that, also because he isn't a hot take artist or a hot take performer, it does mean more. So I appreciate that. Nevertheless, and he kind of baked it in, so I can't necessarily rip him completely. Like the Dallas, we talked about, the Dallas Mavericks are not as good as the Boston Celtics. No one was going to say that LeBron James in 2017 on this day 7 years ago didn't get it done because he was crying to the referees against what we perhaps believe to be the greatest team ever assembled in the Steph Curry, KD, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala Warriors. No one would ever say that. I would argue he's able to go after Doncic only because he has not won a championship yet. If I asked you who leads the playoffs in total points, who would it be?
Probably Doncic.
What about rebounds? Same answer. What about assists? There's a theme here. Luka Doncic.
Doncic leads in all three.
In all three. Also leads in total steals.
In fairness, once you get to the finals, you're only competing with 6 guys.
Yeah, look who's on the other team.
I'd be interested to know what the averages are.
The average points per game? Well, I mean, Joel Embiid leads with 33, but he didn't make it out of a single round.
No, hey, listen,
my point is, Luka Doncic has done literally everything under the sun for a Dallas Mavericks team that anybody watching this series with a single basketball eye can tell you is extremely lopsided in terms of talent. The Dallas Mavericks, after 3 games, are clearly not good enough to win the NBA Finals. And I don't believe that it's because of Luka Doncic. I would prefer to believe it's because the Boston Celtics are just the better team. That's my big take. That's why the finals haven't been that interesting to me, honestly, Steiny, is because these two teams are in different categories. And I feel like anybody watching these first 3 games can see that.
All right, here's the way I would respond to that. Yes, okay, if I go along with your premise of these two teams are lopsided in terms of talent, did we think that 10 days ago before the series started?
I did.
I didn't.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you. So I got a buddy back east in game 1. He's like, I got to tell you, I love the Celtics in this series. And I said, why? He goes, I'm not crazy about Dallas. And I said, well, we had just watched Dallas come off the Minnesota series where where Kyrie and Luka Doncic basically couldn't be guarded. And
I thought Dallas would win that series.
Yeah, but coming into the finals, the reason that I gave Dallas a shot was because I thought that they had a chance to possibly have the 2 best players in the game, like on their team. In other words, Luka's the best player in the series and Kyrie's second. Like, I thought that was a possibility. Not that they were necessarily, but that in theory they could be and outplay Boston's 3 guys. But now you watch the series and you realize they've got players way more equipped than Minnesota to guard those 2 guys. And what happened to all these role players that broke Minnesota's back in the Western Conference Finals? You know what I mean? Like, Lively, what's going on? What's going on? PJ Washington. I mean, those guys were integral against the T-Wolves.
Well, and I do think it's interesting that the only time that Dallas really made a run yesterday was when PJ Washington started shooting the ball well. I mean, and that's what they did against Minnesota. I don't think the Timberwolves had a consistent enough second or third option offensively to compete with what the Mavericks did. The Mavericks clearly don't have a consistent enough third, fourth, or even 5th option to combat what the Celtics do. So, there's a chasm between these two teams, I feel like.
Yeah, well, now, and I'm not saying, now, but yeah, now I can see it.
Well, I didn't think it would be a gentleman's sweep, but
who's the third best? Sweep. Who's the third best player on the Mavericks?
Depends on the night.
Exactly. And that's where I think I got fooled a little bit, because against Minnesota, when you say it depends on the night, that was a strength almost against the Minnesota Timberwolves, because it was somebody was popping up every game that was different. But the Celtics are doing something defensively where
I think that people believed in the Dallas Mavericks being able to beat the Celtics, not really because of the Mavericks.
Well, that's another big part of it.
It's because of the Celtics.
You're right.
It's because last year they didn't show up for the finals because they got knocked off by a 7 seed. And the recency bias tells you that the Boston Celtics are not buttoned up enough to win a title. And who knows, this could be the only one that they win with, two of the, I would say, most well-equipped players to compete for titles.
Right.
Brown and Tatum in the Eastern Conference should have you in the dance a lot. And I think also a lot of people in the Bay Area, there's still some residue left of 2022. Like, I don't think Jaylen Brown is that much better of a player now than he was 2 years ago.
Well, here's what I would say, and I was thinking about this when you were talking. I remember I just said, it was a throwaway line a few months ago. I said, looking back at 2022, listen, I'm not taking anything away from the Warriors, but, looking back at 2022, I didn't feel like the Celtics were ready to win a title. Like they just weren't ready. I think they're ready to win a title now, and a lot of it had to do with 2022 and last year. But my final thought was, I don't think the 2022 Warriors team beats this version of the Celtics. And I know it's a hypothetical, but that's, to me, the difference is Drew Holiday. I mean, he's good, man. He's good.
Yeah, he is, and he's a proven winner.
Yeah.
I also think that the front office told on itself a little bit in regards to its two top stars when they went out and traded for Drew Holiday. If the same, I do disagree with you a little bit. Like, I don't think that the team that the Celtics fielded 2 years ago, if they were kept together, would win.
I might be right there. You might be right.
I think they needed Drew Holiday, and to some extent needed Kristaps Porzingis. I think that's why Stevens went out and acquired those two players. Yes, because he could, but because those two guys, Brown and Tatum, hadn't demonstrated that they could get it done with the guys around them, and they needed to be shaken up. Like, this is why, again, they're a different team from last year. But to bring it back to the last segment, the 2017 Warriors had the exact same net rating as this version of the Boston Celtics. The Boston Celtics statistically are in the same category: regular season wins, offensive rating, net rating. On paper, they are in the same category as the first KD and Steph-led Warriors team. But the eye test tells you they are a chasm away from each other.
What about defensively? Do you know off the top of your head?
Defensively, I think because of scoring in the NBA, they give up more points. But if you give me a moment, I'll look at it.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they're comparable or not. Zach's in Redwood City. What's up, Zach? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, doing good, guys. Doing good. So I want to make 2 points. My first is, my buddies were talking about it. I want to know your thoughts. Like, how much better of a series do you think it would have been if the Timberwolves would have won? Because I know that I don't think they're getting swept by the Celtics, that's for sure. And my other point is, I'm a Hoosier. I went to Indiana.
Okay.
I saw the Mavs play 3 times this year. I saw them play on the 23rd of December at Chase Center. I saw them play up in Portland, and then I saw them get smoked by the Pacers at home. So I kind of saw this coming, but I never would have expected the Celtics to play the way they're playing, especially given that Tatum is not playing well. So thanks for my call, guys.
I mean, look, I one of my buddies is a monster Celtics fan, and all year long, even though they won 64 games, he was kind of lamenting about they're just not buttoned up enough. And they seem pretty buttoned up right now. I mean, look, the other
play
thing
with
is
their food.
I hate that phrase.
What?
God, do I hate that phrase?
Why?
I just do. I don't know why.
It says a lot without saying much.
It says nothing.
What are you talking about?
It's. I don't like it.
Say more with less.
I was also a prisoner of the moment because think about this for a sec. After Minnesota beat Denver, people were actually talking about Minnesota being one of the greatest defensive teams of all time. Of course, we got to do that. We got to hyperbolize. But Minnesota was an unbelievable defense. They were unbelievable.
And then Michael Jordan, too.
But Luka and Kyrie, they couldn't guard them. They could not guard Luka and Kyrie. So one of two things has to be true. The Mavericks aren't, the T-Wolves aren't that great defensively, or these two guys are incredible offensively. And I chose to believe the latter. And the Celtics have shown that they can defend these two guys well enough. And maybe it's just a matter of the Celtics have a much better team than the Timberwolves, like with better. And I think the talent level on Boston has been underrated. Like, they have a lot of talent. Their top 6 or 7 are really good.
They do. I mean, and that's where I think there is some comparison to the 2017 team, is that if you just look at the top 6, I don't know who else has a better top 6 or top 7, like in relative to the league. Like in 2017, if I just go down and I tell you that you're going to be matched up with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston, and I think David West might have been the 7th man for that team. Like, who in the league has a better 7 than that? Right now, if I tell you that Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, Derek White, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, and I guess you could throw Peyton Pritchard in there. Nobody else has a better top 7 than that team. And yes, I know that Boston, well, I don't have to say play with your food, but maybe people felt like they underachieved, or I don't know, they punted they blew a few games, or they messed around a lot this season. I think the coach has something to do with it too, that Mazzulla isn't your prototypical, pantheon head coach. And so people wonder if he's somebody who is the issue. I'm just saying that they have an overwhelming amount of talent, and I think that's why they're going to be champions. But people won't look at them like they are an all-time team. And that's the interesting part to me, because the Warriors will always be remembered as a top team. And maybe excuse me, out of Hall of Famers, I don't know.
But think about this. When we think about the all-time greatest teams, don't we always pick one out of a dynasty? For example, the Bulls. That might have been the greatest team, 72 wins. Okay, they won 6, so it reinforced that. Who else considered the Boston Celtics, 86 teams. The Lakers, they won 5 in the 80s. The Celtics, they won 3. So I do think that the Celtics have opened up the opportunity to become one of the greatest teams of all time, but they're going to have to win probably 2 more in the next 3 years. You know what I mean? That's the only team I can ever think of that had 1 year where they won it, and they're considered like the 83 76ers. They won 1 title, and a lot of people think that was one of the greatest teams with Malone and Irving and Cheeks and Andrew Toney and Bobby Jones. What's that? Yeah, they went 12-1 in the postseason.
Okay.
So, Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, guys, man?
Hey.
Just tuning in, and I was listening. And, Steiny, my youngest son, I told you before, he went off to college, a Golden State Warrior fan. And he came back a Dallas Mavericks fan. So I told him, as long as you're living in my house, I'm going to give you hell. Nothing good will come to you. And so before the series, I was tongue in cheek. Yeah, Boston's going to sweep them. Boston's going to sweep them. But now what I told him yesterday seriously was this falls at Jason Kidd's doorstep, because he continues to put Luka Donic at guard position. And I remember the 2011 Dallas Mavericks team when they won the championship. Dirk Nowitzki, he was playing forward. And I just think that if you move Luka Donic down to either the power forward or the center spot, then he can conduct his guard duty from the paint. I mean, he could turn around and face a guy up and walk him to the three-point line, or he could fake that and cross him over and go back to the hole. But I just think he's operating from the wrong spot, and they don't have enough guys, to depend on, Washington. And I mean, these guys are young. And so you really have to depend on 2 guys, and that's Kyrie and Doncic. And when one of them is off at the guard position, it just doesn't look good. So I just wish Jason Kidd would see that and let Doncic work from the paint. I mean, he's a mismatch every time down there, because he can do so many things. He's 7 feet, and then he can conduct his guard duties from down there. He can pass out of the paint, and so I think that would open up a lot of stuff for Dallas. But they want to have him out there as a 7-foot point guard, and this is where we're getting. So just wanted to try.
No, you know what, Leroy, and there's something to what you're saying, and the reason I say that is because I think before the series started, and I just said it like I say a lot of things, but it had some merit to it, was, oh man, remember when they were saying Kyrie and Luka, this might maybe the best offensive backcourt ever.
Yeah.
And like the first thing that came to my mind was Luka's a forward. He's a forward. I mean, I know he can bring the ball up court, but whatever. He's like, he's 6'7", for goodness sake. Of course he can bring it up, but there is something to what Leroy's saying about if your two best players are always handling the ball, then you better have a really good third player. And I don't think they do. Like, I actually do think that Dallas with this team should look at playing more traditionally with Kyrie is the point guard. And why can't Luka Doncic try to be like Nowitzki or even like a Larry Bird, where he's a small or power forward and he doesn't start every possession with the ball in his hand. I think there is a little something to that.
I mean, and I also think if you're the Warriors watching this series,
and Luka's not 7 foot; he's 6'7", 6'8". There you go. But
I just think that what the Celtics are telling you is you also have to be able to shoot. Like, you have to have 4 or 5 shooters on the floor to compete at that level. I mean, everybody on the Celtics can shoot a 3.
Yes, they can.
Not particularly well, all of them, but that's what they do. So I was just looking at some of like the greatest teams ever, just record-wise, right? And maybe the Celtics are not in the 2017 Warriors category because you were saying it has to be part of a dynastic run. Well, the guy who we were talking about yesterday, Jerry West, he only won 1 title.
Right.
That 72 Lakers team won 69 games, put together one of the greatest stretches in regular season history. The 1971 Milwaukee Bucks won 66 games. They lost 2 games in the postseason. And then, of course, the 83 76ers, like we were talking about. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to believe that people will look back on the Celtics team as great, but I think it's hard to do for me just because I've watched them. I watched this. I didn't see, the Bucks, the Lakers, so I'm not sure how those played out. But, yeah, I can look back at Basketball Reference and say, well, they had Kareem and Oscar Robertson. The Lakers had Jerry West and Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know if we'll look back and say, having watched these players play, say, God, they had Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Like, there's not that dynastic quality or that, I don't know, just all-time quality.
I hear you. And I guess the question I'd ask is, did we see that with the Warriors after their first title? I kind of didn't. I mean, and I'll admit I'm wrong. I was wrong. But when I saw the Warriors win their first title, I thought, they're good, but that was their first title. They got some breaks. And then I thought, they got some breaks there, so maybe they're not head and shoulders better than the rest of the league. And then they come back and win 73 games, and you're like, and they put on an unbelievable show. It was the regular season of that second year when we started to think, oh my God, this team may be one of the greatest teams of all time. And that was even before Durant.
And I think it's because they got better. Like, they won the championship and they came back better. Steph came back better. Everybody did.
All right, what's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Shop premium grilling protein at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on no antibiotics ever.
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back tomorrow. I want to get into this Joey Chestnut thing because I swear to God, I find it fascinating. I've never had a Nathan's hot dog.
Really?
And I never will now.
It's actually pretty good.
I'm sure it is, but I will never have one. They have officially stuck it to Joey Chestnut. And I swear to God, like, it's radio strong, but I feel strongly about this. So let me explain.
Well, it's a joke. That they're not that he's been banished from the Nathan's hot dog eating
That's
contest.
correct. And let me explain what's going on. So Nathan's holds the most famous hot dog eating contest on July 4th.
The only one, yeah.
But no, there are others. There's a Major League Eating League now.
Nationally televised.
So anyway, Joey Chestnut dominates, but he just it's named Nathan's hot dog eating contest. And they serve Nathan's hot dogs. And he goes there and he wins most of the time. It's just called Nathan's. He gets an appearance fee and like a couple travel expenses, but it's just called Nathan's and he wins. Okay. Enter Impossible Foods, a plant-based burger.
Also good.
They endorse him, or he endorses the product and they sponsor him. So now he's sponsored by Impossible Foods, a plant-based burger. Nathan's says, we can't believe he's now being sponsored by a competitor. We don't want him in our contest. You got to be kidding me. First of all, Nathan's is just the name of it, and he goes and wins it. Secondly, when has a plant-based burger ever competed with a real burger? It's not the same thing. It's an entirely different product marketed to completely different people with different eating habits. I got to tell you, I think they're doing Joey Chestnut wrong. I don't think it's fair.
I don't think they're doing him right, but for different reasons, actually. Like I could see someone at Impossible saying, this number one carnivore on planet Earth, like this Tyrannosaurus Rex of hot dog eating competitions, if he's thinking about going vegan, other people might also. I mean,
Joey Chestnut can eat anything under the sun faster than you.
Yeah, like if Jesus Christ came out and said he was a Muslim, I think a lot of Christians might have a problem with that.
But Joey Chestnut would win an asparagus eating contest. He's that good.
Yeah.
Anyway, the other thing is that, and here's what I like about Chestnut. He's trying to stick it to Nathan's now because he's going to eat off with Kobayashi on Labor Day now. That's right. They're forming a super team like the Warriors did, and they're gonna do an eating contest on Labor Day. And you know what? And I got to tell you this. I didn't know this was coming, but this is a wonderful, wonderful text that has now made my day. As a lifelong Steiny hater,
yeah, you want to read the rest of it?
Finally, I have some respect for him. Absurd that Joey Chestnut is not eating.
Well, and
the greatest athlete of my generation.
That's where Nathan's messed
Jordan,
up.
Appreciate it.
Thinking that they were bigger than the sport.
Exactly.
That's why I dislike Nathan's, because they think that they own eating hot dogs. It is telling Joey Chestnut he can't participate in the July 4th Nathan's hot dog eating contest. First of all, it should be called the hot dog eating contest. Nathan's is just a brand that sponsors it and that happens to host it because a couple guys back in 1914 decided to measure their level of patriotism by who could eat the most hot dogs. Yep. That's the origin of the story. And so if Nathan's is telling Joey Chestnut that he can't go and compete in this whatever competition, you know what? Have it outside, because that's the most patriotic thing that has happened in the last 100 years. Telling Joey Chestnut that he can't be a part of the July 4th hot dog eating contest might be the most un-American thing I've ever heard in my life.
I completely... And here's the other thing. Hey, Nathan's, why don't you sponsor Joey Chestnut. Pay him money like Impossible Foods is. Why isn't Chestnut a spokesman for Nathan's making big money? Money time! This is
because they're trying to take advantage. They're penny pinchers. They're kind of like the 49ers. They're penny pinchers.
I want to see a brand analysis. Which is bigger, Joey Chestnut or Nathan's hot dogs? See, I didn't even know it was hot dogs. I almost said burgers.
Well, we just found out. You know why? Because I'm going to be locked into Joey Chestnut versus Kobayashi.
Oh, I am too. I'm boycotting the July 4th.
Can we get a third entry? A grizzly bear? Because I'm taking Chestnut.
Do you ever see that? I mean, it's unbelievably impressive.
Well, it's also a little physically concerning.
Well, I think Dibley has interviewed Joey Chestnut many times. We'll talk about that on the crossover. Yes, Kay.
Yeah, real quick. What kind of hot dogs are they to use? Because if they're smart, they'll go with the other East Coast, which I think the better brand.
Burke's Franks?
No, Sabrett.
Oh,
do you know about Sabrett?
No.
Every hot dog vendor in New York City uses Sabrett.
Okay.
If you know, you know. So
All
I
right.
think they should get in on the game.
Why not? And here's what I would like to see this kind of hot dog eating contest, though. Don't let them soak it. Don't let them soak the
Well, they
hot
have
dogs.
to. They have to.
Well, but
that's the whole point. I mean,
I know, but I would like to see the they should
it
have
doesn't
a
make
wet,
it any less impressive. It's got nowhere to go.
They should have a wet version and then a dry version. You know what I mean?
You know who's been missing out for the last, however, I don't know, half century of it, who to sponsor, who to clean up on this? Is Porta Potties. I swear. They have missed a massive opportunity to sponsor hot dog because they got to go somewhere and they can't get to a public bathroom quick enough.
Bobby's in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, what's going on, man? It's a joke.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Nathan's.
First of all, thank you for finally addressing a sports topic that we can all get around. So number one, look, the competitive league of eating or whatever it's called, is obviously a very fledgling league. Their promoter, what's his name? George O'Shea, I think. George Shea. He's quite a salesman. But the fact is, it's a small league. So what are they supposed to do? Anger the title sponsor of their most famous eating competition? So I guess I can't really blame them at all doing whatever Nathan says or whatever the league says. And so, it's unfortunate, but Joey Chestnut, if he signed with Impossible Foods and the title sponsor of the most famous competitive eating competition doesn't want them, of course they're going to side with that sponsor. The other thing is, I think Joey Chestnut, I believe, represents a 408. I think he's from
San Jose.
Yeah.
Yes.
Along with, I think, Matt Stoney, who is also a competitive eater, also is there as well. And then, you're right. I will take one exception. The whole point of Impossible Foods is to be a meat replacement. So as a connoisseur of fast foods, I've had quite a few Impossible Whoppers. And, they're pretty good. They're pretty tasty. Now they cost more than a normal Whopper, so I can't do those economics anymore.
Got you. See, no, Bobby, I appreciate that. For example, if I would allow Joey Chestnut to sign a contract with Bison Burger, if it's not Nathan's all beef, it's not the same product. It's not the same product, Evan.
Well, he also only, quote unquote, represents your brand one day a year. It isn't like he's walking around and there's a tour to Nathan's hot dog. Like there isn't, 4 major hot dog eating contests that are all sponsored by Nathan's. They get one day a year, and it's probably the only time I ever think about competitive eating for the MLE, which is not mid-level exception.
Here's the bottom line. Joey Chestnut put Nathan's on the map, not vice versa. That segment was sponsored by Liberty Mutual.
Hi, we're Comparing Insurance Agency. Never heard of us? We know. But to help it stick that our local agents are insurance experts, we're going to say local agent 3 times in the next 5 seconds. Local agent, local agent, local agent.
Find us at comparinginsurance.com.
When has a plant-based burger ever competed with the real burger? It's not the same thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Guru. We're joined by FP Santangelo and Dan Dibley, and I've been waiting for this.
Yeah?
Dibs, I know you've interviewed Joey Chestnut many times.
Many times, yeah.
And I think it's an outrage. It's a radio outrage.
Okay,
But I do think it's a joke that he can't do this because...
What can he do, Steiny? Set it up.
He can't participate in Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest on July 4th. I believe it's Coney Island.
Right. Yeah.
Because he has an endorsement with Impossible Foods, a plant-based burger. And they said, we can't believe that he's endorsing a competitor. First of all, Nathan's is just the name of it.
Well, it's more than the name of it, but go ahead.
But he gets an appearance fee, but they don't sponsor him. He doesn't endorse Nathan's.
Right.
So I think he should be able to participate.
Well, it's a little bit like Live Golf and the PGA Tour, because the PGA Tour has a right to have their membership, and they can exclude people based on, if they're not a part of the membership or if they don't qualify for their own standards.
All right.
And in this case, it's almost as if Joey Chestnut chose to go to Live Golf.
He's taking blood money to swallow hot dogs?
No, I don't know if it's blood money because it is vegan. It's vegan dogs, vegan burgers, and I don't want to get into the geopolitical ramifications of what happened with Live Golf. Part of that was born out of the PGA's own hubris, FP, and their own arrogance, not to justify what the Saudi investment fund has done to human beings. But in this case, with Joey Chestnut, he made a clear-cut choice that he would take the money from Impossible Burger, knowing full well what that would mean for his own plight with the Nathan's hot dogs.
I'm with Steiny, man. This is un-American. Joey Chestnut swallowed 72 hot dogs for the world record.
And buns.
Smashed the buns into the red Solo cup and the mush of a bun. I've witnessed it firsthand. I've taken collateral damage to the face.
I love the story. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's just
from his wet buns.
From his wet buns.
Phrasing.
Yeah.
And his hot dogs.
Not only.
As have I, by the way. I was the in-arena host for the San Jose Stealth, which is the now defunct major indoor lacrosse team down at HP Pavilion. We used to draw about 800 fans, and I was the on-field. Hey, let's make some noise for the Stealth. Stealth. Nobody would ever show up to these games until we had Joey Chestnut mac and cheese night, and we paid him, I think it was $10,000 to show up at halftime and eat mac and cheese against 4 or 5 of our most loyal fans.
I was going to say offensive linemen.
We had about 12,500 that night for people to show up to watch Joey Chestnut use a soup spoon and just shovel. And he's going up against these poor, they're hacks, they're neophytes, they're rubes, and these guys are going so hard, and Joey's like, slow bite, and he's watching these people go, and all of a sudden Joey kicked it into second gear and then third gear, and it's like, and he ate like 7 pounds of mac and cheese in 8 minutes or whatever, and he just blew away the competition.
So it's third quarter Warriors.
And I was awestruck.
So
I had hair then.
So
a lot of it.
It can't be the competition
Go on.
when one's a meat and the other's plant-based.
Yeah.
But not only that, one's a hot dog and one's a hamburger.
Correct.
They don't compete.
Right.
It's two separate things.
But you understand that in the Nathan's hot dog contest, and he gets an appearance fee.
Sure.
So there's a contract for
should.
that. And he probably gets, I don't know what the number is.
They said $200K on it.
$200K a year he gets.
That's
for
the
that.
text line. We don't know the
$200K.
text.
Okay, let's say it's $200K. He probably got a deal from this other burger outfit for 5 times that, 10 times that, and he's getting his own Netflix one-off with Kobayashi on Labor Day that he'll be able to control. The thing about going to the Nathan's hot dog contest, 2 things for Joey. One,
Jeez, you're breaking this down, dude.
no, FP,
This is amazing.
I'm a
analysis.
businessman, and I understand where Joey is. He's won it 14 times.
Yeah.
Is that right? So
know.
for him, it's a layup. It's like, I'm bigger than this now. You need me more than I need you. Without me, as Joey Jaws Chestnut, your event is second rate. It's a AAA game at Rayleigh Field, and whatever they call it now.
No, it's going to be the A's in a year, but
whatever.
So
you get the bit.
Sutter Health Field, I think.
Whatever.
In this case, is the Live Tour Netflix because they just bought them out? I know they're not like blood money.
Yes,
but essentially, that's fine because I'm going to go over and play with Kobayashi,
right?
Who, by the way, hasn't been president at all these hot dog competitions
because of a contract situation.
Oh, it's not that he's past his prime.
He is past his prime, and that's why this Netflix thing is kind of stupid. It's kind of like the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight where
I can't
Mike
wait.
Tyson's probably going to lose. And he's the underdog.
They canceled.
I don't think Tyson's going to lose that fight.
They canceled it?
Yeah.
They postponed it.
I
think because
Why?
Tyson's
got health problems.
Tyson has a health
Who could have
issue.
seen that
too many
coming?
hot dogs.
Well, at 50,
and they weren't vegan.
He's got to be like my age, right? 55.
I think he's about 55.
Something
Tyson.
involving a toad.
There you go. Okay. Anyway, the thing about Joey is you look at this Nathan's event now, and that event's now below him.
He's a 5-tool
He's won
hitter.
it so many
You
times.
started, Stein.
He's a 5-tool leader. And so if you're Joey Chestnut and you're thinking, okay, even if it is $200,000, that's peanuts. And Joey's
Can he eat
nearing
those
the
too?
end. Yeah, actually and I ran
How
through
many peanuts can Joey Chestnut eat?
Well, we did this yesterday on, and I was starting to go through all his records because there are 130 different disciplines in Major League Eating.
Disciplines.
By the way.
And I just looked at one.
I think they're called undisciplines.
Well, you have to be disciplined to get it done. Hard-boiled eggs. How many do you think he ate?
Oh, jeez.
Hard-boiled eggs
How long?
in,
What's
what did I
that
say,
like
Granny? Was it
living
8
with him
minutes?
after that?
8 minutes,
8
right?
minutes?
Hard-boiled eggs in 8
smell.
minutes.
Okay, I
This
don't
is
know this, so
gross.
I'm going to try to really seriously guess here, and I love doing this, and I love doing this.
Yeah, because you probably eat
Hard-boiled eggs.
about, like, how many eggs a week do you eat? A week. You probably eat about
8
3
minutes?
eggs a week, Steiny. You're not a big egg
in
guy.
8 minutes.
8
I
minutes.
think he could eat, what's 8 times 12?
That would be 96.
I think he could eat 125.
How many
It's
did?
too low, dude.
How many did
Too
Cool?
low.
That's too low.
How many did Cool Hand Luke
You just
eat?
swallow
Not way
those
too
things.
low,
How many-
though, right?
You
Wait,
swallow them
are you talking
whole,
about the
Steiny.
movie?
Too soon?
Yeah, pretty sure he ate hard-boiled eggs, right?
That movie came out when you were negative 38.
Yeah, and how many did Cool Hand Luke eat?
Are they
I
peeled?
don't remember.
Are they peeled or shell it
They're
off?
peeled.
I don't know. It's Joey Chestnut. Who knows what's in that stomach?
If you had to peel them,
He takes the over on
I'm
125.
taking the way over on
200.
that. Yeah.
are you going over or
I'm
under
going to go
200?
over 200.
Oh my God.
Because you just swallow those things like
They're
lifesavers.
8 minutes.
Like
It's
Tic
8
Tacs.
minutes.
They're like Tic Tacs. Joey Chestnut's
not a marathon.
throat goes like an anaconda and it just expands. He's just throwing those things down like
My
Tic Tacs.
anaconda?
Like Tic Tacs.
Yeah.
What is it? What is it, Mr. Joey Chestnut?
138 is the answer.
So I was on the
138.
still
You're close.
Dude, you
Good
won.
close.
Price is Right rules.
Yeah.
You nailed. You
Yeah,
won
yeah.
both hard-boiled eggs.
Do you think
138?
seriously, is he chewing them or is it just going right? Or are they like dropping them into a pachinko machine?
Slight correction, it's 141.
My fault.
141.
Thank you.
Oh
Thank
my
you. I knew
God.
it was less than 12 dozen. I knew it was close to 12 dozen. Swallow now and chew later.
Cool Hand Luke ate 50 in 1 hour.
Swallow now and poop never.
141?
Those things come out.
Oh my
gross.
That
God.
poor toilet. Seriously.
All for what?
If you have to be maid service on the back end of that, all for what? All for
terrible.
greatness and riches.
But that's why I was wondering last segment why porta potties haven't just cleaned up with sponsorships at these events at this point, because there's so many opportunities for you to not be able to make it to an actual restroom after one of these events, especially car-boiled eggs.
Dib, since you seem to know so much about Joey Chestnut, I wonder what it's like having dinner with him. Just a normal sit down at, like, say, a nice restaurant. Is it over in 4 seconds?
Well, apparently he's gone vegan.
Or does he cut his food, chew his food, and there has to be some eating disorders there. There has to be.
Well,
not
think
to make
about
light
it.
of those because they're serious things, but there
Think
has to be.
about going to dinner with, I don't know, like Earl Weaver or another boisterous manager.
And they're going to eject the server?
Exactly. Are they going to get up and flip the spread and like bark at the maitre d' because
probably.
the table they didn't like was unsatisfactory? No.
Tommy would.
There's a bad call.
These people are performers. And when it is time for him to perform, he puts on his performer hat and he goes to work. It doesn't mean that when he goes out to dinner with his lovely girlfriend, who I've also met, it doesn't mean that he's like, in and out, one and done. He's not. Let me get 17 plates of rigatoni. That's not the way this
I'm
goes.
leaving that one what you just said.
No,
All
you
right.
can get there, and
Unless it's training season, then
Yeah, what is training season like for Joey Chestnut?
Actually,
Dua Lipa.
I swear
Is
to
there a
God,
montage? Can we have a musical montage
Yeah.
about him like running up hills?
I'm pretty sure I heard an interview with Dibbs and Chestnut, and they covered this.
Oh yeah.
Like the lead up and then the wine.
That's right.
Cool down after.
It's like Rocky
preparation.
IV.
Yeah.
Is he
The
out
cool
is he
down's
in the
more of a
Sierra?
sit down.
Is he in the Sierra in the snow eating hot dogs?
Oh, like Rocky IV when he goes to
when
Russia?
he went to Russia. Does Joey Chestnut go to Russia in the snow and eat
There's a
hot dogs?
7-gallon drum of borscht.
Best training montage ever.
I'm frozen, so when they're unfrozen, it's easier.
Rising up.
Are you telling me he does hold the record for eating 130 foods, like the fastest?
The disciplines.
There are 130
fast foods?
disciplines, but he only holds about 40 of the records. There are a lot of records he doesn't hold.
Seriously, the
It's like it's a
disciplines
martial art
are
technique.
specific
Like when
kind of food.
This is the best drunk
Is that
bar
what I can
conversation.
understand?
He holds a black belt in 130 food disciplines.
Should be drinking at a bar with this combo.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
How much broccoli
Like
does
is
he eat?
goulash one of the disciplines?
Ooh,
not
how
sure,
much goulash can Joey?
There are so many things, and there are things that like
Sweet
you and
potatoes.
I would never
Back
eat.
to Wiggins.
Beef stroganoff.
I'm looking at his records. Asparagus.
No way.
12 pounds, 8 3/4 ounces of deep fried asparagus.
Boy,
10 minutes.
that's some gas.
And
That's,
the porta potty after that
literal-
too.
It's a urination
Literal-
sensation. Pulled pork sandwiches, 45 sandwiches, 10 minutes. Tacos at Taco Bell.
How many?
53 soft beef tacos.
Oh,
10 minutes,
What's
Joey
his
Chestnut.
esophagus look like? I wonder.
Hot dogs, 76 is the record, actually.
ever
Hot
seen
dogs and buns, 10 minutes.
have you ever seen a coal miner's lung?
Yeah.
It's the equivalent.
Saw Cole Ryder's daughter, Sally Field.
Very good. Hamburgers, Crystal Burgers. You remember the Crystal Burger?
Yes, I do.
Not at all.
Weren't they big in New York, I believe?
8 minutes, 103. 103.
8 minutes, 103 burgers.
I mean, this is like DiMaggio's hitting streak.
Yeah,
this will never be broken.
This is what we're going to talk about that today.
Yeah.
Matt Cain's perfect game or Joey Chestnut 103 what is it? Hamburgers? What was
Yeah,
it?
hamburgers. He also has tacos, and that's the thing about
confused.
Joey is he's 5 tools.
Yeah.
Meat, veggie, the bun family. He'll do it all.
Possible meat.
The worst one is there's like an oyster eating record.
I don't know.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Mutton sandwiches.
What are those?
Mutton is lamb.
Is it
Yeah.
like spam?
Yeah, 4-ounce mutton sandwiches. 81
Wrapped
of
in
them.
wool.
Yeah.
You actually have to eat the wool, too.
And then cough up the fur ball.
81. Jalapeno poppers, 118 in 10 minutes. I mean, he's all fields.
That's incredible.
He's tough against righties and tough against lefties.
Yeah, he's not a platoon player for sure.
No.
But back to Steiny's point, this is America, Nathan's 4th of July. Like, this is un-American, dude. Like,
I
he
agree.
is part of the 4th of July. I don't care what he eats when he eats it, but on the 4th of July, you tune into that. And if you're out having a picnic or a barbecue or you're drinking with your buddies or whatever it is, it's America, dude. You always got Joey Chestnut on the background. Just go.
You know what's America is the U.S. Open golf tournament because you or me or Evan or
I thought it was
Steiny,
tennis.
any of us could qualify and win the U.S. Open. It's an open tournament. Well, the Nathan's Hot Dog Contest is not open.
It isn't?
You can qualify. You have to go to one of the regional eat-offs and win in order to qualify.
Eat-offs?
But even if you do, you at that point have to sign a contract. So it's actually un-American what they're trying to do to Joey Chestnut. They're trying to keep him into a box.
insane.
They're trying to have him sign a contract and limit what he can make. And meanwhile, he's the only reason why we know about competitive eating. He's the Caitlin Clark of competitive eating. And yet they're trying to flagrant foul him into submission. And he says, no, I'm going to go out there and get my own sponsorship. I'm going to eat the way I want to eat. That's America.
They need a union. That'd be more American.
Home of the free. Land of the brave. I might have had that backwards.
MLE fighting against guaranteed contracts.
Mid-level exception?
They don't like that idea. They get paid by the
Major League Eaters.
Yeah.
Incredible. Let's see. Doncic 4 fouls in the fourth quarter.
What an idiot.
I mean,
and I'm glad you're looking at me with that because
he might have been tipsy last night. Might have been a little tipsy.
it just, and I said this on our thread, our show thread with Mark out, Mark back tomorrow, and Grandy, Mark with a C, and Lucas. I said, if you did a list of the least likable stars in all of sports, for me, he's got to be at the top right now. And I said this before, and I might have said it on our golf thread as the reason why I'm rooting for Boston. There are two reasons why I want Boston to win. One, Unky Jay, our friend Jay Norwood, who's a Boston Celtics fan through and through. I'd like for him to get one, even though I really don't like Boston as a city and as a fan base, and certainly not the Celtics. But my dislike, my sports hate of Luka Doncic is so much stronger than any other force in my life. I want to see him cry his way to Broom City.
I wonder if, in general, I know we're in the Bay Area, but I wish I could get a sense of this in the Midwest. Is Luka more disliked than Draymond Green?
No, but he's getting there. Draymond's got more of a track record of dislikability, I think.
Yeah, that's what I think Draymond might have him, but just on experience.
Right. Yeah, track record and overall experience as a complainer. But
baseball doesn't really have guys like that.
No. I mean...
Yeah, like the most hateable baseball player.
Well, I mean, it would be Barry, except for here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about more... Like in baseball, you don't have a problem. I mean, you might have a problem with a specific ump, but you don't have a... You know what I mean? Like there's nobody in baseball who thinks they're getting squeezed every time at the plate, right? Like Doncic thinks he's fouled every play. You know what I mean? Regardless of who's officiating.
Well, I mean, baseball polices itself. They don't let that happen. And if a guy whines, he gets a reputation. He's gone. Yeah, enough. You're done. This is your reputation. The umpires talk. I don't know. You know, it's the NBA Finals, so but still,
right?
I mean, I did. This is about as scientific as your playoff theories with the wild cards the other day. I did a tweet today. What's better, this? And a picture of the 4-box I was watching at home of the U.S. Open or the NBA Finals this year. And on my Twitter, it was landslide U.S. Open. People are watching golf and more interested in that than this year's NBA Finals. And I'm thinking to myself, like, is it just a regional bias thing? Because as soon as the Warriors are done, I don't care. Or is this the NBA? Is this just the bad finals? Because, I mean, I was mildly intrigued by the Luka drama last night. I thought the shots of the Boston Celtics sideline having a good time, that these guys are a team and they're together and they're having fun, and the other team's just like, the Mavericks are not having fun.
I mean,
but it's just not entertaining to me.
It hasn't been. Like, I have not watched as much of the finals as I would if any other teams were. I thought it had a chance to be a good series, and it just feels like, man, Boston's just better. Just better.
Well, last night was the game that Dallas should have won.
Exactly.
But then you didn't, and you look at why you didn't. It's because of your petulant star who can't, he's not ready to carry a team into that spot yet at home.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that people want to see Goliath pummel David. Like, no one enjoys that. Like, when you're sold a heavyweight competition and there's a large favorite, you're looking for the upset, or you're looking for any reason to believe in the underdog. And I think last night, to Dib's point, was the closest that we got to that. But it was also because it felt like Boston up by 20 with 10 minutes left in the game just kind of gave in. They kind of gave up. So they almost let them back into the game. Like, my theory on the finals I was running by Steiny was, I don't know how many people actually believe that Dallas was better than Boston as opposed to they believe Boston would just beat themselves. Kind of like what we saw happen last year. And so I think there was that intrigue, but that was kind of it. And once that was dispelled, or has been dispelled over the first 3 games, I don't know what else is left. Like, the most intriguing part about the finals to me, to your point, FP, is who is going to win finals MVP. And that's not really a selling point. So I think I am with you. I think I would rather watch the U.S. Open, because at the very least, I might see something, or a random player, or someone who gets an opportunity to make a name for themselves sees that moment where we're not going to see that in the finals.
Dude, that sport has a huge problem if we're all sitting here, and a lot of people on my Twitter are saying they would rather watch the U.S. Open than the NBA Finals. Because back in the day when it was Bird versus Magic, or Isaiah or Michael Jordan, and you had stars around the league, I didn't care if golf was on. I was watching the NBA Finals no matter if my team was in it or not, because there was superstar power, there was great players, there was Hall of Famers all over the place. So if we're saying that, and I don't know, 10 people on my Twitter are saying, I don't know if that's scientific enough, that sport's got a problem.
We are a little bit, I think, in a tweener spot, though, because we're, I think, between the stars that we know, LeBron, KD, Steph, even James Harden. I know he hasn't won one, but stars in their mid to late 30s versus the next wave of quote-unquote stars, crying Doncic. And, is it Tatum or is it Brown? Neither one of them's quite a star yet. Zion can't do anything. You can pick any of the young stars, Wembanyama, Trae Young, whatever you want to look at from guys in their early to mid-20s. None of them have done it yet or are ready to do it. So I do think that this is a little bit Steiny, like what we found in the early 00s when the Pistons got that one title and New Jersey made it with Kittles and company and Kenyon Martin. And we kind of were between. LeBron hadn't yet come to power. We were post-Jordan. We were pre-LeBron. It was a little bit of that tweener spot, and I think that's where we are in the NBA.
Well, you know what? And think about it. So in 18, the Warriors won it. 19, Toronto won it. I can't even go through the rest, but there's been a different
20
NBA.
was the bubble, the Lakers.
Right.
Doesn't count.
21,
Bucks.
Milwaukee.
Bucks. 22, Warriors.
Last year, Nuggets.
3 Nuggets. In other words, if you start with the Raptors in 19.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think that's good for the sport, believe it or not. 6 different champions in 6 years.
Are those stars that Dibbs mentioned, or are those just really good players? Because
Exactly.
I would say those are really good players. I need, when I think about the NBA, I'm thinking about Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, and Magic Johnson, and Kareem,
Steph,
and Isaiah Thomas, and
LeBron,
Steph, and LeBron.
Jordan and Kobe.
Rock stars,
I
like
agree.
superstars.
Well, I think we've seen one star in the postseason, in my opinion. You guys might disagree. It was Anthony Edwards, and he got bounced.
Right.
So there's not a star playing for it all. And I think when there's nobody that the average fan can say, I got to see that, or I want to hear this person, then there's not really a reason for me to show up.
Is that a marketing thing, though, or just a player thing? Because I remember turning on commercials and seeing, all my favorite guys on commercials. Or I had the Sports Illustrated posters in my room, and I would cut out Magic when he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And behind my bed was all Magic Johnson pictures back in the day because he was from Michigan and Michigan State. And maybe I followed him in college, and it's hard to follow guys in college right now. But is it a marketing thing, or is it just these guys are just not on great teams like they used to be?
Chris Paul's gotten more airtime in the State Farm commercials than half of the players that are playing in the games right now, and he wasn't even in the postseason.
It's one guy, though. Who else?
Well, no, but I'm saying, though, that like those are the kinds of people that are being marketed.
Okay.
Like, I see Chris Paul on a State Farm commercial.
Right.
He's not in the postseason. His team's not there. Like, I think that there is an issue there.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of things. I think the style of the game right now is, I think so many threes, I think, is starting to become a little bit of a turnoff, that part of it. I think that, but if you look at the Celtics, and someone would say, what are you talking about, Tatum and Brown are not stars? Of course they're stars, but they're not stars like Curry or LeBron or Kobe or Tim Duncan.
Yeah, how did I leave Kobe out?
They're gonna have to win more, but they're gonna have to win more.
And that's part of it for me. Is like Anthony Edwards, good example. Is he going to be a star? Well, you have to go out there and win and play deep into May and June, and you have to get those accolades. And so FP saying all those guys I named aren't yet stars. You're right. And what makes a star? It's being great. It's being great for a long time, and it's being a champion. And so those are things that Luka can't do yet, and Tatum and Brown maybe take that next step toward being a star. And, Giannis is a star, but he's not exactly the most exciting guy to watch.
You know what I was thinking, and this just came to my head, is
old ship for a drink?
Well, that too. But we were talking about, too many games and stuff like that. And I feel like today, if you can't win a title, you get lambasted and criticized and laughed at.
Yeah.
And I think maybe part of that has to do with the fact that there are more playoff teams now than there have ever been, so more guys have a chance.
Oh.
Because I look back at baseball when they had 4 playoff teams for 28 teams at one point. And if you didn't win a title, you were like, well, it's not a big deal. It was more unfortunate than he can't get it done. Like, nobody thought Carl Yastrzemski couldn't get it done. I get it. Nobody thought Willie Horton couldn't get it done. They played with the Yankees. They weren't as good a team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, nobody calls those guys losers. They were incredible.
It used to be just the World Series. You used to have the American League winner and the National League winner. They just played the World Series. 2 teams. That's it.
Good luck.
All right, gents. Keep listening to 95.7 The Game.
they're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, just start talking Dibs. I'll be over there. It's FP Santangelo in for Mark Willard. I am Dan Dibley. Happy to have you with us on this great Thursday. Some say it's the best day of the week. I've got Thursday ranked as the fourth best day of the week because obviously Saturday is the best. You don't have to work Saturday. Sunday, you get NFL football 18 times a year. Friday is Friday night. You get to go out and have a good time. But Thursday, yeah, FP. Good day. I like Thursday. Good little day for Thursday.
Yeah, it's a very underrated day, especially to have fun after work. It's a big day to have fun after work. Maybe the most popular day to have fun after work because then you just roll in and just get through Friday to get to Saturday and Sunday. You're talking to.
And especially you with. I don't think you work tomorrow on Friday. So
today's my Friday, but lately every day's been my Friday. So,
although not this week, you've been working a bunch.
Yeah, but
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
Tuesday's a very underrated day.
Yeah.
If you go out on a Tuesday, the pros are out on Tuesday.
Exactly.
Right? You know, you just don't randomly, if you never go out, say, it's Tuesday, let's go out. So then Tuesdays sometimes can turn into like unexpected fun.
And this Thursday is one where we get to talk a little bit about the NBA Finals and the fact that
who cares?
They might be over tomorrow. And it's funny you say that, who cares? Because I mean, you don't, and it looks like a lot of people don't because the NBA Finals ratings are reaching the lowest of the low over the last 20 years, yet you look at the upcoming NBA contract that NBC is going to sign to take the rights away from TNT, and it's going to be a record high number. So does nobody care, or do more people care than we actually think care, and we just don't want to talk about it?
I won't say nobody cares because that's just too wide a blanket to throw out there. I'm sure there's plenty of people that love basketball more than anything or paying attention to this thing. I think when you're talking about the casual fan, I think no matter what sport it is, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, hockey, you're trying to grab soccer, WNBA, whatever it is, you're trying to grab the casual fan. And I know Major League Baseball has been working on that for a while with all these new rules and more playoff teams, and you're trying to capture the casual fan. And I don't know that the NBA is very successful at that at the moment. And I'm not just talking about this final. I'm talking about the product in general.
Yeah. And I think that is a big part of it. And going forward, it's something that has to be addressed. But I do think that we are a little bit prisoner of the moment because you look at the ratings just from the first couple of games. And I don't think the Game 3 ratings are in yet. But the Game 1 rating down just a tiny bit from last year. Game 2 rating actually up from the Game 2 last year, Denver and Miami. But you look back to the high water mark and you can go back to 2018, pre-pandemic, when it was Warriors and Cavaliers, and that rating is about 40% higher than what we have now. So is it that fans are losing interest in the league, or is it more of a case where you just don't have the same star power that you normally would like to have? And I think that for me, it's more about that factor. And I was mentioning to Steiny and the handoff thingy that this feels a little bit like the early 00s, and you go back to 2003 when you had the Spurs in New Jersey. Game 3 had a 5.2 rating, 8 million viewers, and that was obviously way down from the previous years when you had the Lakers in there and you had Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. I think that it's more right now a case where you just don't have that same star power you're used to. The stars are aging out of the association, and the young guys, we don't yet know who the next one's going to be.
Is it that, or is it the stars themselves? Because when I watch Luka play, there's great players, there's good players, there's great players, and there's great players that are winning players. And I don't think he's learned how to win yet. Now, I'm saying this about a guy that's in the NBA Finals, but when you watch how he went about it last night with the whining with the officials, I don't know why he was trying to take a charge for a sixth foul. It could have went either way. It looked like a block to me. It just seemed like last night was about him. And I think if you go back to some of the greatest players of all time, they went through this. When you talk about Michael Jordan early in his career, he was leading the league in scoring and points per game for years before he realized that he needed some help. And Kobe, I feel like early on, just a teenager or whatever out of high school in the NBA, was more about scoring points than winning. And I think it's an evolution of players to where, what you saw what Luka did last night, he's a wonderful talent. He's great for the league, but I don't know that he was great for his team last night. And that's, to me, what separates good from great. Are you a great player, or are you a great player that's a winning player? I don't know. And who am I to say, dude? Like, I never won a championship, so caveat, that's a caveat. But well,
I never did either. So you don't have to, worry about that.
I'm watching him and how he went about it last night. And then Kyrie tried to do it all by himself. Once Luka fouled out, it was 1-on-5 basketball.
Right.
He's like, I'm gonna pick up the slack, which it came from a good place. But then he was just dribble, force. And he's like, I'm going to pick up, instead of including his teammates. So I saw one team, my knee-jerk analysis, I saw one team in the Celtics, it was a team. They were like laughing and hugging and arm in arm on the bench and laughing at their buddy making a three-pointer for the first attempt in the playoffs and the dunks. And they were having a blast. They were a team. And the Dallas Mavericks aren't that. Sorry.
Right, and they're not that because of their star, who is, not ready to really lean on his teammates to pull the slack. And the other part of it, I think, that leads to what you're talking about, the unwatchability, for me anyway, is Luka Doncic in and of himself. Because I watch him play, and I see the majesty, I see the slow motion excellence, and he is one of one. There's no other player, and I think back to Larry Bird in our youth, a guy who did it at half speed. He never blew by anybody. He didn't go up over anybody, yet he was unguardable. And I watch Luka Doncic, and I see a lot of things that Larry Bird used to do. He's a good passer. He is able to shoot at all three levels, get to the rim, not go over people, but score, get to the mid-range. He can shoot the three. He can rebound. The one thing he can't really do is defend yet, and you hope that, he works on his body a little bit more and becomes a little bit quicker, a little bit more athletic. But watching the histrionics, the dramatics, and the constant foul baiting, it's not even flopping, it's foul baiting, where you shoot the ball, you throw your leg out, you fall down, you put your both hands up as if to say, where's my call? Meanwhile, the other team's going 5-on-4 the other way. For me, from a watchability standpoint, it's nauseating. I hate it.
The one question I had last night is the Mavericks were on a 20-2 run. They were coming back. They had all the momentum
in the fourth quarter.
And Jason Kidd took a timeout. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Luka pounded the ball in the floor. It went up in the air. He was scratching his head. He was pissed that his coach took a timeout. All these things say that we're not a team, but I was kind of with Luka at that point. They had all the momentum, and I know Jason Kidd was taking the timeout because we've used all this energy to come back, and maybe he saw that they were fading a little bit, but they weren't. And then the timeout turned into a challenge after that. And all of a sudden, all that ball of momentum, and Celtics were backpedaling. They were on the edge of the cliff. It was like they were a TKO in boxing, and they were ready to get knocked out. And Jason Kidd took a timeout. And I was sitting at home going, why are you taking a timeout? Then I saw Luka pissed about it. I'm like, he's pissed too. I didn't understand that.
Yeah, and you could see that Luka was pissed about a lot. And the one time he was pissed because on that sixth foul, he wanted it to be reviewed. And he immediately points to the bench, and he's just, demonstrably shouting, you got to challenge it. You got to challenge it. And I'm with you. It was pretty clear to me that was a blocking foul, and so they didn't charge it, and that was going to be it for Luka for the ball game. But there is a greater feeling of disconnect. I think you're right about, not only Jason Kidd and Luka Doncic, but the entire Mavericks team. 888-957-9570. Are you watching these finals? And if not, what's the reason? Because I know as a Warrior fan, you want your team to be in it, and we're all NBA fans. And for me, FP, even if the Giants aren't in the World Series, I watch.
Same.
If the Niners aren't in the Super Bowl, of course you watch. Same. Because it's the Super Bowl. You're going to watch it. You're going to watch the championship matchup in whatever sport, NCAA championship game. Even if my bracket's busted, I watch the game. WNBA finals, I watch the game.
I don't.
I'm into it. I know you don't, but
I don't.
You don't have
sit here
to
and be politically correct and say I do. I don't.
No, U.S. Open, it's a big-time golf tournament. You watch it. You probably didn't watch last week in the Memorial, and you probably don't watch week in, week out, but when it's a big-time championship event, more people do watch.
Right.
And it's because it's a championship event. But why are people not into these NBA finals, I wonder?
I'd love to hear from people. and see what they're thinking. I just think the sport's in a bad place right now, and I could be way off on this, but I don't want to sound like, you know, I'm open to new things. I love the new rules in baseball. I didn't at first, but I'm open to learning. So maybe somebody could tell me, but I don't want, with the risk of sounding super old. Like back in the day, it was a more physical sport and it was more team oriented. I feel like it was all about winning and not about me. It was about championships and getting rings, and not about me getting my points or me being the guy that gets the points so we win. There was more like, check your ego at the door. We're going to win no matter what. And if it meant like taking somebody's head off on a layup, they did that. And it was physical. And I know everything's been watered down and it's called evolution. And there's a new way to go about it. But like, I just thought the NBA was more about defense, I love fast break basketball. And I think the 3-pointer is taken away from fast break basketball. That's what I grew up with. I loved going up and down the court as fast as you could. But so I don't know. And I just, getting back to the initial thing and the handoff thing, there was rock stars back in the day. Like Dennis Rodman was a rock star playing basketball. Yeah. Like he left the Bulls to go to Vegas and go on a bender for a few weeks. And then Jordan had to go there and get him back. Not that that's what you need, but there was a certain entertainment factor in the game then, whether it was Jordan's high-flying dunks, taking off from the free throw line, where there was like, did you see Magic's pass last night? That was insane. Where it's the whoop, whoop, look this way, do that. Whether it was Bird going for, I don't know, another triple-double and hitting 3-pointers and the pass where he doesn't look over his shoulder, whether it was Isaiah. I mean, there was just so many stars in the game that even if your team wasn't in it, I'm going to watch Magic and Bird in the finals. Like, we weren't Indiana State and Michigan State fans when they were in the NCAA finals in 1980 or 79 or whatever it was. But we watched, that was the most watched NCAA finals, I think, to this day. Yeah. Because of Magic and Bird, because of two guys. And you had the black versus white. You had like Indiana State versus Michigan State, like rural versus, I mean, it was just, it had everything. I don't know that the NBA, like the guy down the street is, for me, is it right now. And Steph. Like Steph could have played in all those, and that's what I'm talking about. So I guess in a long-winded way, maybe it's just because the Warriors aren't in it. I'm so pro Warriors. I love that team so much. I love their coach. I love their players. And as soon as they're out of it, I check out. And is that a front runner fan, or is that just like I love my team so much and the players so much? When they're not in it, I'm just checked
It's the reality. And honestly, as a Warrior fan, just like you, I would want to tune in and see, the best of the best. And if I look at this matchup and it's Boston and Dallas, and you think about who are the biggest stars in the NBA Finals, and you talk about Tatum and Luka and Kyrie and Jaylen Brown, and of those four guys, none of them are really even close to the stratosphere as what we're used to.
Good players.
In the final. They're all
really
good players.
They're great players.
But they're not LeBron. They're not Steph. They're not even Giannis. They're not these big personalities and these big superstars. So if you're a casual fan, you're not really going to be that locked in on it. And the other thing, and I mentioned this before the finals even started, the fact that you have to wait 8 days for the NBA Finals to begin, I do think saps a little bit of that momentum that you'd be looking for coming off the conference finals. And I know that they want to, hard schedule these dates so that the networks can sell them and that they become fixed position games, much like the Super Bowl. Like, where next year's Super Bowl already is. It's not just going to be, a week after, or it's 2 weeks after the conference championship. But in football, you don't mind the 2-week build up to the one big game. In the NBA, you have to wait 8 days for this to start. And when it starts, it feels like they lost a little bit of the momentum.
Sunday night, and I talked to Mark about this. We did the shows this week. Sunday night, I knew I was doing the show with Mark, and I knew the NBA Finals was on, and I couldn't turn away from Yankees-Dodgers.
Yeah.
Because it was Judge. It was Stanton.
It was Mookie, all that, yeah.
Mookie and Shohei and Freddie Freeman. And, I mean, it was just, there was so much star power in that game and so much tradition between those two teams in the World Series of the past in the 70s. I mean, I couldn't turn that game off.
Yeah.
And here I will always watch a playoff game versus a regular season game if both are on the same team, no matter what the sport is. And that night, Sunday,
you didn't, yeah.
Knew I had to do a show the next day, knew the NBA Finals probably would come up, couldn't turn it.
Why are you not watching the NBA Finals? 888-957-9570. Love to hear from you. We're sponsored by Fremont Bank. It's Fremont Bank's 60th anniversary block party this Saturday, June 15th. Music, food trucks, beer garden, games, a raffle with 60 prizes in honor of Fremont Bank's 60 years and the grand opening of their new flagship branch on Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. I will be there. Coming out and see me. FP's in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. FP is in for Mark Willard, and the question is simple. Why are you watching, or more specifically, not watching the NBA Finals? Because FP and I are both trying like heck to watch these NBA Finals, and he and I are both having individual challenges, really getting invested in the content.
Dude, what does it mean on my phone when it says allow cookies? Every website I go to, and then I just allow them. I don't even know what that means. It's every time I go, like I'm just in a commercial break on my phone. Sorry for this. This segment's sponsored by Adderall.
I love your Adderall moments.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah. You got any Addies over there?
No, I don't.
I could use a little pick-me-up.
I could, too, by the way.
It's a shame.
I'm prescribed it, though. I mean, it's
I know you are.
Legit.
It's about time
if anybody's ever listened to me, they know it's legit. So what does allow cookies? Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Do you guys know what allow cookies mean?
FP.
You kids on the other side of the glass, what it says allow cookies?
It like allows that website to store a little piece of your data so that when you go back to that website later, it remembers you and that sort of thing.
All right. So what if I don't allow the cookies? I can't go back to that site?
No, you can, but like, you know how sometimes you can have websites that like remember your passwords or your usernames and that sort of thing, and makes logging in easy. I think it's that sort of thing.
Okay. Well, thank you. That was good.
Wow.
And then delete and report junk. That never works. I get political text messages all the time. Delete, report junk, and then I delete it. I report the hell out of it.
Well,
I'm
it's funny you say
Apple
that because yes, Mr. Apple.
I'm deleting.
Captain Samsung.
I'm reporting junk, and it still get them every day.
On my Samsung device, I now have a series of messages that I never get to see because they're in the spam. And I can click on it and they say, do you want to look at your spam? And I looked at one today that was in my spam that shouldn't have been. It was from the Red Cross reminding me to go donate again.
All right.
And so I marked that not as spam. And so now when they send me that auto reminder to go give blood, that will now come to my regular inbox. So it sounds like it's an Apple problem for all of you iPhone users.
You got a Samsung.
All of you in the cult. And I love it. So many of you iPhoners have tried to pressure me. Oh, your messages, they come up green. They come up green in my phone. Just deal with it. Y'all are in a cult, and you can enjoy paying homage to the cult that is Apple products. I'm over here with the superior device, and I know it.
All right, let's get back on track. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just got to vent and whine about silly things. I just wasn't whining. I was curious about cookies.
Right. And the thing about cookies is even if you accept cookies,
they look at on the text line, hackers use cookies to hack into accounts. Do not accept cookies. Where were you with that one?
Well, there's like different kinds of cookies. I don't know. I'm not an expert.
There's your oatmeal raisin. Exactly.
Oh,
I like the snickerdoodles myself.
I do too. I like those.
You are an old soul.
I like snickerdoodles. I like chocolate chip. I like macadamia white chocolate chip. I'm a white chocolate
One
guy.
more quick aside before we go to the phones. 888-957-9570. NBA Finals. Are you in? Are you out? And why? Why are so many of us struggling with it? But I used to work at KCBS, our sister station, and there was an anchor there, morning anchor named Al Hart, rest in peace, absolute legend, Radio Hall of Famer. He used to bring in every Friday snickerdoodles.
No way.
And I was lucky enough to work with Al. He might have been 77. He might have been 87. He could have been 137. It didn't matter. He was the most kind, effective, legit, deep-voiced throwback from the 1930s kind of an anchor. And on Fridays, he would bring in snickerdoodles.
That's cool.
It was a highlight.
Very cool.
For sure.
So
for a young, quote-unquote, Dan Dibley, a 33-year-old intern.
Whoever calls on why you're not watching the finals, you got to name your favorite cookie too. Now, so we're on that one.
All right.
Your favorite cookie.
There we are. Yeah. It feels like a Friday.
Those little animal ones that are pink or white, what do you call those with the sparkles?
Those are mothers.
I like those.
Cookies.
My mom used to put those in my lunch.
Yeah.
Those are good, dude.
Very good.
Yeah, don't sleep on those.
The white or the pink with the little...
with the elephants.
The sprinkles.
They were elephants or like giraffes maybe, or I don't know, rhinos and hippos. I don't know what they were.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, 888-957-9570. The NBA Finals. Why are you not watching? Let's
Matt's
go to Dave
so pissed right now.
in Oakland. He's homesick. Dave in Oakland, what's going on?
His kid graduated from 3rd grade.
We'll get into that. Dave.
Good job finger painting.
Why are you not watching the Finals, Dave? What's going on?
Oh, I'm not watching the finals because Luka and guys like Harden and Draymond to some degree,
they argue about everything. They argue about the score. They argue about the calls, and they just suck the life out of the game. And you just want to not watch it and go home.
Yeah. Is there any star that you're watching now in these finals that make you want to tune in, or is it as simple as there isn't anybody that you want to actually dial into?
I would love to dial into Luka, but he's just so annoying. He's got a punchable reaction to every call.
Yeah, and he pushes off everybody, and then he shoots and never gets an offensive foul. I don't know. He's great, but I don't know that he's a winning player. Maybe that's something that this experience in the NBA Finals will teach him. Just like when Jordan first got there, and he didn't really know, and when Kobe first got there, he didn't really know, and then they became team guys. But right now, Luka's all about himself, or he wouldn't have committed those fouls or even taken chances when he had 5 fouls. Like, that was just common sense, right? You got 5 fouls. Why are you going to take a chance on maybe it's a block, maybe it's a charge? Like, you just stay away from that period at that point and play smart.
Yeah, Dave.
I agree.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I appreciate the phone call. I do think that is a big part of it, the Luka factor. And you mentioned Michael Jordan, and if you go back to his career, FP, in his first, second, and third seasons in the association,
didn't make the playoffs.
He did not win a series.
Yeah.
I think he made the playoffs. Yeah, he made the playoffs all 3 years.
I was just guessing too quick.
Out in 4, and then swept, That was back when you did a best of 5 in the first round.
Yeah.
So in his first 3 years, he was 1-9 in the postseason, and then he won a series, won a couple series. It wasn't though until year 7 that he won a title, and of course the rest is Michael Jordan, greatest of all time, if you think so, history. So Luka Doncic, to that level, is ahead of where Jordan was. He's already won series. Now he's gotten to the NBA Finals earlier in his career, but something I want to play for you from Brian Windhorst. Last night in the postgame, he eviscerated, he absolutely destroyed Luka Doncic over a lot of the things that we're talking about. Just take a listen.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him, because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Brian Windhorst on SportsCenter with SVP.
Who's Brian Windhorst?
Brian Windhorst
should I know this?
You should. Actually, you really should. He came of age covering LeBron James in high school.
Oh.
And so he basically has made his career, I don't want to say on the back of LeBron James, but he has been covering LeBron James since high school. So as LeBron came up, Brian Windhorst started to follow LeBron, cover LeBron, and he's now ascended to ESPN. And if you have ever watched ESPN, you would know Brian Windhorst. You've seen him. He is a guy who reports on the NBA, and he was there at the game after Game 3 in Dallas, and I think that his commentary is one that many people would speak to, and that's exactly what I saw.
I know who he is. Yeah, I'm looking at him right now. Okay. Well, very, very, very strong opinions, and I don't think he's wrong in what he said.
And he's not always known for strong opinions. He's more known
pissed.
for...
He was pissed.
Yeah.
He was mad at Luka last night.
I don't know if he was mad at him, but
mad at
I
Luka.
do think
he had
that
money on the Mavericks last night, and Luka let him down.
Mavericks laying a point and a half.
There was emotion involved in that. That wasn't just, I'm reporting from the Mavericks tunnel, and the winners are here, the losers are over there.
I love the commentary. I thought the commentary was on the mark
side until he figures it out. I'll say this.
You'd be well served to spend 1 minute and 10 on our show and be so pointed.
Yeah.
You won't.
What? I'm like, why? He sits here and the guy. Well, I'm not going to say. I got to be quiet.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, but
that
anyway,
was a little mean-spirited.
That was a little mean-spirited.
And you didn't even have to
you
say
can
it.
read my mind now.
I can read your mind.
Great players make others around them better. Great players make others around them better.
Say it one more time.
Great broadcasters make whoever their partner is better.
You're
Great
welcome.
coaches make their players better. Luka doesn't make anyone around him better. I mean, he's a good passer, but like at times it's just it's me against 5 guys. But then I'm not going to play defense. They played defense for the first time in the series on their 20-2 run. They had all the momentum, and then for some reason Jason Kidd said, "Timeout, we're doing too good, and we're going to take all the momentum away." And then there was a foul that was challenged, and then that took their momentum away. And then there was something else that happened, and that took the end of it was the fourth quarter all this happened. It's just they had the Celtics on the ropes. The Celtics were reeling. The Celtics got a standing 8 count, and then they had the whole between rounds and then another between rounds to right themselves and get their legs back underneath them and go like, wait a minute. That timeout by Jason Kidd, I watched ESPN all day today. I didn't hear anybody talk about it. And so maybe I'm wrong here, and I'm okay if I am wrong, but I know what he was doing.
Might have been the mandatory with 5.5 to go.
He took a timeout. Luka was
You
pissed.
saw him go hand to hand.
He was pissed, and they said, Jason Kidd's taking a timeout here. And Luka threw the ball down, scratched his head like, what the F are we doing? And he was mad.
And then after that, Luka comes out, misses a 3, commits a foul, commits another foul.
But they just weren't playing with the same intensity. It's just they lost all their. It just looked like they were flat all of a sudden when they had it all.
It was a 20-2 run. They were down 91-70, and then when Jason Kidd took time out, it was 93-90. So they had gotten all the way back into the ball game. Kyrie hit 3 free throws after a foul, and Luka Donic with a steal. They had a chance to tie the game. They missed, and then they got the ball back off a rebound, and that's when Jason Kidd called timeout. I don't think that's why Luka would go on to commit 2 fouls and miss a 3 after the timeout.
Tim Legler is saying this right here. I just Googled Jason Kidd called the craziest timeout ever. So they are talking about it.
Yeah, there you have it.
But where was your guy in the tunnel yelling at Jason Kidd that he's in the loser's locker room because he took a timeout?
Well, he was yelling at Luka Doncic.
Your buddy over there from ESPN.
Who's my buddy?
The Brian Windhorsey.
Look at you, Windhorsey.
Runs with like the wind horse.
Philmo Mike's in San Francisco. Philmo, would you straighten my partner out? What's going on, Philmo?
Horsewind.
All right, what's up, Dibs? Forever Pimpin' Santangelo.
Forever Pimpin' at your service.
Hey, but you know what? Jason Kidd should have took that timeout because that sequence, I understand they were on a run, but the sequence prior to that, like the last 2-3 times up and down the court, they wasn't getting good shots. And I think like Luka had like fell over. He was trying to get the ball. He ran into Jaylen Brown. Some craziness happened. But I think the main reason they not people not watching it, that break, that hiatus, you can't do no 8, 9, 10-day hiatus on some teams that people really don't care about. You gotta remember, Boston, like, that's cool for people in Boston, but most of America don't rock with Boston. For various reasons, and we all know why, but most of America don't rock with Boston. And I've never, now I got family near Dallas, Child Paris, Texas, but Dallas is a boring city too. They could call us boring, but I've never found anything about the Dallas Mavericks appealing. And so I think it's just the teams. Now, I did want to see how Kyrie was going to perform. He hasn't hit my expectation. I wanted to see how he was going to react to in Dallas. And last week but not least, you can't go into the NBA Finals. It's supposed to be competitive. The first game is a blowout. I don't care if they came back within 8 points. It still was a blowout. The optics be bad. We got to get more competitive on the NBA level. And I just think that without LeBron in that Steph match, because that was tantalizing. When you had LeBron, you had Steph, you had the boy wonder, you had the boy that was supposed to be the guy, light skin, dark skin. You feel me? Dan Dibley. FP. Damn, man, y'all have a great show.
I'm feeling you, dog. I'm feeling you, dog.
Thank you, Philmo. Appreciate the call, as always.
I like him.
Yeah, he's always great.
He gave me Forever Pimpin' nickname, and I love it.
That's pretty strong.
That is strong.
It's pretty strong.
Pretty
and you
accurate,
are forever
too.
pimping.
Pretty accurate.
I mean, you're still pimping even at your late age.
Late age?
You're one of the few guys around here older than me.
Get my age out of your mouth.
You are forever.
the young people.
Seriously, and by that you mean me, Grandy. I'm the youngest guy up in this piece. I do think that he makes an interesting point about not only Boston, but also Dallas. Like, the casual fan is probably not going to want to rock with Dallas. But I think for me, it comes down to, in large part, the Luka Doncic factor, because he's not a very likable superstar.
I don't know if he's likable or not, but what he did last night was selfish. He didn't help his team. And he hurt his team. And if you get to 4 fouls, you have to be smart enough to even though it's the finals on the biggest stage and there's a lot of emotion involved, to know that your value to the team is not showing the refs you're right and getting in the mix for fouls 5 and 6. It's being smart and staying away from contact so that you can help your team. When he came out of the game, Kyrie's like, I'm doing this by myself. It's 1-on-5 and I'm shooting, I'm forcing, I'm going to the, I think he passed once in like 4 or 5 trips down. It was just, I'm beating 5 guys by myself. And it was from a good place. He wanted to win. And he's like, I'm going to show I can pick up the slack right now, but it just doesn't work that way. They're not a team.
15 assists
They're not a
for the
team.
team. And to your point, they had 15 assists on the night as a team. Your point guard, Kyrie Irving, 2 assists in 45 minutes.
That's because of Luka. Everyone was watching Luka at first, and then everyone was trying to pick up for him, especially Kyrie, once he fouled out.
Right, and once he fouled out, you mentioned it, Kyrie started to take things on his own shoulders, and he wound up with just the 2 assists on 45 minutes of playtime. The other thing that you mentioned, or Steiny mentioned in the crossover, is the 3-point shot. It might have been Steiny talking about the 3-point shot and what that has done to the overall product. Boston shot 46 threes on the night. 46 3-point shots.
How many did they make?
17.
Yeah.
Which is not a great percentage.
They were terrible for a while.
They were hot in the third quarter.
Yeah.
But the greater point for me is that the league has become largely a 3-point contest. They had 46 threes. They had 36 twos on the night. So the NBA game now has become penetrate and dish, pass
around the horn.
Yeah. Anything other than, let's try to get the best kind of closest shot to the basket.
Dude, with the Showtime Lakers, I know it's blasphemous to say in Northern California, but when Magic was running the break and it was a fast break basketball and it was like playground ball, and that's what we used to emulate when we were kids, and I used to like watch Magic's passes in slow motion and then go out with my buddies and try to look this way, go back that way. And there was nothing like the Showtime Lakers and the fast break. Like, that was entertainment to me. And the Warriors, with the way they went about it with their championships in a different era and Steph reinventing the game, maybe this is all Steph's fault. All these 3-pointers, all Steph's fault. Let's blame it on Steph.
I mean, he gets credit, but
he reinvented the game. But
he did.
But ... I'm with the risk of sounding old, I like fast break basketball. I miss that. I miss up and down the court with behind the back passes, and then maybe you fake a pass and take it yourself, or an alley-oop for a dunk. And I know that's still there. You just don't see it as much.
Yeah, what I miss is not necessarily just the fast break basketball, but it's a variety of basketball, because now, by and large, you've got teams that are relying on the 3 because 3 is greater than 2. And now if you shoot a ton of threes, you realize that even if you make 17 threes, what did I say, 17 for 46 is what they were for the night. That's better than going, they went 21 for 36 from 2. And they went 17 for 46 from 3. So the 3-point output, they had 51 points, and the 2-point output, they had 42 points. So it makes more sense to shoot the 3 because you're going to make enough threes to where it becomes the best possible strategy.
Their 2s were easy, though, because they're playing defense, man. So Pritchard was playing defense. I mean, they just played lockdown defense, and Dallas doesn't. Dallas tries. They did in that 22 run because everyone was chanting defense. Did you hear how intense the defense
in Dallas?
Defense. Yeah. I never understood that when I go to an NBA game. Like, oh my God, the organ's playing and they're chanting defense, so I better cover my guy all of a sudden. Thanks, you guys. That's really cool that you're all saying that. But then when they picked it up and they were really chanting it, That was intense last night.
We
That
can
was
get into
fun.
chance.
I was rooting for Dallas. I was like, come on, let's go. A good comeback. Let's go. And then timeout. Wait, what? Huh? Wait.
You're too focused on this timeout.
Maybe I don't know crap about basketball, but when you have a run going, you got the other team on the ropes, they're wobbled, they're on the edge of the cliff, you're about ready to push them off and win this thing. You know, like The Price is Right with the cliffhanger. Remember that one?
Yeah.
They were just right at the end of that thing. And then all of a sudden, I'm going to take a timeout and just crush all of momentum. I know why he did it. They looked gassed maybe in his mind, and nobody knows their players better than the head coach. But I just thought it was weird and not good.
Well, and not good because your star player couldn't handle it. Your star player came out, missed a 3, committed 2 fouls, and got his sweatsuit on. So if it is something that cost your own star his ability to play basketball, then yeah, go ahead and blame the coach. I blame the star who pouted, threw a tantrum, came out, bricked a 3, committed 2 fouls, had another tantrum, and his night was over. So if that's on Jason Kidd, well, then Luka Doncic is pretty mentally weak. 888-957-9570. Nick Friedel from ESPN. If you don't know who that is, Google it while I take this phone call from Jason in San Francisco. What's up, Jason? How you feeling about the finals?
Good, man. Good. I've actually really enjoyed this finals. I thought I'd throw out my perspective, and you can either knock it or maybe tell me there's some merit there.
All right, go ahead. I can't determine it until you have your take.
Fire away.
More than fair. So, yeah, I mean, the Celtics, and you kind of just talked about it, they have great depth. They're a great team. They're essential the last couple of years. I mean, they're just a great basketball team. And what they've done with Holiday, who's been lights out defensively, and the Porzingis trade was probably worth game 1 alone. You know, he made that play again this series, but what he did in game 1 is huge. And then the Mavs are really interesting to me because there's only a couple of years ago where their bigs were Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber. And to go get Gafford, get a rookie and Lively, and be able to match up with the Timberwolves previous round, and they could probably match up against the Nuggets as well with that kind of diversity there. I think that's really impressive. And then Kyrie, man, I mean, best ball handler in the game. Can't stop watching him. And I think Luka not being likable.
What's Kyrie done? What's Kyrie done in the finals? He did nothing in Boston. You can't stop watching him. What's he done?
I'll watch him drive to the court every possession I can, and I thought he had a good game yesterday.
He did have a good game last night until he started forcing it at the end. You're right.
No, but I agree with you, too. I mean, lackluster in Boston, no doubt about it, especially after the drama there. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this again because, I mean, Lively's only a rookie. If he can develop his game, Gafford's a nice mix-up, too, and they got to find another three-point shooter other than P.J. Washington. So if the Mavs can kind of balance it out, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw this again with a more balanced Mavs teams in the future.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Appreciate the phone call. I don't know if they're going to get much of a future here with Game 4 coming up tomorrow in Dallas.
Cliffhanger or Plinko? Best Price is Right game ever.
I would go with the rangefinder myself.
Oh, the rangefinder's a good call.
You go up on the refrigerator and you have to pick the range and see what you can nail. Although the cliffhanger with the yodelay hee-hoo. And Mark always loves hole-in-one.
That's a good one.
Or 2.
I like hole-in-one.
You'd get that second choice.
Yes, I like hole-in-one.
Your second chance, rather. Bob Barker. That's very good. Nick Friedel from ESPN, formerly from ESPN. He's now an Odyssey insider. Nick Friedel. He's going to join us on the other side. We'll get his thoughts on the NBA Finals. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. FP is in for Mark today. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Join us for the San Jose Sharks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibbs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So it puts a smile on my face.
On 95.7 The Game.
There it is, a quick preview, FP, of Nick Friedel as he's about to join us here in moments. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out Dave Fleming's conversation on the Morning Roast from earlier today. And on the line right now is Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. My man, Nick Friedel, good to talk to you again. Say hello to my partner, FP Santangelo, Nick.
Mr. Dibbs, FP, it's great to be with y'all. I wish the finals had a little more juice and momentum, but it is what it is. But it's great to have the conversation always.
And the conversation, Nick, is about that very thing, the au jus. Where's the juice? Not where's the beef, Nick, but where's the juice with these NBA finals?
Well, it's all sitting at home. That's the real problem. The NBA was hopeful that this series would provide a look into at least two guys in Luka and Tatum who are on that path towards becoming the next guy or the next face or one of the players that the league can lean on. And the issue, and Mr. Dibbs, you and I have been talking about this for years, is that I don't see that next guy on the horizon that everybody's going to rally around, at least in the short term. We could talk about Steph and LeBron all day long and how much they've carried the torch and how much it's going to be an issue for the NBA whenever they do finally retire. But the reality in the moment is Tatum's a hell of a player. Jaylen Brown's a hell of a player. Certainly there are people who are really into watching Kyrie, but Luka was supposed to be that next guy. And what we've seen, at least in this series, is that he just doesn't feel like he's ready for the moment right now. And I think after last night and the criticism he got, not only on the broadcast from Doris, but my old friend Windhorst is crushing him on SportsCenter, and you're hearing it more and more. It's another reminder how tough that mantle is for younger players and how difficult it is for young guys to go from, all right, he's the next star, to, on the biggest of stages, leading their teams all the way through and winning a title.
So you think he needs to fail to realize that? Because you think of the young stars in the past. I mean, Jordan didn't succeed right away. Kobe didn't succeed right away. LeBron, I don't think, succeeded right away. So is that just a learning process? So everybody rips him because he doesn't know how to do it yet?
FP, I think absolutely the losing is part of it, and you just outlined all the guys who have gone through the process of finding their way finally to the top. I think what people are criticizing him for, on top of the constant bitching and moaning, which he can control, is on the biggest stage, in the moment where Dallas has to have him playing at his best, he's not playing any defense at all. And that, more than anything else, I mean, you can complain and get all upset and still win, and people can go, it's part of his charm. When you lose and you're complaining, and then on top of that, you're not playing defense, well, yeah, that's going to draw a ton of criticism. And this criticism is different and deeper, and it's going to sting a little bit more because it seems to be coming from all directions after everybody for the last few years has only said, hey, Luke is the next big thing. He's the man. He's great. When you lose and you're not giving the type of effort that people are expecting from you, that's when you draw a lot of people's ire, and I think he'll learn from that and be better for it moving forward. But there is no doubt right now that's what's creating all the last 24 hours worth of the cycle of, what's wrong with Luka, and what happened to all the promise that he came into the series with.
Yeah, the negative publicity, I think, stemming more from the behavior than it is from the actual losing. Nick Friedel here on 95.7 The Game. When you look at Dallas now struggling in the NBA Finals, and Boston didn't get it done with this core in their first visit. You think about the Warriors in their first championship. Do you put even a little bit more respect on that first title, the fact that it was their first visit to the NBA Finals?
Absolutely. I mean, you have to when you get to the mountaintop after your first swing, and it's not that they hadn't gone through their own set of failures before that, but when you get there and you win, yeah, that counts for a little something extra. And I tell you, even more than that, I think that's what gave that group that jolt of confidence that they needed moving forward. Because once you get there and you win, no matter what happens over the course of a season or what kind of ups and downs that you go through during a run, once you know you've done it, you know you can do it again. And I know, listening to Draymond all those years, that was one of the things that always stuck with him. When you play at the level that group did together, and you have Steph Curry, well, guess what? Good things can happen. Then you add Kevin Durant, then anything's really possible. But absolutely, for that team and the maturation that they had to go through, winning that first one the way they did the first time, I think it was crucial.
Nick, I think you already outlined it, so forgive me for asking this question, but how does the NBA capture the casual fan? Because I know baseball has been doing a lot to try to capture the casual fan. And I guess I would say at this point in my life, full disclosure, I'm that. Back in the day, I was Showtime Lakers, Bird, Jordan, Isaiah. I mean, I couldn't get enough of it. Basketball is my favorite sport. And just over the years, I've kind of faded. And once the Warriors are out, I don't have a lot of interest. So what should the NBA do to capture dorks like me and get my interest?
FP, I think it's the single biggest issue that the league is facing moving forward. And I have said over and over, I think they're going to have a real problem when LeBron and Steph finally go, because so many people have become so invested day to day in watching and following along with those two guys. But more to the point of your question is the NBA has a real issue with its regular season. People in the marketplace of that team, they're always going to care. The Warriors diehards, they are always going to be locked into what's happening with their team. The difference I see in the way in which the NBA has kind of developed in these last 5-10 years is it doesn't feel as national as it used to. And in that regard, I think it does look a lot like baseball or hockey. There's always going to be fans of that team, but how many people are tuning into Jazz Pistons in the middle of February? And that's the real issue I see moving forward. So I think the answer is the NBA doesn't have an answer to that question right now. They're going to continue to try and develop different things, try and continue to push different players in a variety of different directions. I mean, one of the things we saw certainly this past year was the in-season tournament. That is a direct reflection of the NBA going, people aren't into our product the same way day to day as they might have been in the past. They're going to continue to come up with different ideas. I just don't think they have a really strong one right now. And I think we've seen the dip in the way people are following the regular season more so than I can ever remember it growing up, certainly.
Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available H-Track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, joining Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. So it kind of begs the question, Nick, about these last-ditch dynasty, quote-unquote, teams. Can the Warriors rise up one more time? Does LeBron have a chance with a revamped Laker team, or are we heading into a lull, much like we saw post-Jordan and pre-LeBron?
I mean, where's Tim Duncan when you need him?
Right.
I think that, to me, that's what's coming here, because I flatly don't think the Lakers are anywhere close. I mean, whoever takes that coaching job, good luck to you. I hope you get paid a ton of money, because that team doesn't have the talent to do it. I mean, they're just not good enough. With the Warriors, I flatly don't think they can win a title again. I think they can be very good. Steph is still playing an incredibly high level. But when you won at the level that franchise has won at for so long, when you finally drop off, people don't care as much if you get to the second round or you get to the Western Conference Finals. It doesn't feel the same. So I think there is a lull, and I think we're starting to see it already because look at the ratings. I mean, the ratings tell you what you need to know as far as an FP. This goes back to your question and your point that the casual fans they're not checked in the same way they might have been in the past. Now, Dibs, I would always say there's always somebody. There's somebody that we're not thinking about or we're not seeing, and they will come up and they will garner attention, and people will be into following their games. I mean, who would have ever guessed that it was Steph? And not only did it become Steph, but he ran with it for years and years and years. But the NBA doesn't have that guy right now. I know there was hype around Ian Edwards in Minnesota, and then they got just demolished in the last round. A lot of people think it could be Luka. It'll be interesting to see if an international player can carry that type of gravitas night by night by night. Now, we'll see. But right now, I think the NBA not only is in for a lull, but I think they know it, and they're trying to fix it on the fly, which is going to be interesting to watch in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and trying to fix it in unique ways, like you said, the in-season tournament. But I'm looking at the lull here when you had, times where it was the Spurs in the finals and ratings were low, and then you had Boston and the Lakers and ratings came up a little bit. But after the Michael Jordan all the way up until LeBron James, it was definitely a big-time lull in interest and the NBA ratings. Nick, before we let you go, I want to ask you about free agency, the Klay Thompson question, and also whether or not you think the Warriors have a big swing that they can make between now and the middle of July.
As far as Klay goes, Mr. Dibbs, I think it's 50-50 at this point.
Wow.
I'm not sure which direction it's going to go. I have always thought in terms of Klay's future with the organization, it's going to depend on just how tight that relationship is with Klay and Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob has said repeatedly, Klay's my guy. I want Klay and Steph to retire here. He's got to be the one to me to make it happen. Not only financially, but everybody's got an ego on some level, and they've got to go to Klay and say, hey, this is what it's going to be if you stay here moving forward. Does Klay want that? I mean, how much of it is money? How much of it is pride? How much of it is he wants to still be the guy on this team and one of the main faces, and his game and his body just haven't allowed that after all the injuries. So I flatly think it's 50-50 there. Over the next month or so, we're going to find out just what matters the most to him. And as far as a big swing goes, feels like Bradley Beal 2.0 and the conversation around him for those last few years as the Warriors were trying to figure out who it could be and what is the piece that comes in and helps Steph and Draymond one more time to make one more run. The reality, Mr. Dibbs, is I look at the free agent market and I look at possible trades. I don't see that guy out there. I don't even see that possibility of somebody that you're going to give up the assets for that's going to make that much of a difference. I know Jimmy Butler's name has popped up in the conversation of rumors, and would the Warriors give him the money and the contract he wants? I think it is a fit on paper, but having covered Jimmy long enough, one, I'm not exactly sure how he fits into that locker room as the alpha personality that he is. And two, I don't know if after all the wear and tear on his knees, especially over the last few years, if you're the Warriors, if you want to give him that type of extension, that would scare the hell out of me, because I think if you could say, all right, well, Jimmy's going to be healthy and he's going to play in the postseason and he's going to pair with Steph, great. But nobody can say that because he's missed a lot of time over the last few seasons. So all that being said, the Warriors, I think, are going to look a lot like what we have seen the last couple of years with Steph as the guy and Draymond as the running mate. We'll see what happens with Clay, but I don't see a fix as far as a player the team could acquire who comes in and makes them go from where they are now to where we're used to seeing them at the top.
Good answer. I appreciate it, Cousin Nick. Thank you for joining us, and all the best to you. And let us know when you get back to town.
Done deal, my man. It's great to be with y'all, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dick. I think
love it.
Maybe in the second quarter you release Lions on the court, and then that gives the trainers halftime to mend the wounds.
Halftime adjustments?
No, yeah, mend the wounds of the players, and then that way people will watch. And then in the fourth quarter, around the court,
piranhas,
a moat with alligators in it. So if you go for like a loose ball out of bounds, you probably get eaten. Now people are going to watch.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
A lot less hustling for loose balls. That's for sure.
I'm not serious, but I'd watch.
That was Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. He's got Clay at 50-50. That's a little bit higher than I would put it as far as odds for him to stay. What do you think about that, FP?
I don't know. I get sentimental, emotional in these things. I guess you got to take that out of the equation if you want to win.
Yeah.
I would love for him to end his career as a Warrior.
Right, but I mean sentimentally.
Sentimental, emotion.
Right. And I'm all for that.
You're asking me what I think? I don't know.
Right. I mean,
I'd say less than 50-50.
I would agree with that. I think that Clay's going to get an offer that's going to be much higher than what the Warriors would be comfortable paying. And that's why I think that he ultimately would move on, because he's going to get a chance to make, 25, maybe up to $30 million a year elsewhere. And I don't think that the Warriors are interested in paying him that. There were the reports last year that they offered him 2 years and $48 million, and he turned that down. And I wouldn't expect that the Warriors' offer to Clay would go up from that point.
Here's a blasphemous take.
Okay.
That Clay in a different uniform might be good for Clay.
No, that's not blasphemy.
He gets a fresh start, and he doesn't have. He has to prove to the league, and more importantly to himself, that he can still get it done, which I think he can. And who cares what I think? But if he's in a different uniform in a different city, it might revitalize his career. Where he's super comfy here. Sometimes you got to get out of the box, get out of your comfort zone, put on some different colors, go throw in 30 a night.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to ever get back to 30 a night. He never was at 30 a night, but
he will.
If you look at what he did over the second half of the year, he became a much more reliable, much Clay-like shooter over the second half of the year. So if you're one of these teams that might want to pay him $55 million over 2 years or something like that, that's the player you're looking for.
I think in the heat of the season last year, the six-man thing was a good thing for a while, and he wrapped his arms around it. And it's cool because it showed what a great teammate he was and what a team ball player he was. But if I'm Klay Thompson in the offseason, if I start to embrace the six-man thing, that's 1 foot in the grave for my career, dude. Sorry, I'm not a six-man. I'm Klay freaking Thompson. And you signed me, and I'm going to show you what I'm worth. Screw that. He's got to fight that mentality all the way. Unless he's with the Warriors and he talks to Steve, and that's the plan. But no, it's when you start saying the R word, you start saying retirement, you might as well retire because you got 1 foot in retirement already, and you're not going to be the player you were because you don't have that edge. You don't have that hunger and that desire. So screw the six-man stuff. Screw that if I'm Klay Thompson. I can still play, and I'm a starter, and I'm a Hall of Famer, and you could take your six-man and shove it. I'm not talking about the Warriors.
Right.
I'm talking about somebody else in general that signs hey, we'd love for you to come here and be a six-man. We'll pay you $20 million. No. Double birds, and I'm going somewhere where I can play.
Well, maybe that's what the league is telling you. And wouldn't you rather be a six-man for a team that has a chance to win as opposed to go be a starter for the Washington Wizards?
Well, no, I'm not talking about Washington Wizards, but a team where I can influence some younger players and we have a chance. That might be refreshing. I'm not going to a team that has no chance just because you're paying me I'm going to start. Screw that. But a team where I can influence some young players, show them how we did it in Golden State. Now I see the game vicariously through those guys, and I start to play like those guys, and I want to show everybody back in Northern California that I can still play.
When did you realize that you needed to start using the R word? You talked about retirement. This is FP Santangelo in for Mark Willard. He played Major League Baseball for a long time.
And he'll let you know about it for 4 hours on radio every day.
I'm the guy who tries to let people know about it because you're more humble about it than I would be. If I were you, having played 7 years in the bigs and 14 years of pro ball, I'd be wearing my jersey every single day of my life. And maybe that's just because I'm insecure and you're not.
The reason I do talk about it so much, if we want to get all Dr. Phil on it, because I still can't believe I did it. So when I talk about it too much, it's because like, did I really do that? That's so cool. And then I go to the game. Yeah. Then I go to the game and I watch those guys. I'm like, I used to do that. Like, how the hell do they hit that? That's going really fast. Like, if I sit close to the field, I'm like, wait a minute.
Guys are throwing 99 with movement.
Wait, I did that? It's just a different lifetime ago.
Well, the thing that about me is, before we get back to you, which,
what do you think about me?
I think a lot of great
That's
things
about me, but what do you think about me?
When I see these guys, like the other night when Yaz takes 97 off the bill of his hat, that's it.
Yeah.
That's going to do it for me, Holmes. That's going to do it for me in my career. I'm not standing in there and letting somebody throw a baseball at my face going 97. And you want me to what? Go back in there again and try to hit the ball?
Yeah, it's scary.
I don't know how, like, it's one thing, like the hand-eye part of it. That's amazing. And I have good hand-eye. I've never hit a pitch faster than 70 miles an hour. I don't know how they do that. But it's the idea of you throwing it at me and the idea that that ball could not only end my day or give me a headache, but it could actually kill me. And then you're supposed to get back in there.
Well, that's why guys get upset. That's why Bryce said throw the ball over the damn plate.
Right.
Because it's scary. He was scared right there when he did that. He tried to be macho. Oh, look at my beard and my long hair. Throw all the way.
And you know Bryce a little bit.
He was scared.
Yeah.
And most guys are. But back to the initial question, Dibs. And I would come into the ballpark my whole career, and if my name was in the lineup, I'd be fired up. And if it was in the extra list below, I'd be pissed. And I'd go pout in my locker for about 10 minutes. At the end of my career, it was the opposite. If my name was in the lineup, I would be like, oh, God, I got to play today? Get really nervous. And then on the days when I played, for the first time in my life, I started looking at the clock in the ballpark, wondering when the game was going to get over because we had plans. And then, because your whole career, there's no place you'd rather be. You're standing in the middle of a pasture and there's 40,000 people around you and they're cheering for you or booing you, whatever. And it's the greatest thing ever. It's a bright light. You're on national TV. And at the end, I'm like looking at it like, hey, it's 10 o'clock. This game's taking forever. And then I knew two things. If I was in the lineup, I was pissed. And the game was taking too long. I'm like,
that's a bad sign.
It's time to shut her maybe or start thinking about shutting her down.
That's good, honest reveal. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've ever had that conversation, but just as you're talking about Klay Thompson and, his mindset, and I think he still is of a mind of, I'm still Klay freaking Thompson. I can go out there and ball for anyone against anybody. And, you have to have that swagger. And I just was wondering, like, when that happens, is it like an overnight thing or is it suddenly like gradual where you kind of realize like, geez, I'm not as hungry for this as I was a year ago or 5 years ago?
Gradual. I'll fire Klay up. Get him in here. Klay, you're Klay freaking Thompson. Enough of this 6-man crap. You're a Hall of Famer. You got 4 rings. You're Klay freaking Thompson. You're the captain. You're driving your boat wherever you want, bro.
Right.
You're driving your boat. I don't know if you signed with somebody that has a river. You're driving your boat on that river to the arena. If there's not a river, we're going to put wheels on your boat, like those weird things you see in the city sometimes. Those amphibious things, the ducky buses.
Right.
We'll get you a ducky bus. And
Boston Celtics are about to have their duck boat parade.
The old ducky boat parade, whatever they're called. Yeah. No, dude, he's got game left in him.
I don't think he needs to be fired up.
It's never like, I don't know, man. Sometimes he's so deep and thoughtful that I just want to be like, Klay, you're Klay. Let's go. Like, let's go, bro. Like, enough of the 6-man stuff.
Yeah.
You're a stud, and you'll always be a stud until you decide to shut it down.
FP in for Mark Willard today, and we're going to pivot to the Giants here on the other side. I want to get FP's thoughts on where this team is. Mark yesterday was pretty optimistic. I have a feeling FP is going to be the same about the state of the Giants right now. They have an off day today. They got the Angels coming to town, and a couple of relatively soft opponents in the near future. Some wild card head-to-head matchups. We'll get into that as well. We're sponsored by Lucky California. FP's in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yay, sports!
listener, Mark Willard. Somewhere he is smiling hearing this.
You know what that means to me? Sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
That means that it was such a hard question that I need a pause and a tick to think of my answer. So my pause is, that's a great question before I can answer it.
Right.
They like locked him up. It's like a 3-2 changeup. You're just like, that's a great question. And while you say that,
you're trying to think of an answer.
Thinking of your answer.
It's a crutch. Exactly.
That's a great question.
It might have been a great question, or it might have been a really freaking hard question.
That was not a great question. That was just probing crap.
Who said that?
Larry Krueger.
Oh,
Yeah.
Larry said that?
Yeah.
What? That was Larry that said that, or somebody said that?
That was Larry that said that, I think, to Mark.
Oh,
yeah. Mark with a K, not Mark with a C, our great technical director in there.
Right.
Yeah, which it's pretty funny. That wasn't a great question. That's just probing crap is what that was. So anyway, we're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. You can head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 95.7 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And you can download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. It's FP Santangelo in today for Mark Willard, who will be back tomorrow. And FP, former Major League Baseball player, as we detailed in our last segment, and doing a little bit of color commentary for the San Francisco Giants this year. When's your next trip, by the way, with the Giants? What else you got coming up?
Nobody cares but St. Louis.
I care.
Thanks
That's why
asking.
I asked.
Thank you. I'm going to St. Louis. I'm meeting the team after Rickwood in St. Louis.
Okay. And a little bit of a
Next
Brandon
week.
Crawford reunion.
I'm leaving Thursday next week.
You and BC Raw going to hang out a little bit?
Maybe.
Brandon Crawford?
Yeah. It'd be nice to see him.
Having a little bit of a tough time in St. Louis. Not really getting a lot of opportunity.
Yeah. Well, he's still playing. Still got the uni on.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. I thought that I'm not going to ever decide another player's career, but I thought it would have been better for him to just retire. Didn't think he had a lot left, but St. Louis obviously thought that he could be their 25th man.
A mentor, maybe, to their young shortstop who has a bright future. So we'll see.
Yeah, okay.
It'd be nice to see him. And it's a great baseball town. I'm excited to go there.
Is it still a good baseball town?
Yeah.
Because I know they've kind of fallen on some hard times these last few years, and I know their attendance has dropped a little bit. It's always been like the high water mark for baseball towns. Are they still lauded as one of the great baseball towns?
I think so. I mean, just look back to a couple games ago with Paul Skeens, the Pirates' young phenom, had a nice outing. I think he went 6 1/3 shutout, struck out 8, didn't walk anybody, gave up a couple of hits. And when his manager came out to get him, he got a standing ovation from Cardinals fans as he walked off the mound.
It's pretty classy.
On the road. So I don't know. Cardinals fans sometimes are really cool. Sometimes they think they invented baseball, but it is a good baseball town.
What about this town? What kind of a baseball town is this right now?
Giants fans suck and they're the worst. Put that on Twitter, because that's what we do here. No, I'm just kidding. Giants fans
is what we do, but I wasn't leading you to that. I wanted to kind of lead you into making a broader comment about the state of this franchise, where they are, because I look at this team in this regime, and for me, it reeks of mediocrity. You take a 107-win season, that's great. That feels like the anomaly. It feels like one that doesn't really fit with the others, what we've had the other years.
We need to turn the page from that season.
No, I've turned it.
Yeah, good.
And I called it what I think that it was. I used the F word, and my partner didn't like it, but I thought it was a flukish 107-win season.
Hard to fluke into 107, but that season created a big monster. Let's just put it that way.
It did, and that monster has remained unfed since then. So I'm asking you, where do you put this team right now? What do you make of where they are after, 70 games now into the season, 69 games? You're a game below 500, but you're right in the wild card. What are your feelings about this Giants team right now?
Well, first of all, about a baseball town, I think that's a fun question to address, because I don't think anybody ever talks about that or doesn't talk about it enough. And I've always said this, that Giants fans are East Coast fans. They're smart. They're in tune. They're passionate. They come to the yard and they know what they want out of their team. And they expect it. And you want your fan base to expect greatness. If your fan base is like, oh, well, I hope we finish 500 this year. Like, no, you want your fans to expect a championship. And I think that's great. And I think Giants fans are intense. And we've been on the East Coast for 11 years. Having been on the East Coast for 11 years, I come back here and it has East Coast vibes. And that's a compliment, because I think East Coast sports fans
generally speaking, are better than West Coast sports fans. They are. They're just more passionate.
Right.
And I feel like the Giants fans have that same sort of passion, and that's a huge compliment. Where the team is right now, I think they're doing a great job with all the injuries they've had. If they're still in the mix and they're right around 500 and they haven't hit stride, and now you got the cavalry coming with Ray and Cobb, and hopefully Snell does what he does in the second half. His last outing was very promising. And then Chapman's doing what he's doing, and you have some unexpected things like Ramos, and maybe Matos comes back and he's in the mix. Wisely's been great at shortstop. So I'm not sitting here and saying there's going to be a parade on Market Street, but I have a weird faith and a weird confidence in this team that I don't think a lot of the fan base does right now.
And why do you think they don't have that fan base? Is it as simple as they don't think that Farhan Zaidi, do you think that Farhan,
it might be.
He gets an unnecessary amount of the burden of blame for this team being 500? Because that's what I feel. I feel like a lot of fans.
I think it's big boy sports, if I'm being honest. And if your record is your resume, and they know that. I'm not saying anything that a major league manager or a major league president of baseball operations doesn't know. So, the frustration over the last few years has to be pointed in direction. We're in a society where we need somebody to blame.
Always.
We have to. We can't just say, oh, well, it's just, no, we got to blame somebody for anything that happens. Even if it's not the person it happened to, we got to blame somebody. So Farhan's taking the heat. And maybe even Farhan would say, like, yeah, until I win a World Series with the guy before me won 3, it's going to be rough on me. I mean, never follow a better act, right? So, yeah, there's some criticism there, and I understand. The thing I always go back to, Dibs, is I grew up here. I grew up a Giants fan. Since the time I was 7 years old, I was a Giants fan. So I know more about being a Giants fan than I do about being a player, a coach, or a broadcaster in the organization. And all my friends and family are Giants fans. So I get it. It's not like I'm some, I don't know, satellite broadcaster that just flies in for the season. I grew up here.
And you grew up during the same time I did, which were the lean years of the 70s.
When we just picked a player and we liked him.
Well, we had Willie McCovey. That was the player that we all picked.
I started dipping Copenhagen because of Chili Davis. He had a big fat dip in his lip.
Wow.
So, and I wanted to be like a big
How'd that work out for you?
Terrible habit.
Yeah.
22 years. Terrible habit. I quit the day I retired.
You did,
I worship those guys. Like,
Jeffrey
Dwayne Kuiper was one of my favorite players. I even like Johnny LeMaster because I love the way we used to make fun of. We used to wear our Little League pants up to our chest because Johnny LeMaster wore his pants so high. I'm like, who am I? We're like Johnny LeMaster. So Bob
Brandley and Bob Melvin. We remember all those guys.
Who didn't emulate Will Clark in wiffle ball? Like, it's just like, so yeah. So when I say that, I don't know. It just. I like the vibe, and this is such a maybe a terrible word, and so it's such a generality. But like when you're around the team and you see what Bob means to these guys, I didn't know Bob Melvin had the presence that he had. Because when you heard Bob Melvin before, and our paths have never crossed, or not really. And
you never played for him. No. You never broadcasted for his team.
You hear how nice he is. He's the greatest. He's the nicest guy.
Yeah.
And maybe he is, and he has been to me. But like when you sit in his office or you talk to him, and maybe this is a me thing and not a him thing because I don't know him very well, there's a presence there. And it's an old school manager presence.
Yeah.
Like the old days when if you were 0 for 10, you didn't even walk by your manager because he didn't want to see you. I don't know if that's Bob, but when I sit in those meetings, I feel a presence that I didn't feel when I was in those meetings last year. Like Gabe was cool. He was always nice to us. I can't say a bad thing about Gabe. Like his person, man to man, he was always very accommodating. It gave us a lot of information, a lot we couldn't use on the air, but like Bob has a presence, and I think that's a good thing. And this is the truth, and maybe too much of the truth, but I think the problem the last couple of years is there was a lack of accountability. So if you hit a fly ball and took 3 steps and went back to the dugout, you still were in the game. And if you watch the little things with the Giants now, the things I talked to you guys about from the rooftop the other day, guys are playing every day. Guys aren't getting pinch hit for. If you watch every single guy run the ball out, everybody's running the ball out. Like if there's a ground ball in the infield, guys are ripping down the line. Hard 90 every single time. And if they get a base hit, they're taking big turns at first base or looking for a bobble. If there's a pop-up hit in a day game at the windiest, sunniest park in America, these guys are on second base if it's dropped. So when you see all these little things on a nightly basis that aren't just a flash in the pan, it wasn't just Scottsdale, we break camp and now we jog to first. Elliot's playing like 26, 27 games in a row. He's not having to look over his shoulder in the sixth inning and get pinch hit for. Yaz is starting against lefties. Wisely's starting against lefties. It's got more of a baseball vibe to it. And while they're around 500 right now, my thinking is, in any sport, if you're hurt, just hover until the cavalry comes back. And they're treading water right now. They're playing decent baseball.
With a lot of AAA guys.
Well, they're big leaguers now.
They are.
And there's someone who are establishing themselves. I take offense, and not to you, Dibs, but in general, when say, oh, that's a AAA team out there. They're wearing big league uniforms. They're standing on a field on the corner of 3rd and King. If they were AAA guys, they'd be on the corner of whatever Sacramento Rivercat Stadium is. So they're big league guys. And some are taking advantage of opportunities, some aren't. Some did take advantage. They're going to be here for a while. Some went back. So in that regard, I guess I have a lot of confidence in this team based on all these things I'm saying. The vibe I feel, the coaching staff that I see work, I hear the communication. I get little tidbits here and there when I talk to the coaching staff. I like the way they're playing hard, and I like the way they're showing up every day. And when they don't show up, their manager calls them out. So all these things to me are conducive to get healthy and let's see what happens. But that adjustment period that was April and May, and now we're into mid-June, should be kind of over. End of June into July.
And the adjustment period, you mean for the guys who came up from Sacramento mostly?
No, for a new coaching staff and a new manager and new players. Like they should be just gelling right now. And hopefully you're seeing that. And June's the month with who they're playing. No offense, it's the big leagues every night. But with the Angels coming in, the Cubs and the Cardinals are having kind of similar season. We'll see. It's time to giddy up, though. If you're Soler, it's time to giddy up.
Yeah.
If you're the team, it's time to giddy up. If you're Snell, it's time to giddy up. Like, let's go. It's go time.
Yeah, and hopefully Snell can get back healthy and start to, continue what he's done throughout his career, which is July, August, September. He's been great.
And if you're Tyro, it's time to giddy up. Like the guys that are scuffling, let's go. Here we go.
But especially when you look at spots that are going to be, competed for. If Ahmed comes up and you want a more defensive-minded shortstop, maybe you end up putting Wisely over at second a little bit if Tyro Estrada's not swinging the bat as well as you would want him to do. And so competition creates a certain amount of energy, right, in clubhouses where you've got more than one guy who can play a certain spot. And if you've got a designated hitter who is designated and yet he's not hitting, maybe you have somebody else you can put in that spot and start to heat up Jorge Soler a little bit.
Yeah, we got to get him going. And I think you stick with him is how you get him going. It's like a shooter, you got to shoot out of it. Someone on the message stream is saying showing up and playing hard is the absolute bare minimum. And they're right. They're absolute right. But here's what showing up and playing hard does in a time in baseball where I don't think every single team does. It's a statement. If I'm running hard to first base and I'm taking big turns, I'm sending a message to the other team in the other dugout that I'm here to play. If I'm jogging to first and I'm not taking a big turn on a base hit, I'm showing the other team that maybe I'm not here to play. So when you approach the game the right way, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, soccer, hockey, I don't care, and you're playing balls out and you're playing as hard as you can, it's sending a message to the other team and maybe sending a message to players in your own dugout, in your own locker room, that this is how we go about it here. So yeah, showing up and playing hard is the absolute bare minimum. Yeah, it is, but then I think it's bigger than that. I think it sends a message that we play the game the right way and we're here to compete tonight. We're here to compete our ass off. So let's go. Me against you. Let's do this.
Yeah, and a big part of that is what you talked about with Bob Melvin, a manager with experience, a guy with gravitas. He is third all-time in wins among managers who do not have a World Series championship. Your guy from Washington is number 2, Buck Showalter, and Gene Mauch, number 1 all-time among managerial wins for skippers who do not have a World Series title. So hopefully Bob can get himself off that list sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, FP, we do have some breaking NFL news.
We do.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
And a tequila shot special.
Tequila shot special. Well, the breaking news comes from Ian Rappaport. The Jaguars have reached a deal with their star QB, Trevor Lawrence. Sources say that they are giving the former number 1 pick a 5-year extension worth $275 million, FP, $55 million a year, $200 million guaranteed, and the actual guarantee at signing $142 million. That from Lawrence's agent, Jay Coury, of MGC Sports. He's the one who did the deal. Trevor Lawrence gets 5 additional years, $55 million a year, $200 guaranteed, $142 million fully guaranteed. How does that hit you, FP, knowing that Brock Purdy is about 9 to 10 months away from getting a deal of his own?
I just don't hurt his face because he's dreamy. Trevor Lawrence.
That hair.
Oh, that hair. He's just dreamy. Brock Purdy's so happy right now. Brock Purdy's going, okay, all right. No, good for Trevor Lawrence. Never been a big fan.
No?
Nah, I mean, he's got a cannon. He's got all the tools, and he's kind of evolving into a really good quarterback. Get that quarterback list out while I'm talking right now. That
the one from Chris Sims.
Yeah,
okay.
Get that one out. We'll have fun with that. It kind of segues into this. But Trevor Lawrence, good for him, man. He got paid. How much is that? It's guaranteed, Mr. Dibbs?
142 is the actual fully guaranteed number.
Oh, that's the number.
142 is you get 142 no matter what.
Get hit by a bus today.
Yeah, and thoughts and prayers
with the bus.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's big.
Yeah, and he's got $200 million guaranteed, and that is if he plays throughout the entirety of the contract. And that's, I think, the injury guarantee. And the full number is 275. $55 million a year is what he's going to get.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the highest? That's the highest, right? 55 a year?
I don't think that's higher than Joe Burrow. I will check.
That's wow.
Yeah, you got me looking up a lot of things at the same time.
Yeah, come on. I used to do this to my producers live on a baseball
I would
game.
hear you.
It's a bad habit.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's his average with runners in scoring position? Give it to me now, please.
I'm seeing Deshaun Watson cap hit of 63.7.
What's Deshaun's birthday? I'm kidding.
Seriously, you got me Googling a lot of different things. You mentioned the Chris Sims quarterback rankings. Chris Sims, of course, went to Texas with Kyle Shanahan. They were close friends. They might have even been roommates, and he put out his top 40 quarterbacks recently. This list came out, when did it come out? A couple of days ago, I think I saw it. Yeah, back on the 11th.
Give me that.
Patrick Mahomes, number 1.
Okay, check.
Josh Allen.
Check.
And then Joe Burrow. That's your top 3.
You could put Joe 2 and Josh Allen 3 for me.
Yeah,
you could even put Josh 1 here someday. Maybe.
I like the durability of Josh Allen ahead of Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
And I think Mahomes is simply untouchable. And he's got these little tiers. He's got legendary Patrick Mahomes, and he's got some emoji for Allen and Burrow. I don't quite know what that is. And then
it's a unicorn.
Thank you.
We've got a unicorn emoji?
It's a unicorn with like it's not really much of a unicorn. It's got like purple feathers and a purple beanie on. And the horn looks a little bit more like a beak, but I appreciate that, Grandy. I'll take your word for it that it is.
Oh, I got it.
In fact, a unicorn. The next tier is the damn, okay. And that's Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, and Justin Herbert, quarterbacks 4, 5, and 6. Matthew Stafford.
Dude, the unicorn's upside down. Would you look at it differently? It's a unicorn.
It's sideways.
It's sideways.
The nose is pointed up.
You were just read the unicorn all dyslexic over there. It's a horse with a purple mane and a thingy sticking out of its forehead.
Yeah, I keep turning it side to side, and I'm not seeing it. But I'm gonna.
So Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, Justin Herbert. Okay.
Oh, it's a unicorn.
There you go.
Oh my God, it's totally sideways.
Yeah, there you go.
That is definitely on me.
That's all right.
My fault. I'm gonna take that one.
It's all right.
Dude, if it's going to do it sideways, then make it sideways when I'm looking at it normal. Don't make me turn my computer.
Chris Sims. Who's Chris Sims anyways? All right.
Quarterback number 7 in the next tier. It's a 1 quarterback tier, and it's the prodigy tier. C.J. Stroud.
I like C.J. Stroud. That's a good pick.
Yeah, thank you. I like the player. I like the pick.
He's a stud. This is where I think it gets dicey, by the way.
Agreed, because the next tier is awesome NFC contenders. Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff. I feel like we're missing somebody right now from the awesome NFC contenders tier. What do you think?
Yeah, and then the next tier is really good looking dudes: Trevor Lawrence, Kirk Cousins, Jordan Love, and Aaron Rodgers.
That's the wild cards.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
We finally got to Trevor Lawrence, who's the $55 million man.
He's got Brock Purdy behind Kyler Murray.
Well, and that's the next tier, which is
so stupid.
Thumbs up, but emoji, hand on chin. So good, but with a question mark. Maker Bayfield, I did it on purpose.
That's all right, good.
Calamari, this is the low Neil and me coming out.
Kyler Murray.
Calamari, we like to call him Calamari, which, do you like calamari? as an appetizer?
I don't like it fried. If you go to Kokari
You get it
down the
grilled?
street,
I love Kokari.
Kokari, they have the best calamari ever.
Grilled?
It's just the tubes grilled, and then they put the feta cheese in the tube, and then they got like tangerines around it for a little citrus.
Look at you.
I'll rank restaurants
You
right
are
now in San
such
Francisco.
a former athlete with the tangerine
squeeze on it, a little olive oil. It's just my mouth is watering.
I need
it's
to
the
get
best
back to
appetizer
Kokari.
in San Francisco.
Okay.
I'm making it more hard to get a reservation right now. This is dumb. Kokari sucks. Don't go there. No, it's great.
I mean, I haven't been there in probably a wife and a half.
Look at me. I'm just getting the back on track.
Yeah.
All right.
I need to get there. Anyway, Maker Bayfield.
Just say the names right.
Calamari, Brock Purdy, Tua, and Geno Smith. So you got Brock Purdy in the same tier as Geno.
I would put Tua way higher than 18th, by the way. And I would put Brock Purdy. See, you got me screwing up the names too because you're screwing around. I would put Brock Purdy 8th on this list. And statistically, last year, he might be number 1.
Brock Purdy.
Thank you. He was top 5 in the MVP.
Statistically, he might be number 1 on this list for last year.
Right.
I think this is generally speaking quarterbacks in the NFL ranked by Chris Sims. If you're just joining us, not us.
It's good.
I am not.
Good reset.
I am not taking credit for this or blame. But I think Brock's way higher than 17th, right?
Agreed, yeah.
This is dumb.
And then you have Caleb Williams at number 20, the chosen one.
Chris Sims is stupid.
Russell Wilson and Derek Carr, glory days. You can see the whole list for yourself at Chris Sims.
Don't look.
C Sims, 2 M's, QB on X if you're so inclined. But we got to this because the news has come out. Trevor Lawrence with a new deal, 5-year, $275 million contract. Brock Purdy, does he get more or less than that? 888-957-9570. FP mentioned it. He's got better numbers than Trevor Lawrence. He's had more postseason success than Trevor Lawrence. But Brock Purdy is going to be entering, after this next year, he'll be entering into the final year of his deal, so he won't necessarily have a ton of leverage to go out there and reset the market. If the Niners give Brock Purdy the Trevor Lawrence contract, what does that mean for the rest of the roster? 888-957-9570. We can get into that here on the other side, FP.
I don't like that. I don't like getting into like how somebody's numbers affect the rest of the roster. If that guy deserves to get paid, you figure out the other stuff, right? So Brock needs to get paid. Do you think that by Brock getting paid, it's going to hamstring the organization from paying everybody else? Like, I know what you're saying.
Right.
But if somebody deserves...
It's not what I'm saying. It's what the numbers would tell you.
Yeah,
we can get into that because...
Right, do we got a break right now?
We do. I know you've got a pretty nice watch over there. A guy who eats at Kokari 4 nights a week.
I don't have anything that tells me when we're supposed to break. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what. During the break, I'll write down the break times, and I will plaster it in front of you, and you still won't know when we break.
Nor will I
you
care.
and I both know that. No, exactly.
Not my show, bro.
Exactly. Captain Philin is in for Mark Willard. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The big party on Saturday. Come on out to Fremont Bank and the grand opening of the new headquarters down in Fremont. Come see the Dibber. I would love to see all of you. Yes, it's a third-person reference. FP's in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just having fun in here with FP and for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Mark will be back in tomorrow. The Giants will be back in action tomorrow as well as they're taking on is it the Anaheim Angels or still the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim? I can never keep up with them.
I don't know and I don't care.
Wow. That got personal.
They're the Angels.
Right. I guess they're
Wash is coming into town. I can't wait to see Wash. Their manager, Ron Washington, he's the best.
Yeah, off of a closed-door meeting yesterday,
really?
According to sources. Yeah, I think Willard was telling me yesterday that they had a meeting either without Wash and then with Wash, but things getting tense down there in Los Angeles. And it is the Los Angeles Angels, no longer of Anaheim, even though they are in Anaheim. Just one of those, I don't know, kind of a knockoff brand to me. I mentioned Gene Mock before as the all-time winningest manager who doesn't have a World Series ring. And I remember as a kid growing up, they were a team that just seemed to always be close, but could never quite get it done. Gene Mock with 1,902 wins in the regular year. No World Series. Buck Showalter is second. Bob Melvin, 1,551 wins. Third all-time among ringless managers.
Well, that's going to change this year. He's going to get a ring.
This year,
The Angels that worked, they won 8-3. They beat the D-backs last night, 8-3.
All right. Nice little bounce back for the Angels.
I always found that team meetings had a little jolt for about a day or so, and that was that. I think a managerial meeting has a little more jolt to it. Like, team meetings are stupid because someone comes in and they're like, Dibs, you suck. And then you're like, you suck.
You're talking about like players only meetings.
Yeah, players only. It's just like guys will get up and speak, and then you'll listen to him speak, and half the team's going, what is he talking about?
You guys need to play better.
Yeah. Well, your ERA is a 7, bro. Like, and you're getting up here, and like you're out till 3 a.m. last night, and you're telling me what to do. Like, that's how those things go. You don't really say it out loud, but you're thinking it.
Right.
And then you get done, and then you break off in your little factions, and you're like, "Could you believe what Dibley said?" Like, and then so those don't work for me, unless it's somebody that never speaks, never says a word, and he gets up in front of the team, he's like, "Ah!" and you're like, "Whoa!" But so if a manager comes in, and the manager has respect to the team, and the manager has resume, then those work. Like, whoa,
yeah,
he's pissed. It's like, you know, when the teacher yells at you, your dad yells at you, whatever, like, you're like, whoa, he's mad. But if you keep doing them, they lose. You got to do like 1 or 2 a year.
We were doing the thing last week. Willard was talking about having a party and how his parents, you know, he thought he got away with it, and his mom comes home and opens the oven. There's an empty 12er in the oven that one of his buddies had stashed in there, and because Mark had cleaned the entire house, and it was spick and span. And Denard span. And he thought he was going to get away with it. And he was ready to just like waltz through the rest of his life, knowing that he had gotten away with it. And his mom opened the oven and there was an empty 12er. And Mark Grandy actually came up with the expression that is so true. It's not that I'm mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, that hurts.
That's the one that hurts. So
Risky Business, remember? Wasn't it with the crystal ball on the mantle? It had a crack in it?
Yeah.
And Tom Cruise just running a brothel out of his house?
It's a great callback there. I don't think that these guys have even heard of that movie.
You guys haven't seen Risky Business?
I doubt it.
I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen it.
Check it out. It'll play. It'll play.
I think it holds up.
1985.
Rebecca De Mornay.
Oh,
might have been earlier than that, right?
Yeah, I think it was 84, 85.
Right in there.
One of Tommy's first movies.
Did Bob
1983.
83, yeah.
Like I said, 83.
Did Bob Melvin have a little shake-up meeting last week? Because it seemed like after he had that, it wasn't a tantrum, but Bob Melvin in the post game, he was mad at the way they were playing, and it seems like from then on, they've really starting to button things up down there at 3rd and King.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, getting back to the point where there's a presence there with the manager.
Yeah.
That, you know, and there's always been a presence with a manager on the corner of 3rd and King. Whether it's Dusty Baker, whether it was Felipe Alou, whether it was obviously Bruce Bochy. Gabe's presence was a little different. So I will tread lightly there, but now you have another and you look at the last team standing in baseball last year, like Snitker and Torey Lovello, and it's just the old school kind of I know Buck got fired, but I'm a big Buck Showalter guy. I think he should be managing somewhere. He has so much to offer to any organization. And how are the Mets doing without Buck? How are Dusty Baker? God, I almost left out Dusty Baker. Like, I left out Kobe earlier too. Like I'm not.
And
thinking,
Bruce last year.
Yes. So and Bruce Bochy. Yeah. So like I don't know. There's just a shift back to having guys like structure, guys like leadership, guys like whether they'll tell you or not, they like that presence. They like that, like, the manager, like we better play hard for this guy or else, there's accountability.
Yeah, and you need that accountability. And right now the Giants seem like even though they're just a game below 500, it feels like they're starting to play the kind of baseball that is expected of them from Bob Melvin. Helps that Brett Wisely's coming up and he's hitting the ball, but defensively it looks like they've started to sharpen things up. Maybe that part of that is as simple as getting Patrick Bailey back behind the dish, and Chapman's been playing damn near Gold Glove level third base for the majority of the year. So those little things, I think, go a long way toward kind of helping that clubhouse vibe, don't they?
Well, I mean, you got to catch the ball at the highest level. That should be a given. Like routine plays at the highest level should be a given, but in years past it hasn't been. So it's nice to see. Like I'm watching Matt Chapman on a daily basis. Like what a luxury and privilege that is. I didn't know he was that. Everybody said he was better than Arenado and this guy and that and Machado, and I was like, come on, you're just A's fans. What are you talking about? Seriously? And not watch this guy, even though he threw one away yesterday. Still, if you're gonna take chances and you're not afraid to take chances defensively, you think you can make every play and you have to think like that. So the one he threw away the other day on the bare hand, okay, so what?
And did he throw it away, or is that? I mean, that's got to at least partly be on Wilmer Flores for not being able to come off the base and help the third baseman out a little bit.
Maybe. I don't know. It was a change up. When you barehand a ball, sometimes you don't get a grip on it. But I love good defense, man. What gets me going in baseball is smart, aggressive base running and good defense. If I have those two things, I feel like a team can win a lot of games. With those two things, you got to pitch it.
Yeah.
But pitching, obviously. That defense, great defense, aggressive base running, intelligent base running, and good pitching, you can win a lot of games.
And does this team have the makings to be good on all those fronts? And I know pitching-wise, the starting rotation is hopefully going to get healthier. Mark and I were talking yesterday about how they probably have 8 starters if everybody's healthy and right, but it feels like right now you've got just 3 starters, and I don't know how much you can really put stock in Blake Snell getting healthy and staying healthy, and Robbie Ray coming off of Tommy John, and Alex Cobb with the setback, and it feels like another setback after that, and Keaton Wynn and Tristan Beck being unproven. Do you have a lot of faith, or where does your faith lie with this starting rotation?
I mean, those are a lot of ifs.
Many ifs.
But if all of those things, if that rotation... I don't know. If they're healthy, they're going to win. I'm pretty adamant about this. If they're healthy, they're going to win. And I know you could say that for any team. And, that's Captain Obvious, FP. You're such a great analyst. But it's true because there's a lot of track record there. And if you're talking about running the bases, I mean, minus Wilmer, like this is probably the best base running team they've had in a long time. And Wilmer's not a bad base runner. He's just not fast. Patrick Bailey is a good base runner. He's not fast. But if you want to go around the horn, Tyro's a great base runner. He's just got to steal first right now. He's swinging it too much. Brett Wisely's a good base runner. Chapman's probably their best base runner. Matt Chapman can run the bases. He's fast. He's intelligent. He takes chances when you're supposed to. Ramos can run the bases. Matos could run the bases, but he ain't here no more. Yaz is a good base runner, and they're just better all. It's a better all around baseball team in a down year for the National League. So that's why I'm holding on to hope. It's not like they're just buried right now. There's 4 teams over 500 in the National League. And this is anybody's ball game. Who makes the right moves? Who stays healthy? Who plays the best brand of baseball for the last 2 months?
A completely down year in the National League. I was telling Mark that I thought that 85 wins would be enough to get the third wild card, maybe even 84. I don't think that you're going to need to do much more than that.
Maybe 81.
Right. Mark and I were having that talk yesterday about whether or not you would even need to be a winning team with a winning record to get that third wild card.
What's the 81 though? Like if you win your last 10 games and get to 81 and you're 81 and 81 and you get to the playoffs, that's a good 81. If you lose your last 10 games and you get to 81 and you're in the playoffs, that's not a good 81. I always just think it's whoever's playing great baseball in September, especially the last 14 games.
Yeah, Arizona last year is a good example. A team that came in and they were playing well and they went on a run in October and they made it all the way to the World Series and then ran up against Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers, but nobody saw Arizona as a World Series team last year.
I was around a lot of teams that clinched the division earlier back east, and they would play in neutral for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the season. Like, oh, we'll give Dibbs the day off here. We'll give Grandy the day off here. These games don't matter. We already poured champagne on our heads because we clinched a division. And then all of a sudden you get the 4 days off between the end of the season and your first series, and now you just got to step on the gas out of nowhere. Where the teams that are stepping on the gas for 2 weeks and they don't play in neutral and they're playing grindy games to get in the playoffs, then the playoffs are just another game once you get there. But it's the Dodgers that win 100 and whatever games, and then, oh, we'll give you a rest, we'll give you a rest, we'll give you a rest, and like, oh, it's time to go, let's go. You can't, that's not how baseball works.
Yeah.
Football's different. You get that bye week at the end of the year and everybody
Rest
heals
the body,
up.
yeah.
Ooh, that's big. Baseball, no. You want to keep going. Baseball's an everyday sport. It's about routine. It's about momentum. It's about rhythm. And if you take that routine and rhythm away because you clinch mid-September or you clinch September 18th and there's still, 14, 15 games left in the season, you can lose it, man. So I don't care how the Giants get in. I just hope they're playing great baseball at the end of the year.
That's another reason why I don't love the wild card format, because if you are one of the top 2 seeds in the National League, you're almost punished by the fact that you don't get to play. And, you get that bye, you get a chance to rest and set your rotation. I get all that, but like you're saying, if you clinch a week before the end of the year, that's a week where you're not really going full bore, and then you get 3 or 4 days off, and then now you got to ramp up against a team that probably had to work to get the wild card, and then they had to get through a wild card series of best of 3 in order to even get a crack at you. And so you might have had a week or 2 off, and this team comes in red hot, and it kind of takes some of the advantage away that you should have being one of the best teams in your league.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen it. I've seen it play out a number of times. So yeah. Here's the thing, Dibs. Like, and I've said this to you, and I've said this to Mark and Goo when I was in here last week. Baseball's not a sport where you try to win every night. You just try to play the game the right way. You try to play a good, solid brand of baseball every night. And you look up after 9 innings and you got more runs than the other team. Or you look up after the month of June and you've won 5 more games than you've lost because you're playing the game the right way on a consistent basis. So it's not like you're in the clubhouse going, come on, guys, we need to win tonight. It's just keep playing baseball the right way. Respect the game, play it hard every night, play it the right way, move runners, pick runners up, throw strikes, catch the baseball in defense, run the bases aggressively and intelligently, and do that on a consistent basis, and you'll win way more games than you lose. So it just sounds counterintuitive, like we're not trying to win. You're not trying to win.
Well, you can't go 162-0.
No, you got to go 1-0. Like, but how do we go 1-0 that day? It's about the process. It's about everybody showing up and bust their ass for 2.5 hours, expecting to win, but not trying to win. And how do you win? Is just playing a good brand, solid brand of baseball. Make all the routine plays. Like, do all the little things offensively. The game's getting back to the stolen base and executing offensively, getting the leadoff double to third every single time, picking up the runner from third less than 2 outs more times than you don't, making every single play. Did I say that? I probably said that 4 times.
Yeah.
And then that's the most important. And then you got a catcher in Patrick Bailey that knows how to call a game, and he can throw. So, I mean, just keep doing what they're doing right now. That's easy to say on a microphone in a studio, but I don't think it's that hard to do if everybody buys in. Because where that gets fractured, Dibs, is, well, if I get my numbers, I get paid. And if I hit this, I get the contract. And I have a contract, and I have to live up to it. And I signed this huge deal and got a sweet car in the player's lot, but I got to live up to it. So then you start to get all these little, like, cracks in that. And that's where the manager comes in, to keep everybody buying in, to keep everybody on the same page. And like, look, if we win, everything takes care of itself. And you don't have to show me that we signed you because we know you can play. We signed you because you have 2 Cy Youngs. We signed you because we know you can do this. You don't have to show us. Just go out and play. Just go play. Just go play. It's going to take care of itself. It always has, right? So don't worry about it. You're pressing. Don't press.
Yeah, it's hard.
You got $42 million in the bank. We signed you for 3 years.
Exactly, and that's Jorge Soler.
Yeah,
that's who you're
Blake
referring
Snell,
to.
You got 2 Cy Youngs.
Yeah.
Just do your thing, dude.
Well, he
Don't
can't stay healthy, so I don't even think he's doing too much. I think the lack of spring training is what's hurting him, and
Probably.
his body is not right. He didn't come in the appropriate shape and flexibility, and so he's had an adductor muscle twice now, and you see it happen, and you go, oh, God, that's a player who doesn't look like he is properly fit and properly trained to go out there and do what he's supposed to be able to do.
What's the abductor muscle? Is that the one when you get out the legs and you spread them out on the machine and then you do them in and then out?
Yeah, it's the adductor. There's the abductor and the adductor. This is the adductor, and when you saw him throw the pitch and he immediately grabbed near his
Johnson?
Yeah, sure. Shout out Randy in the big unit, Livermore High School.
How do you think you got that nickname?
Probably because that fastball.
Ain't because he's 7'1".
Wasn't because the mullet, huh?
I don't know.
You never played with him, did you?
I played against him.
You faced him?
Yeah, a lot.
That couldn't have been comfortable.
He's scary.
Super scary.
And the stuff was scary too.
Well, and he probably...
Don't look him in the eyes, boys. You'll turn to stone.
It probably feels like when he releases the ball, he's about a foot away from you. With that long release at 6'10".
That's 100.
Right.
And he was fake tough. He's a nice guy. But I'm Randy. I'm mean. Every time I pitch, I'm super mean. Come on, dude. No,
fake tough?
Yeah.
You got to know him a little bit?
No. I just, word in the street. A small frat.
Yeah.
It's a small frat.
Circle.
Small frat.
I know what you're saying.
He's good, though, man. Maybe the toughest guy I ever faced.
Because you're a lefty, right?
I was switch hitter.
Okay.
So I hit right-handed against him.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah. Anyways. I forget where we were going with that.
We were talking about the Giants playing the right way. And I look at the metrics, and this is not everything, but I see that they are 6th in the league in most errors committed. They're dead last in stolen bases, and they're 24th in ERA. So all the things you're saying they need to do, are we now starting to see a trend where they're starting to play the correct way, or is this team just not fundamentally that good in too many areas?
Well, I think a lot of the errors have been sent back to AAA, if you want to go that route.
The errors, yeah. What was that, 7 for Luciano?
And Casey was making some too. I don't think they're built to steal bases, and I don't think that's part of the organizational philosophy. I think they tried to steal bases early. They didn't steal bases early, and I think the stolen base thing was kind of like, well, if we're going to do it, we better make it, which makes sense, right? You don't want to give up outs.
Yep.
And if you don't have a Ricky Henderson in your lineup, which they don't, you got to pick your spots, and you got to make it. I think Farhan and Bob are okay if you steal, but you better make it, kind of a thing. Like, this isn't one where we can be 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. We got to be 9 out of 10 if we're going to do this. So I get that. I get that completely.
Yeah, they're 22 out of 32, which is not very good. Among, all teams in baseball, they've stolen the fewest amount of bases, and I'm just looking at the wins above replacement by position, and I look at shortstop, and their shortstop productivity has been among the worst in baseball. They're only ahead of 6 teams, and the teams they're ahead of are mostly the bottom feeders in baseball. So is shortstop an area that we should really focus on as far as maybe an improvement at the deadline, or maybe do they look in-house? Is it Brett Wisely now? Does he get the crack?
It is right now. That's his job. He's an everyday guy. He's hitting 300, making all the plays. What more do you want? And he could steal a base too. But I think if you're thinking like deep into October, maybe a Bo Bichette or a Francisco Lindor, based on what they cost and how much you want to spend for them prospect-wise at the trade deadline.
Yeah, that would be exciting to get an infusion of talent in the way of Bo Bichette or anybody at shortstop. I'd like to see him come up with Pete Alonso, but I don't know if he has a position on this team because it seems like that spot's pretty well taken care of.
Well, you could put Lamont out in the outfield. It's a pretty good outfielder. You could put Lamont Wade in right field and figure out how that whole thing shakes down, but he's going to play for sure, Lamont Wade. So I don't know. I'm not talking about scenarios that might happen in July, but I'm excited with what Brett Wisely did. I liked Brett Wisely last year. I was like the only guy that was fired up about him. It's maybe because he reminded me of myself a little bit, but he didn't get it done last year. But how can you get it done when you're up and down and playing half a game and playing once a week, and then you're back in Sacramento, and then he would swing like he hasn't played in a week, which is hard to do. Now,
right.
Like, there's so many little things going on. If you look closely to this baseball, look closely. Like, don't just look at numbers. Look closely at what you're seeing. Guys are playing. Guys aren't getting pinch hit for. Guys are playing hard. Yeah, has there been some guys underperforming? Yes. That need to step it up? Absolutely. But there's little signs of improvement that I think over a 6-month, 162-game schedule are going to pan out, and I'm sticking to that.
Yeah, and Dave Fleming this morning on the Morning Roast kind of echoes what you're saying about Brett Wisely and being the everyday shortstop.
He's got an argument to be made right now while they're scuffling at shortstop. to just play there every day. He's making the simple plays. Casey Schmidt did not do that. I mean, as much as we love Casey, some of the simple plays didn't get made when he was out there at shortstop. And Wisely's making the routine plays. I'm impressed because I was kind of like you. I mean, it just wasn't a great first impression last year. It wasn't. And he made a swing change. So maybe there's another lesson. I'm giving lessons out this morning, and mostly I'm just talking to myself.
Swing change. Pat Burrell, am I right?
No, it was Damon Minor in AAA. The AAA hitting coach stood him straight up. He's got his legs underneath him. He was more spread out last year. And if you watch his bat, he looks a lot like Corbin Carroll. His stance is mimicking Corbin Carroll. I don't know if that was intentional or not. But when you look at Brett Wisely, you think of the center fielder from the Diamondbacks, Brett Wisely's having a better year than Corbin Carroll right now.
Coming off the Rookie of the Year season for Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, what's Carroll hitting? He's in the low 200s.
Yeah, nobody can figure it out.
Nobody can figure it out.
It's just one of those things. It's baseball, right? 1 minute you're seeing the ball as big as a watermelon. The next, it's like a pea going up there, and you have no confidence, and you start to press like you were saying before. And it's a weird sport because it's almost the harder you try, the worse you're going to be. It reminds me of golf in that way.
It is, and there's expectations too. All of a sudden, you're Rookie of the Year, and I got to live up to that. And the other teams are paying attention to you, and now you're the focus of every scouting report, not just a mention at the end of the meeting. Things change.
Yeah, things change. And so pitchers are starting to really drill down on you through video, and you're starting to come up with a game plan against a guy. And I think we saw that with Luis Matos a little bit after he had that monster week. And, all of a sudden on the opposing scouting report, his name rises toward the top, and they realize, ooh, this guy's got holes. Let's start to exploit that.
And then there's old guys with gray hair sitting behind home plate that are taking notes, that have been around the game for years. And then there's a bunch of video guys that are breaking down tape. So let me just say this, hitting right now is harder than ever. Guys are inventing pitches. It used to be fastball, slider, change. Was he got a 2-seamer or got a 4-seamer? No, he just got a 4-seamer, slider, and a change. Does he have a cutter? Well, no. And then the next guy would be cutter, curveball, change. And then what is this guy coming out of the bullpen? Oh, he's got fastball, slider. Now guys have 6 pitches. Not only do they have 6 pitches, they're throwing 112 miles an hour with their fastball. And then they're not even using their fastball. They're using their off-speed first, and you look at the percentages on Fangraphs, and they're throwing their sliders 52% of the time, and they're throwing their 100-mile-an-hour fastball 38% of the time, meaning everybody can hit a jet if they know it's coming. I've had pitchers tell me my best pitch is a crappy fastball with 2 strikes right down the middle because nobody's looking for it. I can just get away with a crappy fastball and an 0-2 count, right? And for a called 3rd strike because the data says that so-and-so throws their slider 82% of the time in a 1-2 count.
Yeah.
So you have all that at your disposal where that's good, but sometimes it can lock your brain up and you're overthinking. So it's harder than ever to hit, man. So when we're sitting here going Soler, you suck, and this guy, you suck. There's 27 pitches a guy has, and you don't know what's coming. Right. In the old days, Dibs, 2-0 was a fastball, 3-1 was a fastball, 1-0 was a fastball, usually 0-0 was a fastball. We knew it was coming. We still couldn't hit it, but most of the good guys could. Now, it's strike counts and ball counts. It's what can you throw for a strike in this 1-0 count? What can you throw for a strike in this 3-1 count? It's not a fastball anymore. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. So these guys got so much information, which is good. Then they got so much on their brain when they're hitting, which is bad. And they got pitchers with ungodly stuff, and not just 2 or 3 pitches, but 5 or 6 pitches. So good luck.
And those pitches are all now, between 95 and 98, whereas it used to just be a small handful of guys who could even touch 95 when you played and when you and I both were kids, and there wasn't even really a radar gun. Guys who threw hard like Nolan Ryan, he wasn't throwing 100. He's probably throwing 95, 96.
Ooh, I don't know. Nolan Ryan in his New York Met days and his early Angel days was clocked at 104.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah, and I wonder what that would be now with...
110.
Exactly.
With a triangulation of the StatCast era, yes.
No doubt. FP's in for Mark Willard. We're going to kick a little bit more Giants around on the other side. Also, there's some George Kittle sound I want to play for you. He weighs in on Brandon Ayuk. He had an appearance earlier this week on the Dan Patrick Show. Couple of interesting things he said there as well. We are sponsored by Lucky California. FP's in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
For a Father's Day worthy of
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's a Thursday. U.S. Open first round is in the books. Giants off today. NBA Finals, maybe just one more day before it gets put to bed with the Boston Celtics leading 3-0 after, well, according to FP, Jason Kidd cost Dallas the game last night. Is that right, FP?
He did. His worst timeout ever.
Yeah.
20-2 run. Let's stop that.
After a couple of possessions of no buckets.
I mean, I know why he did.
And a fatiguing start.
I thought it was a bad timeout. What do I know?
Now you know a lot, and you aren't alone. I know a lot of commenters in the sites that you traffic in were agreeing with you that they probably shouldn't have called timeout. And hard to say you're wrong when they were on a 20-2 run that ultimately was as close as they got, and Boston went on to win Game 3, and now they are in total command of the NBA Finals. No team in the playoffs, FP, in the NBA has ever blown a 3-0 lead in a best-of-7.
Yawn.
Chris Webber knows a little something about a worse timeout than that.
Oh, that's true.
There we go.
Yeah,
although I guess maybe that's not even a timeout, but he tried to call one.
He tried. Yeah.
He tried. It wasn't a timeout. He just didn't have any left.
Well, they did stop the game.
Didn't somebody screaming timeout, timeout, timeout on the bench? Isn't that how the story went?
There was someone on the bench telling him to call
timeout. But that's just not my friend after that. Sorry.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Just be quiet and sit on the bench in your sweats, bro. Don't be telling me to call timeout. You're not the coach.
Right. It's ultimately on the player to know the situation, and he had no timeouts left. And so that's the way that goes for Chris Webber.
Rory leading 5 under, tied with Pat Cantlay.
Oh, he got to 5 under.
He's 5 under right now in the U.S. Open. He got divorced and got back together this week.
You were telling me that off the air. That's crazy. So he called timeout on the divorce?
They filed, apparently, and then decided to work it out. So he's got that I was almost divorced strength going right now.
There you have it.
His near-death experience. Now he's rocking and rolling.
So I guess rumors of he and Amanda Balionis, the CBS post-round interviewer, I guess those reports are untrue.
I don't know. I don't know Rory's personal life other than what's being reported, but it seems
that was what was kind of being hinted at, was that these two had a hot romance that was in the offing.
He's golfing with a clear conscience.
There you have it.
He doesn't have the weight of things on his shoulders.
The weight of the
PGA Tour
bank account.
De facto representative of the PGA Tour during that whole live thing.
Yeah.
So he got rid of that. And then he was going to get divorced, and then now that's not happening, so they're staying together, which is a good thing. And maybe, who knows what he came clean with, and maybe, who knows? He's 5 under.
That's all you need to say.
But Scheffler got arrested on the way to the last one, and for no reason at all, and now he's a little bit sideways, so we'll see. Yeah, I'm recently back into golf, as you can tell.
Okay, are you playing or just watching?
I'm playing.
Nice. You any good?
I just won a tournament, no big deal.
Do you swing righty or lefty? Because I know you're a switch hitter in baseball.
Righty.
Okay. What tourney did you win? Tell us about it.
This is a charity tournament up in Napa. A best ball scramble.
Gotcha. That's not...
Well, I was golfing with Joe Blanton, and Joe Blanton was in at 360 if he was hitting at a yard, dude. I've never seen anybody crush drives like that.
Well, he's a pitcher, and that's all pitchers do, right? When they don't pitch.
He's big.
Country Joe, right?
We were like driver 9-iron into par 5s all day, dude. It was sick.
It was you and Joe and anybody else
we just
would
played
know?
his drives all day. Yeah, it was fun. We had a good time.
What'd you guys shoot? Like a 57 or
14
something?
14 under.
Yeah, 58. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, 14.
Congrats. I love it.
Didn't cheat a bit either.
No, I'm sure.
None.
Any mulligans or...
No mulligans.
You know how those tournaments work.
Well, we had fun.
In other news, outside of your golfing greatness, we have a new contract signed in the NFL. Grandy hit the sound earlier. It was breaking news. Trevor Lawrence has signed a 5-year extension worth $275 million, of which $200 million is guaranteed. The total guaranteed at signing, $142 million. So what does this mean for young Brock Purdy, FP? As Brock Purdy's now a year away, Trevor Lawrence has played 3 years in the National Football League, and as a first-round pick, he already had his 5th-year option picked up, so he'll play out year 4, and then the extension will kick in, and Trevor Lawrence will be making $55 million a year. What does this mean for Brock Purdy and the 49ers? 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Does this number, the fact that Trevor Lawrence is getting $55 million a year,
that's crazy.
Does Brock match it? Does he get slightly less? Does he get more? And what does that mean for the future of the Niners' other highly paid players? 888-957-9570 is the phone number as we take a look and start counting Trevor's pockets.
The $55 million average salary ties him with Joe Burrow for the top mark in that category in the NFL. So Lawrence and Burrow making $55 million a year. Jared Goff coming in third at $53 million. Justin Herbert, $52.5. Lamar Jackson, $52 million. And the best quarterback on the planet, Patrick Mahomes, making $46 million. But I think he restructured his contract, which is something that Brock Purdy can also do eventually to get better guys and to surround him. But like, you get yours, dude. Like, if you're Brock Purdy, you can't sit there when you're Mr. Irrelevant and go, you know what, I'll take less because I want our team to be good. You get paid, dude. And Lawrence, if I'm not mistaken, was a turnover machine his first 3 seasons. 60 turnovers. 21 turnovers in 2023, 14 interceptions, 7 lost fumbles. So there are only 11 quarterbacks who have made their debut since 1978 that turned the ball over more than Lawrence. And that's some pretty good ones. Warren Moon, Steve DeBerg, Peyton Manning, and John Elway. So he turns the ball over, but he's got the cannon. He's a prototypical quarterback. He's been a first-round pick since the day he walked into Clemson. You knew he was going to be a first-round pick. But I think Brock Purdy, I don't think he's going to make $55 million. Even though his resume is better than Trevor Lawrence, I just don't think he's going to get that much money. I think his thing is he's always going to have to shed that label. Every single game
Mr.
he goes,
Irrelevant label.
Yeah, he's always but I don't think it's a bad thing. He's going to go have to prove himself again this year, and he's going to go out every week, and he needs to play with a chip on his shoulder. I would argue that Brock Purdy with a $55 million, $103 million deal, whatever it is, $200 million guaranteed, whatever it is, he won't be as good as he is now. And there's probably people listening that know him better. They're probably, FP, you're wrong. And I would love to be wrong for this. And maybe I'm just like equating it to myself too much. But like, I think what makes Brock Purdy so good, Brock Purdy, slow down, so
Brock
good.
Purdy.
Yeah, whatever. So good is that he likes to prove people wrong. He has that chip on his shoulder. Screw you mentality. Like, I'm going to show you that I'm not that guy. And then once you get to the top of the mountain, you take a deep breath. I think it's human nature. If that's what you've been your whole life, all of a sudden you're like, well, I'm set. And I'm nervous about that. And maybe wrongfully so. And I hope I'm way off on this take.
I don't think that every player is cut that way, but I do think it is a little bit of human nature. If you go from making $1 million a year to making $55 million a year, there's a certain sense of, okay, I'm a made man now, but also you could just go out there and play more freely. You don't have to worry about every mistake. And I don't think that Brock Purdy has played like that at all. He doesn't show me that he's a player who really worries about mistakes. When he makes a mistake, he comes right back and, puts the pads back on and goes out there and tries to make another play.
I think it's a mentality, it's a mindset about staying hungry. We touched on it earlier in the show today. And you've always been that guy to prove people wrong and to show people you're wrong. And you have that chip on your shoulder and that mentality that I'm going to show you I'm not too small. I'm going to show you that my arm's not is good enough. And I'm going to show you that I can do this. And then all of a sudden you get paid like these guys. Maybe you take a deep breath. Sometimes it's harder to live up to the contract than to actually get to the contract itself. And maybe this is just a crazy, stupid, negative take. I'm just winging it on live radio right now. But there's something to that. A lot of guys take a deep breath when they make it. A lot of guys feel the pressure to live up to the contract when they make it. Might be seeing that over on the corner of 3rd and King right now with some players. But so, do I want Brock Purdy to get paid? Does he deserve it? Absolutely. If it were me, would I pay him more than 55? Probably. But I just hope that it doesn't change the way he goes about it. And I'm not saying work ethic. These guys will be lazy and show up late to meetings. I'm just saying to have that same inner drive and that desire and that hunger to be great. That's the part I'm a little bit concerned about. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong. And you never know until you actually go through that. And for Brock Purdy, he's not going to be able to go through that for a long time, at least another full season. And if he has another great year like he did this year, then it's a problem that you'd be happy to have to suffer through, because you mentioned the numbers. Brock Purdy had 4,280 yards, which was 264 more than Trevor Lawrence. 31 Ts for Brock, 21 for Trevor. Trevor threw 14 picks. Brock only threw 11. So the numbers are not even close. They're somewhat close, but they slant all the way toward Brock Purdy. And then you look at the playoff numbers. Brock Purdy is 4-2 in his 2 seasons. Trevor Lawrence is 1-1. They didn't make the playoffs last year. Brock Purdy already has more experience. He's got better numbers. So when the contract it's time for him to get that contract, which most likely will be at the end of next year, because you usually don't have a player go into the final year of their deal, which is what they avoided with Trevor Lawrence. You didn't want him to go into his 4th year and then have to worry about his 5th year option the year after that. So he gets his extension now, and that'll be the case for Brock Purdy at the end of next year. I would imagine that he'll look at the Trevor Lawrence number of $55 million and a total guarantee of $200 million, and he'll look at that number and say, Niners, I'd like to have something along those lines.
And he'll get it, hopefully. I just hope it doesn't change the way he goes about it or his hunger.
I would be more worried about it changing the way they go about it. And
with
by that,
players.
I mean other players. Because, you've already got Christian McCaffrey, who felt like he wanted and deserved more money, and he got it. And Brandon Ayuk is sitting here hoping that he gets a contract extension. And we can get more into that in just a minute. But I think if Brock Purdy gets Trevor Lawrence type money at $55 million a year, even though the cap will go up most likely between now and then, that still is a whole big piece of the cap at $55 a year.
Aren't they preparing for that, though? Don't they always prepare for that? It's not like this is going to come out of nowhere and like, oh my God, did you guys remember we have to pay Brock today?
Right.
Like, did you put that in the auto pay? Because that's due, and I don't know what we're going to do now. Yeah, we'll see. I'm just looking at these numbers, and I'm feeling really old, dude. And this is making me. I'm making this about me right now.
Okay.
I'm feeling.
It's been a while since you made it about you.
It's been 3 minutes and 26 seconds. I'm seeing 55, 55, 53, 52, 52. And I know they're risking their lives every Sunday. They really are. I don't care what anybody says. That's not an exaggeration. But man, 142 million, 200 million, 142 guaranteed. This is nuts. I think I remember when Reggie Jackson signed with the Yankees for like $100,000 a year, and it was a big thing.
Yeah.
It's just like throwing numbers like 55 million around. It's nuts.
Yeah.
God bless them. It's nuts.
It is. And I mean,
it's nuts.
It's all crazy money when you make what the average person makes, and then you go all the way down the list of quarterbacks and you try to find Brock Purdy on this list, and you got to go all the way down. Do you know how many quarterbacks make more money than Brock Purdy?
Every single one of them.
106 is the answer. He's the 107th highest paid quarterback in the National Football League. And you look at some of the names of the guys who are around him, and yet they make more, like Casey Bauman, Jason Bean, Carter Bradley. According to this list, even his teammate Tanner Mordecai makes more than Brock Purdy.
Tanner Three Fingers Mordecai?
Thank you.
Is that his name? That's his nickname?
That's an incredible 80-year-old reference right there from Major League Baseball.
You should see him throw it. He's only got 3 fingers.
Mordecai Brown, right? Is who you're referring to.
The spin he puts on the football on a post pattern across the middle with just 3 fingers is incredible, Bob.
Yeah. Boy, can he spin
and he makes more than Brock Purdy, so screw Brock Purdy.
I mean, he's set to make 1.1 in base next year, and then he's going to get about a $55 million a year raise and start to make the real quarterback money after that. But it just reminds you of how fortunate the Niners are to be able to do what they do. But you're right, FP. They have planned for it. They're continuing to work toward the reality that you have a quarterback who you like, and you have a quarterback who's going to make Trevor Lawrence type money. And even if he doesn't quite get all the way up to Trevor Lawrence, you mentioned the numbers of quarterbacks who do make obscene money, and it's all the quarterbacks that make at least $40 million. There's 14 of them who make at least $40 million a year average annual, and he's going to easily be up in that category. He's probably going to get around 50 minimum, I would guess.
Kyler Murray's making $103.3 million. Not a fan. Yeah. I'm not seeing it with him. Jalen Hurts, 110.
Yeah.
Jared Goff, 113.6. Yeah.
And that's the true guarantee? Or
you saw Brock Purdy, like this is tongue in cheek, by the way. Don't take this seriously. You saw Brock Purdy at the concert, right?
at the country concert, like smashing beers and pounding them. That's after a Super Bowl. When he signs that contract, he's going to have earrings, let his hair grow down like Trevor Lawrence down his back. He's going to be driving like, a Phantom Rolls Royce to the yard every day. He's going to change. Probably change.
Yeah, I don't see it.
He's not going to change.
He's not going to change at all.
He's not going to change a bit.
I just wonder, though, because if you look at a lot of these quarterbacks who have gotten the life-changing money, like Patrick Mahomes hasn't really changed. He seems to be the same kind of quarterback who's only interested in winning, and that's all he's done, even though his contract got reworked, and his guarantee is only $63 million, only $63 million. Deshaun Watson got $230 million fully guaranteed. His guaranteed at signing is $230 million, and he's been bad. He's been garbage.
That's sports talk radio money right there.
Seriously.
Same.
And then Trevor now at 142 becomes the third highest paid in the guaranteed at signing number, just behind Burrow and Deshaun Watson. But I wonder what it'll do to the overall team and the construct of the team if Brock Purdy does get the kind of money that Trevor Lawrence signed for today. Trevor Lawrence getting a total of $275 million over 5 years, 142 fully guaranteed at signing. You sign your name on a piece of paper, and it's worth $142 million.
Do you think you gotta get that notarized, do you think?
I would imagine.
Probably
have multiple evidence, evidentiaries there. The guy with the one stamp,
You want to play a fun game? Let's play this game. What do you guys do? What's the first thing you buy if you sign that contract? And don't say world peace or hunger or anything. Come on, dude. Like, throw all that. Be selfish for a minute. Or family. But what's the first thing you do, Dibs, if you sign that contract?
First thing,
$142 million guaranteed. The very first thing you do. And don't donate it to the church or world peace or hunger.
No.
Like, I mean, you can.
5%.
That'd be cool.
5% automatically goes to the church, FB, because you know me.
Yes.
I'm a deeply religious man.
All right, but that's fine.
Don't get me started on that.
That's fine.
Honestly, I would buy a house in Tahoe. House in Tahoe.
I like that, by the way. A nice one, too.
Yeah, just nice house. Nothing crazy. Lakeview. Don't get me wrong.
Lakefront.
Probably at least Lakeview, maybe Lakefront.
You got Lakefront with $142 million, dude.
I wouldn't,
like a nice $6 million place.
Something nice, yeah. Something classy. Just a little. Nothing too ostentatious. Just something where I can go. I'm not a big winter guy.
I'm not either.
I've never been big on the snow sports.
I just went up last weekend, dude. Summer in Tahoe is the best.
You can't beat it.
I think.
I'm going up in a month, staying with my buddy Matt LaPelt, which is kind of by Tahoe City. It's
French explorer, I believe.
Yeah, Matt LaPelt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you might know his kid, actually, from a previous life. But
Beaver?
No, Beaver LaPelt. You're killing it with the dad jokes right now. I got to give you credit.
Okay, so
what's the first thing you would buy?
I would literally buy my parents a house, my kids a house, and then whatever cars they wanted. And then maybe a house in Napa or Sonoma.
Napa, Sonoma.
That way, yeah.
You like
and
the
then
wine
one
tasting.
in Tahoe, too.
Yeah.
So all that.
Pretty soon you're
4 houses.
You're playing for free.
I'm broke.
You're already broke.
I like to spend. And then just some, that's it. Some cars and some houses for the family. And then myself a house. I don't even have a house. How about getting me one?
Not bad.
One in Napa, one in Tahoe. Yeah. And I'll commute down for the 3 shows a month I work. It'll be great.
You'd be so rich you could do it from home.
Yeah. Oh,
pay you a buck a show.
We just do a studio in the house.
I thought about that too, because I play the lottery all the time.
Buy this radio station.
I always think, like, if I ever win Powerball for $600 million or whatever, I think I'd still work. Just pay me a buck a month. I'll just work for free.
I would not work. I've been working my whole life, dude. The first thing I would do is just peace out.
Shut it down?
Yeah, shut it down.
I don't think I could stand to be away from Grandy and Lucas for that long.
Grandy, what do you got?
Yeah.
Grandy, what do you got? What do you got first thing?
I'd probably buy myself a house, and then, you got to be smart with it. Invest in some real estate,
Big house, small house?
Nothing crazy.
You get $142 million, like $5 million house, $3 million, $2 million.
I mean, it depends where I'm buying. If I'm buying here in the city, it's going to be way more than that.
Yeah,
because
you're going Pack Heights, probably, right? Pack Heights, right out of the gate, top of the hill.
Yeah,
Upper Pack Heights.
Keep it classy.
Upper Pack Heights.
Yeah, you can't park though up there.
Yeah,
you need a helicopter pad.
Well, maybe you can get that too.
Yeah,
a helicopter pad, yacht. I mean, that's yacht money.
That is yacht money.
Yeah,
I think I'd rather have a helicopter than a yacht. A little bit more resourceful, I think. The yacht, you need water. Helicopter, you can just,
True.
hop in the bird and you get to wherever you want to be.
There's no traffic.
Yep.
A little risk taking involved, obviously. But
Lucas, do you want to play along with FP's little game?
What are you going to get? A new hamstring?
I don't think they offer those for money. First thing I'm doing before I buy anything, I'm going on an incredible trip. And you guys maybe we'll talk, but I'm not seeing you anytime soon.
Ouch. Wait, where's the trip, dude? I love that. That's a great call. Where are you going?
I have a lot on my bucket list, but Netherlands and Ibiza.
Oh,
then we go on a bender.
It's Ibiza, by the way, with the TH. Ibiza.
Yes. Maybe to those.
With the TH is how they say it. It's Ibiza.
That's quite a bender.
Yeah.
I would probably go Ibiza first.
Ibiza and not sleep for 3 weeks.
Netherlands, a good place to lick wounds.
A little foam party in the club in Ibiza.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite DJ? You got to hire him because you got money.
His name's Martin Garrix, and he's performing at the Bill Graham tonight, and I will be there.
Martin's coming on your private jet to Ibiza.
Gonna be beautiful.
That's good.
And then I'll come buy a house and
then I'll come buy a house, and you may want to swing by and get that liver transplant you'll need as well.
That's good. I like that.
Maybe part of it.
Lucas wins.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Lucas just won if we were gazillionaires.
And I'm not trying to judge, but Grandy I'm going to invest it. Sound investment. That's not very fun.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Stocks and bonds. A good 30-year CD, guys, is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'll see you in 30 years when my 150 turns into, however many.
I'm going to go on a 3-hour tour on the SS Minnow with my wife and live on a deserted island.
60-year-old reference. You're killing it right now. It's FP
Why do millionaires go on a tour with other people on the SS Minnow
Seriously.
with Gilligan? Get your own freaking yacht if you were that rich. Like, why were you on with Ginger and Marianne and Gilligan, the professor? The professor's dumb enough to not know weather's coming? Like, there's a lot to break down on Gilligan's Island.
That's a great question.
So there's a lot. You're a professor, and you let the boat drive into a storm, and you're bazillionaires, and you're on a stupid little dinghy. You deserve to be on a desert island.
Marooned for years.
Marooned, yes, for years.
Greg, everybody else on hold, stay there. We're going to get back to actual content here as soon as FP exhausts his 60-year-old takes, which I happen to love. But, yeah, boy, he and I could both be looking for that $142 million prize win. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Trevor Lawrence gets paid. What does that mean for Brock Purdy and the 49ers? Plus, we've got a fun trailer to play for you for a new Netflix show that's coming up that will feature Debo and George Kittle. We'll get into that next. FP's in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Save at Whole Foods Market. Get sustainable, wild-caught fresh...
powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
FP in for Mark Willard. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, make sure to check out Dave Fleming's conversation on the Morning Roast from earlier today. Dave Fleming was terrific, as always, with Bonte and Joe right here on 95.7 The Game. FP is in for Mark Willard. We're talking about Chris Sims and his quarterback rankings, and we're also going to get into the trailer that's come out of a new Netflix show called Receivers that is featuring Deebo Samuel and also George Kittle, who's technically a tight end, but he does enough receiving to where he qualified to be a part of the show. So that'll be fun to get into.
Quarterbacks was my favorite show on Netflix last year.
Yeah.
And it gave me such a good insight to Kirk Cousins and Patrick Mahomes and what makes him tick. Who's the other guy? I always draw a blank on his name. I can't remember. You guys remember on quarterbacks?
It was Mariota.
Marcus Mariota. Yeah, and he was kind of meh.
Very forgettable.
Yeah, very forgettable.
Debatable.
Why debatable?
He's an Oregon Duck.
He was mad, dude. He was getting the huddle.
Grandy will defend any and all Oregon Ducks.
Mariota quit on his team halfway through the year.
Yeah, and he was like, come on, guys. In the
You
huddle,
don't have the whole story. It's okay, Luke.
He did not inspire me to run through a brick wall in the huddle. And they say, like, Brock can command a huddle. Mariota would get in there like, come on, guys. And you're just like, okay. Like, come on, it's time we start playing. Okay. It was a nothing burger. And then Cousins is like Mr. Rogers meets football. Like, his wife dresses him, first of all. Sort of a red flag, but like whatever works. Like, can't really judge. Like, kind of a red flag if your wife is laying out your clothes and you're a grown man and you're playing the NFL. But hey, whatever works, right? Yeah. He's such a great dad. Like, it gave me an insight to, like, he's Mr. Rogers playing football. Like, great dad. Like,
and just taking punishment.
Gets his ass kicked, throws 2 interceptions, and hi, son, how are you? There was some silent conversations if Senior went 0 for 4 in the car on the way home. We were driving fast a couple of times if I had a bad game. I was like, hey, FP, how you doing? How are you doing today?
You and Junior wouldn't just chop it up and sing songs and have laughs.
And then Mahomes, you're like, whatever it is, that's a winner. The way he talked to his teammates, the way he talked to his coaches, the way he commanded the huddle. If guy was talking smack to him during the game, it's like, oh, you shouldn't have woke me up. I'm like, oh man, man crush instantly on that guy. When I kind of like jury was out and I watched that. So this is good.
Receivers. Yeah, we will play the trailer coming up here in just a moment. But first, I want to get Greg and Petaluma in. He's got a story. It's a story of an old timer, which will make FP feel very much at home. Greg, what's going on? You're on with FP and Dibs.
You know, FP, who is that guy you talked about, that quarterback? You said he was, what, 3 Fingers McBride or something? You ought to be cracking up at that guy. Was there a real guy that had 3 fingers and he was quarterback?
Yeah, no, we just made all that up.
Okay.
There was a baseball player, though, I think, Mordecai Brown.
Mordecai Brown, yeah.
What was his nickname? 3 Fingers?
Mordecai 3 Finger Brown.
Yeah.
Born in 1876, just a little bit before FP.
Was he missing? Because he wasn't missing his thumb, because if he was, he couldn't have played baseball. Unless he just threw knuckleballs.
No, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
No, but you still need a thumb to throw knuckleballs. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Probably could have a good changeup.
All right, listen, guys, for the old-time guy that I am, all right, back in the 60s, before Marvin Miller got the unions organized in baseball, I think it was about 1966. A year or two before that, Sandy Koufax and Don Drysdale, who were damn good pitchers for the Dodgers, said, you know what, we're not coming to play unless we get $100,000 a year. And the Dodgers gave it to them, and they were at that time making the most money of any athlete in sports, of any sport. And I'm telling you, $100,000 a year, and it wasn't a union thing. It was just like they just said, hey, we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money for you. How about giving us some of it? And it was pretty cool. And they both had great years. They both had over 20 wins. And I just thought I'd pass that on to you. That's all.
I appreciate that, Greg. Thank you so much. And the cash grab goes all the way back to the days of Koufax and Drysdale. $100,000, FP. Can you imagine it
Those
today?
Greedy bastards. What were they? That's the equivalent of $967,000 today.
And just like that, we're back to Brock Purdy.
Yeah, it's a 3.99% inflation rate from 1966 to 2024. So they were basically asking for $1 million back then.
Right.
The equivalent, I guess. No, it was $100,000. Then it's $100,000. I don't know how that goes.
Well,
math and I are not friends. That's why analytics frightens and confuses me. Well, all these smart people in baseball right now, I'm just like, hi, I'm dumb. I could catch a ball and throw it, but I can't add things together or divide or multiply. So you guys intimidate me because you're smart.
Right, analytics in baseball. Sometimes I think we get a little bit too beyond the pale with all the things that we're trying to compute, whether it's WOBA and all the rest of the other advanced analytics. Basically, if you're a good player and you can hit the ball, things will ultimately work out for you.
Yeah. And you know what's weird, Tips, is it was curtailed my crushing of analytics is getting to know the analytics team of the Giants. They're all cool. They're nice. And they're real people. And they're fun.
Right.
So now when I go to crush analytics, I'm like, well, these guys are cool. So I don't know. I'm going to ease up on it a little bit.
I'm trying to get my son down into that field. So if you know anybody who might be looking for a very, very bright intern, he's finishing up his third year at UCSB, and his major is data science.
Well, he'll probably be a GM of a baseball team someday.
Well, and I told him, I said, you can go a number of different routes with your major because he's taking 8th year calculus and he's taken all the stats classes and he's really, really smart on the math. You know, when math goes from numbers to letters, when there are no more numbers in math.
I just got anxiety when you said that.
Me too. And I haven't been able to help him with his homework for about 8 years. And so, he took both years of calculus in high school, and now it's all the calculus and all the, the applied math and all the rest of it. And I told him, I said, you can, sports nowadays is more about guys like you, meaning him, as opposed to guys like me and you, where, even Larry Krueger, a guy who's got a scout's eye, and now scouting is almost as much about, spin rate and doing the math on guys as it is being able to look at a player and say, oh, he's a good little player.
He better hurry up because it's going to be AI soon. Where you're like, who's your president of baseball operations? AI? It's nobody.
Right.
They just punch it into the computer and he spits out who you should go sign, how much they should make. So you better get in there while it's still humans.
And there's already a lot of that, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
Decisions that are being dictated by what the machine tells you.
Yeah.
And that's where some of the criticism of Farhan comes, because it feels like he operates more in that sphere as opposed to the old Brian Sabian, Bobby Evans regime, where it was more about the human being.
If it's all about the human being in baseball right now, you're left in the dust and you ain't going to win a game. So there's a place and a combination in my mind and in meetings of the minds from experience and real-time evaluation based on that experience, and then analytics and math in numbers that back up what you're seeing. It's got to be a marriage of both to be successful. So if you just totally throw out information that's valuable to you winning games, you ain't going to win a game. But if you totally throw out scouts and experience, I don't think you're going to win a game. It's got to be both.
Yeah.
In my mind. I don't know. I could be off.
No, and I like what you're saying, and it kind of leads me to the Brock Purdy conversation, because a lot of it in sports for me is still about the human element, because the math can tell you what a player should be or could be, but without the human touch of a good manager to be able to get a guy in a position and make him feel comfortable, and this is where I think Gabe Kapler lost a lot of people, was it felt like he was managing by the spreadsheet only, as opposed to Bob Melvin, who's managing more by feel and by the human being. Austin Slater comes back from injury and he's getting healthy and he's rehabbing down in Sacramento. And the human being goes to Austin and says, all right, you're going to get a good chance. You're going to get 4 at-bats in this game. We're going to give you a real good look. We're going to let you get comfortable. This is going to be your job again to win until you don't win it. As opposed to the old regime where it felt more like, okay, if they even think about going to a righty, you're coming out and you're not going to have that opportunity. And it feels, especially in baseball, like it's really important to have the faith of your manager and to have role definition, to know what you're going to be allowed to do, what you're expected to do. So when you show up to the ballpark, like you were saying, if your name's in the lineup, okay, I'm going to get 4 at-bats tonight. I'm playing second base. I'm batting 8th, and I'm going to get a crack to go out there. I'm going to get 4 legit at-bats tonight to go out there and do what I've trained to do my entire life and not have to look over my shoulder.
That was well said.
Thank you.
Like, you nailed that. Well, there's nothing left to be said or to add on to that. That was perfect.
Well, it's a way for me to pivot into the Shanahan discussion because Chris Sims, who played college football, he had a cup of coffee in the pros, and he's turned into a pretty good football analyst. He came out with his top 40 quarterback countdown, and he's got Brock Purdy ranked number 17. And many people think that that's too low, and I'll allow Chris Sims to come in and explain why he has Brock Purdy down at number 17.
We showed a highlight package yesterday of Purdy on our PFT show. And the thing that I always come away with is go, look, there's no defenders in the screen in some of them. And we're going, oh my gosh, this is so amazing. And I'm going, guys, it's not that amazing. Really, they were in a room all week and Shanahan said, hey, we're drawing up this play and it's going to screw them over. And this guy's going to be so wide open, it's going to be a touchdown. And we have fans that are putting that stuff on a pedestal like, he's the only guy in football that could do that. He's the only guy that could listen to Shanahan say, throw to this guy, he'll be open, and he did it, right? And they have a lot of that in their offense.
That's Chris Sims from the Chris Sims Unbuttoned podcast via NBC. So he's discounting what Brock is doing because Kyle Shanahan is so good at scheming guys open. Do you think this is a fair way to rate a quarterback? Is Brock Purdy the 17th best quarterback? Is that a punishment because he has a guy who schemes wide receivers so open that the thought is that anybody could do what Brock does?
I mean, obviously I would defer to a guy that played in the league and has been around football his whole life with his dad. But I would say that when 6'6" guys that weigh 300 pounds and run a 4.4 40 are chasing me, that it still takes some sort of ability, both mentally and physically, to avoid the rush and get the ball to the right guy. Like, I don't think anybody can do that. There takes a certain mentality, a certain poise, and a certain calmness that we saw a lot here as 49er fans over the years that maybe we take for granted. But to get to that guy, it's not like just he locks in on one receiver every play and that guy's wide open every play. And that's what he just made it sound like. It's not like we watch Brock Purdy every Sunday, every play, intently because we cover him and because we're fans. And it's not always that. It's this guy's not covered. This guy's not covered. Oh, there's Kittle over the middle of my third choice. I'm going to wing it down the middle and throw it right on the money. He made it sound like every single play that Brock Purdy runs, Kyle Shanahan has schemed it so it's a wide open guy in the end zone and there's nobody within 20 feet. Like, that's irresponsible if you ask me.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that many people use that as a way to punish Brock Purdy for having such a good quarterback and such a good scheme and so much talent around him. FP's in for Mark Willard today, and one reason why we're talking about Brock Purdy is because Trevor Lawrence, he got paid. He got $55 million a year as an extension, which comes out to $275 million, $140 of which is guaranteed. And so we're starting to look ahead to the Brock Purdy extension a little bit as far as what that would mean to the 49ers at the end of next year when Brock Purdy becomes extension eligible. Is Brock going to get more than Trevor Lawrence? Is Brock better than Trevor Lawrence? Larry in Chinatown is going to weigh in. What's up, Larry? You're on with FP and Dibs.
Hey, thanks for the Chinatown part. But listen, this is how I feel about that whole scenario. Listen, Brock Purdy, I get it. He was a last pick of the draft. I got that. And on the other hand, Trevor Lawrence has not won anything. He's at what? I mean, remember the Raiders when they drafted that guy out of LSU? They paid him all that money, and look what happened. He couldn't even. That work.
Did you get hit? I hope you didn't get hit.
Huh?
Did you dodge that bus right there? Nice job.
Oh, that's a truck roll back.
Oh.
But my point is this.
Even worse.
If I'm going to pay a guy that kind of money, he has to show me he can win in big games when it's counted on. Brock Purdy has shown us that 3 straight years until he got hurt that first time. That's what I'm saying. But to give a guy that kind of money who hasn't proved nothing, I got it. He's with the team. He's got a good arm. He's a first-round pick, blah, blah, blah. But how many times have we seen first-round draft picks pan out, get all this money, and pan out to be nothing?
True.
Okay? On the other hand, Purdy, on the other hand, a guy who get, and to this day, the NFL so-called analysis don't give this man no credit. It's not another thing when he was talking about that Callahan scam. Well, gee, it's a funny thing about that. Purdy is the one that's has to make those plays. Purdy's the one that has to put the ball on the money. If Callahan's not there, he calls the plays. But it's up to that quarterback when that coach makes the plays, he's able to execute the plays to the T. And I'm sorry, that's what Purdy does. With that, I'm out.
Thank you, Larry, and be safe out there in them mean streets. And that ultimately is what every quarterback is charged to do. You get the play, you run the play, you execute the play. That's your job as a quarterback. And so if you happen to have a play caller who is one of the best, if not the best in football, and you are surrounded by talented guys who go out and they win in a play, then yes, it still is up to you to deliver the football to the guy who's open and make the play work. The other thing that Chris Sims said, and I want to play this FP because it's going to make you mad and it's going to infuriate everyone.
Good.
And if you get mad, 888-957-9570. But Chris Sims,
I don't scream though.
I what's the point, right?
I don't know.
We're talking about sports.
You guys all scream here. I got to start screaming if I'm going to work here more.
You may want to ramp it up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
And I missed the big.
I'll never scream on here.
I missed the scream off on Tuesday. I wasn't here for it during the handoff
thingy,
as you like to call it.
Yeah.
Chris Sims taking another shot at Brock Purdy, talking about elevation.
What bothered me about it more than anything is when the Shanahan specials, and you know how I like to talk like that, when they aren't working on all cylinders, there's not a lot that Purdy does to bring the offense back up. Now, he does more than Jimmy Garoppolo used to do, and it's definitely an improvement in that in all areas, but it's still, I'd like to see some more. And like I told you, too, there's more missed throws than people realize. If we went back and watched games and stuff, I'd go, yeah, I mean, this is a missed throw. But nobody cares because Shanahan dialed up a play, and they're so good. Somebody's wide open the next play for a 40-yard gain. And I'm just going to go, a lot of teams in football, quarterbacks don't have that luxury of going, damn, I missed a wide open 30-yard throw. No big deal. Guy will be open the next drive. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks go, that might have been my only time all game to have anybody open downfield. Oh, I missed it, right? So those are things you got to take into account, and those are the things that jump out to me when I watch 180 throws, 210 throws in a row. You start to see that stuff.
Chris Sims from the Unbuttoned podcast via NBC saying that Brock Purdy doesn't elevate the players around him.
What do you think?
I think that that's nonsense. I think that it's hogwash. I think that it's horse bleep is what it is, because the quarterback is only as good as the protection around him. And when the protection breaks down, can you still make plays when everything's going wild? And I see Brock Purdy more than 180 throws, more than 210 throws. I see every throw. I'm like you, FP. I watch the game. I watch every game. And I'm like Guru. I watch every game 2 or 3 times. You watch it once, you record it, you go back and you watch it again, and you try to pick up on things that you didn't see the first time through. And I see a guy who has poise. He's got moxie. He makes plays when things around him fall apart. And so I do see a guy who elevates those around him.
I watched once at the bus stop.
Okay.
And
is that your go-to?
Yeah. It's where I watch the Niners. And then I have to come home and watch it again because you're talking to people, you're having a few cocktails, you're not really locked in. You see the big plays and you high five. You get the atmosphere.
Yeah.
It's my favorite place. Go there, by the way, sometime.
I haven't been there in decades.
Yes. Well, we'll go this year and watch a Niners game. It's fun.
Nice.
And then I'll watch at home the next day, the next morning, wake up and rewatch because maybe your focus wasn't as good as it should have been.
Yeah, fair enough.
Having fun. And I'm with you. The one thing that blows my mind, I know everybody in their car that's a Niners fan is going to agree with me on this, so I'm not worried about this take at all. And even if you don't agree, whatever. I just don't, it's such a good story that I don't know where the hatred, and maybe that's too strong of a word, but
it's sports hatred.
Sports hatred for Brock comes in. I don't understand this backlash. It's such a good story. And now because he's had success and he's climbed the highest mountain and he's beaten all the odds and he got to the NFC Championship game and left his arm on the floor, and then he comes back the next year and gets to the Super Bowl after the surgery. that there's people like Chris Sims that really want to devalue and take something away from what he's accomplished. And usually in our country, the Cinderella story and the beating the odds and the salmon swimming upstream to get to the top of the mountain, which that would be hard if you were salmon to swim upstream and get to the top of the mountain, which is a bad analogy.
Hang in there.
But you know what I'm saying? That usually we celebrate that. And I just don't I don't get it.
I don't know which America you live in, but our society's changed.
Yeah, I guess
our
that is.
society's changed.
And I'm super positive, and I like to see the good in people, and that gets me in trouble a lot. I have to admit that. But like, this is a great story, and it's still being told. And for people to like nitpick and be buzzkills about Brock Purdy and what he's accomplished, and to try to give the credit to Kyle or whomever, that's fine. But like, to take away from what he's accomplished so far, I don't know. It bothers me.
Yeah, and I do think that it is the nature of what we have become as a society. And I can look at any example. The most recent one is Caitlin Clark in the WNBA.
Yeah.
And her meteoric rise to near greatness. They didn't win the national championship, but she elevated women's college basketball 2 years in a row. She made the WNBA draft must-watch television. And it's not just because of Caitlin that attendance has exploded. Merchandise sales are through the roof. The league has never been hotter, yet all you see from some of her competitors and many people around the country is they're trying to tear her down. And it's sad. And she's not the lone reason why the WNBA is hotter than it's ever been. And I don't want to make this a topic or a TED Talk about the WNBA, but I think that's another example of the nature of our society. Something good happens to somebody and they start to go on a certain role, and then we want to tear them down. Maybe it's envy. Maybe it's just the hatred nature of social media, but that's kind of what I see with Brock Purdy, because the story is unbelievable. No Mr. Irrelevant, last player picked in the draft, no player in that spot had ever thrown a pass in the NFL, let alone completed a pass, let alone scored a touchdown, threw a touchdown, won a playoff game, and all the rest of it. So the story is beyond remarkable. It's one of the most unique things we've ever seen.
And let me be very frank here and say, like, I don't think he's the greatest quarterback ever. There's times when I look at him and I go, ooh, and I have doubts. But to just totally belittle everything he's accomplished and to dissect every single pass he's ever thrown and to take things away that he's accomplished, that part gets me. That part gets me. Like, dude, I think most Niner fans, if we're being objective, we see certain moments of games where we're like, oof.
Well, that's any quarterback. For the most part, I would say.
I've had my doubts. Let's say that. I've had my doubts.
You know who else?
But I'm still the president of the fan club. Right. I'm still rooting for this kid to be amazing, and I want him to get us a Super Bowl. And if it was Trey Lance, I'd feel the same way, because it was ever the quarterback of my 49ers, because I've been a 49ers fan my whole life. I wouldn't root against ever. But like this national thing where people are just, it bothers me, man. Like, let the kid play. Let him succeed or fail. But to sit there and try to sound smarter than everybody and break him down, and I watched 210 throws, and he's this and he's that. I've talked to a lot of football people that have their doubts too. Like people like Chris Sims, people that have coached at the highest level. They're like, well, he maybe takes too many chances for his ability, and he should stay more within the offense. And when he goes rogue, I'm worried about it. And if he gets more confidence, he's going to go rogue more often and try to create. And that's where he's going to get in trouble because of his arm strength and his size. Okay, I get all that. But like, to sit here and just like take away from what he's accomplished, and maybe that's a good thing. If we're looking at the 20,000-foot view of it, maybe that's the gas in his tank. Maybe that's the fuel he needs. So
he's got a lot of fuel.
Thank you. Keep bringing it on. Yeah. Like, keep bringing it on. Like, maybe that's what he needs. He wants to hear this. He wants to prove you wrong.
All right.
So maybe it's a good thing.
If it's a good thing.
I just don't understand it.
Well, you might understand this, because Chris Sims had more. And this one may be the most inflammatory of them all. And 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. Chris Sims, who is of Pro Football Talk. He also has a podcast, Unbuttoned Podcast, via NBC, the Chris Sims Unbuttoned Podcast. And he said, well, if the Niners had a different quarterback, they would have a Lombardi.
I'd fall into the comment again of with Jordan Love. If Jordan Love played in the Super Bowl, the 49ers would be the Super Bowl champions. That's what I would say. Wow. He would make some of those throws that I'd go, wait, just hop and do this, and he's open. It's a touchdown. Why do we have to keep staying here just because our body has to be in the position to throw this guy? And he's not even capable of doing some of that stuff. So, again, it's really good. I don't want to get messed up.
Above average starting quarterback in the NFL.
I mean, yes, he's damn good, but there's some things still. If you went back, okay, Jordan Love had the 2 interceptions at the end of the game. Jordan Love in that game played better than Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy should have thrown 7 interceptions in that game. He got lucky that night. We'd all be talking differently if there's Green Bay could catch.
Chris Sims Unbuttoned podcast via NBC. Also, Ahmed Fareed, friend of the program. You know Ahmed from your days and his days down the street there at the formerly known as Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area.
Yeah.
Now the NBC Sports Bay Area. Jordan Love, FP. If we only had Jordan Love, we'd have a 6th Lombardi. Your thoughts?
If we had Patrick Mahomes, we'd have 7.
At least. Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Yeah, whatever. That's not even worth a comment. If Josh Allen were the Niners quarterback, how many Super Bowls would we could play this game all day.
Chris Sims has Jordan Love ranked number 13 on his quarterback countdown. Brock Purdy is number 17. 888-957-9570. Raymond is in Walnut Creek, and he wants to weigh in on the Sims list. What's going on, Raymond?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys. I really appreciate it. Always good listening to you guys. Yeah, Chris Sims, I thought he was smarter than that. And trust me, I'm a dumb guy. I'm just a dumb sports fan. I'm not going to act like I know more football than Chris Sims. But it's pretty wild to say that Shanahan is doing it all for him. Do people forget when CJ Beathard was our quarterback, or any of the others, Mullins? We were trash. We couldn't do a thing. Kyle was still there. How do we go from that to all of a sudden, what were we, 13-3 or something like that, or 4? Amazing record, Super Bowl, NFC Championship last year. It's absolute blasphemy. And don't get me wrong, I'm not an idiot. I don't think Brock Purdy is the best. But I do have a couple questions. Could you guys reel off a few of the other names of not the elite ones, but who's 10-16? Who the hell is 10-16? And also, do you guys think it is... do you think he's just being too buddy-buddy with Kyle Shanahan and trying to give Kyle all the credit? Because they're buddy-buddies, and take some of the credit away from Brock. So those are my points. I appreciate you guys taking my call.
No problem, Raymond. And yes, I will run down for you, and I'm going to hang up on you and assume you're still listening because you're a big fan of the show. But we mentioned this before. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, your top 3. Then it's Lamar. Matthew Stafford at 5 seems a little spicy. Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, Dak, Jalen Hurts, and Jared Goff. That's your top 10. Then you get into the Brock Purdy range. Trevor Lawrence is 11. We mentioned the big extension he got today, 5 years, $55 million a year, 140 guaranteed. Kirk Cousins is 12. I think he's won 1 playoff game in his career, although I'm told he's a wonderful father.
Didn't even have an Achilles.
Jordan Love is 13. And, that to me is the one that got away if you're going to be a Brock Purdy hater. Although he got the ball back with 6 minutes left, Chris Sims, and what happened? Brock Purdy was near flawless on that drive, leading the winning touchdown to beat the Packers and move on to the NFC Championship. Aaron Rodgers is 14, and he doesn't even have an Achilles. FP, if I can borrow your line. 15 is Maker Bayfield, 16 Calamari, and then you get to Brock Purdy at 17.
Bo Nix is 29 and J.J. McCarthy's 30th, and they haven't even taken a snap yet.
Yeah, well, that's in the ready rookies category, although he has Will Levis in there, and Will Levis played last year, but I get what he's doing. Michael Penix, 27, Jaden Daniels, 28. These are all the rookies. Number 20, Caleb Williams is the highest ranked rookie on the Chris Sims list. So there you have it. I mean, you look at these lists, and it's always going to be subjective, right? The only objective part of this is the stats, and if you want to look at the stats objectively, last year Brock Purdy had the best, if not the second best, regular season among all NFL quarterbacks, depending on what measurement you want to look at. And yet, so many of these lists, when you're ranking quarterbacks, they have them in the teens.
Yeah, I'm still like letting this. Would you take Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
I would take Brock Purdy.
I would too now.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, maybe Jalen Hurts.
A lot of this for me, FP, is tough because it comes down to system. And I think about the Shanahan system, and Jalen Hurts would probably be really good in this system.
Okay, but throw the systems out. The quarterback himself.
Okay.
Jared Goff or Brock Purdy?
I would take Brock Purdy. It's pretty close.
Okay, I'm with you. Kirk Cousins or Brock Purdy?
I would take Brock Purdy. Don't ask Steiny that because he's a big Kirk Cousins fan.
Here's a good one. And I want everybody in on this. You guys listening? Dak Prescott or Brock Purdy?
It's Brock Purdy for me. I mean, Dak's too erratic. Dak's made too many mistakes in the big moments.
Okay.
Big mistakes.
I'm kind of with you here. This is a tougher one for me, though. What do you guys got?
I'd agree with Brock just because Dak doesn't really have it in the playoffs. Yeah.
Okay.
Luke's locked in cutting Nick Foot out right now.
Okay, sorry. All right. This is where it gets hard for me. I think I would take CJ Stroud over Brock Purdy.
It's a small sample.
It's a small sample, but just what he did this year and the way he threw the football and the way the confidence he played in, the accuracy, the ability to create, and the arm strength. I think I would go with CJ Stroud. Is that bad? You guys got Brock Purdy over here?
That's fair. I would probably. That's a tough one. I think CJ Stroud has more physical tools, but you can't scoff at what Brock Purdy's done. But there's a lot of hype around CJ Stroud going into this year with the upgrades that they've made at wide receiver, with the second year at D'Amico Ryans at the helm. Everybody's high on the Houston Texans this year.
Well, if we're going physical tools, there's a lot of guys on this list that have better physical tools than Brock Purdy. J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, they haven't taken a snap. They probably have better physical tools than Brock Purdy.
Well, don't know about that. And for me, physical tools is more than just your combine numbers. It's also how you can process. And Brock Purdy's a super processor of things that happen in real time.
I'm going up the list here to make it harder.
Okay.
We're playing this game because we've got to go till 40. We got 6 minutes.
Look at
it's a long segment.
I got more sound I can play.
No, this is better. Nobody wants to hear that crap. Justin Herbert or Brock Purdy?
Justin Herbert's
got a tough one, man.
It is, but and everybody.
Oh, stop! It's not tough. Of course,
that is not tough. It's Justin freaking Herbert.
He's an Oregon Duck.
What has he done?
6'6".
What has he done?
Greek.
He's a Greek god. I don't care.
FP,
you can throw the ball 100 yards.
You have to realize every time you get to an Oregon Duck,
I know
Mark Grandy's bias is so strong.
Trevor Lawrence is a hot chick. So the Greek god part doesn't matter.
I get the Marcus Mariota and the Bo Nix part. Justin Herbert is legitimately great.
I'm taking Justin Herbert over Brock Purdy, but this is the year that he's got to start showing it.
Yeah, and Harbaugh's going to ruin him.
He's got no one to throw to anymore.
Before you continue up the ladder,
I'm going up the ladder.
I do want to bring in Grandpa Daddy and Hayward because he's a great caller and he's going to have some wonderful things to say. Grandpa Daddy, what's going on, my brother?
Oh, my fellow Grandpa Daddy. What's up, baby? How you doing, man?
GPD, what's good?
Hey, FP, I like FP's vibe, man. Dude's got knowledge. He's been around. And how old are you, FP?
I'm 28. Going to be 30 in a couple of years. No, I'm old. No, dude, I'm old. I'm old. I think I'm 28. I'm not 28. I think
He's a liar, Grandpa Daddy.
I'm a liar. I'm lying. I'm old.
If he was 28, he'd be yelling a lot more on the radio. That's for sure.
I was a little spicier back in the day.
Yeah, you were hot.
I was a little spicy. I used to crush callers, and Gary Radnich pulled me aside one day. He's like, "Dude, don't do that. You'll lose listeners."
Yeah.
So then I'm nice to everybody.
That's why we love Grandpa Daddy.
Yeah, Grandpa Daddy, what do you got?
Listen, I think, of course, this is my opinion, but just seeing Brock Purdy's demeanor and seeing his parents and knowing a little bit about his background, he's humble, man. I don't think the big money is going to break his humility. Sure, we all get a little bit of, oh, man, I hit the bag, but I think that he's going to keep his humbleness in check, and I don't think he really wants more money than Trevor Lawrence. It doesn't matter. Sure, okay, hey, give me 45 to 50. I'm cool. I think he wants to be the franchise quarterback. He's going to work with the Niners, and I think he wants to be long-term with them, man. And I really he's a really humble character, bro. If you really look at that dude, he's focused, man. And I don't think the money is really going to make him like bling, bling, bling. He ain't going to be affected by the bling, bling because he knows it's coming. And he proved it. And I think he's going to be even better this year. And he's going to get better and better every year. He's going to be like another Mahomes. But I would take C.J. Stroud over Brock Purdy. He's probably the only one. He's the only one, though.
No,
Brock,
stop.
We love you, baby.
Well, probably because he's young.
Thanks,
That's
GP.
probably what-
Grandpa Daddy right there. Weighing in. Grandpa Daddy. Yes.
So someone on the text line or the message stream, whatever the hell you guys call it.
Xfinity mobile text line.
Thank you. Get the sponsor in. Nicely done.
Yep.
We said Purdy over Hurts. Get out of here. I'm paraphrasing.
Was it a GTFOH?
Yeah.
Okay. Get the FP out of here.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of those. No, but I think Jalen Hurts has regressed the last couple of years. I watch him throw, and his arm strength isn't what it is. He's becoming less mobile because he's getting bigger and bulkier. Not a fan.
A lot of it is just flavor of the month stuff, and we can continue up the list here.
Stafford. I know we got a break. Stafford. This is a good one.
Well, I'm taking Purdy. I think Stafford is one hit away from career over. I think Stafford's a little bit washed.
All right, one more before we go to break. Lamar Jackson.
I'm taking Lamar.
Or Brock Purdy.
I'm taking Lamar Jackson. I think he's become a much, much better passer. He's no longer just a one-trick pony.
He doesn't run enough for me anymore.
Well,
because he's become such a good passer.
In the playoffs, they didn't run at all. I don't know what Baltimore was thinking.
That was the worst game plan ever assembled in the history of the
weird.
world.
No doubt.
Yeah, all right.
That was a weird one.
That was a fun game, Dan. Good job.
I loved it. And all I wanted to do today was to come in and have fun because that's what you wanted.
That's what I put in the group chat today.
Yeah.
Let's just have fun.
You were trying to tamp down my rage on my way to work. I didn't like that.
I was.
You need to let the angry guy be angry sometimes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Got to teach these kids a lesson or two.
Real quick, FP.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson, I don't know if you saw, Lamar Jackson came into minicamp down.
Skinny. Yeah.
Skinny. Maybe that means he's going to be a little more shifty. Maybe he takes off and runs more.
I did. I saw skinny Lamar. They had the side-by-side pictures of him last year. Maybe he got a little too bulky. Like Jalen Hurts. Maybe just
but maybe he also can't take as many hits anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe he's faster and maybe he's a 4.2 40 now instead of a 4.5 40.
Reigning MVP. So for me, it would be tough to take Brock Purdy over Lamar Jackson, a guy who came in here and shoved on Christmas night and stuck it to the 49ers.
He's fun to watch.
Super fun.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I am too. Well, FP's in. I'm a big fan of his. Coming up on the other side, we're going to play the trailer from Receiver, the Netflix show. I promised it. I want to get FP's thoughts on that and also some George Kittle sound. He was asked on the Dan Patrick Show about Brandon Ayuk, and he gave a very interesting answer. We are sponsored by Lucky California. FP is in for my main man, Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That might be the nastiest word in the English language. But.
Why?
Because people weaponize the butt. Oh,
There's
there you
a
go,
big
Randy.
butt here.
It is a big butt. People weaponize the butt. I'm not disrespecting Brock Purdy, but. Or you talk to your spouse, I'm sorry, but. And I got hit with a sorry butt earlier today. And it's like, can't we just make it, I'm sorry? And then I'll come back, and after the apology, I'll accept the apology, and then I'll also apologize for my part. Instead, you hit me with a sorry butt, and now I'm on the defensive because it didn't feel like you were sorry at all because you had the butt in there. It's a nasty word.
It's a dangerous conjunction.
It is.
And an or are way better.
Right. Or is very open.
Yeah.
And is completely loving. And butt is like, okay, here we go.
Where do you see his butt? Could you say like with all due respect and then say whatever you want, right?
Right. Which is essentially a long version of butt. With all due respect, FP, you're my seventh favorite co-host I've had this month.
This week.
And I've only had 6. I mean, that's a complete backhanded compliment, which I have called a Roger Federer. In case anybody ever gives you a backhanded compliment.
It's Roger Federer.
It's a Federer, yeah. Nice backhand up the line.
My backhand in pickleball needs work. It's hard.
You know who's gone full savage mode in pickleball?
Burns?
Yes.
He went to his first tournament this weekend in Sacramento and competed like he's a
madman.
Professional pickleballer like Rick Barry.
And I'm not saying that he can't do anything he sets his mind to, because that guy's a madman. Also a guy who's very dedicated to the craft, Mike in Santa Clara.
All right, let's listen to Mike in Santa Clara. He's been waiting forever.
Well, and Mike pivoted because I told the guys behind the glass, tell Mike we're off of the baseball in analytics convo. So Lucas picked up the phone, and all of a sudden, now he wants to talk about Purdy's contract.
All right.
Mike in Santa Clara with an elite pivot. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, you know what? I'm in sales, man. That's what I got to do. I got to adapt to the situation. So
let's go.
No, thanks for taking my call, guys. Regarding Brock Purdy, you guys were talking about comparisons, like who would you take over the other? I still wouldn't take any of those guys, especially Dak, who's a choke artist as it is. But in regards to Brock, I think that, this is obviously going to be a big year for him. I think we all know that, especially coming with the contract year, like fastly coming up to it. But I think a big factor is going to be, is he going to have Ayuk, or is he going to have like his entire team with him, whether that's Ayuk and Debo, or one of them going to get traded, etc. It's just a big situation where, is he going to have his full team? And the other thing I wanted to add to that was, is he going to be able to handle the pressure? I'm just going back to when, he was in the running for the MVP, and then I don't want to say he choked it, but he really didn't have the greatest game and took him out of that MVP conversation. So I just wanted to make mention of that, and thanks again for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, Mike. It's a great pivot, and it's a great call. And I thought that Baltimore just flat played better that night, and that's what took him out of the MVP conversation. I do want to play this before we play the trailer, because he asked about Brandon Ayuk and whether or not the Niners would be able to keep Brandon and Debo. George Kittle was asked on the Dan Patrick Show, hey, what's going on with Ayuk?
Do you know what's going on with your teammates with Ayuk, with his situation? Like, how much do you stay in touch or follow this?
In all honesty, this is how I have treated all my teammates that go through contract negotiations is I shoot them a text. I'm like, hey, man, if there's anything you want to talk about, anything I can help you with, please hit me up. If not, I'll see you when I see you, which, we're going to figure it out at some point. The less I know, the better. I don't like it when people ask me, hey, have you talked to Ayuk? Have you talked to Ayuk? I'm like, he's doing his thing. He's going to be just fine. And, whatever happens there, I'm happy for him.
What's your worry level in the Ayuk situation, FP, on a scale of 1, I'm not worried at all, to 10, total FP panic?
2.
Okay, good.
You think based on experience, based on how the Niners handle it. I mean, they always sign the big contracts, the big players, the big contracts. It might take a minute. longer than we're comfortable with, but they always figure it out. So I'm not worried a bit. Okay. And getting back to the Brock Purdy, this guy or that guy, and getting back to the Brock Purdy on why he gets crushed, and he's a system guy. It takes a talented, intelligent quarterback that can process things as quickly as he does to make Kyle Shanahan's offense work. So when we say, well, this guy, Love could come in and be, well, maybe not.
Right.
Lamar Jackson, maybe not. I'm talking about Kyle's system. So
now, you wouldn't let me use the system before. Now you're trying to system me.
But like it
feels a little bit like a double standard.
Maybe. But I guess it's live radio. Hell, dude, I don't rehearse this. Like it just comes to me when it comes to me. Just like when we're sitting at a bar drinking beers together, it just comes to you when it comes to you. Like he processes and he gets it. Maybe more than anybody that's ever run Kyle's offense has.
For sure.
So that's why it's conducive to success for Kyle Shanahan. They're a match. Where you're not going to, if your team is built on pitching and defense and you get a home run hitter, well, you know what I mean? You have to get something that's tailored toward what you believe in and the plays that you're calling. And they found the perfect marriage because all the pre-draft tests that he took, his cognition test, where he could just process, cognition. So he can process things quicker than anybody. He worked on from the time he got drafted to the time he played his last game at Iowa State to the time he got drafted. He worked on his arm strength. He worked on his frame because his lower half was too thick and slow, and he got leaner. Worked on his arm strength. So he was a work in progress that got over scouted. But the fact that like people want to, there's a talent to the intangibles that he has. And I would say that the cognitive thing and the processing thing is a tangible talent that I don't think a lot of quarterbacks have that can do it as quick as he can.
Exactly. It's an innate talent for sure. Well, before we go, I do want to play this trailer. The show is called Receiver. It's coming soon to Netflix, and it features Deebo Samuel and George Kittle. Here's just a little piece of the trailer, and I'll let you go ahead and watch it later on your own, FP.
I do catch passes. I do score touchdowns. I get to do everything.
What's up, baby? I'm like running back, kick returner, receiver.
He does it all.
It's fun.
That hit to a sensitive area.
Oh, that sucked. Oh, that was mean. Harrison, my wife's mad at you. But I don't know if you guys would like it as much as I do.
That might be a little too big for them. As a kid, you just dream about the Super Bowl. But what is it going to take to really win one?
My wife, Claire, she's my battery. She recharges me. High five.
The last time we went to the Super Bowl, we didn't win.
Really sucks, but I'm big into speaking things into existence. I will be back here. And I will be back with a vengeance.
Pretty cool, FP. Justin Jefferson is another of the receivers. Who else, Grandy, is going to be featured in
Amon-Ra St. Brown and Devontae Adams.
Oh, let's go, dude. Those are all great. I could listen to George Kittle mic'd up forever.
Pretty fun.
Yeah, just mic him up in his life. I don't care.
And they have a neat relationship. He and Claire, his wife, she'll like walk up to him on the sideline and just start pushing him, and he'll, it's high fives, and it's like she's slapping on the pads, and so she's very engaged, and she's very active and into it, and you can tell that he loves it. That's a Receiver coming to a Netflix near you.
You know, football players, fun fact, don't wear cups.
Right.
They can't, because if they crack and then it does more damage, actually, because with the contact, it could crack and then come back together. And
on one of the clips in that trailer, he goes up high, and I think it's Harrison Smith. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what he was talking
Smith
about.
Just nails him.
My wife's mad at you.
Right, exactly. He's like, oh, that hurt. And, George Kittle is such an open book, but Receiver, FP, I know you're going to love it.
I know we got to go, but like that was one of the... JT Snow's dad was an announcer for the Rams, and we got to go in the club, in the locker room with all the guys, the greatest show on turf back in the day at Candlestick. And the first thing we asked those guys, like, you don't wear cups? We couldn't believe they didn't wear cups. They're like, we can't.
Yeah. It makes sense when you describe it, but
it'll decapitate them, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, it's like an absolute guillotining of the gonads.
Yes.
No, thank you.
And we'll end on that note. See you tomorrow.
Always good to see you, brother.
All right, Dibs, that was fun.
Yeah. Well, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. We're celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's the best of the game. It's an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy. For FP and Lucas and Mark Grandy. I am Dan Dibley saying thanks for joining us. We'll see y'all tomorrow, 5 a.m. with Spadoni, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Save at Whole Foods Market. Get sustainable wild-caught fresh Alaska sockeye salmon fillets for 28% off with Prime through June 18th. Go with a honey soy marinade or make it garlic herb. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
For generations, Shane Company has had a passion for gemstones. We've worked with the same diamond sources who reserve the best rough stones just for us. Once cut and polished, we take our time to handpick the best of the best. We're known for our rainbow of colors, 16 different shades of natural sapphires. At Shane Company, we truly obsess over cutting each stone to reveal its richest color and vibrancy. And we'll continue to source the most beautiful gemstones on earth so that you can always shine bright. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
How'd you like to have a wall of windows that open or a wall of windows with doors that disappear, offering you unobstructed views? See them for yourself.